Chapter 111 Father and Daughter Meet. Before entering Luocheng Base, Yu and the others encounter trouble. There seems to be something going on ahead. Qin Mo, who was driving, suddenly said. After hearing Qin Mo's words, everyone looked up. They saw a group of people running for their lives in panic, as if they were being chased by dogs, and from time to time they threw some supernatural powers behind them to shorten the distance. Oh no, they were being chased by tigers. A dull tiger roar exploded like thunder. They saw a big white tiger chasing them closely, and it opened its mouth and spit out a fireball. Yu's eyes lit up. Yunma. Look, cat, big cat. The girl was so excited that half of her body almost leaned out of the window. Yunma couldn't help laughing, pulling Yu back into his arms. That's a tiger, not a cat. It doesn't matter if it's a tiger or a cat, they're all felines, so it's almost the same. The big white tiger has a slender and agile body, and its patterned fur is very beautiful. Yu stared at it intently. Just then, the people who were originally running for their lives in a panic noticed their car. Those people's eyes flashed with light, and they turned around and ran towards them. They obviously wanted to bring the white tiger over to help share the pressure. When they got closer, Xiao Yu saw the familiar clothes on them. Aren't they the people of the Church of Light? Damn! It's these grandsons of the Church of Light again! Qi Yan cursed. How shameless. Qin Mo quickly turned the car around and planned to leave. I don't know how the people of the Church of Light provoked this white tiger. Tigers were dangerous beasts before the end of the world, and they became mutants after the end of the world. They didn't want to fight this white tiger. However, they wanted to leave but couldn't. Qin Mo had stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but the off-road vehicle stayed in the same place. What's going on? Luo Tang asked hurriedly. The wheels seemed to be entangled by something. Qin Mo's face was ugly. In desperation, they had to get off the car temporarily. Qin Mo checked and found that the wheels were entangled by green vines. It would take a lot of effort to clean it up. Qi Yan was so angry that he wanted to fight them on the spot. Do these grandsons have any shame? They had to be so shameless as to provoke the mutant white tiger. If they can't beat them, they want to drag others into the water. Okay, the white tiger is not coming for us. The people of the Church of Light are their target. Yunmo raised his hand to put the off-road vehicle into the space, and signaled his teammates to run into the building next to them. In this case, the huge off-road vehicle will become the target. As he said, the white tiger's primary target is the people of the Church of Light, and they are not very interested in them. Roar. The deep tiger roar sounded like thunder. Everyone was stunned by the sound. The people of the Church of Light were the first to be hit. They all covered their ears, and were stunned for a moment. The big white tiger saw the right moment, opened its mouth, and bit a man's arm, and shook it hard. Ah! The man's arm was torn off, blood gushed out, and he almost fainted from the pain. His teammates ran to him, and quickly released their superpowers to help him heal, but it only stopped the bleeding temporarily, and the lost arm could not be restored. Hold on, we'll go back to find the goddess, she will definitely heal you. Hurry! That damn tiger is chasing us again. Why are you standing there? Run! The big white tiger fell into a violent state, its eyes glowed scarlet. It raised a paw, slapped it hard, and directly slapped a man into a meat pie. Wow, this is too brutal! Qi Yan exclaimed. Luckily, they didn't encounter the big white tiger. The believers of light, who were running behind, were killed or injured. It can be said that the scene was very tragic. The big white tiger didn't want to fight, and quickly caught up with them with its limbs. Its running posture was vigorous and beautiful. Don't come over here. The believers of light running in front were a man and a woman. They had already caught up with Yunmo and the others, and were running beside them. However, the big white tiger was faster, and suddenly appeared like a white lightning. A sharp wind came from behind, carrying a strong smell of blood, and it was approaching their backs. The faces of the man and the woman were full of panic. At the moment when their lives were threatened, the man threw away the black backpack he had been holding tightly in his arms without thinking. Next, the black backpack drew a perfect parabola in the air. Finally, it landed steadily in Qi Yan's arms. Roar! The big white tiger instantly changed its target. Qi Yan, damn it! The big white tiger that was chasing him suddenly changed direction, and the man and woman breathed a sigh of relief. Are you crazy? That's the goddess's thing. Then, the woman reacted and scolded with an ugly face. I think you are crazy. If you don't throw that thing away, we will all die here. The man growled. But, although what the man said made sense, The woman's expression was still tangled. We spent so much effort to get it. Are we going to give up now? How can we explain to the goddess? It's okay. The man's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. That group of people looks quite strong. When they fight with the white tiger, then both will suffer, and we will benefit. Hearing this, the woman's expression eased a lot. This is the best way so far. Don't blame us. Blame them for being unlucky. It just so happened that they met today. Fuck, why am I so unlucky? Qi Yan's exclamation broke through the sky. The big white tiger had changed its target, and was chasing him relentlessly. No way. Big brother, is it that I stole your wife, or your cub? I'm just watching a show, why are you chasing me? Qi Yan couldn't help but feel annoyed, and ran away. I wished I could step on a hot wheel. Don't come over here. Ah. Fortunately, Qi Yan didn't fall behind in his training, otherwise he would have been pounced on by the white tiger by now. Racing with a tiger is really exciting. But how can 2 legs outrun 4 legs? Qi Yan turned his head, and saw that the big white tiger almost bit his butt. He jumped up and screamed, "Idiot! Throw away the things in your hand!" Qi Nemo roared. After his reminder, Qi Yan remembered and threw the things in his hand without hesitation. The black backpack fell directly into Qi Mo's arms. Qi Nemo, I told you to throw it. I didn't tell you to throw it into my arms. Qi Nemo threw the backpack out quickly, intending to throw it farther away and get rid of the big white tiger behind him. Unexpectedly, the backpack was thrown to Yu. Yu subconsciously reached out to catch it. It was heavy. I don't know what was inside. Roar! The big white tiger felt that he was teased by these people, and became extremely manic, rushing directly towards Yu. Yu was stunned, and was about to summon the blood vine to block the big white tiger. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded. Beast! Don't even think about hurting my daughter. Chapter 112. Don't be afraid. Dad is coming. The big white tiger sensed the danger and instinctively stepped back. A big metal knife was nailed to the place where it was just now. Yu turned her head and looked over. When she saw the person coming, she was slightly stunned. This person. Yu. Don't be afraid. Dad is coming. Lin Ziyuan thought his daughter was scared, and a look of heartache flashed in his eyes. He comforted his daughter in a gentle voice, and then attacked the big white tiger. The big white tiger had fallen into a violent state, with a pair of scarlet eyes full of murderous intent. And the tiger roar shook the sky. Lin Ziyuan's eyes were also full of murderous intent. Damn beast, dare to hurt my daughter, take your life. If he hadn't arrived in time, Yu would have been injured by this tiger. Thinking of this, Lin Ziyuan wanted to skin this tiger. Dad? Yu's clear almond eyes stared at the other person's figure, muttering this name in her mouth. Is this her father? The moment she saw the man, a sense of familiarity and intimacy that she had never felt before arose spontaneously. This made Yu extremely sure, yes, this is her father. Yun Mo's figure suddenly appeared beside her, hugging the girl's slender waist, and the next second the two were far away from the battle zone. Are you okay? Yun Mo stared at the girl closely, and was relieved to see that Yu was not injured. Yu shook her head, and saw that Lin Ziyuan and the white tiger were fighting fiercely, and they were evenly matched, and hurriedly pushed Yun Mo, and said anxiously, Yun Mo, you go help Dad. Okay. After taking the girl to a safe area, Yun Mo turned around and joined the battle. Lin Ziyuan looked at him distractedly, and said nothing. The two of them attacked the big white tiger together. At this time, Yu suddenly felt a movement in her arms, and looked down, and saw the black package moving constantly. It seemed that something was trying to break free. What's in it? Qi Yan and his men also gathered around at this time. They knew they were no match for the big white tiger, so they didn't go up to cause trouble, and stood here and watched from a distance. It was this black backpack that caused them to be chased by the big white tiger all the way, and they almost died in the tiger's mouth. Qi Yan and his companions were naturally very curious about what was inside. Open it, and have a look. Yu unzipped it, and a fluffy little head immediately popped out. Wow! Yu shouted in surprise. Cat! This is not a cat, it's a tiger, it should be the cub of the tiger just now. Qi Yan corrected him, while muttering, no wonder the big white tiger has been chasing us, it turns out that someone stole its cub. Speaking of this, Qi Yan became even angrier. It's all the fault of those despicable villains of the Light God Church. Sister said it was a cat, so it is a cat. Muze looked at Qi Yan coldly, as if asking, do you have any objections, Qi Yan? Okay, it's a cat. Awoo! The little white tiger opened its blue eyes, smelled the breath of strangers, and the hair on its body exploded, exploding into a fluffy ball, and roared at them fiercely. Awoo awoo! Chi Yen couldn't help laughing, reached out, and poked its forehead. Hey! This little thing dares to be so fierce before it's weaned. Who are you fierce to? The little white tiger roared, opened its mouth, and bit his finger. Ah! Luckily Chi Yen retracted his hand quickly, otherwise it would have been bitten off. Good boy, good boy. Yu gently stroked the little white tiger's head. The little white tiger, whose hair stood on end due to its vigilance, gradually relaxed under her touch, making a gurgling sound. The little white tiger rubbed its head against Yu's palm, as if it was acting like a spoiled child. Chi Yen and the others were amazed. How come this little thing has two faces? It seems to like Yu very much. Sure, Lei said. Yu smiled with curved eyebrows, holding the little white tiger in her arms, looking like she couldn't let it go. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar sounded again. After hearing the little white tiger's voice, the big white tiger rushed towards Yu regardless of everything. Yun Mo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he used his space power to imprison it, and was about to kill the tiger directly. The next second, Yu's anxious voice was heard. Wait a minute. Don't kill it. Yunimo paused. The big white tiger broke free from his restraints again, and ran towards Yu aggressively. Awoo! The little white tiger sensed the breath of its mother, and kept on howling, struggling to run to its mother. Yu let go of her hand, and the little white tiger immediately jumped out of her arms, and ran to its mother happily. Roar! The moment it saw the little white tiger, the originally manic big white tiger finally calmed down, but the eyes it looked at the humans in front of it were still filled with deep hostility. Awoo! Awoo! The little white tiger cried in a baby voice, while rubbing against its mother's legs, as if expressing something. The big white tiger blew out a stream of hot air from its nose, pushed the little white tiger aside with its nose, and looked at them with hostility in its tiger eyes. From those cruel tiger eyes, Yu saw its killing intent. The big white tiger believed that these humans in front of it had stolen its child, and seriously injured it. In its anxious state, it was full of strong desire for destruction, and just wanted to tear these humans apart. Yu, get out of the way. Lin Ziyuan's voice came from afar, and it was full of tension. Yu did not dodge, but released her mental power, trying to calm the big white tiger's anxious mood. Roar! Yu quickly communicated with the big white tiger. She could feel the big white tiger in front of her, and there was only one thought in her mind. Kill! 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 Kill all these damn humans! Kill everyone! The girl's eyebrows frowned slightly. The big white tiger's mental power was a bit disordered, just like the mutant blood vine. Yu also found some black mist in its spiritual sea of consciousness. It must be this black fog that made Yu feel bad. She suspected that this was the reason why the white tiger lost its mind and became very anxious. Yu tried to pull out the black fog. During this process, Lin Ziyuan came up and saw his daughter and the crazy white tiger so close. Lin Ziyuan was so scared that his heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously wanted to pull the hatred of the white tiger to himself. Lin Ziyuan just gathered his superpowers in his hands, but was quickly stopped by Yun Mo. Wait a minute. Don't disturb Yu. Seeing the girl concentrating, Yun Mo knew that Yu was using her mental power again. Interrupting her at this time would backfire on her. Under his intervention, Lin Ziyuan gradually calmed down and soon discovered something unusual. Although the big white tiger was in a frenzy, it did not attack Yu. Yu stared at the big white tiger's eyes, trying to remove the black mist from its sea of consciousness bit by bit. After half an hour, the scarlet cruelty in the big white tiger's eyes gradually faded, and the blue tiger's eyes gradually regained clarity and rationality. Chapter 113. Daddy finally found you. After regaining his sanity, the big white tiger finally suppressed his violent and brutal tendencies. Awoo! The big white tiger knew that it was the girl in front of him who helped it, and roared at the girl in a low voice, as if to thank her. The low tiger roar was majestic and domineering, followed by a childish tiger cry that made everyone fall in love with it. Awoo! The little white tiger swung its tail, ran towards Yu happily, and bumped its head against her calf. With a snap, the little white tiger fell to the ground, revealing its fluffy, soft belly. Was this a scam? Yu blinked, stretched out his hand without hesitation, rubbed its soft belly, and satisfied his desire. Chi Yen felt itchy and wanted to rub it. Unexpectedly, the mother tiger turned her head and roared at him. A foul smell mixed with blood came. And the mother tiger's sharp upper teeth were still stained with blood, which looked very creepy. Qi Yin silently took a step back. Cannot afford to offend, dare not move. Dare not move. The little white tiger spread its belly without any defense, and cried coquettishly. Why does it like you so much? Qi Yin couldn't help wondering. The little white tiger seemed to be attached to Yu, and it followed Yu wherever he went. The girl suddenly stopped, and the little white tiger bumped into her, and cried non-stop. Do you want to follow me? Yu looked at it in surprise. The little white tiger seemed to understand, and nodded humanely. Qi Yin couldn't help but smack his lips. Not only do plants mutate these days, but even tigers have become spirits? Yu held the little white tiger in his arms, stroking the fluffy little ball, his eyes full of love. Yunimo. I want to keep a cat. Yunimo glanced at the tiger mother calmly, and kidnapped her cub in front of her. But who made you like it? Yunimo thought. If the tiger mother didn't agree, then I would have to take it away by force. Roar! The tiger mother roared at the little white tiger, as if she was teaching it a lesson, saying that it couldn't just follow humans. But the little white tiger was determined. It clung to Yu with a whine. Its little head was buried in her arms, with only its furry little butt sticking out. Its tail was swinging happily. Qi Yin was jealous. He also wanted to raise a mutant beast. A tiger at that. How majestic it would be. Unfortunately, the little white tiger only had eyes for Yu. It didn't even look at anyone else. Ah! The little tiger was disobedient, and wanted to follow Yu. The mother tiger couldn't persuade it. Its cry sounded helpless. Come with me. I can support you. Only children make choices. Adults want everything. Yu decided to take the tiger mother away with him. Follow me. You will have meat to eat. And no human can take your cub away. It's not safe for you to be alone with your cubs. You will be easily targeted by humans, such as those bad guys just now. Yu persuaded her patiently. A trace of humanistic contemplation flashed in the tiger mother's blue eyes. Think about it, Yu said, holding the little tiger cub in his arms tighter. It wasn't her who stole someone else's cub. It was the little white tiger who tried to steal it first. Zhuang can testify to that. Hee hee. Zhuang roared at the little white tiger unhappily. The cub had never held it, unhappy. What do you think? Have you thought about it? Yu looked at the tiger mother expectantly. The tiger mother glanced at the little white tiger with its elbow bent outward, and roared softly, Ayo! The cubs all ran away with people. Does it have any choice? Does this mean it agrees? Yu blinked, and immediately smiled happily. I didn't expect that on this trip to Luocheng. I not only found my dad, but also kidnapped 2 cats. It's worth it. By the way, speaking of dad, Yu suddenly thought of Lin Ziyuan, who was ignored, and couldn't help turning his head to look over, seeing that his daughter finally noticed him. Lin Ziyuan excitedly took 2 steps forward and hugged his daughter tightly in his arms. Yu, Dad finally found you. Lin Ziyuan didn't expect that after searching for so long, he would find his daughter here. At this moment, he was extremely fortunate that he chose to come here. Otherwise he and Yu would have missed it. In order to draw out the mysterious force behind the scenes, Lin Ziyuan deliberately took Zhou Xian, the bait, away from the base today. I didn't expect to be here and see the Yunma team fighting with the big white tiger. At first, Lin Ziyuan didn't want to intervene until he saw Yu's figure. Even though she was far away, Lin Ziyuan was very sure that it was his daughter. He couldn't make a mistake. Seeing that Yu was about to be attacked by the big white tiger, Lin Ziyuan attacked without hesitation. Are you daddy? Yu's soft voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's smile on his face slightly faded. Yu, don't you remember your daddy? Before Lin Ziyuan asked more questions, the Hurricane team rushed over with Zhou Xian. Captain Lin. Dad. Zhou Xian shouted very naturally. This was a deal between her and Lin Ziyuan. She was responsible for playing his daughter outside and leading out the people behind him. Since Yu had her back to them, the people from the Hurricane team did not see her face. After hearing the word dad, Yu couldn't help but look over. When she turned around, she saw a face that looked exactly like hers. Yu was stunned. Isn't this her father? Why does he have a daughter? Yunmo's eyes suddenly became cold, with a hint of murderous intent. Who are you? The real owner ran into a fake. The scene suddenly became very embarrassing. Chapter 114. I am Yu's boyfriend. The people of the Hurricane team were even more shocked. Lao Zhu's eyes almost popped out. Captain Lin, what's going on? How can you have two daughters? They look exactly the same. Are they twins? Lao Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Bullshit. They are not twins. She is just a fake. Mu Zhe was young and impulsive. He immediately exploded like a small animal whose territory was invaded, and almost couldn't control himself and attacked Zhou Xian. How dare you pretend to be my sister? You are courting death. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. We are all one family. One family. Zhou Xian quickly removed her supernatural disguise, revealing her true face. Dad? Yu turned her head to look at Lin Ziyuan, her eyes full of inquiry, looking at his daughter's clear eyes, which were staring at him without blinking. Lin Ziyuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and hurriedly explained the whole story. Is there anyone else looking for me? Yu and Yunimo looked at each other. They should be from the Church of Light. As he was speaking, some people from the Church of Light in white robes ran over. After finally calming down, the mother tiger, who was licking the little white tiger's fur, immediately let out a low threatening grunt from her throat when she saw these people. The people from the Church of Light suffered heavy casualties, and, knowing the strength of this big white tiger, retreat 2 steps back in fear. What do you want to do? Qi Yin stared at them with unkind eyes. The people from the Church of Light they had met so far were all despicable villains, who used the banner of nobility to do shameless things. The people in front of them were no exception. Seeing that the team not only survived the white tiger's mouth, but also subdued the violent mutant beast, these people naturally had evil thoughts. We caught this little white tiger first. It should belong to us. The Light Believer said shamelessly. It is a stupid choice to go against the Light God Church. If you know what's good for you, hand over the little white tiger. Although these people in the Light God Church are not strong, most of the superpowers are willing to make friends with them. If you offend them, it is equivalent to offending a large group of superpowers. You should know the consequences. The Light Cult threatened. By the way, this woman is also the one we are looking for. Hand her over. The eyes of those people fell on Yu, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan, who had originally frowned, suddenly showed coldness in his eyes. You are the ones who have been following me behind my back. So what? The Light Cult raised his head with a proud look. This is the will of the goddess. Do you dare to go against our Church of Light? Bang! As soon as the words fell, the arrogant Church of Light's body suddenly exploded like a balloon. Ah! This change made everyone around him scream and scatter. People of the Church of Light, I killed so many of them. And a few of you won't be a problem. Yunimo looked at them coldly. He would never force himself if he could take action. Yunimo proved with his actual actions that not only did he dare, he also dared to kill them. Yu released the blood vine, and the piranha plant excitedly ran over, opened its mouth, and ate one at a time. After eating all the snacks that were delivered to the door, the piranha plant burped and jumped back to Yu. The annoying person was solved, and it was time for the father and daughter to reunite. Yu, let daddy see you. Are you doing well after the end of the world? The old father looked his daughter up and down with tears in his eyes. Yu's eyes were clear, and her face was rosy. Even in the end of the world, she was still innocent and carefree. Her clothes were clean and tidy, and she looked well taken care of. Lin Ziyuan felt a little comforted. He had always been worried that his daughter would suffer when he didn't know. Now that he saw that Yu was doing well, Lin Ziyuan was relieved. The father and daughter met again after a long separation. Lin Ziyuan only had his daughter in his eyes. After a while, he realized another problem. Where is Su Yin? Why didn't he follow you? Lin Ziyuan asked in a low voice. His daughter was indeed his daughter, but Yu didn't know what she had experienced. She actually lost her memory and didn't remember him as her father. Lin Ziyuan was sad and disappointed. The cold-faced devil in the eyes of outsiders almost cried because his daughter didn't remember him. His precious daughter didn't remember him. After a moment of sadness, Lin Ziyuan couldn't help but think of Su Yin, the culprit, and immediately took his anger out on him. If he hadn't secretly taken you away, Dad wouldn't have separated from you. Lin Ziyuan was furious. Since he took you away, he should have taken good care of you. Brother. Yu paused and drooped her eyebrows with a look of disappointment. Brother is dead. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan, who was originally furious, was stunned, and his expression was extremely complicated. He's dead? Lin Ziyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just sighed heavily. Are they all your teammates? Lin Ziyuan hurriedly changed the subject abruptly, fearing that his daughter would be too sad to mention this. Lin Ziyuan's sharp eyes swept over everyone in the team, and stayed on Zhuang Zhuang for a few seconds, and his eyebrows slowly frowned. A zombie. How could these people still bring a zombie with them? Zombies have no reason, and only the nature of eating people remains. What if his daughter is hurt? Lin Ziyuan frowned tightly. His precious daughter was so delicate. How could she live with a zombie? Zombie is a rational beast. Staying will only harm people. It is better to kill it by wrong. Dad, this is strong. The sweet and glutinous sound suddenly sounded. Zhuang Zhuang is my zombie. Seeing Lin Ziyuan kept staring at Zhuang Zhuang, young children took the initiative to introduce. Although she lost her previous memory, but the moment I saw Lin Ziyuan, young youth feels an unprecedented intimacy. Do you raise it? I heard this. Lin Ziyuan's eyes quietly retreated. Our Yu is really amazing. She can even raise such a ferocious zombie. Lin Ziyuan showed a gratified smile like an old father, and said in a tone of praising a child. This zombie is well raised. It is a good zombie with a gentle temperament. Everyone. Don't think we didn't see it. You didn't think so just now. This is Sister Luo Tang. Yu happily introduced the members of the team. Luo Tang nodded slightly. Hello. Uncle. Hello. Lin Ziyuan's attitude towards his daughter's friends was gentle and friendly. Uncle. I'm Yunmo. No need for Yu to introduce him. Yunmo took a step forward and extended his hand to Lin Ziyuan. Young man, you're pretty good. Lin Ziyuan looked admiring. He and Yunmo had just teamed up to deal with the white tiger, and the young man in front of him was very strong. Thank you for taking care of Yu before. Seeing Lin Ziyuan's admiration for him, Yunmo's tense face relaxed slightly. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very nervous. After all, this is Yu's father. What if the future father-in-law doesn't like him? Now it seems that Lin Ziyuan has a good impression of him. Yunmo breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly introduced himself. Uncle, you are too polite. It is my duty to take care of Yu. After all, I am Yu's boyfriend. After Yunmo said this, the smile on Lin Ziyuan's face disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Lin Ziyuan stared at him expressionlessly. What did you just say? Chapter 115, Do you like him very much? Lin Ziyuan took a deep breath, and his tone was filled with undisguised anger. Where is my knife? Captain Lin, calm down. The people of the Hurricane Squad were so scared that they quickly stopped him. When Lin Ziyuan thought of his delicate and soft daughter, who was abducted by someone, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Yunmo. Bring my knife. No one can stop him. He must kill Yunmo today. Yunmo, uncle. Lin Ziyuan said angrily. Don't call me uncle. He didn't like Yunmo at all. Yunmo changed his words. Dad. Lin Ziyuan, I'm going to kill him. Captain Lin, calm down. Calm down. Old Yu quickly stopped him. Otherwise, Lin Ziyuan might really kill Yunmo. The precious daughter that he had worked so hard to find for so long was actually abducted by another man. I have a heart attack just thinking about it. Ha 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 ha. Chi Yin laughed out loud with gloating. I didn't expect the captain to have this day. Yunmo looked over coldly. Funny? Chi Yin quickly covered his mouth and shook his head, but his shoulders kept shaking. Not funny. Ha ha ha. Dad? Yu looked at him blankly. Lin Ziyuan had clearly admired Yunmo just now. How could he draw his sword against him in the blink of an eye? Humans are really weird. Seeing his daughter's innocent look, Lin Ziyuan felt heartbroken, looking at Yunmo with murderous eyes. Our Yu is so innocent. How can you do that to her, you beast? Beast Yunmo. He touched his nose awkwardly. It was the first time he had a headache. What should he do if his future father-in-law doesn't like him? Urgent, waiting online. Yu, come on, follow Dad. Lin Ziyuan was furious, and was about to get in the car with his daughter. Oh! Yu responded obediently, carrying the little white tiger, and followed her father. Hee hee. Zhuang Zhuang followed happily. Zizi finally didn't want that stinky man. When passing by Yunmo, Zhuang Zhuang deliberately stepped on him. Yunmo stood alone. He couldn't help but sigh, and followed resignedly. Chi Yin was so happy that his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He didn't expect there would be such a good show to watch. Seeing the captain being humiliated, he was even happier than when he activated his supernatural power. Dad, don't you like Yunmo? Of course not. Lin Ziyuan snorted coldly. Yunmo kidnapped his precious daughter. Lin Ziyuan didn't look down on him. How could he like him? Yu, do you like him very much? Lin Ziyuan asked jealously, feeling a pang of sadness. Obviously, his precious daughter only liked him before. Now not only has she forgotten him, she also likes another man. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. The old father almost cried. Yu Yu immediately became alert. She looked at Lin Ziyuan, who seemed to be about to cry, and said carefully, well, I don't like him very much either. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's expression eased a little. If Dad and Yunemo fall into the zombie group at the same time, who will you save first? Yu Yu said without hesitation, save Dad. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's expression softened, and he felt very comforted. Sure enough, the daughter still likes him the most as her father. Dad will protect you in the future, our Yu Yu won't have to worry anymore. Yu Yu said softly, okay. Hurricane Squad. Everyone looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. Look at the zombies around Yu Yu. Then look at the mutant little white tiger in her arms, and there is a mutant big white tiger following behind the car. Does this look like being scared in the end times? Chapter 116, the juicy little cabbage was taken away. After finally finding his daughter, Lin Ziyuan originally wanted to take Yu Yu back to Luocheng base first, and then plan where to go next. But Zhuang is a zombie, and can't enter the base at all. After what happened last time, Yu Yu is no longer at ease leaving Zhuang outside the base. What if he meets the people of the Church of Light again and kills Zhuang? He had to find a place to stay temporarily in a nearby village, and discuss with everyone about where to go next. Yu Yu, tell Daddy are you? Lin Ziyuan soon noticed that Yu Yu's body temperature was different from that of an ordinary person, and his face changed slightly. He felt it carefully, and found that Yu Yu had no pulse. Lin Ziyuan's fingertips trembled slightly. The thing he feared the most still happened? Dad, what's wrong? Yu Yu noticed that his face suddenly changed, and looked at him with concern. Yu. Lin Ziyuan hesitated to speak. He looked at his well-behaved daughter in front of him. His eyes were clear and moist. She doesn't look like a zombie who has lost her mind. Uncle Yu. Yunemo seemed to see what he was thinking, and whispered a few words in Lin Ziyuan's ear. Sure enough, Lin Ziyuan sighed deeply. Facing Yu Yu's puzzled eyes, he forced a smile. It's okay, Dad is okay. Even if she is a zombie, she is his daughter. What's more, his Yu Yu doesn't eat people. Even if she is a zombie, she is the most well-behaved and sensible zombie in the world. Lin Ziyuan looked at her distressfully. When he didn't know, how much suffering did his daughter endure? Yu Yu, are you willing to tell Daddy, what have you been through? Yu Yu nodded, but her memory was also intermittent and fuzzy. Research Institute? Lin Ziyuan frowned. Yu Yu had been in poor health since childhood, and had a rare disease. Lin Ziyuan took her to seek medical treatment everywhere, but even the world-renowned medical experts could not cure her disease. Seeing that as Yu Yu grew up, her body became weaker and weaker. Lin Ziyuan was so worried that his hair turned white. At that time, he was immersed in the pain of losing his daughter, and didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, Su Yin disappeared with Yu Yu without saying a word, leaving only a text message, telling Lin Ziyuan that he had a way to cure Yu Yu. Lin Ziyuan didn't believe him at all. Even modern medicine couldn't cure Yu Yu's disease. So how could Su Yin cure her? However, since then, Su Yin disappeared completely with Yu Yu. No matter how hard Lin Ziyuan searched, he found nothing. After the apocalypse, everyone told him that his daughter might have died. But Lin Ziyuan didn't want to believe it. He thought, even the apocalypse could happen. What if Yu Yu also had a chance to survive? People who have been transformed by the virus don't necessarily become zombies. There was a teammate in the Hurricane Squad who had a terminal illness before the apocalypse, became a superpower after the apocalypse, and even the terminal illness was cured. What about your brother? How did Su Yin die? Yu Yu said, my brother turned into a zombie and was beaten to death. Lin Ziyuan clenched his hands into fists. His eyes were heavy. Who? Although the child was not his own, he had never been close to him, but no matter what, Lin Ziyuan raised him for many years. Although he was angry that Su Yin took Yu Yu away and separated them for so long, Lin Ziyuan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard the news of his death. He originally thought that Su Yin died at the hands of zombies in the early days of the apocalypse. But he didn't expect he was beaten to death. Although Yu Yu said that Su Yin turned into a zombie and was beaten to death. But Lin Ziyuan has always been a person who helps his relatives, but not his relatives. Even if he turns into a zombie, he is still his son. He is Yu Yu's brother. What's more, his Yu Yu is also a zombie. Lin Ziyuan can't imagine what to do if Yu Yu is also beaten to death in the future. Zombies and humans are mortal enemies. He is a human, but he is more of a father. No matter what his child becomes, he is still his child. He will restrain his child from harming others, but others should not touch his child. Lin Ziyuan believes that he is not a good person. He wants to be a good father rather than a good person who sacrifices his relatives for the sake of justice. Yunimo said that those people were sent by the Jingshi Research Institute. Yu said firmly, Dad, I want to go to Jingshi to avenge my brother. Okay. Dad will go with you. Yu nodded. Go with Yunimo, uncle. Don't worry. I will definitely destroy the Research Institute and avenge my brother. Yunimo promised solemnly. Lin Ziyuan didn't treat him so well, he snorted coldly. Who is your brother? Don't try to make connections. He knew his daughter was kidnapped, and Yunimo didn't need to remind him all the time. It would be strange if Lin Ziyuan had a good face after taking away his own juicy little cabbage. Yunmo's eyes flashed with helplessness. If Lin Ziyuan treated Yu like the spring breeze in March, gentle and patient, then he treated him like a cold knife in the cold winter, scraping coldly on his face. But who made him kidnap someone else's daughter? For the sake of Xiaoyu. Yunimo had no choice but to accept it and be humble in front of his father-in-law. Quick! There are more zombies coming from the east. Hold on. Don't let them break through the defense line. The Untitled base was completely surrounded by a dark mass of zombies. The superpower on the wall looked down and immediately showed despair. It's over. We're done now. There were so many zombies, most of which were high-level zombies. The situation was even more serious than the last time. Last time, Yunmo's team helped. But this time, they only had Shen Yunting as their backbone. As the head of the base, Shen Yunting could not hide behind at the moment of life and death of the base. At this moment, Shen Yunting was standing on the city wall, overlooking the zombie tide below with the people beside him. The desperate voices around him kept coming into his ears. Shen Yunting's face was extremely solemn, and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed. No, these zombies seemed to be weird. He soon discovered the abnormality. These zombies attacked overnight, and at dawn, they found that the Untitled base had been completely surrounded. After the last zombie siege, Untitled base was seriously injured and has not recovered yet. At this moment, they can no longer withstand the battle. If they can avoid this war while reducing casualties, it would be great. They don't seem to attack us? After his reminder, Zhao Zhenan also found something wrong. Usually, when the zombies saw humans, they would immediately pounce on them. But after these zombies surrounded the base, they did not immediately break through the gate of the base. They are surrounding us. Just like wolves keeping their prey in a pen, they surrounded the prey, but did not pounce immediately, as if they were waiting for the leader. This zombie wave is commanded by a high-level zombie. If I am not mistaken, these zombies should be waiting for that high-level zombie to show up. Shen Yunting's tone was solemn. I just don't know. What is the purpose of this high-level zombie? It doesn't seem to be killing people. The other party must have other intentions. All of a sudden, the group of zombies below began to stir. As if they had received some order, they all made way and lowered their heads respectfully. This is a sign of submission. Zhao Zhenan's eyes were stern. That high-level zombie has appeared. Chapter 117 The Zombie King appears. Shen Yunting narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw a white figure suddenly appear in the dark zombie tide. The figure was slender, wearing a spotless white shirt, and walked slowly towards him with elegant steps. Zhao Zhenan's tone was full of surprise. Is that a zombie? It was no wonder that he had such doubts, but the appearance of that high-level zombie was too much like a human. He was even very handsome. If he hadn't seen the other half of the other person's face, which was rotten and hideous like a demon, Zhao Zhenan almost thought it was a human. The zombie king looked up at Shen Yunting on the wall, and uttered a hoarse word, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was hoarse and awkward. I don't have the habit of looking up at people. Now I give you a chance to come down and talk to me. This, not only Zhao Zhenan, but everyone was shocked. How can he speak? Shen Yunting's pupils shrank slightly. Talking. Intelligent zombies. This is something that has never been seen before. But now it has appeared. For a moment, everyone's face was very ugly, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Everyone had the same idea in their mind. Is it only this high-level zombie that can talk? Or are all high-level zombies like this? Zombies are evolving faster and faster. If they look closer and closer to humans, their intelligence will gradually recover. What will the world look like? Can zombies that drink blood and eat people really integrate into human society? If not, facing these hunters, what way do humans have to survive? They can only become prey. But there are still some people who can't help but feel expectations when they see this situation. If that's the case, can their relatives who turned into zombies before, can they still be saved? Can their relatives come back in the future? At this time, the zombie king below seemed a little impatient. The originally quiet zombie tide suddenly began to stir, as if they were about to break through the gate of the base and rush in at the next moment. The zombie tide below was endless, as if all the zombies in the city had come. There were at least millions of them. In this case, who to send down to negotiate was a problem. After all, zombies were inhumane and unreasonable. If they suddenly riot, the people sent there will definitely be killed in that situation. I'll go. Shin Yunting made a choice quickly. I'm the base commander, I'm the most suitable person to go. Besides, he is the strongest psychic here. If he doesn't go, who else can be sent? But, even Shin Yunting has no confidence that he can survive the zombie riot. Shin Yunting's face is solemn. I just hope that this high-level zombie can afford what they are plotting, otherwise a deadly battle is inevitable. No, base commander. You can't go. Zhao Zhenan was the first to object. You are the base commander. If something happens to you, what should UT on base do? Yes. The others disagreed, but no one was willing to step forward. After all, everyone wanted to survive. Let me go. Zhao Zhenan looked resolute. No need. Shin Yunting didn't want to waste any more words, and walked straight out of the city wall. UT on base could no longer withstand another war. If this high-level zombie was angered, then UT on base would definitely be breached today. Yi Goen handed the base to him. Shin Yunting couldn't let UT on base be destroyed in his hands. Base captain. The gatekeeper looked at him hesitantly. Open the gate. Shin Yunting ordered. Yes. The members of the Thunder team followed Shin Yunting spontaneously. Captain, we will accompany you. If there is something, they will take it together. In short, the captain can't be left alone to face danger. Shin Yunting's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't stop him. Facing a million zombies directly, the threat of death is enough to make people weak. But Shin Yunting only paused for a moment, then walked out with a firm step. After he left, the gate of the base was quickly closed, fearing that a zombie would be let in. What is your request? Shin Yunting looked up at the high-level zombie in front of him. His whole body slightly tense. Always on guard, in case the other party suddenly attacked. The zombie king had no interest in the ant in front of him. A pair of scarlet eyes swept past him, looking at the ordinary people in the base with nervous faces. Among those unfamiliar faces, he did not find the person he was thinking about. There seemed to be a flash of disappointment in the eyes of the zombie king. I want to find someone. He finally looked at Shin Yunting. As long as you hand her over, I can let you go. Who? Shin Yunting asked. The Thunder team's heart was instantly lifted. My sister? Yu. Chapter 118, I can take you to find her. Yu? Hearing this name, Shin Yunting's expression changed slightly. He knew that Yu had been looking for her brother. Unexpectedly, the terrifying and unfathomable high-level zombie in front of him was her brother. Zombies have long lost their memories and emotions as humans, and it is impossible for them to have true feelings. It is not a good thing for it to come back to find Yu now. And how did this zombie recall its past memories? Can it turn back into the human it used to be? The answer is of course impossible. The zombies that had eaten humans had become outright monsters. Even if they recalled their past memories, they were nothing more than evil spirits in human skin. The changes in his expression could not be hidden from the eyes of the zombie king. The handsome zombie approached suddenly, staring at him with a pair of cold red eyes, and his hoarse voice was cold and hoarse. Yu, where is she? She is not in the base. She left with Yunimo a month ago. Shin Yunting said in a deep voice. Yunimo? The zombie king looked cold. He remembered this human. It was this human male who took Yu away from him. Very good. He remembered it. After finding Yu, the first thing he would do was to kill the human. The former human Su Yen could not tolerate even a dog giving Yu his attention. Not to mention the current zombie king, who simply could not tolerate a man occupying Yu's position. His Yu only needed him. The zombie king's scarlet eyes fell on the humans in front of him, and a strong killing intent burst out of him. Because of Yunimo, it has deep malice towards humans. Especially Shin Yunting, who is a strong human like Yunimo. The zombie king suddenly grabbed Shin Yunting's neck with his 5 fingers. Since Yu is not here, these weak humans like ants naturally have no need to exist. It is better to use their flesh and blood to feed his zombie army. After receiving the order issued by the Zombie King, the zombies that were originally quiet and submissive suddenly attacked. Captain! The members of the Thunder team were caught off guard, and 2 of them had their necks bitten off by the zombies. Shin Yunting narrowly avoided the attack of the Zombie King, seeing the zombies around him attacking the base. His face instantly became very solemn. Stop! Shin Yunting didn't know how this zombie found this place, but Shin Yunting knew that if he didn't give this zombie a satisfactory answer today, the Untitled base would be a river of blood. I know where she went. I can take you to find her. But he raised his eyes, looked directly into the Zombie King's scarlet eyes, and tried to negotiate with him. You have to release the people in the base. When he said this, Shin Yunting's whole body was tense, which was a state of high alert. You can never expect a zombie to have reason and compassion. Shin Yunting could only gamble on the importance of Yu to the Zombie King. If I don't lead the way, you won't find her at all. I promise, you will never find her in this life. Shin Yunting's words fell heavily on the Zombie King's ears. The hand that was originally grabbing his heart suddenly stopped. The Zombie King stared at him cruelly with a pair of scarlet eyes, and his tone was full of murderous intent. Yu, where is she? I can take you to find her. Just a little bit. Shin Yunting's heart would be taken out. He knew that he was no match for the Zombie King. He could not defeat it head-on, so he could only take advantage of its feelings for Yu. As long as you release the people in the base, I will take you to find her. Shin Yunting lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the cold murderous intent in his eyes. This zombie must not be left alive. Chapter 119 is more brutal than the other. Okay. The Zombie King stared at him indifferently. Although he didn't like weak humans to negotiate with him, as long as Shin Yunting could take him to find Yu quickly, the Zombie King temporarily tolerated his reckless behavior. Shin Yunting knew that he was no match for the Zombie King, especially since there was a city of people behind him. He couldn't gamble with the lives of the people in the entire Untitled base. Once, he didn't care about anyone's life or death, but since he handed the Untitled base to him, he had to be responsible for these people. Let them go. I'll go with you. When Shin Yunting said this, all the members of the Thunder Squad said in disapproval, Captain! Captain, we'll go with you. You stay. Shin Yunting lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Stay, guard the Untitled base for me. Shin Yunting and the Zombie King reached a deal, and the tide of zombies below quickly receded. Although the survivors on the city wall didn't know what was happening, they all shouted excitedly when they saw this scene. Retreat, retreat. The zombie tide has retreated. Shin Yunting did not let others follow him. He handed the base over to Zhao Zhenan, and left alone with the Zombie King, until they were far enough away from the Untitled base, and confirmed that the Zombie King would not harm the people in the base at this distance. Shin Yunting suddenly stopped. He attacked without saying a word, and a thick lightning bolt struck the Zombie King directly. Boom! The lightning struck the open space, leaving a deep crack in the ground. Shin Yunting's eyes narrowed, and he saw a black afterimage passing by quickly. When he saw it clearly, the Zombie King was already approaching him, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A pale hand suddenly pierced his heart, and the black nails were stained with bright red blood. The handsome and gloomy Zombie King spoke in a gloomy and hoarse tone. Human. I hate deception and betrayal the most. The Zombie King pulled out his hand, gently shook off the blood on his hand, and his emotionless scarlet eyes stared at him coldly like a beast. Shin Yunting never thought of taking the Zombie King to find Yu. He was just pretending to obey, and wanted to take this zombie away from Untitled base. He had already made up his mind to kill this zombie no matter what, even if it meant risking his life. If this high-level zombie was allowed to continue to grow, humanity would never have a future. But he underestimated the power of the Zombie King. Shin Yunting thought that, without the help of the zombie tide, with his power as a high-level psychic, even if he couldn't kill the Zombie King, he could still drag him down with him. I didn't expect the difference in their strengths would be so huge. Thump! Shin Yunting knelt on the ground helplessly. He wanted to mobilize the superpowers in his body, but his vitality was rapidly draining away. He could even feel the overbearing zombie virus rapidly transforming his body. Even a high-level superpower user like Shin Yunting could not resist the overbearing and terrifying power. His eyeballs were filled with dense red bloodshot, like a dense spider web, and everything he saw was blood red. This zombie is so strong. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. And his heart was pierced. Shin Yunting closed his eyes helplessly. Before he died, the slender figure appeared in his mind. I hope this zombie will never find Yu. The Zombie King stood there, looking down at Shen Yunting's body coldly. High-level human beings with special abilities are just like this. The zombie virus he carried was hundreds of times stronger than that of ordinary zombies. No matter how strong humans are, they cannot resist the zombie virus. And it is impossible for them to survive in his hands. No! The zombie king narrowed his eyes dangerously, except for that damn Unimo. That man seemed to be unaffected by the zombie virus, and even had a strong self-repair ability. But so what? After he broke Yunmo's head, he didn't believe that this man could still survive. The zombie king's eyes showed a brutal murderous intent. He would never let that man go if he dared to take away his little one. Hee. After more than 10 minutes, the originally dead Shen Yunting slowly stood up, his limbs stiff and twisted. Hee. King. Shen Yunting lowered his head, showing a gesture of submission. The zombie king looked at him indifferently. Take me to her. The third-level zombies already have some intelligence, and have a natural awe of the zombie king in front of them, obeying his words, and dare not resist. Hee. Yes, king. Bang. A man fell heavily to the ground, and couldn't help vomiting blood, staining the white uniform on his chest red. The man struggled to get up, and a foot in military boots stepped on his chest. Speak. Yunimo looked down at him, his black eyes gleaming with coldness. What is Jing Rishua's purpose? Ahem. The man's blood was boiling, and he spat out blood while saying intermittently, even if you kill me, I will not betray the goddess. The influence of the Church of Light has a wide range of penetration. This is the fourth wave of people from the Church of Light they have encountered recently. All of these people, without exception, are here for Yu. Unlike the little minions they met before, the recently encountered superpowers are stronger, and are obviously the core members of the Church of Light. Yunimo. Don't kill him. Let Xiaohua eat him. The girl's gentle voice sounded like a spring breeze. Hiccup. Vomit. The carnivorous plant suddenly vomited, vomiting a bloody and fleshy mass of mosaic that could not be seen as a human being at all. Ah! The man was not dead yet. Groaning weakly, in great pain, rolling on the ground. Kill! Kill me! Please! Kill me! From the mosaic's close, the man recognized that this was his teammate. A deep fear appeared in the man's eyes. Compared to the murderous man in front of him, he was more afraid of this seemingly weak and boneless girl. After all, the pets she raised were more brutal than each other, and they also had the bad habit of eating people. If he was killed directly, it would be better to put an end to it. What he was afraid of was that he could not die, and it would be worse than death. Ugh! 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 The carnivorous plant was so full that it vomited. But after hearing the command of Yu, it still tried hard to open its mouth wide, trying to swallow the man on the ground in one gulp. Wait! Facing the approaching mouth of the carnivorous plant, thinking of the painful experiences of his teammates, the man finally succumbed to fear. I say! Yes, it's the professor, it's Professor Jing. He said he wanted to find the most perfect experimental subject. She is the one the professor is looking for, experimental subject 0. Hearing the 3 words Professor Jing, Yunmo's body instantly burst out with a fierce murderous intent. Jing Ryue. No! Not Jing Ryue. Along the way, in addition to the Church of Light, they also encountered 2 waves of people sent by the laboratory. Those people were obviously coming for him. Which Professor Jing? Chapter 120. What do you want to do? Kid? From the man Yu learned that the person who was looking for her behind the Church of Light was a man named Jing Lianshan. Experimental subject? Hearing these 3 words, Lin Ziyuan's face sank instantly. His precious daughter was used as an experimental subject. Lin Ziyuan simply couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman treatment Yu had experienced. And now, the other party actually sent so many people, trying to take Yu back. He would never allow this to happen. No one would take his daughter away from him again. Yunimo. What's wrong with you? Yu noticed that Yunmo's mood had become a little strange since the man talked about the experimental subject. Even though the man tried his best to suppress it, Yu could still feel the strong murderous intent, confusion and anger in him. Yunimo closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, his dark eyes were bottomless and filled with a biting coldness. The man's words brought back those dark memories in his heart. After learning that Yu was also an experimental subject of the Research Institute, Yunmo's heart was filled with a strong sense of hostility that he could not control. I'm fine. Even though he wanted to kill all the people in the Research Institute immediately, Yunimo just shook his head in response to the girl's concerned question. You're lying. Yu puffed up her cheeks and stared at him with her moist almond eyes. Do you remember the first time you saw me? Unmo had not told anyone about his rebirth, but seeing the girl's concerned eyes at this moment, he couldn't help but want to tell her about it. Yu nodded. I remember. In fact, I've already died once. Yunmo's eyes were dim, and he whispered, The me you see now, I was reborn 5 years after the end of the world. Yu's almond eyes widened slightly, and looked at him in surprise. Rebirth? Yes, rebirth. After hearing about the inhumane experiments conducted on Yunmo by the Research Institute in the previous life, Yu, who was originally curious, gradually had a layer of frust on her pretty face. I'll kill them. The girl's clear eyes were full of murderous intent. Yunmo, do you remember what those zombies that ate you looked like? Not only the researchers in the laboratory, all those who hurt Yunmo, whether they were human or zombies, Yu didn't want to let any of them go. I'll let Zhuang find them, and dig out their crystal cores for you. Seeing Yu's serious expression, the thick haze in Yunmo's eyes gradually dissipated. I don't remember. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay, I'll find them out. Yu said softly. And those people in the Research Institute. Jing Ryue. From this moment on, this name was deeply engraved in Yu's mind. Yunmo, don't be afraid, I will protect you this time, and won't let them take you away again. The girl promised seriously. Zhuang and Xiaobai will also protect you. Zhuang, hee. The food reserves of the cubs will be protected by it. The little white tiger also whimpered in a baby voice, as if to say, that's right. A touch of warmth flashed in Yunmo's eyes. And his heart was filled with warmth. And was filled with the girl. He couldn't help but hold Yu in his arms. And couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. Cough cough, a loud cough suddenly sounded. Yunmo felt a strong gaze that was hard to ignore falling on him. He looked up and saw Lin Ziyuan standing not far away, staring at him with a fierce look. Lin Ziyuan looked dangerous, staring at him with unfriendly eyes. And his eyes seemed to say, What do you want to do? Chapter 121. My daughter must not be wronged. Yunmo. These days, Lin Ziyuan has been watching him like a thief. Let alone being intimate with Yu. As long as Yunmo has a slightly intimate behavior, he will receive a deadly look from Lin Ziyuan. For example, now, if eyes can kill, Yunmo's body would probably be riddled with holes. Yu. Come here, come to daddy. Lin Ziyuan's gaze at Yunmo is almost spitting fire. Dad. Yu immediately left Yunmo and walked over. Seeing his obedient and soft daughter in front of him, Lin Ziyuan felt even more annoyed when he thought of his precious daughter being abducted. Yu. Did that boy bully you? No. Yu opened her watery almond eyes and looked at him innocently. What is bullying? Does it count as not letting her kiss? Lin Ziyuan snorted coldly. I don't think he dares. If he dares to bully you, tell Dad, and Dad will never forgive him. Okay, 8 o'clock in the evening. The team did not find a temporary place to stay, and could only spend the night in the wild. The night after the apocalypse is the most dangerous. Even in the wild without zombies, dangers are still lurking everywhere. Even high-level psychics dare not easily spend the night in the wild. But their team is different. With the big white tiger and blood vine, the pressure of high-level mutant animals radiates, and no blind mutant animals dare to attack. Yu leaned on the big white tiger, holding a fluffy little white tiger in his arms. One person and 2 tigers were sleeping soundly. Yunmo turned his head to look at the girl beside him. The jumping firelight fell into his black eyes, and his expression was incredibly gentle. Zhuang acted as the most real guard, guarding vigilantly on the side. This strange combination was like a family, both warm and harmonious. This scene fell into the eyes of Lin Ziyuan, who was not far away, and he felt very uncomfortable. In the past, Yu only had him, and he was the father she relied on the most. But now, his baby daughter obviously relies more on Yunmo. The old father couldn't help feeling a little lost. He was no longer the favored man of his precious daughter. Old Lin looked at it more openly. Old Ju patted his shoulder. I think the young man is a good person, a man worthy of trust. They say that a son-in-law is half a son. Wouldn't it be better to just think of it as having one more son? The hurricane team stayed in Luocheng. Only old Ju was willing to leave with Lin Ziyuan. When he heard the word son, Lin Ziyuan's eyebrows jumped. The last son, but took his daughter away, causing him to almost lose his ability to find Yu. You can't know a person's heart by his appearance. I only have one precious daughter, so I have to observe him carefully. But it's not right to say how much Lin Ziyuan hates Yunmo, after all. Yu likes him. Adding to the observations of the past few days, Yunemo is indeed a good candidate. He is powerful, and has the ability to protect Yu in this crisis-ridden end times. More importantly, he is obedient to his daughter. But, since ancient times, which father-in-law doesn't find his son-in-law more annoying the more he sees him? I have to observe him again. In fact, Lin Ziyuan has another concern in his heart. He walked over and sat down next to Yunemo. Yunemo, let's talk. Uncle, what do you want to talk about? Yunemo immediately became serious. How many people are there in your family? Lin Ziyuan took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth without lighting it. My father's family of 3. And my grandfather. Thinking of his half-brother, Yunmo's expression became a little cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This time when he went to the art base, in addition to revenge, he also had to go back to clean up the family. You have seen Yu's current situation. If her identity is exposed and your family disagrees, what will you do? His daughter is in a special situation. She is no longer a human being, but a zombie. Lin Ziyuan looked at him fiercely like a hawk. Remember, my daughter must not be wronged. If you dare to let my daughter be wronged in the future, no matter how much Yu likes you, I will not let you go. Don't worry, Uncle. I will never let Yu be wronged. Besides, I believe that Grandpa will like Yu. Even if Grandpa disagrees. He has already decided on Yu. It doesn't matter if it's not a human, he is willing to keep his little zombie. Lin Ziyuan looked at him deeply. Remember what you said today? The team walked and stopped along the way, and arrived at Q City 2 days later. However, when they saw the city in front of them, they were all shocked. Is this Q City? Chi Yin murmured. Before the end of the world, Q City became a popular tourist city because of its beautiful environment. The most famous thing about this city is that it has done a good job in greening. The city is full of green plants. However, after the end of the world, all these plants mutated and began to grow wildly. The original high-rise buildings and reinforced concrete cities were all covered by mutated plants. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast ocean of green. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone felt a little melancholy and complicated. They had never realized as deeply as they did at this moment that the era of human domination had passed. Everyone, be careful. Don't take it lightly. The city seemed peaceful and tranquil. But in fact, it was full of dangers. The team immediately perked up and moved forward cautiously. Yu released the mutant blood vine and let it explore the way ahead. Unlike humans who are cautious, the big white tiger and the little white tiger were very excited to come here, and ran away happily, as if they had returned to the forest. There are no zombies here, Yu said. It is impossible for a city to have no zombies. Either they were eaten by mutant plants, or the zombies wandered to other places. But this incident has shown that this city is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. And there is a crisis in the dark. Roar. A dull tiger roar suddenly sounded. The originally comfortable white tiger suddenly arched its back in alertness, and let out a low roar in a certain direction. Something is coming. Yunmo's eyes were stern, and his ears caught a slight sound, rustling. Yu's mental power covered this area, and found that some creature was approaching them quickly. It's there. Yu looked up to the right front. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunemo immediately took action. However, that thing was too cunning, and soon found something wrong and ran away. There was a rustling sound in the dense jungle, and they only had time to see a brown figure, which soon disappeared in the jungle. A strong mental force attacked Yu fiercely, and a sharp pain came from her mind. Yu's mind was blank for a moment. Yunemo noticed her abnormality at the first time, and immediately hugged the girl into his arms. The man's face was cold, and a powerful supernatural power burst out from his body. A strong wave of supernatural power came from the air, and the space seemed to be slightly distorted. The thing hiding in the bushes was attacked, and it made a sharp and piercing cry. The sound seemed to be a mental attack. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their minds, a blank in front of their eyes, and a buzzing in their ears. However, they finally saw the true face of the thing. The face was covered with fine hair. Long fangs were exposed, and it looked like a ferocious and terrifying monkey face. It was a mutant monkey, and there was more than one. Chapter 122 Mutated Monkeys. The mutant monkey opened its mouth and let out a sharp howl. The hair on its chest was a dark red, like long-dried blood, and there were still bright red flesh hanging from its white fangs. Dad, is this a monkey? A familiar picture suddenly flashed through Yu's mind. At that time, she was young and held Lin Ziyuan's hand, watching monkeys in the zoo. The little monkeys at that time were obviously very cute, and would hand her the apple in his hand. But now, seeing these sharp-mouthed, fawn-toothed, hideous creatures in front of her, they were completely different species from the docile and cute little monkeys in her memory. They are monkeys, but they have mutated. Lin Ziyuan subconsciously protected his daughter behind him, frowning and staring at the monkeys. They must have accidentally entered the territory of the mutant monkeys. And these monkeys showed extremely strong aggressiveness. Chiji. The sharp cries of the mutant monkeys came one after another. They swung around in the woods by grabbing the vines, throwing stones in their hands. The invisible air barrier gradually expanded, enveloping everyone inside. The stone hit the air wall, and then fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Seeing that the stone did not hit them, the mutant monkeys became even more manic and angry, and rushed over with screams, and scratched everyone's faces with their sharp claws. If they were caught, their eyeballs would probably be gouged out. Are these monkeys crazy? Qi Yan dodged in a panic, while releasing fireballs. Although the combat effectiveness of these monkeys was not high, they were cunning and agile. Relying on the lush forest for cover, they quickly shuttled through the trees, and jumped out from time to launch sneak attacks. The crowd's attacks failed several times, and they were made to look miserable by the monkeys. The monkeys hid in the woods, and when they saw the crowd's miserable state, they laughed arrogantly and mockingly. It was really infuriating. The mutant monkey hid in the bushes, laughing arrogantly and wantonly. Suddenly, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, and the vines wrapped around the mutant monkey's limbs, tightly wrapped around it. Squeak! The originally arrogant mutant monkey screamed in panic, but could not break free from the vines. In such a densely wooded place, young wood-related abilities can be used to the greatest extent. The mutant monkeys had little experience, and quickly left their companions behind. It seemed that they were going back to find reinforcements. These dead monkeys, let them run away. Qi Yan cursed. No matter before or after the apocalypse, I hate monkeys the most. Even if the mutant monkey was tied up by vines, the bulging eyes were still full of manic colors. Awooh! The little white tiger was at the most naughty and playful age, twisting its fluffy little butt, and happily went forward. Even though the mutant monkey was tied up, it was still as ferocious as ever, and it opened its mouth to bite it. It almost bit the little white tiger's tail. The little white tiger was so scared that it howled, and ran behind the tiger mother. Its round blue eyes stared at the mutant monkeys with vigilance and nervousness. Yu released its mental tentacles to explore, and found that the mental cores of these mutant monkeys were also polluted. Moreover, the degree of their pollution was more serious than that of the blood vine and the big white tiger. Half of their crystal cores were covered with black. Yu told Yunmo about this discovery. These monkeys have eaten humans. Yunmo's eyes fell on the bushes not far away. His black eyes were cold and piercing. These mutant monkeys obviously regarded humans as their food. Looking at the bones on the ground, you can tell that the humans who accidentally strayed into their territory should have been brutally killed. From the number of bones, it seems that there are quite a few people killed. The mutant animals that have eaten humans must not be kept, because humans have become part of their diet. As long as they meet humans next time, they will hunt. But compared to these monkeys, Yunmo is more concerned about another issue. Where is the Monkey King? The monkey group has a strict hierarchy, and the monkey group usually has a Monkey King. From just now to now, the Monkey King has not appeared. Chapter 123. That was his Yu. Yunmo, Yu, can you find the Monkey King? Yu released his mental power, and quickly shook his head. Either the Monkey King was not here at all, or it was too well hidden. The girl was unwilling to give up. The transparent mental power was released in strands. Yu's eyes were focused, searching intently. Not even a blade of grass was spared. Finally, on the branches of a dense banyan tree, a faint red dot was found. The huge tree canopy blocked out the sun, and a slender brown-yellow tail appeared among the green leaves. Yunmo, I found the monkey, Yu said happily. However, when she turned around, she found that her teammates, who were fighting the mutant monkey, were all standing there blankly, frozen like sculptures, with their eyes slightly wooden and empty. The fluctuations of psychic power spread like ripples. They were tricked. Obviously, the stinky monkey that hit its head and showed its tail was a psychic power. Psychic powers kill people without being seen, and it is simply impossible to guard against them. The expressions of the teammates are unpredictable, sometimes showing happiness and sweetness, and sometimes falling into painful struggles. Yu tried to call back their minds, but unfortunately it was of little use. Dad. Unimo? There was no other way. Yu had to call back Shuetung first. He planned to catch the sneaky monkey. As long as he killed the monkey, the current predicament could be resolved. Go find that monkey. In this place full of mutant plants, it was like a fish in water for Shuetung. It can sense every blade of grass and every tree, even if the mutant monkey king is familiar with the terrain. 10 minutes later, the blood vine tied up a scarred brown-yellow monkey and dragged it to Yu. The mutant monkey king looked no different from those monkeys, and was even smaller than other monkeys. But the bulging yellow eyes were full of human wisdom and cunning. Yu only stared at its eyes for 2 seconds, and was attracted unconsciously, and fell into its trap. Professor Jing, please come and see. The recovery speed of the 081 experimental subject is getting faster and faster. It's really incredible. It's a miracle. The assistant's voice was full of uncontrollable excitement. Unimo opened his eyes. The incandescent light above his head was cold and dazzling. He moved slightly and found that his hands and feet were tied to the cold operating table. Beside him, the assistant in white protective clothing stared at him excitedly, constantly recording research data and repeating the word miracle. Release those experimental subjects. A cold female voice sounded. Unimo turned his head slightly and looked. A face that he hated came into his sight. The woman was wearing a spotless white coat, and the name tag on her chest reflected the cold luster of metal. Jing Ryua. The man's cold black eyes were filled with hostility, and there was a faint scarlet glow in his eyes. Yes, Professor. The assistant pressed a red button on the console, and the hatch holding the experimental subject slowly rose. Several zombies walked out mechanically with stiff steps. The appearance of these zombies was very close to that of humans. Except for their scarlet eyes and overly pale skin, they were almost the same as humans. Jing Ryua and his assistant had already retreated outside, and through a transparent glass wall, observing the situation inside, while recording the changes in the experimental subject's data. The zombies were gnawing at his flesh and blood. The strong hatred in his heart had already overwhelmed the pain in his body. His consciousness also fell into an endless abyss. Unimo. The girl's soft voice seemed to come from a faraway place. Unimo, who was deeply trapped in the swamp of hatred, suddenly regained a bit of clarity. That was Yu. It was his Yu. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and his black eyes still carried a strong sense of hostility. Chapter 124 Memories. When Yu blinked, the scenery in front of her suddenly changed drastically. The girl's eyes flickered slightly. The scene in front of her seemed familiar, a sense of déjà vu. Before she could figure it out, she saw a group of children surrounding a little girl in the middle. The familiar appearance made Yu recognize her quickly. That little girl seemed to be her childhood. Is this her memory? Yu knew that she had been tricked. The mutant monkey king's ability was spiritual. The scene in front of her was all fictitious. But even though she knew, Yu did not break the situation immediately. She wanted to see what happened when she was a child. Yu stood by like an outsider, watching the group of children bully her when she was young. When she was a child, Yu was very thin and looked sickly. She didn't even have a playmate. Those children didn't like her and always bullied her by relying on their strong bodies. They took away her favorite doll, soiled her beautiful skirt, and laughed at her for being a wild child who had no mother to want. I'm not a wild child. I have a mother. You are not allowed to scold my mother. Little Yu stared at them stubbornly, like a little rabbit that refused to admit defeat. The group of boys laughed. What's wrong with scolding me? Your mother is a vixen. She ran away with someone else. You are a wild child. Even when facing a group of boys taller than her, Yu was not afraid at all, clenched her little pink fists, and wrestled with them angrily. The girl saw this scene nearby, and wanted to help, but those children had no entity at all, just a phantom, and her hands passed through them. Yu frowned tightly, and some vague fragments emerged in her mind. Did she win in the end? Lin Ziyuan's voice came from a distance. The girl turned her head and looked. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Dad. Lin Ziyuan couldn't see her at all, and ran past her without looking at her. He looked much younger. The man with a cold and serious face ran over angrily when he saw his precious daughter being bullied by a group of naughty children. You little bastards. Dare to bully my daughter. I will never let you go today. When the little boys saw him coming, they were scared and scattered like birds and beasts. Only the little fat boy who led the group was caught by Yu by the corner of his clothes, and he didn't have time to run away. Lin Ziyuan would not let him off just because he was a child. The tall man held the little fat boy under his arm, raised his palm, and hit his butt hard. The little fat boy cried loudly in pain, shouting for his mother. Next time I find you bullying my daughter, I will beat your butt to pieces. Seeing his precious daughter's dirty face, even her pigtails were messed up, Lin Ziyuan's eyes were full of heartache. Yu, next time they bully you, you must tell Dad. Okay? Yu learned that this kind of thing happened more than once or twice. Because she didn't have a mother, she was bullied by other children when she was a child. Yu gradually became less talkative, and didn't like going to kindergarten, as if she had shut herself off. Lin Ziyuan saw it, and was anxious. The scene changed. Lin Ziyuan led a little boy to her, and introduced him with a smile. Yu. He is Su Yan, and he will be your brother from now on. Come on. Call him brother. The young boy looked pale and gloomy, and looked at her expressionlessly, his dark eyes without a trace of emotion. Although her brother seemed to be quiet, he didn't like to laugh, and looked cold. But Yu still likes this brother very much. The little girl looked at him with joy in her bright eyes, and called sweetly, brother. Since Lin Ziyuan brought Su Yan home, Yu has a brother. Although this brother doesn't seem to like her very much, after having a brother, no one dares to bully Yu anymore. Those naughty kids who bullied Yu before, after being beaten by Su Yan, they would avoid her when they saw her. Su Yan is like Yu's guardian, although he is always cold and not talkative. But Yu still followed him happily, calling him brother sweetly. At first, Su Yan would coldly warn her, don't follow me anymore. Later, he got used to having a little tail behind him, and even looked at Yu with a strange look, full of paranoid possessiveness. At first, he could still maintain the image of a gentle and good brother in front of Yu. Even Lin Ziyuan didn't notice anything wrong. Until that day, Lin Ziyuan brought back a puppy from outside. Fearing that Yu would be too lonely without playmates in her childhood, Lin Ziyuan bought a little white dog. The little white dog was Yu's first friend and also her best friend. Its arrival diverted Yu's attention and tore through Su Yan's disguise. He couldn't stand that in Yu's eyes. There was someone else besides him. Lin Ziyuan was fine, because he was Yu's biological father. But a beast. Why should he divert Yu's affection? It was an afternoon. Yu, who was taking a nap, heard the pitiful whimpering and screaming of the little white dog. Yu, who was awakened, rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to the backyard, seeing the little white dog lying in a pool of blood. Su Yan's knife dripped blood. The bright red blood splashed on his pale and handsome face. Yu was frightened by the scene in front of her and stared at him blankly. Yu, don't be afraid. After Su Yan found her, he walked over calmly, his smile as gentle as ever. Brother will never hurt you. But you have to be good. Don't always make brother angry. Brother. Yu's face was pale, and she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Xiaobai. Dead. Su Yan's eyes were gentle, and he smiled and wiped away his sister's tears. But his tone was chilling. It's just a beast, but it dares to take away your feelings. Brother. Of course. I can't keep it. Otherwise, what if it takes my Yu away? Yu, remember, you can only have your brother by your side forever, otherwise, I will kill them all. The picture finally freezes on Su Yan's gentle and paranoid smile. The picture in front of him collapsed. When Yu opened her eyes again, she found that the illusion had been broken. Yunimo looked at her with worry. Yu, are you okay? Yu blinked, slowly for 2 seconds, and then slowly shook her head. Yunimo had killed the mutant monkey king. He dug out a crystal-clear crystal core. It was a 5th-level spiritual crystal core. Damn it! Once the mutant monkey king died, the illusion was naturally lifted, and after the teammates regained their consciousness, they all felt a lingering fear. What happened just now? Qi Yan's face was ugly, and he hadn't recovered yet. That mutant monkey has spiritual abilities, which can create illusions, and make people fall into the most fearful and painful memories. If it can't be lifted, they may die in the illusion in the end, and die unclearly. It seems that we fell into the trap from the beginning, and those mutant monkeys should have deliberately led us here. Luo Tang rubbed his eyebrows, and looked a little tired. They were not afraid of mutant beasts with powerful abilities, but they were afraid of this kind of spiritual ability that was hard to guard against. Chapter 125 Absorbing the 6th Order Crystal Core. Yunimo handed the 6th Order Spiritual Crystal Core to Yu. If it were normal, the girl would be very happy. But at this time, Yu was a little absent-minded. Yu. Lin Ziyuan had just escaped from the illusion, and hurriedly turned his head to look for his daughter. When he saw Yu standing in front of him, Lin Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body gradually relaxed. Illusions can make people see the most painful and frightening memories in their hearts. The scene Lin Ziyuan saw was the scene of his wife's death. And when his daughter disappeared, it was not until he saw Yu standing in front of him that the big stone in Lin Ziyuan's heart gradually fell. Fortunately, he had found his daughter. Dad, I saw my brother. He killed Xiaobai. Although she had lost her memory as a human. Since Yu could see the scene, it meant that this was what she feared most. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Ziyuan's expression became a little complicated. Of course he remembered this. Lin Ziyuan had never thought that the child who seemed to be getting more cheerful and sensible would do such a thing behind his back. Just because the puppy stole Yu's attention, Su Yin brutally killed it. And Yu saw such a bloody scene. Lin Ziyuan's eyes deepened. If he had realized that Su Yin was not right at that time and sent him away, he would not be separated from his daughter later. Unfortunately, Su Yin was too good at disguising himself. Lin Ziyuan believed his words with just a few words. Later, Su Yin became more and more crazy. Killing a dog was no longer enough for him. Anyone who appeared around Yu would be on his death list. Either dead or disabled. He even wanted to kill him as a father. Lin Ziyuan sighed. Forget it. Now that Su Yin is dead, there is no point in saying these things. The mutant monkey king is dead. And the remaining mutant monkeys are naturally insignificant. These mutant monkeys had eaten humans. And they could no longer be kept. The team quickly dealt with them. Unfortunately, those mutant monkeys had no special abilities. The biggest gain was the 6th level crystal core of the mutant monkey king. Unimo. I want to absorb it now. Generally, people with special abilities cannot absorb crystal cores that are too much higher than their own level. And they are prone to explode and die. But Yu's situation is special. And it is different from others. Her body is like a bottomless pit. No matter how many crystal cores she absorbs, it is just a drop in the bucket. Yu's current ability level is level 4. And this crystal core is level 6, which is 2 levels higher. Unimo frowned slightly, somewhat disagreeing in his heart, worried that rash absorption would be harmful to Yu's body. But the girl looked at him with sparkling eyes, her face full of expectation, like a kitten begging for food. Unimo, I have not been able to upgrade. It may be that the levels of the previous crystal cores were too low, and I was not full. Maybe this crystal core can help me upgrade. After all, the energy contained in a level 6 crystal core is enough to equal 100 level 2 crystal cores. Unimo couldn't help but give up. Well, if you find something wrong, stop immediately. Understand? He warned worriedly, thinking that Yu had absorbed a crystal core of a higher level than her last time, and it was fine. It should be fine this time too. Yeah, I know. Yu held the crystal core in her hand, silently absorbing the energy contained in it. She originally just wanted to absorb a little bit first, but she didn't expect that the energy contained in the crystal core would rush into her body, as if there was a huge attraction, absorbing all the energy of the crystal core. When Unimo found something wrong, it was a little too late. Chapter 126. What are they doing? The crystal core turned into powder in her hand. Yu felt a huge force filling her body. This force was too vigorous. It was rampaging in her body. She couldn't absorb it completely for a while. Yu frowned. Her body was like a container. It couldn't contain this surging force at all. If she couldn't absorb it completely, she would probably explode and die. Yunmo's face changed suddenly. You do as I say. He tried to guide Yu to release all the superpowers in his body. Unfortunately, the huge power was really hard to control. Yu could no longer control his superpowers. Yu unconsciously released his superpowers, and a strong and overbearing mental superpower attacked everyone. Everyone felt like there was a knife stirring wildly in their brains, and they couldn't help but squat down with their heads covered in pain. Yu, hurry up, stop quickly. The teammates covered their heads with painful expressions. Blood gradually flowed out of their noses, and their ears also caused temporary deafness. Captain, stop her quickly. If this continues, they will all die under Yu's mental attack. Unimo quickly released a space barrier, covering everyone inside. I almost thought I would die here today. Qi Yin wiped the blood from his nose and said in shock. What's going on? What happened to Yu? If anything happens to my daughter, I will never let you go. Lin Ziyuan grabbed Yunmo's collar, his eyes red. Captain Lin, calm down. It's not our captain's fault. The teammates quickly dissuaded him. They couldn't help Yu in her current situation. They could only look at her with a worried look. hoping that she could absorb the energy quickly. Otherwise, she would explode and die. Yun Mo's eyes were full of regret. He shouldn't have given the crystal core to Yu. You stay here. I'll go over and take a look. Yun Mo's face was solemn. And he walked towards Yu. Not good. Just when everyone was looking at the chaotic situation over there, and could only worry. Luo Tang's face changed slightly. Listen. Something is coming. Roared the big white tiger, also sensed the danger, and suddenly fell to the ground, arched its back, and issued a low warning sound from its throat. Ah! The little white tiger was anxious to rush out, pulling the Yanhua away with him. But unfortunately it crashed into the transparent space barrier every time. The little white tiger rolled several times, and then stopped dizzy. Captain! Look! Shirley said in a lost voice. Yunimo looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a zombie at the end. 2 zombies. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Countless zombies appeared one after another. He Zhuang, who was banging his head against the barrier, suddenly stopped. Seeing the zombie army coming, he excitedly let out a series of rapid roars, as if he was giving some orders. Captain! This... The teammates looked at each other, and all looked at Yunimo, waiting for his order. Should they run? Or kill the zombies? Don't act rashly. Yunimo knew in his heart that these zombies gathered because of Yu. Judging from Zhuang's reaction, they should not pose a threat. Sure enough, these zombies had no interest in him at all. Even though the food was right in front of them, they all turned a blind eye and ran right past them. Zombies appeared one after another, and the scale was getting bigger and bigger. Originally, the city was occupied by mutant plants, and there was no zombie at all. But now when they looked up, there were all dense groups of zombies, and the size of the zombie group was gradually expanding. What are they doing? Chapter 127. Look, zombies are fighting. All the zombies stopped within 1 meter of Yu, and stood still. Hundreds of pairs of scarlet eyes stared at the girl, like a well-trained army on standby. But this peaceful scene didn't last long. A minute later, they suddenly started fighting, in order to get the front position, so that the cubs could see them first. All the zombies fought until their heads were broken and bloody. The zombies in front of them charged forward stubbornly, while the zombies behind them roared in exasperation. In the process of fighting, it was normal for them to accidentally knock off the other party's head, or break their arms or legs. A zombie had an arm torn off, but it still pushed forward excitedly. The scene was so chaotic that it was unbearable to watch. Just like a group of fanatical brain-dead fans. Oh my god! Shi Yin couldn't help but doubt his eyes. What are these zombies doing? Why are they fighting? It was the first time in his life that he saw a group of zombies fighting. Shi Yin stretched his neck and wished he could move a bench and sit in front to watch. They seem to be protecting Yu? Luo Tang said thoughtfully. She originally thought Yu just had special abilities, but now it seems that the girl's identity is also somewhat special. Otherwise, these zombies would not be attracted here, and they would voluntarily protect Yu, and be alert to the dangers around them. Suddenly, Luo Tang felt a murderous intent falling on her. She subconsciously looked up and met Yin Mo's deep black eyes, which showed the murderous intent clearly without any concealment. It seemed that if she showed any abnormality, he would immediately kill her without hesitation. Yu's identity would be revealed sooner or later. Yunimo had known this for a long time. The others were all teammates he trusted, so there was no need to worry. Only Luo Tang. Although she usually took good care of Yu. Who knew? Would she attack her after she knew Yu was a zombie? After all, humans and zombies were teammates that could not coexist. You don't have to look at me like that. Luo Tang sneered. Since I treat Yu as my sister, I will not do anything to harm her. That's better. Yunimo looked away indifferently, and continued to walk towards Yu with his long legs. Yu's ability was completely out of control, and even those brainless zombies sensed the danger, and did not dare to get too close to her. But Yunimo was not affected. It's just, those zombies, who were motionless like sculptures, suddenly started to stir when Yunimo approached Yu. Roar! The zombies roared at Yunimo, as if warning him not to come any closer. Get out of here! Yunimo narrowed his eyes, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Hee. Zhuang's hoarse voice came from behind. These zombies were just low-level zombies. Except for Yu. Zhuang could command them. After receiving the order from Zhuang, the zombies seemed to be a little hesitant and slightly agitated. Hee. Zhuang's roar was a little more angry. It seemed to be scolding these low-level zombies for daring to disobey its orders. The pressure from the high-level zombies came, and the low-level zombies had to bow their heads to show their submission. The zombies took a step back one after another, leaving a path for only one person to pass. Seeing that these zombies were so sensible, Yunimo restrained the murderous intent in his eyes, and walked over. Yu's current situation was unclear, and Lin Ziyuan naturally could not sit and wait for death. He walked out of the barrier and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Roar. After Yunimo passed, the zombies quickly approached, and instantly returned to their original state, forming a wall, blocking Lin Ziyuan's way. Lin Ziyuan said with a gloomy face, "Get out of my way." Hee hee. This is Zizi's father. Zhuang didn't dare to be mean to him. But it was too dangerous inside, and now Zizi couldn't control his ability, and it was easy to hurt others by mistake. It didn't matter if Yunimo was hurt by mistake, but Lin Ziyuan couldn't be hurt by mistake. If his father was hurt, Zizi would be unhappy. It was a pity that Lin Ziyuan didn't know Zhuang's good intentions. The man and the corpse didn't speak the same language, and communication was very difficult. He just thought, why didn't these zombies let him see his daughter? Why could Yunimo go in? Why? That was his precious daughter. Lin Ziyuan was so anxious that he wanted to kick these zombies away one by one. Chapter 128. It seems that my Yu is there. The girl's thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those clear eyes, like glass, seemed to be flowing with a red light. As soon as Yu opened her eyes, she met a pair of black eyes full of worry. Yu, how do you feel? Seeing that the girl absorbed all the huge power, Yunmo's heart finally fell. Yunimo, I've upgraded. The girl threw herself into his arms, and said with surprise, Yu's body is as strange as a bottomless pit. She has absorbed so many crystal cores, but her ability level has been stagnant. But this time, the Monkey King's crystal core made her ability level rise rapidly, and she jumped 2 levels directly. Originally, Yu's mental ability had a limited range of detection, but now her mental power can cover a wider range. For example, at this moment, in a bush 2 meters away, a mutant mantis was hiding and preparing to attack. A small yellow flower next to the mutant mantis suddenly opened its petals and swallowed it directly. This scene happened so fast that it seemed as if nothing had happened. But it could not escape Yu's mental power. Such an ability, in the end times where crises are lurking everywhere, can be said to be a very powerful cheat. In addition, what made Yu even happier was that she no longer felt hungry. Since she regained consciousness, her body had been in a very hungry state for a long time. She was so hungry that she wanted to eat people. But now, the fierce hunger had disappeared. Her body was full of vigorous power, as if she had had a good meal. Yunimo, now I can protect you, I tell you. Yu raised her head, and wanted to share this with him happily. However, before she finished her words, she was embraced by Yunimo. The man hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body, and his tone was filled with fear. Yu, I will kill more zombies in the future, and find more crystal cores for you, but you can't scare me like this anymore. The zombies watching nearby, Are you polite, human? Okay. Yu reached out her hand and patted his back gently. Yunimo, don't be afraid. I won't die. Because she was already dead. Yunimo was so stupid. What's the situation with the captain now? Yin stretched his neck. But unfortunately, the huge group of zombies blocked his view. Sister will be fine, Muze said to himself. But his young face was full of unconcealed worry. How about we squeeze in and take a look? Yin suggested. Anyway, these zombies didn't make any moves. It seems that they won't attack them. Instead of worrying here, it's better to squeeze in and see. Yin couldn't help but feel a little eager. If you want to squeeze in, go ahead and squeeze in. Yunimo covered his nose and resisted. There were so many zombies gathered together, if not hundreds. There must be thousands. The strong stench of decay on their bodies was overwhelming. That smell. It was so sour and refreshing. You still want to squeeze in? I think you are going to die. If you are accidentally bitten by those zombies, you will die. As he was talking, the zombies, who had been motionless like statues, suddenly moved. The zombies turned around one after another, and their red and cold eyes, like those of wild beasts, fell on them all at once. Ah! Being stared at by so many zombies at the same time, a strong sense of crisis came over him, and the little white tiger was frightened to the point of standing on end. You? What do you want to do? Shi Yin subconsciously took 2 steps back, staring at them vigilantly. In a town not far away, the survivors found that the zombies that were chasing them frantically suddenly stopped and went in another direction. What happened to these zombies? They just stopped chasing? A survivor stopped panting. Who knows? This phenomenon occurred in more than one place. Not far from Q City, all the zombies dragged their stiff bodies and rushed to Q City at the same time. On the way, the zombie team became larger and larger. They seemed to be guided by something and rushed over regardless of everything. The humans hiding in the dark and observing looked at each other, and all of them saw solemn expressions on their faces. It is not a good thing for these zombies to gather in the same place. It may be a disaster for humans. Could it be the Zombie King? Someone speculated. But isn't the Zombie King in S City? How could he appear here? But besides the Zombie King, which other zombie can summon so many zombies at the same time? This topic made everyone feel heavy. Okay, this is not something we can worry about. Let's report this situation to the higher-ups first. These people didn't know that the Zombie King they were talking about was now heading towards Q City. Crack. A crisp sound. The Zombie King broke the fragile neck of a human mutant and threw the body to his hungry zombie brothers. Humans who don't know their own limits. Wipe the blood off his fingers, the Zombie King suddenly raised his head, and his pair of gloomy red eyes looked fixedly in a certain direction. That was Q City. Hee hee. The zombie Shinyunting, who had been standing silently behind the Zombie King, suddenly moved. It sensed the call, and its instinct drove it to rush in that direction. The Zombie King narrowed his red eyes slightly. It seems that my Yu is there. Chapter 129. Pray for Yu. The zombies drove Shi Yin and his team to Yu like ducks. During this time, these zombies kept staring at them, as if they were afraid that they would escape. The team wanted to run, but the zombies inside and outside blocked their way. It was impossible to escape. There was no other way. Under the threat of these zombies, the teammates walked to Yu. Hee hee. The howling of the zombies came one after another. Zombies and humans are natural enemies, and they treat humans as prey. And at this moment, these humans are the prey that the zombies offered to Yu. Not only Chi Yin was shocked, but even the other teammates were very surprised. They knew that Yu's psychic ability could control zombies, but they didn't expect that it could be done to this extent. Wouldn't it be possible to form a zombie army and be invincible in the end times? The men's breathing stagnated, and they looked at Yu with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Qi Nemo and his friends were fine, but Shi Yin was particularly excited. He couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to hold Yu's hand. Yu, however, before he could touch Yu, he was blocked by a zombie. The zombie was full of tendons and looked very powerful, as if he could kill 10 people with one punch. Hee hee. The muscular zombie roared threateningly, as if warning him not to move forward. The little human was just their food, and dared to approach Yu. Nemo stared at him coldly. Ahem. Shi Yin touched his nose in dismay, not daring to get closer, but he looked at Yu with eager eyes. Sister Yu, from today on you are my sister, my only sister. Yu. With Zhuang protecting him, Lin Ziyuan did not have such worries. The old father was worried about his daughter, pushed aside the zombies blocking him, and took 2 steps at a time, and came to Yu anxiously. During this period, some zombies, who did not blink, wanted to stop Lin Ziyuan, but were slapped by Zhuang, and immediately became obedient. Hee hee. Zhuang's attitude towards Lin Ziyuan is much better than that towards Yunimo. After all, it is a highly educated zombie, and knows that Lin Ziyuan is Yu's relative, and how important it is to Yu. Let daddy see it. Lin Ziyuan looked his daughter up and down nervously. Seeing that Yu was fine, he gradually felt relieved. Dad? I'm fine. I'm glad you're fine. You almost scared daddy to death just now. Not far away, a team of superpowers hid in the dense grass, staring at the dense group of zombies in front of them with a serious face. Captain, how come so many zombies suddenly appeared here? The tone of the team members was full of fear. Q City was occupied by mutant plants early in the morning. The most dangerous thing is plants and animals. Zombies are rarely seen. The mutant plants seem to have their own territories. No zombies dare to come here. These zombies popped up all of a sudden like mushrooms after rain. Who wouldn't be scared? Could it be that they are here to attack our base? No. These zombies are attracted by something. There are too many zombies. They dare not get too close. If they are discovered, they will be wiped out. The team leader pointed to a speed-type mutant. You go back to the base first to report the situation here. We will stay here and see what these zombies want to do. Yes, Captain. The speed-type mutant left like a gust of wind. However, the team's attention was focused on the zombie group not far away, and they didn't notice the danger approaching quietly. There was a rustling sound, and when the team leader found something wrong, it was too late. The blood vines wrapped around their ankles, dragged these humans away, and tied them up and sent them to UU. Chapter 130 Beast-Tide 1. MMMM. The small team of survivors, who were secretly peeping, were tied up like dumplings and thrown directly in front of UU. When they looked up, they saw the girl's beautiful face like a bright moon, and the whole team was stunned. But no matter how beautiful the girl was, they were not in the mood to appreciate her at this moment. It was because they were surrounded by zombies, which had gathered into a small zombie tide. These zombies stared at them with their inhuman eyes, and the oppressive feeling of death came over them, making people feel their scalps numb and their hands and feet cold. The psychics, who were still struggling, now stood still, their bodies stiff, and their eyes full of fear. The carnivorous plant twisted its stem, as if asking for praise. UU patted it perfunctorily, accidentally knocking off several petals. The carnivorous plant, which was twisting happily, suddenly froze. UU blinked, and looked away with a guilty look, looking at the people on the ground. Who are you? The blood vine had already loosened its restraints on the people. After regaining their freedom, the people did not dare to act rashly, their bodies tense like bows, entering a very alert state of preparation for war. The eyes looking at UU were also full of vigilance. Even though the girl looked weak and harmless, no one dared to look down on her. After all, being able to drive mutant plants and zombies, how could it be as simple as it seemed? My name is Yang Peng, I am the captain of this team. Don't get me wrong, we have no ill intentions. It's just that there are so many zombies gathered in Q City, we came to check it out. Seeing Zhuang standing docilely behind UU, it was obviously obeying the girl's orders. Behind him were two white tigers, one big and one small. They are mutant animals at first glance. This combination is very eye-catching even in the end times. Yang Peng's eyes flickered slightly. He was secretly shocked, and quickly raised a friendly smile. The other party is very powerful. They can only be friends and not enemies. Yang Peng sent out a signal that he wanted to win them over. Unimo raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you the survivors here? Yes. From Yang Peng, they learned that they were the survivors of the base nearby. After the end times, the entire Q City was quickly occupied by mutant plants overnight, and the land almost became the territory of plants and mutant animals. Even the zombies were driven out of the city. There are threats of mutant plants and animals in the city, and zombies outside the city. The living space of the survivors in Q City is being squeezed little by little, and the situation becomes very difficult. Fortunately, the military built a military base here before the end of the world. With the help of the army, most of the survivors in Q City were transferred to the military base. Yang Peng led them inside, explaining, this military base was built very secretly, and it would be impossible to find it without someone to lead it. Our base will regularly send fire-type mutants to clear the mutant plants around to avoid threats. Mutated plants are not a big deal. After all, although they are mutated, they don't have long legs and can't run. Just don't enter their territory. What's more troublesome are mutant animals, especially beast-tides. Beast-tide? This is the first time that UU and the others have heard of this term. They have encountered quite a few mutant animals along the way, but most of them are alone, and there are very few in groups. The most common thing I have seen is the zombie tide. Yes, the threat of the beast tide is no less than that of the zombie tide, Yang Peng said solemnly. After the end of the world, humans have completely fallen to the bottom of the food chain. Let alone zombies, even animals, plants, and even mutant insects have begun to hunt humans. What is the beast tide like? As soon as UU had this thought, the ground under her feet suddenly began to tremble violently. The girl suddenly became unstable. Yunimo quickly hugged her in his arms. The beast tide is coming. Yang Peng's face changed drastically, but soon he regained his composure. Hurry. Get into the base. Chapter 131 Beast Tide 2. There was a violent shaking from the ground, like an earthquake, making everyone a little unsteady. Especially Zhuang and Little White Tiger, who had the worst sense of balance. The Little White Tiger fell to the ground with a thud, dizzy, with its two claws firmly grasping the ground. The Big White Tiger lowered its head and bit its neck, and quickly picked up the cub, and followed behind UU with all its limbs. Under the leadership of Yang Ping's team, they quickly entered the base. The Q City base had experienced numerous beast tides, big and small, and obviously had the experience to deal with them. After the initial panic, the head of the base quickly commanded the team in an orderly manner. All the psychics in the base rushed over as quickly as possible, and everyone stayed at their own posts. Dozens of laser guns were set up on the city wall, and the soldiers were ready for battle. The psychics next to them were also ready to fight. The whole base was filled with a serious and solemn atmosphere. Captain Liu. These are the superpowers who have just joined the base. Yang Peng led them to the man who was deploying the battle plan at the front line. Liu Jiwen was wearing a neat military uniform, with a resolute face and sharp eyes, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. Welcome to join us. Liu Jiwen saw at a glance that Yun Mo was the leader of this team. Yun Mo shook hands with him briefly. It was obviously not a good time to talk. You have seen that the base is now facing a large-scale beast tide. I hope you can join us in resisting the beast tide. Yun Mo nodded slightly. This is natural. It concerns the survival of mankind. We will do our best to deal with it with all our strength. After asking about the superpower levels of several people, Liu Jiwen's face was full of surprise, and his eyes were faintly excited. No matter which base, the most lacking are psychics, especially high-level psychics. Captain Liu, what strategic reserves does the base have now? We don't have much ammunition now. Excluding the injured, there are only less than 5,000 psychics who can still fight, and the ordinary people in the base, including the old, weak, sick and disabled, add up to 20,000 people. Liu Jiwen said in a deep voice. The young man in front of him not only has a high level of psychic ability, but also has a strong aura. He has the innate aura of a superior, which makes people subconsciously obey his arrangements. Time was running out. Liu Jiwen gathered some high-level psychics in the base, and quickly made strategic deployments. Yu followed Yun Mo up the city wall and looked into the distance. The entire Q city became a green ocean. In the boundless green forest, a black spot appeared in the distance. From a distance, it looked like a group of black ants were rushing over, raising a cloud of dust wherever they passed. Humans may not be able to see that far, but you can see that they are not ants at all, but a group of wild beasts. In addition to the common cats and dogs before the apocalypse, there are also beasts such as lions and tigers. The killing power of these beasts before the apocalypse was amazing. Not to mention that after the mutation, even the usually docile and cute rabbits have mutated into muscular giant rabbits that are more than 1 meter tall. And these mutated animals, without exception, have a pair of scarlet eyes. They are different from zombies. These animals have not become zombies, but have lost their minds and become very violent. Yu lowered her eyes slightly, looking thoughtful. What's wrong? Yun Mo was always paying attention to the girl's situation. Seeing this, he thought she was tired. If you are tired, go down and rest first. Don't worry, I'm here. No. Yu shook her head, and his figure was reflected in her clear eyes like glass. I was wondering if I could control these mutant animals. Since absorbing the 6th level Monkey King Crystal Core, Yu's stagnant ability has been upgraded. She hasn't had a chance to try her ability yet, and this Beast Tide can be used to practice. Chapter 132 Beast Tide 3. In less than half an hour, the Beast Tide was approaching everyone. The Beast Tide, which consisted of hundreds of wild beasts, was quite large, and it was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. After these animals mutated, they not only doubled in size, but also had much stronger attack power. Even the most harmless rabbit before the end of the world, at this moment, kicked its legs and flew into the air, and almost jumped over the high wall of the base. Bang! The beast slapped it with its claws, and the earth wall built by the Earth-type mutant was as fragile as a piece of tofu, and it collapsed with a single slap. Everyone get ready. With an order, all the superpowers gathered their various superpowers and threw them down, and a war began. Roar! The big white tiger jumped lightly from the wall, and in the blink of an eye, it jumped into the Beast Tide. The little white tiger cried out, and also wanted to follow its mother into battle. Before it jumped down, Yun Mo grabbed the back of its neck. Stay here and be quiet. Awuh! The little white tiger bit Yun Mo's trouser leg unconvinced. It was a pity that its teeth had not grown yet, and it could not cause any harm at all. Yu's mental power gradually covered the Beast Tide below. As she expected, the crystal cores of these mutant animals were all ominously black, as if they were contaminated. Yu followed the previous method, removing the impurities in the crystal cores bit by bit. Bang! A huge black bear raised its huge claws and slammed it hard on the metal barrier. The metal barrier that even bullets could not penetrate soon had a big dent. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many of these mutant animals. Team 3 requests support. Requests support. Our superpowers are almost exhausted. Report. The western defense line is about to be breached. Report to the commander. Our bullets have been used up, and the superpowers can't hold on any longer." Battle reports came one after another. Lu Jiwen's face became more and more solemn, and a strong feeling of powerlessness came over him. The beasts have sharp fangs and claws, and even their thick fur is the best armor, which can block bullets. And they, the human beings, have lost their hot weapons and superpowers, and their bare hands and fists are no match for the beasts. Could it be that the Q City base is destined to be destroyed here this time? Lu Jiwen is not afraid of death. He is just afraid of the ordinary people in the base, who have no fighting ability. If the beast tide breaks through the base, what should they do? Everyone trusts him so much. Sensing Lu Jiwen's mood, Unmo frowned slightly and whispered, "Captain Lu, cheer up. The base has not been breached yet. We should hold the last line of defense. Only if you keep it stable can the morale of the army be stable. Once the morale of the army is unstable, it is a foregone conclusion that they will lose." Lu Jiwen smiled bitterly. He also understood this truth. However, the current war situation is not optimistic. It seems that it is only a matter of time before the defense line is breached. Some people with special abilities have even thought of retreating. They plan to leave the base and escape before the beast tide broke through the base. The army's morale had collapsed, so how could they fight again? Since a head-on confrontation doesn't work, we can only outsmart it. Unmo took out dozens of barrels of gasoline from the space. These were the supplies he had collected before to deal with various situations. Unexpectedly, they would come in handy now. "Unmo, let someone pour this gasoline on the ground, and the fire-type mutants control a wall of fire." Since ancient times, wild beasts have been afraid of fire, and lighting a fire in the wild can drive away wild beasts. Their fur will catch fire once it encounters fire. Lu Jiwen sighed. "You don't know, we have used this method before, but these beasts have completely lost their minds. They are not afraid of fire at all, and will only rush forward more frantically. If things go wrong, the whole base will be burned. Don't worry, I have my own way." Unmo was full of murderous aura, like a sharp sword, unstoppable. At this time, the area Unmo was responsible for was already full of animal bones. Lu Jiwen was secretly shocked when he saw this. This young man was even stronger than he had imagined. Perhaps Unmo's calm and composed appearance was too convincing, and Lu Jiwen followed his arrangements unconsciously. "Okay." He waved to his men and was about to arrange the tasks. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded. "Wait, look, why aren't those mutant animals moving?" A hole had been broken in a corner on the west. A mutant animal broke in, and the superpowers guarding there fought with it, but gradually lost. Just as the mutant animal's fangs were about to bite his neck, the psychic closed his eyes in despair. The expected pain did not come. He opened his eyes, and found the mutant wolf in a frenzy. The scarlet eyes of the beast gradually faded, and confusion seemed to flash in the wolf's eyes. What was going on? The people who had already been desperate suddenly found that the crazy mutant animals suddenly stopped attacking. Not only did they not attack them again, but they turned around and left. These mutant animals gradually gathered at the gate of the base. They all raised their heads at the same time, and their eyes looked in one direction, as if waiting for some instructions. This scene was like 1,000 beasts worshipping, which was very shocking. What were they looking at? Everyone looked in the direction the mutant animals were looking up. They saw a slender figure standing on the high wall. The breeze blew up the girl's skirt, and she was bathed in the sun, full of a sacred breath. The big white tiger that had gone out had returned to Yu, and was now standing docilely beside the girl. Yu lowered her eyes slightly, and felt that she had established a strong spiritual connection with these mutant animals. Yu gave the order to expel them, and the beast tide slowly moved. The people in the base were already in shock. After discovering the beast tide moving again, they all became alert, thinking that these mutant animals were going crazy and attacking the base again. Even though the soldiers and superpowers fighting on the front line were exhausted, they still picked up their weapons, vowing to defend their homes and their loved ones. Under the tense gaze of the people, the beast tide did not make any other moves, but gradually began to retreat. Are they retreating? The beasts are retreating? Great, the beasts are retreating. Our base is saved. The beasts came fiercely, but retreated quickly. An hour later, the originally huge beasts had dispersed completely. Only a few huge beasts remained in place without moving. A huge black bear roared dully, but had no intention of attacking. It looked like saying thank you. Yes, this black bear was thanking Yu. Others couldn't understand the beast language and were confused. However, Yu could read their thoughts through her mental power. So that's how it is. Yu put her finger on her red lips. Her thin eyebrows slightly curved. Black Bear told her that the reason why the beasts were rioting this time was because a giant snake occupied the territory where they originally lived. The giant snake was still devouring the mutant animals crazily. They were threatened and driven away by the giant snake. So they fled here and crazily attacked the human base. Roar. Finally, the black bear enthusiastically invited Yu to leave with them. Roar. You helped us, you are our benefactor, we will protect you. The other wolves and leopards all roared in agreement. Little human, come with us, I have the sharpest fangs, and can catch the freshest prey to feed you. That snake is very powerful, you humans are no match for it. But we can protect you. In the eyes of these beasts, as a human, Yu is too fragile, and a slight claw from the beast will hurt her. And these fragile humans are obviously useless, and can't protect the girl at all. Besides, there is another reason. I don't know if it's because Yu helped them, these mutant animals naturally want to get close to her. Chapter 133. Do mutant animals also look at faces? What are these mutant animals doing? The survivors in the city saw that the mutant animals did not leave, even if they had no tendency to attack. They could not relax their vigilance. Are they communicating with us? The survivors talked a lot, all guessing what these mutant animals were reluctant to leave. What exactly were they trying to do? Lu Jiwen's eyes flashed with contemplation, and he glanced at the weak-looking girl beside Yunimo calmly. The soldier's keen intuition told him that the sudden retreat of the beast tide was closely related to the girl in front of him. Those mutant animals were reluctant to leave, and it seemed that it was because of her. It seemed that they were communicating with this girl. Lu Jiwen's heart was inevitably filled with a storm. Who is this girl? She can actually drive mutant animals and make them obey her. This is really incredible. Lu Jiwen's gaze was so strong that it was hard to ignore. Yunimo slightly turned sideways to block his view of Yu. Yu ignored the gazes of others, slowly walked down the wall, and asked the guard to open the gate. I want to go out. The guard looked serious, and persuaded. It's very dangerous outside now. Although the beast tide has retreated, there are still several high-level mutant animals guarding outside. So they can't let down their guard. The girl in front of them looks delicate and weak, with no ability to protect herself. What if the mutant animals outside suddenly go crazy and hurt her? The consequences are disastrous. Open the door. Yunimo had already walked to Yu and said so to the guard. The guard subconsciously looked at Lu Jiwen. And when he saw the commander nodded slightly, he opened the door. Yu walked out briskly. Everyone's eyes fell on this girl, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, there were frenzied high-level animals outside. What if they suddenly went crazy? What's the difference between this girl and her death? At the moment when Yu appeared, the mutant animals that stayed in place suddenly moved. However, they had no tendency to attack. Instead, they lowered their proud heads in front of the girl. Like docile pets. Yu looked natural. This was just a normal thing for her. She raised her head and touched the huge wolf head in front of her. The mutant wolf made a low and pleasant sound in its throat. Mutated animals are not close to humans. After evolution, the brutality and wildness of the animal part of their genes have also been amplified. If they can't find food, they will also hunt humans. It can be said that humans are now at the bottom of the food chain. But Yu is different. The mutant animals like this little human very much. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, which was shocking. And their faces were full of surprise that could not be concealed. I am not seeing wrong. Those mutant animals did not attack her. Not only did they not attack her, but they even let me touch and stroke them. Is this still the mutant animal I know? Is this really a wolf? It even wags its tail. I would believe it if you said it was a dog. Everyone looked dazed. Even before the end of the world, a ferocious beast like a wolf could not be so docile. This scene was too fantastic. Do animals also look at faces? So, are they too ugly? The Yunma team. Only Qi Yan could understand them. After all, when he first knew that Yu could command zombies, he was more surprised than these people. Seeing these people look like they have never seen the world, Qi Yan felt a little proud. Yu didn't care about other people's strange looks, and touched the heads of the mutant animals one by one to calm their emotions. From the reactions of these mutant animals, it can be seen that the snake is indeed very powerful, and even they are no match for it. However, Yu still rejected their kindness, and did not leave with these mutant animals. In the end, these mutant animals could only leave reluctantly. Awoo! As soon as the mutant animals left, the little white tiger pounced on it, rolling around wildly at Yu's feet, revealing its soft belly. It seemed to be asking for a kiss and a touch. The big white tiger could not do such a shameful thing, and just rubbed Yu's palm with its head. Hee hee. Zhuangzhuang approached without giving in. There was a hint of human grievance in those red eyes. It also wanted to touch it, but the little one had never touched it. Chapter 134. What's wrong with these humans? But looking at Zhuangzhuang's hair that hadn't been washed for who knows how long, Yu couldn't bring yourself to do it, pretended not to see it, and took back her hand as if nothing had happened. Hee hee. Woo, the cub has changed his mind. Zhuangzhuang was so wrong that he almost bit his handkerchief. The helpless and furious zombie could only vent his anger on the two white tigers. He bared his teeth at them. Zhuangzhuang hates all furry animals. Yu, what did those animals tell you? Yunimo looked down at his little girl, and gently lifted the girl's windblown hair behind her ears. Yu did not hide it from him, and repeated what the mutant animals said. The mutant animals told her that the giant snake was squeezing their living space step by step, and they had no choice. If they did not want to become the giant snake's meal, they could only abandon their territory and escape here. Humans and mutant animals could not coexist. Not to mention that there were so many mutant animals, which was too dangerous for humans. After hearing this, Yunimo looked a little solemn. Yunimo, can you kill the snake? Those mutant animals were very good to Yu. If her strength allowed, Yu would not mind helping them eliminate this threat before leaving. There was another reason, which was that she had taken a fancy to the crystal core of the mutant giant snake. On this point, Yu and Yunimo agreed. If the giant snake was not eliminated, the mutant beast tide would continue. Even if they survived this difficult time, the beast tide would come back sooner or later. After the giant snake had eaten all the mutant animals, it would be time to attack the human base. The beast tide had completely retreated, leaving only the skeletons of mutant animals. Lu Jiwen was organizing people to clean up the corpses. Otherwise the bloody smell would attract zombies. The base was able to survive this time. Thanks to your help. I thank you on behalf of the people in the base. Lu Jiwen said gratefully. There have been so many beast tides, but this is the only time the base suffered relatively light losses. Stay in the base first, and let me know if you need anything. If you want to choose a better place to live in the base, you need to use supplies or exchange them for crystal cores. Lu Jiwen paid out of his own pocket to help them rent a 2-story villa. It was to thank the Yunma team for their efforts in this beast tide, and also to attract them to join the base. After all, the team is very strong. If they can join, the base will have an extra layer of protection. Especially Yu. After seeing the girl's strength, Lu Jiwen seemed to attach great importance to her. Sister. The team attracted everyone's attention as soon as they entered the base. Most of them looked at them with kindness and gratitude. So Yu did not reject them. Sister. A little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old suddenly ran out from the crowd. For you. Looking into Shuyo's eyes, the little girl was a little shy, raising the flower in her hand. It was a small red flower, swaying gently in the wind. I heard from Mom that it was Sister who saved us, saved the base. Yao Yao has nothing to give to Sister, only this little flower. The little girl looked a little nervous, seemingly afraid of being rejected. After all, this little red flower is really nothing. You can see it everywhere on the roadside. Thank you. Yu took the little flower, and smiled with curved eyebrows. I like it very much. The little girl was stunned. This sister looked so beautiful when she smiled. The little girl blushed, and looked at her with sparkling eyes. Sister, are you a fairy? What? Yu looked at the human cub in front of her in confusion. It's a fairy from the sky. Sister can talk to animals. She must be a fairy. The little girl gestured excitedly. No. Yu corrected her seriously. I didn't come from heaven. Nor am I a fairy. She is a zombie. A cannibal. A very fierce zombie. But the little girl didn't believe her, and determined that this beautiful sister was a fairy. Unexpectedly, the little girl's childish words, which fell into the ears of other people in the base, made everyone agree. Fairy. No. Goddess. Thank you for saving our base. Goddess. It's goddess, it must be goddess sent by God to save our base. I don't know who shouted this first. And everyone else followed suit. The voices of calling her goddess became louder and louder. These people were ordinary people. And they had no ability to protect themselves in this cruel end times. Many of their relatives died in the beast tide in public. In every previous beast tide, there were heavy casualties in the base. But this time, there were not many casualties. When they thought the base would be breached by the beast tide and were immersed in the despair of death, the girl in front of them came like a goddess. Without any effort, she made the beast tide retreat. And even the ferocious and brutal mutant animals became very docile in front of her. In the eyes of these people, she is the goddess sent by God to save the suffering and rescue the distressed. To save their base. She has been in the end of the world for too long. Has seen too many life and death separations. Lives in fear every day. And is always tense. At this moment, Yu has become their belief. Although Yu said, she is not a goddess. But these ordinary people in the base regard her as a goddess. Their eyes are full of fanatical belief and longing. Yu, I am not a goddess. She is a zombie. She does not eat people. But she is super fierce. People in the base, no. You are? You are? Yu. What's wrong with these humans? Chapter 135, she is the hope of mankind. Especially when they saw the two white tigers. One big and one small. Beside Yu. The eyes of these humans looking at her became more ardent, filled with fanatical admiration. You can even tame such a ferocious mutant beast, and you still say you are not a goddess. Yes, goddess, please accept our worship. The shouts became louder and louder, resounding through the sky. Even the little white tiger was frightened by this scene, hid beside its mother's legs, and looked at these humans blankly with its azure eyes. The people in the base were too enthusiastic. Everyone looked very pious. Yu suspected that if possible, they would want to worship her. Fortunately, although these people were a little enthusiastic, they did not do anything irrational. Finally, Lu Jiwen appeared and dispersed the people in the base. Even I, the base commander, have never been treated like this. It seems that they regard Miss Lin as a goddess who saves people from suffering. However, Miss Lin is indeed very powerful, Lu Jiwen exclaimed, his eyes showing admiration. There are so many people with special abilities in our base, but none of them can be as powerful as Miss Lin. It is true that appearance is not the best indicator of a person's abilities. Who would have thought that a girl who looked so fragile would have such powerful abilities? She could even control mutant animals. Lu Jiwen's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and his tone was difficult to conceal his excitement. It seems that God has not killed all humans. Perhaps Miss Lin is really the hope of mankind. Seeing these people look like they have never seen the world, Qian wanted to laugh. If they knew that Yu could not only drive mutant animals, but also command zombies, wouldn't they be scared to death? Thinking about that scene, Qian felt proud. Although he was not praising him, he straightened his back unconsciously. Shinimo. He silently looked away, unable to look at his stupid face. Yu didn't know how to explain to this human, so he simply didn't speak. Let them use their imagination. Captain Lu is joking. Lin Ziyuan smiled and said softly, our Yu is just an ordinary little girl. It's not as exaggerated as you say. As for those mutant animals, they are just Yu's special abilities. Our Yu has had a bad health since she was young. Although she awakened her special powers after the end of the world, she does not have such great power and responsibility, and cannot bear the title of goddess. His daughter only needs to be happy. She doesn't want to be a goddess. Lin Ziyuan is very clear about the bad nature of human beings. Sometimes being praised too much is not necessarily a good thing. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If this situation happens again in the future, and Yu fails to solve the troubles of the base, how will everyone look at her? I'm afraid that by then, today's praise and cheers will turn into scolding. Lu Jiwen seemed to understand what he meant, and didn't say anything more. Just smiled. What he was thinking was, if your daughter is ordinary, then there will be no ordinary people in this world. Originally, mutant animals were not allowed to appear in the base. But because Yu had just helped the base through a difficult time, Lu Jiwen wanted to win them over. So he turned a blind eye to it. Even the routine inspection when entering the base was exempted. Therefore, Zhuang, disguised as a human, and the two white tigers sneaked into the base. Yunimo sent Yu and the others to their residence, and followed Lu Jiwen to the military building with Lin Ziyuan. They needed to discuss the next battle plan. The mutant giant snake must be eliminated. Chapter 136. One person and one corpse compete for favor. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening. Yunimo and Lin Ziyuan came back. Dad, Yunimo? Yu was combing the little white tiger's hair. The little white tiger was lying on her legs, purring comfortably in its throat, and its tail was swinging back and forth comfortably. You are back. Yeah. Lin Ziyuan's eyebrows were relaxed with joy because his daughter called him first. Yu, have you eaten? The girl shook her head and said softly, waiting for Dad. And Yunimo. Yu didn't say the last sentence. Her intuition told her that her father didn't want to hear it. Sure enough, when he heard that his daughter was waiting for him, Lin Ziyuan's face was full of joy. And he looked at Yunimo with a smug look. He was just like a jealous old child. Then Yu, eat with your father. Lin Ziyuan deliberately didn't have dinner, just to eat with his precious daughter. Okay. Although Yu had a special physique and didn't need to eat, she still sat at the dining table with her father. You eat this. Lin Ziyuan put a few third-level crystal cores on the table. Ever since he knew that Yu only ate crystal cores, Lin Ziyuan wanted to empty his savings. However, after the last time when Yu absorbed crystal cores and could not withstand the energy and almost exploded and died, Lin Ziyuan did not dare to give too much at one time. Of course, even Zhuang got a few crystal cores. As a father, he would help raise his baby daughter's pet, no matter how strange it looked. It's just a zombie. Raising one is raising. Raising two is also raising. As long as the baby daughter likes it, it's fine. At first, Lin Ziyuan also felt that Zhuang looked a little too ugly, and wanted to find a new zombie for Yu. But Yu refused. Since Yu regained consciousness, Zhuang has been with her, and has become her family. Unlike other zombies, Yunimo sat down beside Yu silently, and quietly held the girl's soft hand under the table. It was quite frustrating to think about it. He was obviously the real boyfriend, with a legitimate status, but in front of his father-in-law, he still had to be sneaky. Lin Ziyuan, eat these first. When Dad kills the snake tomorrow, I'll dig out its crystal core for you. Dad, are you going to kill the giant snake tomorrow? Yu immediately said, I want to go too. Don't go. This trip is dangerous. We can go. You and Zhuang stay at the base and wait for us. Although his daughter has the ability to take care of herself, Lin Ziyuan still thinks of her as the child who needs his care and attention. Lu Jiwen has already told them about the danger of the giant snake. The giant snake has been around for a long time. It seems to have regarded all the living creatures in Q City as its food reserves. The reason why there is no zombie in Q City is that, in addition to being occupied by mutant plants, it is also because of the snake. The giant snake does not eat zombies, and drives away all the zombies. But except for zombies, other creatures, whether animals or humans, cannot leave Q City. The base has thought about dealing with the giant snake before, but the scales on the snake are as hard as armor, and it can spray venom from its mouth, so it can even be easily shot down by a helicopter. If they want to leave Q City, they have to get rid of the snake. It is precisely because he knows the danger of this trip that Lin Ziyuan does not want Yu to go with him. His precious daughter cannot be hurt. Not even the slightest possibility. But Dad, I want to go. Yu said seriously. I can help. Dad and Yunimo are the only two humans she cares about, and she also wants to protect them. Uncle, don't worry. I will protect Yu. Lin Ziyuan disagreed. And before he opened his mouth, he heard Yunimo say, even if something happens to me, I will not let Yu get hurt. His little girl is not a delicate and weak daughter. Based on Yunmo's understanding of Yu, even if he didn't let her go, she would secretly follow behind. In this case, why not let Yu fight side by side with him? Anyway, he would protect Yu. If he couldn't even protect the little girl he liked, what use would he be? Lin Ziyuan knew Yunmo's strength very well. Seeing his daughter looking at him eagerly, she looked like she really wanted to go. Helplessly, Lin Ziyuan could only nod and agree. Yunimo told the other teammates about this later, after the team held a short meeting. Only Chinemo and Baiyu were left to guard the night. The others went back to their rooms to rest. There was still a tough battle to fight tomorrow, so they had to rest up. Lin Ziyuan watched from the side with a fierce look. Yunimo didn't dare to be too presumptuous, and could only watch Yu return to the room. Zhuang followed her happily. Yunimo sighed softly, and didn't expect to start to envy a zombie. For so long, he and Yu had been sharing a room. From the initial discomfort to now being used to sleeping with Yu in his arms at night. But, seeing the ferocious Lin Ziyuan beside him, Yunimo couldn't help but touch his nose and silently suppress the thoughts in his heart. After nightfall, the entire base fell into a dark silence. In the dark room, only Zhuangzhuang's scarlet eyes could be seen, emitting a subtle red light. It was like a monster lurking in the darkness, very strange. However, Yu had long been used to it. The girl turned over in bed, tossing and turning a little. Without Yunimo, I couldn't sleep. Suddenly, there was a slight knock on the door. Hee. Zhuangzhuang smelled a familiar breath and bared his teeth at the person outside through the door. Damn human. Get out. Yu's eyes lit up, and she jumped off the bed happily and ran to open the door barefoot. When the door opened, the person standing outside was indeed Yunimo. The man looked like he had just taken a shower, with his black hair sticking to his forehead wetly, and water drops dripping down his eyebrows, making his facial features look even deeper and sharper. Yunimo, why are you here? The girl happily threw herself into his arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, like a furry little animal, and rubbed her chest happily. Of course I miss you. Yunmo's throat slid slightly, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Don't you miss me, Yu? Yunimo closed the door with his backhand, carried the barefoot girl horizontally, and walked into the house. Hee. The tall zombie was hidden in the darkness, like a vicious dog guarding its master, and roared threateningly at the human who suddenly broke into the territory. Yunimo sneered. A zombie dared to snatch his wife from him. Yu, let it go out. Hee. Zhuangzhuang's voice changed from being irritable at the beginning to being aggrieved. Don't listen to stinky men. Babe. Yu hesitated. Yunimo whispered in her ear. I came to find you secretly. I can't let Dad find out. So let Zhuangzhuang guard outside. Zhuangzhuang. Hee. Stinky man. Don't go too far. 5 minutes later, the door slammed shut in front of him. Zhuangzhuang scratched the door angrily outside, and his sharp nails scraped against the door panel, making a harsh sound. Inside the room, Yunimo curled up the corners of his lips. A zombie still wanted to fight it. Blame it on the zombie, which suffered the loss of silence. The noise outside the door lasted for a few minutes before it stopped. Perhaps Zhuangzhuang saw that protesting was useless, and finally gave up. However, it was quiet for a short while, and the door was suddenly knocked. Yunimo immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Ziyuan's voice with hidden anger sounded. Yu, open the door. Yunimo. I was careless. Chapter 137, This is not good news. Dad, why are you here? As soon as Yu opened the door, she saw Lin Ziyuan standing outside with a dark face, followed by Zhuangzhuang. Lin Ziyuan's sharp eyes scanned the room, and when his sight fell on the open window, he couldn't help but snorted. Zhuangzhuang came to remind me that there was a thief in your room. Lin Ziyuan deliberately emphasized the word thief. He knew that Yunimo was definitely not that honest. Hee. Zhuangzhuang cried in cooperation. It turned out that it scratched the door for a long time without any effect. So it ran to scratch Lin Ziyuan's door. Lin Ziyuan was so smart that he saw something wrong at a glance. So he came to arrest him. Yunimo, who was hiding outside the window. He was so angry and amused. This zombie seemed to be getting smarter and smarter. And he even knew how to trick him. It seemed that he had really evolved. What thief? Yu looked at him innocently. Seeing his daughter's obedient and soft appearance, Lin Ziyuan was even more furious. But he couldn't lose his temper in front of his precious daughter. So he could only say with a sour face, it's nothing. Dad is just too worried. Remember to lock the door, and don't let anyone in. Lin Ziyuan's words sounded like he was talking to Yu. But in fact, he was secretly criticizing someone. Dad is next door. Call me if there is any movement. Okay. Yu nodded obediently. After getting the assurance from his precious daughter, Lin Ziyuan left. Hee. The happiest corpse was Zhuangzhuang. Without Yunimo, it could continue to squat beside the bed and watch over the cub while it slept. After Lin Ziyuan's trouble, Yunimo couldn't stay any longer. After Lin Ziyuan left, Yu had just closed the door when a huge muffled sound suddenly sounded. This sound seemed to come from far away, and instantly broke the tranquility of the base. Yu walked to the window and looked at the city covered by mutant plants in the distance. Wrapped in the plants that blocked out the sun, the originally civilized city of mankind had long since turned into a vast green ocean. Deep in the forest, there were waves of earth-shaking noises. Yu heard the panicked voices of the people in the base. What happened? Was it an earthquake? The noise seemed to come from the city center. Could it be that the beast tide is coming again? Panic is contagious. Even though nothing has happened yet, they are scared by their own imagination. Yu pursed her red lips. She was also a little curious about what caused such a big noise. Go! A red vine came out, like a flexible little snake, and went quickly in that direction. This huge movement lasted for about half an hour, before it completely calmed down. The branch of the blood vine came back soon. But it did not bring any useful information. Because when it arrived at the scene, there were only traces of fighting, and no other clues were left. It should be some mutant animals fighting. Yu thought carelessly, and soon put the matter behind her. In the forest far away, a slender figure was fighting with a giant snake. The figure quickly shuttled through the body of the giant snake. The huge size actually limited the performance of the giant snake. The wounds on the giant snake's huge body became bigger and bigger. It was in pain and anger, but it couldn't catch the tiny enemy. The huge snake's tail swept over, directly cutting off a large area of trees. The pale and handsome zombie king stabbed the giant snake again. When the snake's tail swept over, the figure was so fast that only a trace of afterimage was left. But in the blink of an eye, his figure appeared above the giant snake's head, and he thrust the wooden thorns in his hand into the huge snake's pupils. The giant snake roared in pain and anger, and its huge body rolled wildly on the ground, while shaking its head violently, trying to knock down the damn zombie on top of its head. Although the giant snake was seriously injured, the zombie king was also seriously injured. The giant snake's blood was full of corrosiveness, and although he had no sense of pain, his arm was gradually melted. The zombie king directly cut off one arm, to stop the speed of corrosion. The giant snake had one eye blinded, and the other pupil was full of hatred. A tall figure was hidden in the darkness. King! A human is coming. The zombie king narrowed his red eyes. And seeing that he couldn't kill the snake for the time being, he had to give up. Let's go! The giant snake was obviously afraid of him, and didn't stop him, but let him go. When the reconnaissance team sent by Lu Jiwen arrived, the giant snake was gone, leaving only a mess and a huge pit on the ground. Captain, a lot of snake scales were found nearby, and there is also corrosive blood. Captain, an arm was found here, which seems to be the broken limb of a zombie. Hearing this, the captain's face was solemn. Zombies? Zombies that can fight against giant snakes. They must be very powerful high-level zombies. Could it be that high-level zombies have come here? This is not good news for the Q City base. Where there are high-level zombies, there will be beast tides. The surviving humans in Q City, in addition to giant snakes and beast tides, have to beware of mutant plants. If there are more zombie tides, will they still have a chance to survive? Go back and report this to the base commander. Early the next morning, Yunimo led the team to gather at the entrance of the base. For this operation, he only brought Chi Yin and Mu Zhe. Let the others stay at the base. Chi Nimo and his team had no special abilities, and knew they could not help, so they nodded and quickly accepted the arrangement. As for Luo Tang, she was not a member of Yunmo's team, and was not under his control. Tang, are you going too? She looked at her with bright eyes. Luo Tang was wearing a black combat uniform today. Her short hair was neat and clean, her expression was cold and beautiful, and she looked beautiful and cool. Yu couldn't help but take a few more glances. She likes beautiful things, and people too. Of course, if I don't go, who will protect our Yu? Luo Tang smiled, and touched her cheek. No man is reliable, only I can protect you. Yunimo naturally knew that Luo Tang's words were directed at him, and stared at her hand with a cold look. He had the idea of chopping her hand off if Luo Tang didn't let go. Luo Tang naturally didn't take his threat seriously. Not only did she not restrain herself, but she even intensified it, hugging Yu's waist intimately. She was a head taller than Yu, and the girl leaned against her petitely, looking very obedient. The cold and beautiful woman was holding the soft little beauty in her arms. This scene looked very dazzling. Yunmo's eyes were gloomy. I don't need protection, the girl said seriously. Tang, I can protect you. Yu didn't know why. Even though she was not weak at all, these humans always wanted to protect her. Obviously, humans need more protection. Okay. Luo Tang raised her red lips and smiled brightly. Then remember to follow me closely, stay by my side and protect me. Yu nodded seriously, speaking softly. Okay. She will definitely protect Tang. Seeing Yunmo's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, Luo Tang's smile became even brighter. Chapter 138. Being poached right in front of others. When the Yunma team arrived at the gate of the base, many teams of superpowers had already gathered here. In this operation, some military personnel also participated. Lu Jiwen was whispering something to the adjutant beside him. When he saw the figure of the Yunma team, he immediately raised his foot and walked over. "Captain Yun, you are here." Lu Jiwen nodded at them. "I will participate in this operation with you, by the way." At this point, his voice paused, and his face became quite solemn. "I think you all heard the loud noise last night. I sent people to check overnight. The investigation team found the scales and blood of a giant snake at the scene, as well as a zombie's arm." "Captain Lu, are you saying that the big noise last night was caused by high-level zombies and mutant giant snakes? Zombies that can fight against mutant giant snakes. What powerful high-level zombies they must be." "Zombies?" Yu was holding a little white tiger in her arms and was petting the cat. Hearing this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Jiwen with her beautiful eyes. "What kind of zombie is it? When did high-level zombies appear in Q City? How could she not know?" Yu and the others walked along yesterday and did not find any high-level zombies nearby. Yu has a strong interest in a zombie. "I don't know if I can see it again today." "Not sure yet." Lu Jiwen shook his head. "But the giant snake should be seriously injured. It's a good opportunity to kill it. As the saying goes, it's better to treat it when it's sick." Yunmo's dark eyes flashed with deep thought. A high-level zombie that can fight against the mutant giant snake. The image of the zombie king subconsciously emerged in his mind. But the zombie king should be dead. "Yunmo, what's wrong?" Yu asked softly. "Nothing." Yunmo gathered his mind and shook his head. After the convoy was assembled, many people looked at the Yunmo team openly or secretly, with different eyes. There were especially many eyes on Yu. After all, the girl was in the limelight yesterday, and the scene of dispersing the mutant beast tide fell into the eyes of many people. It can be said that Yu has now become the most famous person in the Q City base. Her appearance today naturally attracted attention. Some of these eyes were good, and some were bad. Some people were simply appreciative and curious, and some were trying to win her over. But there were also some disgusting and obscene eyes that fell on the girl unscrupulously. Yunmo's face sank, and he took a step forward. His tall and slender figure completely blocked the petite girl behind him. The man was fierce, and his cold eyes swept over those people one by one. "Everyone, I have a bad temper. If I accidentally kill someone, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." Most people were afraid of his strength and quickly looked away. But there were also some people who were not afraid at all. "Are you threatening us?" A young man with dyed white hair sneered, with a disdainful look. "As a person, what I hate most is others threatening me." The onlookers all showed an expression of watching the fun. Before Yunmo came, this young man was the strongest psychic in the Q City base. His ability is extremely rare, an ice ability derived from water ability. And this white-haired boy, the biggest characteristic is that he likes beautiful women. No matter men or women, as long as they are good-looking, they will all be collected by him. When he saw Yu yesterday, he immediately became very interested. "Do you want to follow me? I am no worse than the man next to you. I have everything he has. And I also have what he doesn't have," the white-haired boy said, while showing a provocative smile. "For example, I'm younger than him." "Fuck." Before Yunmo could even open his mouth, Shi Yan was already furious and swore. "Where did this brat come from? He's barely grown up yet he dares to snatch our captain's people. This kid is too arrogant. He dares to poach people in front of the captain. No man can stand this. How can the captain stand this?" Chapter 139. A familiar figure. As soon as the white-haired boy finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand to cover his throat, and his fair face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if an invisible big hand was pinching his throat. There were subtle waves of supernatural power in the air. Qi Yan wiped away the angry expression on his face, and couldn't help laughing with gloating. He knew that it was the captain who took action. Who let this ignorant kid dare to provoke the captain? "Captain, what did you do to our captain?" The white-haired boy's teammates glared at Yunmo. The situation became tense. When the two teams were about to fight, Lu Jiwen had to step out to ease the atmosphere. "Captain Yun, he is like this, straightforward, speaks without thinking, without malice. I apologize for him, Captain Yun. Please be generous, don't bother with this brat." Yunmo didn't want to do anything to him, just to warn him. Seeing Lu Jiwen say this, he gave him a face. Ahem. The white-haired boy covered his throat, and couldn't help coughing. He looked at Yunimo with no more contempt. He still didn't understand what Yunmo's special ability was. He didn't even notice Yunmo's attack just now. The air around him seemed to be sucked out, and he almost suffocated to death. The white-haired boy looked at Yunimo with doubt. What kind of ability is this? Yunimo didn't even give him a look. The handsome man was slightly bent over, talking to the girl beside him, looking at the girl with tenderness in his eyes. "Captain, are you okay?" his teammates asked with concern. The white-haired boy shook his head, and suddenly a strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. He must find an opportunity to have a good fight with Yunimo. No one took this little episode to heart. After everyone had gathered, the team started to set off. A military truck led the way in front, and the convoy of superpowers followed closely behind. "Yunimo, what's wrong with you?" Yu saw the man frowning beside her, and couldn't help but reach out to smooth his brows. The girl's cool fingertips smoothed his frowning brows little by little. Yunimo came back to his senses, and saw Yu staring at him intently. Her glass-like eyes reflected his figure. It seemed that she could only fit him in her eyes. This made Yunimo feel sweet. "Yu, do you think I'm old?" the man asked in a low voice. In the past, he was the only one around Yu. But now the girl is becoming more and more popular, and more people love her. As Yu's ability is exposed, more and more people will like her in the future. Yunimo suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. His little zombie is so innocent and easy to deceive. What if he is deceived by others one day? After hearing what Yunimo said, Yu finally understood. It turned out that he still cared about what the white-haired boy said just now. Yu thought about it seriously. She had seen old humans, like dried orange peels, with wrinkles on their faces and white hair, looking at the man in front of him again. He had cold eyes and handsome looks. He had nothing to do with the word old in any way. "You are better looking than him." Yu shook her head and said in a soft voice. This he refers to the white-haired boy just now. "Don't be unhappy. I will help you teach him a lesson. You should comfort your own people." Yu leaned over, put her hands on his shoulders, and kissed Yunmo's thin lips. Yunimo was slightly stunned. Yu is coaxing him? Yunimo was in a good mood, and the corners of his lips rose slightly. He stretched out his hands to hold the soft waist of the girl, and couldn't help but deepen the kiss. Cough, cough, cough. A deliberate cough suddenly sounded. Yunimo looked up and saw Lin Ziyuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turning his head, staring at him intently, his eyes full of murderous intent. The murderous eyes seemed to say, "You little bastard. Let my girl go." Yunimo. He suspected that if he continued to kiss her, Lin Ziyuan would draw his knife and chop him. Yunimo sighed inwardly. "I am tired." Or, "Help my father-in-law find a partner, let him have a second life, so that he doesn't have to stare at me and Yu all day." The city has now been completely occupied by mutant plants. Even the weeds on the ground have grown to 2 meters high, and the car can't drive in at all. Lu Jiwen immediately ordered, "Leave the car here, leave 2 people to guard it, and the others will walk in with me." No one had any objection. Since entering Q City, everyone has been very alert. The danger of mutant plants is no less than that of giant snakes. Everyone be careful, divide into several groups, and report immediately if there is any situation. After entering this green ocean, everyone was almost drowned by weeds. Yu held Yunmo's hand, and when she looked up, she almost couldn't see the figure in front of her. Yunimo used his supernatural power to clear a large number of weeds in front of him, clearing a safe path. Damn! Shi Yan couldn't help but curse. These weeds were as sharp as blades, and easily cut through his protective suit. Shi Yan checked and found that only the trouser legs were cut, but there was no skin injury. But others were not so lucky. Soon, there was a scream in front. The team that had been moving forward also stopped. There was a little commotion. The superpowers of the superpowers had been gathered in their hands. They were ready to fight. What's wrong? What happened? What's the situation? Yu shook her head at Yunimo and said softly, "No danger." At least she didn't find any mutant plants or animals. Yunimo raised his eyebrows. Soon, they found out the reason. Lu Jiwen asked the fire-type mutant to clear a clearing and put several injured patients in the middle of the clearing. Several injured patients hugged their legs and screamed in pain. Yu found that under their skin, something seemed to be surging. "It's a bug," Yunimo said in a deep voice. "Hurry up and cut open their skin and get the bugs out." These people were cut by weeds. No one cared about the tiny wounds. Unexpectedly, the mutant bugs took the opportunity to drill in. Yu once again witnessed the fragility of human beings. Even small insects can hurt them. Under Yunmo's orderly command, the logistics team quickly followed suit, cut their skin with a military knife, and the line-like insects flowed out along with the blood. The insects sucked the blood and quickly swelled up. When stepped on, they burst like fruit jelly. But there were too many of these insects, and the patients had no time to be treated, and let out a painful howl. Everyone saw his body shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, it was completely turned into a mummy. Only one person was lucky enough to survive, and he was instantly shocked when he saw this scene. What the hell is this? It was just a few small nematodes, but they could actually suck a person into a mummy. Everyone's face changed instantly. Q City was far more dangerous than they imagined. They had not even fought the giant snake head-on, and they had already lost so many people. Shiyan, burn these bodies, Unimo said in a deep voice. Otherwise, these insects will multiply in the corpses, and it will be a big problem if they become rampant. Yes, Captain. Not far away, a pair of cold eyes, like a beast, were staring at them. Yu suddenly raised her head and looked towards a big tree. But she only had time to see a black figure. That figure seemed a little familiar. Yu's eyes were thoughtful. Has she seen it somewhere before? Chapter 140. This snake is not going to fly to the sky. Lu Jiwen, the fire-type superpower, will lead the way. Everyone, please be alert and be careful of the weeds under your feet. After this incident, the team was very alert for the rest of the journey. With the experience of those unlucky guys just now, the superpowers are all carefully avoiding the weeds under their feet. If they get cut, it will be fatal. I don't know if God is blessing them. The journey was unexpectedly smooth. Not only did they not encounter any mutant animals, even the mutant plants did not actively attack them. It's strange, it's so smooth today. A superpower scratched his head and said in disbelief. Could it be that these mutant plants had changed their nature? Usually, when they stepped into the territory of mutant plants, they would chase them to death, and let these humans stay as nutrients. But this time it was incredibly smooth. It seems that we are really lucky today. Yu blinked gently, hiding his merits and fame. A mutant plant disguised as an innocent little flower took the opportunity to rub her fingertips, expressing intimacy and friendship. Yu lightly tapped her fingertips, touching the little flower like comforting a pet. Thank you. The blood vine got angry, suddenly jumped out from Yu's fingertips, and slapped the little flower hard. Poor little flower. The petals rustled and fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it became bare. Yu retracted her hand in a flash, and this time she stopped touching the wild flowers and grass on the roadside, and held Yunmo's hand tightly. Yunmo couldn't help but smile. The team walked unimpeded in the forest, gradually entering the city center. Finally found the trace of the giant snake. The giant snake left a deep mark on the mud when it swam. The further in, the more bones appeared on the ground. From the shape, some were mutant animals, and some were human. The mud was mixed with an indescribable stench, torturing everyone's nose. When Yu and the others found the giant snake, it was hovering in the underground parking lot, its huge body almost occupying the entire area. A closer look revealed how huge this mutant snake was. It was much bigger than the mutant rat that Xiaoyu and the others had encountered before. I was afraid that if the mutant rat came, it would only be able to fill its teeth. Oh my god! Someone couldn't help but exclaimed, with fear in his eyes. If this snake continues to evolve, it will almost fly to the sky. There will be all kinds of weird things after the end of the world. Will this snake evolve into a dragon? This speculation is not without basis. Two small bumps protruded from the head of the mutant snake, as if it was about to grow dragon horns. Snakes turn into dragons. Dragons turn into dragons. The end of the world has come, and it seemed possible that dragons will appear. The giant snake has already smelled a strange smell. When humans stepped into its territory, its tail swept over fiercely. Don't gather together, disperse, Lu Jiwen shouted. The superpowers quickly dispersed, except for a few unlucky ones, who were unable to dodge, and were swept by the giant snake's tail, and flew directly into the sky. Help me! Help me! Help me! It was this flying feeling that frightened the psychics, and made them scream. They were about to fall. If they fell from this height, they would definitely die. The mutant giant snake below opened its mouth, waiting for the snacks that fell from the sky. The dark mouth was like an abyss. The unlucky guys were so scared that their souls almost flew out. They closed their eyes, with a look of despair. At this moment of life and death, a red vine, like a swimming dragon, took food directly from the snake's mouth. The vine wrapped around the waists of the psychics and soon sent them to land. Chapter 141. Yu, brother is here to take you home. The snack that was about to be eaten was suddenly snatched away. The mutant giant snake was powerless and furious, madly destroying the surrounding buildings. The huge snake tail swept over, causing countless casualties. Its destructive power is really amazing. The defense zone built by the gold and earth ability users is as weak as paper. It can't withstand the attack of the giant snake at all. Although the huge body is invulnerable to swords and guns, it has strong defense and amazing destructive power. But the biggest disadvantage is that it is not agile. The superpowers relied on their agility, and some of them took the opportunity to jump onto the giant snake's body, leaving many wounds of varying depths on it. Lin Ziyuan did not let Yu participate in such a dangerous action. In his eyes, Yu was still the fragile child he used to be, and needed to be cared for in every way. Yu stood on the periphery, commanding the blood vine to interfere with the mutant giant snake from time to time. The blood vine seized the opportunity, pierced into the mutant giant snake's skin and flesh, and sucked its blood. He never expected that this snake was poisonous. Not only did the venom it sprayed corrode a large pit on the ground, but even its blood was poisonous. After being tricked by Lao Lu, the blood vine suddenly wilted. Yu quickly took it back, frowning and teaching it a lesson. I told you not to eat anything carelessly. It's fine now, the blood is poisoned. The blood vine rubbed her fingertips wiltingly, so weak. Yu sighed and shook her head. It's really a worrying vine. The situation on the field changed rapidly, and the battle between the superpower and the giant snake had entered a white-hot stage. Although the giant snake was terrifyingly powerful, it had been seriously injured before. Now the human side had more people, and had a strong advantage. Unimo and several other high-level psychics charged forward, and the others followed up. The giant snake's injuries became more and more serious. Its life was seriously threatened, and the giant snake became more and more angry. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Unimo fiercely. Even if it would expose its most vulnerable part, the giant snake would not hesitate to swallow the human who had injured it the most. Even if it would die together. The giant snake's power increased greatly when it went crazy, and no one could resist it. Several careless psychics were accidentally hit by its body, and were crushed into a pile of meat patties, deader than dead. Unimo nimbly dodged the giant snake's bloody mouth, and everyone else was sweating for him. The giant snake's attack missed, and it did not continue to entangle. It quickly cunningly changed its target, and swallowed Lin Ziyuan. Unimo was closest to him, and he reacted quickly to pull him. But he was also sucked into the giant snake's bottomless mouth like an abyss by the strong suction. In the blink of an eye, the two humans she raised became food for the giant snake. Dad and Unimo were all swallowed. Dad. Unimo. Yu was horrified. Chi Yan's eyes were red with anger. Captain. Lin, Dad. This incident happened too quickly. But in an instant, someone reacted and wanted to save people. But it was too late. Lu Jiwen's eyes were red, and he shouted, take advantage of this moment, and attack the snake quickly. The superpowers reacted quickly, and the colorful superpowers were like free, and they all hit the heart of the giant snake. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, even if it is a mutant. However, the giant snake is harder to kill than they thought. After fighting till now, the psychics have been exhausted, and their psychics are almost exhausted. After losing so many teammates, is it possible that they still cannot kill the snake today? Just when everyone was disappointed, a delicate figure suddenly rushed up. Lu Jiwen was shocked. Come back quickly. Yu seemed to have heard nothing, and her clear eyes like glass were glowing red at this moment. The snake is dead. Yu just wanted to tear open the snake's belly and let it spit out Unimo and Dad. But before she could do anything, she saw the giant snake suddenly roll violently on the ground, raising its head and hissing in pain. As if it was in great pain, the giant snake's body fell heavily on the ground, rolling non-stop, almost twisted into a dough, with its abdomen slightly protruding. It seemed like someone was beating it inside. Yu seemed to sense something, and quickly distanced herself and hid far away. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. Stay away. Lu Jiwen saw this and shouted quickly. The giant snake rolled more and more violently, and the ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Everyone almost lost their balance. They supported each other and did not fall. A tearing sound was heard. The belly of the giant snake was torn open from the inside. Blood gushed out, as if it was raining blood. The blood was corrosive, corroding the ground, and white smoke rose. The young eyes stared at the blood mist. Yun Mo's figure appeared in the bloody rain, carrying Lin Ziyuan, who had fainted. When the blood fell beside Yun Mo, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Dad. Yu Yu rushed over. Dad is fine. He just fainted because his superpowers were exhausted. Yun Mo explained. He looked clean and fresh, not a bit embarrassed, as if he had just returned from a trip. But Yu Yu saw something strange in his slightly pale face. Yun Mo, are you injured? The girl looked at him nervously with her bright eyes. I'm fine. If he hadn't used his superpowers to protect himself and Lin Ziyuan in time, I'm afraid it would have melted into a pool of blood. But despite this, he was inevitably injured. And all his superpowers were used up. Yu Yu gently touched his head. It's okay, go to sleep. The mental power gently covered his consciousness. Yun Mo was not on guard against her at all. Under the comfort of the mental power, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The mutant giant snake was finally killed. Yun Mo and Lin Ziyuan were still alive. This was the best news. Lu Jiwen asked someone to peel off the snake's skin. This snake's skin is impervious to water and fire, and can be made into armor. As for the snake meat, it was corrosive and could not be eaten, so they could only give up with regret. He was in charge of the crystal core of the mutant giant snake and gave it to Yu Yu. After all, Yun Mo was the strongest combat output. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that they would not only fail to kill the mutant giant snake, but also die here today. It's not that no one has protested, but they were all blocked by Lu Jiwen. Not convinced? If you have the ability, go and challenge Yun Mo. If you win, the crystal core will be yours. Those people knew they were no match for Yun Mo, so they could only give up in disappointment. Come out! Yu Yu's eyes fixed, looking at a certain direction, her mental power gathered into one stream, and attacked the other party. She could feel a strong breath. That was the breath of a high-level zombie. Not only that, there were many zombies appearing. Just as Yu Yu's voice fell, a slender figure walked out from the darkness. The psychics who had originally relaxed their vigilance all sat up and stared at the man with a vigilant look. No, that was not a human at all. The pair of scarlet eyes exposed his identity. It's a zombie. Look, zombies, so many zombies. Oh no, we're surrounded. And Yu Yu was stunned the moment that figure appeared. Brother. But isn't he dead? The zombie king didn't move forward. Half of his face was hidden in the shadows, only his handsome and harmless side was exposed. The scarlet cold eyes stared at her firmly, as if he had locked onto his prey. Yu Yu, brother is here to take you home. Chapter 142. He lost his treasure. Yu Yu, come here. The zombies brought by the zombie king attacked the seriously injured survivors, like hungry wolves. And he just stood there quietly, looking deeply at the girl with a pair of gorgeous red eyes. The girl's slender figure was reflected in the red pupils, like a pure white jasmine flower blooming in the bloody world. The zombie king seemed to only see her in his eyes. Brother? Yu Yu tilted his head slightly, and doubt appeared in his pure cat eyes. She seemed confused. Wasn't her brother dead? How did he appear again? Although she was puzzled, but after hearing Su Yan's voice, Yu Yu couldn't help but walk towards him. Don't go over there. He's not a human. He's a zombie. Lu Jiwen had just chopped off a zombie's head and was sprayed with stinking blood. She turned her head and saw Yu Yu walking towards the weird high-level zombie. Don't believe him. He's not your brother. He's a zombie. Lu Jiwen yelled and reached out to grab her wrist. The zombie king finally let go of Yu Yu. His cold eyes fell on Lu Jiwen's hand holding Yu Yu, and his dark red eyes narrowed slightly. Yu Yu raised his head as if he had noticed something, and saw the cold murderous intent in the zombie king's eyes, and quickly pulled Lu Jiwen. A strong wave of supernatural power came from the air. Several invisible wind blades brushed Lu Jiwen's cheek, and fell on the big tree behind him. The big tree, which required several people to hug together, was broken in the middle in the next second, and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Lu Jiwen looked grim, and the wound on his face was still bleeding. If Yu Yu hadn't pulled him just now, his head would have fallen to the ground. Lu Jiwen looked at the zombie king not far away again, with lingering fear and deep fear in his eyes. He knew in his heart that this high-level zombie was stronger than him, and he was no match for it. Even in his prime, Lu Jiwen was not a match for the zombie king. What's more, they had just experienced a difficult battle, and at this moment, they were either injured or their superpowers were almost exhausted. and they were exhausted. But when did such a powerful high-level zombie appear in Q City? They didn't even have any news, and this high-level zombie, it was obviously coming for Yu. Lu Jiwen naturally couldn't let Yu fall into the hands of the high-level zombie. Go quickly, I'll stay to cover you. As he said, he looked at the zombie king with vigilance. The zombie king stood not far away, clearly did nothing, but it gave people a sense of dangerous oppression. No! Yu shook her head. I can't leave. My brother came to find her. If she leaves, brother will be angry. Brother is angry. They will all die. Zombie king narrowed his red eyes slightly. Yu, you are not obedient. The girl did not move, slightly pursed her red lips, looking at him from a distance, expressing silent resistance. Obviously, Yu does not want to return to him. The girl's action greatly stimulated the zombie king. His cold red eyes fell on the unconscious Yunimo and Lin Ziyuan. Yu is unwilling to return to brother, is it because of them? Two mere humans dare to snatch his Yu away. The zombie king still remembered Yunimo, the damned human. He took Yu away from him last time. The zombie king gave a direct order, kill them all, leaving no one alive. As long as all these humans are killed, Yu will return to him obediently. Roar. The zombies around were like soldiers who had received orders, and they launched a brutal killing of humans. Captain, retreat quickly. There are too many zombies. We can't hold on any longer. The superpowers who had experienced a battle were already exhausted, and they were even more powerless against those zombies who didn't know pain and fatigue. Stop. The girl's soft voice was full of anger. Don't kill them. Huh? The zombies that were originally hunting humans stopped one after another. Although they couldn't understand human language now, they could feel what the young ones were saying. Don't let them eat people. Otherwise, the young ones would be angry. The zombies were a little overwhelmed for a while, and the low-level zombies were spinning around stupidly. They didn't know whose orders they should obey. The zombie king had a natural suppression on these low-level zombies, and they obeyed his orders unconditionally. But that's the baby. The baby will be angry. Ah. Zhuang didn't care to hide his identity in front of humans at this time. He roared at the group of zombies who didn't know how to live or die. If translated into human language, it would be, this is the baby's reserve food. You dare to eat the food raised by the baby. How dare you? The more he scolded, the angrier he became. Zhuang jumped up and slapped the zombie in front of him. This slap directly knocked the zombie's head crooked, and it hung crookedly on his neck. Hee. High-level zombies are smarter than low-level zombies. They turned their heads to look at the zombie king, waiting for him to continue giving orders. Brother. Yu frowned, and said before the zombie king got angry, I'll go with you, but you have to let them go. No. Qi Yin and his companions looked grim, supporting the unconscious Yunimo, and said anxiously, Yu, you come with us. Otherwise, what should they explain when the captain wakes up? Besides, who knows what that high-level zombie will do to Yu? They can't leave Yu alone, letting her face so many dangerous zombies. Even if they knew that Yu could control zombies, they couldn't abandon Yu. I'll stay. Luo Tang wiped the blood off her face, her expression firm. Yu, I'll accompany you. No need. Yu shook her head and blinked at Luo Tang. I'll be fine. Sister Luo. Believe me, the girl whispered. I'll go find you. After that, Yu took the lead and walked towards the zombie king. Luo Tang subconsciously wanted to catch her, but she was still a step too slow, and the girl's white skirt slipped from her palm. What should we do now? Let's retreat quickly. Luo Tang looked at Yu deeply. The girl waved her hand at them, as if urging them. Luo Tang's eyes darkened, and he made a quick decision. Let's go. The little white tiger didn't want to leave, biting Yu's skirt, to stop her from going to the zombie king. Yu sighed softly, and had to pick it up from the ground. The little white tiger shivered and shrank in Yu's arms. Even though it was extremely scared, it still bared its teeth in protest at the zombie king. It was like a warning to the zombie king not to get close to its little master. When the survivors retreated, the zombies around were still a little agitated, unwilling to let go of so much food. When Qi Yin passed by, one zombie wanted to secretly bite him. As soon as he opened his mouth, he heard Yu snort. Zhuang seemed to have received some instructions and immediately executed them. He stepped forward and gave the zombie a big slap. Hee. The zombie was wronged and shut his mouth honestly. Under the gaze of the zombies, the survivors walked past them in fear. The zombie king did not give any orders. His cold red eyes fell on Yu, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yu seemed to be afraid that he would change his mind again, and hurriedly stood in front of the zombie king. Seeing the girl's pure and beautiful face, the murderous intent in the zombie king's eyes gradually faded. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Yu into his arms. His cold hands hugged her slender waist, and the zombie king's handsome face buried in Yu's neck. Exhaling a cold breath, Yu, welcome back. He lost his treasure, which was stolen by cunning humans. Fortunately, he finally found it now. His Yu. Chapter 143 Return to the zombie group. The Q City base has been occupied by mutant plants and mutant animals. Even zombies are not safe here. After all, some mutant plants are not picky eaters, even zombies eat them. The zombie king brought Yu back to his territory, in a small town not far from Q City. This place has basically become the territory of the zombie king. In this town, he is the master who controls everything. If a human accidentally enters here, he will definitely be shocked. Zombies that cannot be seen in Q City are basically gathered here. The whole town is surrounded by zombies in 3 layers inside and outside. When the zombie king came back, dense groups of zombies stood on both sides of the street, respectfully bowed their heads, showing a gesture of submission, to welcome the arrival of the zombie king. There are even many high-level zombies of level 3 and 4 here. Yu hasn't returned to live with the zombie group for a long time. Seeing so many zombies at once, I'm still a little uncomfortable. These zombies are ugly and weird. They have strange shapes. Some of them had their intestines exposed, emitting a strong stench of decay. Some had half of their heads rotten, red and white liquids flowing out, and white and fat maggots wriggling and crawling out of their eyeballs. In short, it looked quite irritating. The girl only took one look, and then looked away in disgust. She didn't like ugly things, especially zombies that didn't like to take a bath. Those zombies seemed to sense that Yu disliked them. They made a ho-ho sound in grievance. Zhuang, who was standing next to Yu, seemed to have noticed their envious gazes and raised his head proudly. Hee. It was the zombie that Yu liked the most. It was also the cleanest and most respectable zombie. Although Zhuang's level was very low, the high-level zombies were quite afraid of it. Who made him the most loved by Yu? It really made the zombies envious and jealous. Ayo. The little white tiger hid in Yu's arms, and was almost fainted by the stench of the zombies. As the only living thing in this town, the chubby little white tiger attracted the attention of all the zombies. They stared at the fat tiger cub with eager eyes. If they hadn't been concerned about Yu, I'm afraid these zombies would have rushed over and eaten the little white tiger alive. Ah! The little white tiger was so scared that its hair stood on end, and it shrank in fear in Yu's arms. Don't be afraid. Yu stretched out her hand, gently stroked it, and coaxed it softly. Su Yan's red eyes flashed with a dark light, and he stared coldly at the little beast. He couldn't accept that Yu was too focused on other things. Even a beast was not acceptable. Whether it was the zombie or the tiger, they were both equally annoying. The little white tiger sensed a strong breath of danger, and the whole tiger exploded into a fluffy ball of hair. The little paws rested on Yu's chest, and the young animal's childish and panicked whimpering sound came out of his throat. Brother, mine. Yu quickly hugged the little white tiger tightly, hid it in his arms, bumped into Su Yan's cold red eyes, and said seriously, "You can't kill it." The girl puffed up her pink cheeks, and looked at him seriously with her watery eyes. "If you kill it, you will be angry. If you are angry, you don't want me anymore." Even if Su Yan hid it well, you would find out his fleeting killing intent. Just like the little dog before. Brother doesn't allow other creatures to appear around you. So he wants to kill Dad, Yunimo, and the little white tiger. He even wants to kill Zhuang. But these are the people you care about. Upon hearing this, the zombie king's brutal and violent aura stagnated, and he slowly withdrew his killing intent. Got it. Su Yan's red eyes darkened, and he whispered, "Brother won't kill them. But you can't run around. If Yu leaves him again, he will kill all those people. As long as he kills all the people Yu cares about, the girl will only be able to rely on him. Yu can only see him in her eyes." The zombie king's red eyes are filled with a strong possessive desire. Chapter 144. Being fed by zombies again. We're here. The zombie king brought Yu to a 3-story villa halfway up the mountain. There was a room prepared for Yu inside, and the layout of the room was exactly the same as the room in Yu's home. "Yu, do you like it here?" The slender figure of the zombie king stood behind Yu, and looked down at the girl in front of him. Those cold red eyes seemed to become much gentler. His pale fingers lifted a strand of the girl's hair, and sniffed it lightly at the tip of his nose. The eyes of the zombie king gradually showed an obsessive look. I don't like it. The girl pursed her red lips slightly, as if she was angry. The zombie king was not angry, but said, then what do you like? No matter what Yu likes, he will help her find it. Except leaving him. I miss my dad. And Yunimo. Yu didn't say the second half of the sentence. She knew that her brother had always been hostile to Yunimo and wanted to kill him. If she really said it, what if the zombie king went to attack the Q City base overnight? Yu didn't care about other people in the base, but there were many people she cared about. Realizing that Zizi was in a low mood, Zhuang called anxiously. It was as if he was telling Yu that she still had him. Zhuang would always accompany Zizi. He would follow Zizi wherever he went. He would not leave Zizi alone. Zhuang, thank you. Yu curved her eyes and raised her hand to touch his head, just like touching a little white tiger. But Yu had not been able to take care of Zhuang recently, and he had not bathed for several days. She took a look at Zhuang's combed hair, and besides being stained with blood, there was also some yellowish and white unknown liquid. It exudes a strange and peculiar smell. Yu silently put down his hand, and instantly gave up the idea. Zhuang seemed to sense that Zizi disliked him, and he howled twice in grievance. It was obviously a zombie, but it actually barked like a dog. It really disgraced the zombie group. Other high-level zombies thought with jealousy. The little white tiger raised its tail high, and took the initiative to rub its head against Yu's palm. Yu stroked it, to ease the embarrassment. The little white tiger made a low sound of hulu from its throat. In Zhuang's opinion, this was showing off. Naked showing off. The girl smiled, and gently stroked the little white tiger in her arms. She didn't even look at him. The zombie king's eyes gradually sank. Yu has too many people in his heart, and sees too many things in his eyes. Not just him. Although the zombie king has recovered his memory, his emotions have only recovered part of it. In other words, he has only recovered his emotions for Yu. As for other people in his eyes, there is only a difference between the living and the dead. Even Lin Ziyuan is the same. No one can take Yu away from him. How can I make Yu forget those humans? Is it only possible to make Yu like him, completely become a zombie? She will no longer think about those damn humans. The dark red eyes of the zombie king flashed a sinister look. The zombie king didn't know what he was busy with. After bringing Yu to this villa, he disappeared quickly. This leaves a few high-level zombies here to guard Yu. Yu stood in front of the French window on the second floor, looking down, and saw that the yard was full of zombies. The zombies surrounded the villa in 3 layers, standing guard like the most loyal soldiers. The little white tiger was circling around Yu's feet a little anxiously. This is the zombie base camp. For the little white tiger, it is as dangerous as a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. After all, these zombies have no humanity, and sometimes they don't even let go of their own kind. The little white tiger is food to them. It flashes before their eyes every day, but it is food that can be seen, but not eaten. The sense of crisis always lingers in the little white tiger, making it a little anxious. It can't help but urge the little white tiger with a whine. It wants the little white tiger to leave here quickly, and take it to find its mother. Xiaobai, don't worry, I will take you out. The little white tiger gently stroked its chin. The little white tiger was stroked until it felt comfortable, and then it gradually calmed down. It took a lot of effort for the little white tiger to calm down its anxious mood. A zombie suddenly appeared at the door with a bowl of bloody stuff. The zombie made a sound towards Yu, urging her to come and eat. Yu needs to eat to become stronger. The zombie was probably a chef in his life, and he even wore a chef's hat on his head. He brought food to Yu, and didn't forget to put it on a clean plate. He looked like a particular zombie. It's a pity that the food he ate was not very particular. The chef zombie pushed the bloody unknown object to Yu. The pale face showed no expression, but the slightly red cloudy eyes stared at her. Although she didn't know what this thing was. But the food that zombies could find for Yu was just a few kinds. Yu frowned in disdain, and couldn't eat it. Not to mention her. Even Zhuang wouldn't eat this thing. But the chef zombie was still staring at her, as if he wouldn't leave unless Yu ate it. Chapter 145 Reserve Food Kept by Zombies. Yu and the chef zombie stared at each other. The girl frowned slightly, and pursed her red lips slightly. She expressed her unwillingness to eat this thing with silence. The chef zombie pushed the bowl in front of her again. Yu Yu shook her head. I don't eat this. Although the chef zombie didn't understand human language, he could see her disgust and resistance from Yu Yu's reaction. Finally, under Zhuang's fierce threat, the chef zombie could only leave with a bloody unknown object. The staggering figure seemed to be a little lost. Although Yu Yu had not completely turned into a zombie, she could not be considered a complete human being either. Although she could accept human food, she did not need to eat every day like humans. However, the zombies in the villa halfway up the mountain, whether they had received orders from the zombie king, or really treated her as a cub. Even though he was rejected by Yu Yu once, the chef zombie did not give up. The next day, Yu Yu found that the villa suddenly became very noisy. The girl sat up slightly from the bed, stepped on the floor with bare feet, and walked to the French window in confusion. Through the transparent French window, she saw that there were suddenly many more humans in the back garden of the villa. There were men and women, children and adults. At this moment, these humans were huddled together in panic, surrounded by zombies. Like poultry raised in captivity, they could only look panicked and shiver as they huddled together. These humans were all survivors nearby, and they did not expect to escape the mutant plants and animals. But they were caught here by zombies. Zombies feed on living things. In the past, they would immediately pounce on and kill living people. But these zombies were very strange. They did not kill people after they caught them. Instead, they kept them in captivity. Help! Several thin girls hugged each other in fear, leaning on each other for a sense of security. Their eyes were full of panic and panic. What do these beasts want to do? Are they raising us as food reserves? As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. Compared to dying immediately at the hands of zombies, this feeling of having to wait for death slowly in despair is more torturous. Damn it! A thug with green hair suddenly spat. His eyes were fierce. Fight them, all the superpowers. Stand up and fight with me. The people who were caught, not only superpowers, but also ordinary people. Compared to the ordinary people who were anxious and afraid of waiting to die, the superpowers were naturally unwilling to just sit there and wait for death. The superpowers, led by the green hat, quickly scanned the surrounding environment. In addition to the countless low-level zombies outside the villa, the ones left inside the villa were all high-level zombies, especially the zombies responsible for guarding them, the lowest of which was level 3. Brothers, rush out with me. Green hair called immediately. The power of one person may be limited, but with so many superpowers, they may not be unable to break out. Others thought so too. So many high-level zombies, gathered together with a purpose. There must be a high-level zombie with a higher level than them guiding them from behind. That high-level zombie hasn't appeared yet. Maybe it's not in this villa at all. While that high-level zombie hasn't appeared, they must fight their way out. Several psychics worked together to deal with the high-level zombies around them, and they couldn't help but show joy on their faces. These beasts are just like this, a psychic said with contempt, and crushed the zombie's head under his feet. The next second, he suddenly widened his eyes, and spit out blood from the corner of his mouth. The psychic couldn't believe it, and slowly lowered his head. I saw a pale hand piercing his chest. The hand had distinct joints, slender fingers, and a cold white color that had not seen the light for many years. It was perfect like a work of art, and at this moment, the hands held a heart that had just been taken out, and it was still beating slightly. The zombie king narrowed his red eyes slightly, and threw away the heart in his hands with disgust. He casually gave it to the zombies under his command. And the group of superpowers, when they saw him, realized that the zombie in front of them was the high-level zombie that led these zombie groups. A strong crisis warning sounded in my mind. Second floor. When Yu Yu saw the scene below, her eyes showed surprise. It was not because the zombie king suddenly appeared, but she saw a figure that surprised her beside the zombie king. Shen Yunting. Chapter 146, he seemed to want to eat her. Shortly after the zombie king appeared, these rebellious psychics were all suppressed. Although they were unwilling to sit and wait for death, they had seen the terrifying and unpredictable strength of the zombie king. Even if all of them were added together, they might not be able to defeat this high-level zombie. These psychics looked extremely ugly, but they could only suppress it temporarily, and look for an opportunity to take action again. Seeing the humans below, like being driven back like livestock in a pen, Yu Yu retracted her gaze, turned around and soothed the somewhat anxious little white tiger. The little white tiger was circling around its tail impatiently. Under Yu Yu's gentle touch, it gradually calmed down. But Yu Yu finally calmed the little white tiger down, and the next second, it suddenly stood up. All the fluffy hair on its body stood up, like a dandelion. Someone knocked on the door. And then, the Zombie King pushed the door open and walked in. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. And he immediately came to see his Yu-Yu. Yu-Yu, your brother is back. The Zombie King stepped forward and embraced the girl. He buried his face in Yu-Yu's hair, sniffed the faint fragrance on her body with his nose, and his Adam's apple slid slightly. In addition to obsession, those gorgeous red eyes also showed a trace of desire, appetite. Yu-Yu keenly sensed the danger, struggled slightly, and pushed the Zombie King in front of her away. When she looked up, the Zombie King was looking at her deeply. This reminded Yu-Yu of the last time, when her brother bit her and almost ate her. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her neck. Sorry. The Zombie King's voice was hoarse, and his eyes became darker. Obviously, he also remembered what happened last time. But Su Yin had a hard time controlling himself at this moment. After he became a zombie, although he recovered most of his memories, he also lost his emotions. Su Yin was originally a person with weak emotions, and after becoming a zombie, he had no emotions at all. The only thing he kept was his crazy and obsessive love for Yu-Yu. But he soon discovered, the deeper his love for Yu-Yu, he couldn't help but want to eat her. Su Yin actually didn't eat anyone. After becoming a zombie, he always ate crystal cores, relying on crystal cores to replenish energy and improve strength. But, when facing Yu-Yu, he had a strong appetite. There seemed to be a voice in his mind shouting wildly, "Eat her! After eating her, Yu-Yu can be with him forever. Yu-Yu will not always think about escaping from him, and no one can take his Yu-Yu away again. Yu-Yu is his. She will belong to her completely and utterly. Once this idea comes into being, it will be out of control." The aura around the Zombie King becomes more and more dangerous. Yu-Yu naturally sensed the danger. When she wanted to eat Unimo before, she had this look in her eyes. But Yu-Yu didn't expect that. Her brother would actually treat her as food. Since the end of the world, Yu-Yu has always been sought after and flattered by zombies. This is the first time that a zombie has treated her as food. And it was her brother. The girl did not feel sad. Her emotions had actually become very indifferent. It was difficult to have such rich emotions as humans. Yu-Yu just felt a little strange. "Brother, you want to eat me?" The girl's tone was very firm. Hee. Zhuang seemed to have noticed something unusual. His strong body blocked Yu-Yu, and he roared at the Zombie King angrily. Even though the zombie in front of it made it feel scared. But he dared to want to eat the baby. Anger completely defeated the fear brought by class. Dared to have the idea of taking the baby. Zhuang wanted to drag the Zombie King to death at this time. Even the little white tiger, although trembling with fear, still stood in front of Yu-Yu, showing his fangs in a bluffing manner, trying to scare the Zombie King away. The Zombie King ignored these two rubbish, and was exposed by Yu-Yu. He turned his head slightly, and looked away. "Sorry," he whispered. The Zombie King left quickly. Yu-Yu stared at his back, thinking, "My brother was injured. Who hurt him?" As far as Yu-Yu knew, the only person who could hurt my brother was Unimo. Even Shen Yunting. Didn't he become a zombie, and became a subordinate of the Zombie King? Thinking of this, Yu-Yu felt a little sad. What a pity. After all, besides Unimo, Shen Yunting was the second human that Yu-Yu thought was delicious. Although she couldn't eat him, Unimo didn't let her eat people outside. Not even a bite. But it's still okay to smell it. Now it's better, I can't smell it at all. Thinking of Unimo, I don't know what he is doing. Meanwhile, in the base of Q City, Unimo fell into a deep sleep under the comfort of Yu-Yu's spiritual power. His body, which had consumed too much of his superpowers, automatically adjusted during his sleep. But he never expected. When he woke up, Yu-Yu was gone. His wife was so obedient, and she disappeared in an instant. Where is Yu-Yu? Yunmo's face darkened. Shi Yen didn't dare to hide it, so he could only tell the fact that Yu-Yu was taken away by the Zombie King. Chapter 147. This zombie doesn't understand human language. I'm sorry, Captain. Shi Yen lowered his head in shame. His voice got lower and lower. That zombie is too strong, and can command the zombies. We can't beat him. Shi Yen felt more and more ashamed as he spoke. After all, they were the ones who abandoned their teammates and ran away. Although in that situation at the time, they were just holding on with their last gasps. Even if they stayed, they couldn't beat that zombie. It was just a death sentence. But they did leave Yu-Yu behind. High-level zombie? Yunmo's eyes deepened. Shi Yen raised his head, and quickly glanced at the captain's face. Unimo did not blame him. After all, it was useless to blame them. He still had to find out as soon as possible what had taken Yu away. A possibility suddenly emerged in Yunmo's mind. The only high-level zombie that could take Yu away was the one he met in S City. The Zombie King. Could it be that he was not dead? Yes. The zombie's strength is unfathomable. Even if all of us were combined, we might not be able to kill him. Luo Tang's voice suddenly sounded. She was leaning against the door frame with her arms folded. She didn't know how long she had been listening. Moreover, that high-level zombie claimed to be Yu's brother. Yunimo, who was originally just skeptical, finally confirmed it after hearing her words. The zombie that took Yu away was the Zombie King. He was indeed not dead. I didn't expect that the Research Institute sent so many high-level psychics, at the cost of self-destruction, but still failed to kill the Zombie King. When hearing this news, Yunimo was not too surprised. After all, in the last life, the Zombie King killed all humans. But, don't worry too much. I think Yu's attitude towards that zombie is a little different. Luo Tang comforted, that zombie seems to still remember Yu. Yunmo's expression did not improve because of her words, but became more cold. He didn't forget that the Zombie King almost ate Yu last time, even if he recovered his memory after evolving, and remembered that Yu was his sister. So what? How much emotion can zombies have? I have to find Yu. Yunimo couldn't sit still, and immediately got out of bed and walked out. The Zombie King must be near the Q City base. He had to take Yu back before the Zombie King took her away. Wait, Captain. Your injuries. Shi Yan hurriedly followed his steps. Captain, I'll go with you. He had no choice but to leave Yu behind before. And now, no matter what, he had to go with Yu. Shi Yan secretly swore in his heart that he would bring Yu back even if it cost him his life. Yunimo just went downstairs and met Lin Ziyuan. Apparently, he also heard about this from other people, and his face was heavy and ugly at the moment. Lin Ziyuan never thought that he protected his daughter very well, and did not let Yu get hurt in the battle with the mutant snake. However, a zombie took advantage of him being injured and unconscious, and snatched Yu away. And that zombie was Su Yan. Thinking of this, Lin Ziyuan couldn't sit still for a moment. No one knew better than him how paranoid and crazy Su Yan's feelings for Yu were. When they lived in that peaceful society ruled by law, Su Yan almost killed him for Yu. Not to mention that now is the end of the world where order collapses. Lin Ziyuan was anxious and tormented at the moment. Not to mention what Su Yan would look like after becoming a zombie. It seems that his obsession with Yu has not diminished at all. Lin Ziyuan was really worried. What if Su Yan disappeared with Yu again? Looking for someone in the apocalypse is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dad, stay at the base. I will bring Yu back. Yunimo persuaded in a deep voice. No. Lin Ziyuan frowned. And at this moment, he didn't care to correct Yunmo's address. Don't stop me. I must go. I must bring my daughter back. Seeing his firm attitude, Yunimo stopped persuading him. Fortunately, Yu still had Zhuangzhuan with her, and she had the ability to control zombies. People don't have to worry too much. If it were an ordinary person, it would be very dangerous. At this time, although Yu didn't need to worry about the zombies, she had to worry about other things. For example, what if the overly enthusiastic zombies always wanted to feed her? Hee hee. It was the familiar chef zombie again, but this time, it was holding a person. It was still a lively person, a pretty, skinny-looking woman. There was still fear in the woman's eyes, but she didn't shout like the others. She looked quite calm. Her hands were tied together with a rope, and the other end of the rope was in the hands of the chef zombie. The chef zombie pulled the rope, and the woman staggered forward. Hee hee. The chef zombie threw the woman in front of Yu like a treasure. The woman was caught off guard and fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, not daring to make a sound. What came into view was a pair of exquisite sandals, gently hanging on the girl's feet. The small and delicate jade feet were as white as snow, and the thin straps of the sandals were wrapped around the instep, like an exquisite work of art, making people want to hold it in their hands. She raised her head cautiously, and saw a stunningly beautiful face. The girl frowned slightly, and looked down at her. That beautiful face was even more stunning than the glamorous female stars on the screen before the end of the world. The woman's breath stagnated. In this villa full of zombies, the sudden appearance of a delicate and beautiful girl did not make her relax her vigilance, but made her more alert. even if the girl in front of her looked like a human. She did not dare to underestimate her. After all, are those living among the zombies really human? Yu was having a headache at the moment. This chef zombie seemed to not understand human language. Okay, it really did not understand human language. But Yu really didn't want to eat humans. The girl thought that. Her meaning was clear enough, except for the zombie whose brain was eaten. A normal zombie could understand what she meant. But the chef zombie misunderstood her meaning, thinking that Yu didn't eat the food he brought, because it was not fresh enough. She wanted to eat fresh food. Arrangement before. Yu felt strange. Why there were so many humans in the villa suddenly? Could it be her brother's reserved food? Now she finally understood. Those humans were clearly prepared for her. Hee. Seeing that Yu didn't move, the chef zombie was a little anxious, and couldn't help but urge again. It was like calling Yu. Hurry up and eat. As a chef, even if it becomes a zombie, it can tell the quality of the ingredients at a glance. Among all the humans that the chef zombie has eaten, women and children have the most tender taste. So it deliberately chose this woman. Her skin looks white and soft, and it must taste good. Take advantage of the ingredients jumping around. Bite it in one bite, with blood and flesh. The zombies downstairs are crying with envy. I don't eat it. The chef zombie shouted anxiously. Hee. The man and the zombie are talking at cross purposes. They are talking nonsense, but their brain waves are somehow connected. Yu sighed tiredly, and used her mental power to communicate with the zombie in front of her. At this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 148, she made the right bet. The woman who had been timid and lowered her head suddenly jumped up, and took advantage of the moment when the chef zombie relaxed his vigilance, and hijacked Yu, who was close at hand with lightning speed. She pulled out the short knife from her waist, and pressed it against Yu's slender neck, and the tip of the sharp knife was cold and sharp. Yu lowered her eyes, and stared at the short knife against her aorta. The girl's expression was not a bit flustered, and her gentle voice was like a gentle breeze. You can't kill me, she kindly reminded. Yu is no longer a human being. Unless you chop off her head like a zombie. You can't kill her with this small blade. Don't move. The woman looked nervous. Her eyes fixed on the chef zombie, who suddenly became impatient, and her hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. At the moment she kidnapped Yu, all the zombies in the room turned their heads slowly, like rusty robots, and their scarlet eyes stared at her. The zombies seemed to be enraged by her behavior. They dragged their stiff legs and approached step by step, making threatening low roars from their throats. Even if you couldn't understand them, you could still feel their anger. The woman was so scared that she was sweating coldly. She tightened her grip on the short knife in her hand, and the blade was pressed tightly against Yu's neck. Yu raised her head slightly, and her slender and white neck was like a swan. The sharp blade pierced her skin, and soon red blood beads oozed out. But the girl didn't feel any pain. She didn't care about the thread on her neck, but kindly reminded again, they are angry. When Yu lowered her head in a panic, glanced at Yu, and said very quickly, I won't kill you, but you have to cooperate with me. You have a way, right? After seeing that the zombies were angry, they didn't immediately pounce on her. When Yu knew that she had made the right bet, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, looking at Yu but didn't dare to relax at all. When Yu knew in her heart that this girl who looked delicate and beautiful, weak and harmless, was not that simple. Just because she can live among the zombies will not only not hurt her, but also obey her orders. You asked these zombies to capture us, right? When you clenched the knife in her hand. What do you want to do? You are obviously a human being. Why do you want to live with zombies, and help zombies to kill your own kind? After struggling in the apocalypse for so long, she has seen the darkness of human nature, and has seen countless people. But when Yu has never seen someone like Yu. How could there be such a strange girl? This girl is full of contradictions. She looks so weak. Even when she was kidnapped, she didn't even have the ability to resist. But she can control so many zombies. Even high-level zombies are subservient to her. Intuition tells Yu that if they want to escape from this hellhole, this weak girl in front of them is their only chance. So she took the risk to kidnap Yu. As it turns out, her intuition was right. When she saw the zombies were afraid to move forward and could only roar helplessly and furiously beside them. When Yu knew that she had made the right bet. It's not me, Yu said softly, shaking her head. She couldn't bear the blame. Not to mention these humans. Yu herself wanted to leave here. That zombie. Thinking of that high-level zombie with unfathomable strength. When Yu's heart tightened, Suddenly, a strong murderous aura came. A strong sense of death crisis enveloped her. When you was instantly horrified, as if she was stared at by something terrifying. It was like encountering a wild beast in the wild. And there was an extremely dangerous sense of oppression. Yu reminded softly, "Brother is here. He is angry." What? When you didn't understand what she meant at this moment. Until the next moment. Chapter 149. Her blood is attractive. The air seemed to be slightly distorted, and a strong supernatural power fluctuation was transmitted. Several sharp wind blades hit her. Many deep scars that could be seen to the bone appeared on Wen Yu's body instantly, and blood gushed out instantly, and soon dyed her clothes red. One of the wind blades was aimed at her neck. At the critical moment, a thick red vine emerged from the ground, wrapped around her ankle, and pulled hard. There was a muffled sound of thump. When you fell to the ground in a mess. The blood-colored vine dragged her roughly. The fatal wind blade missed, and hit the wall behind. The wall was instantly penetrated, and all the broken stones fell down, and hit Wen Yu's head. Wen Yu's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. He was choked by the smoke and powder in front of him and kept coughing. "Brother." Yu retracted the vine and looked up at the door. A tall and slender figure appeared outside the door. The zombie king's cold red eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. Wen Yu trembled all over, and an indescribable sense of fear came over her. It was as if the god of death had grabbed her neck, depriving her of air bit by bit. The short knife in her hand had already fallen to the ground in the incident just now, and was now on the ground not far from her. But Wen Yu did not dare to act rashly, as she knew that she was not a teammate of the high-level zombie. A rash resistance would be like hitting a rock with an egg, and Yu would naturally not give her a second chance. The girl's slender white fingers gently touched her neck, and a long and thin scar appeared there. Red blood beads gradually seeped out, and a faint smell of blood filled the nose. It was like blood falling into a group of sharks. The zombies, who had originally calmed down under the pressure of the zombie king, began to become agitated again. They approached Yu involuntarily, and kept making hoarse and low, meaningless roars in their throats. The zombies began to become agitated. They seemed to have lost their minds. They walked towards Yu uncontrollably, stretched out their rotten blue-gray hands, and kept reaching out to her, trying to touch her. Seeing the zombies' nails glowing an ominous black color, Yu frowned, said disdainfully, "Dirty. Don't touch her without washing your hands." But the zombies, who were always obedient, became rebellious at this moment. The little white tiger seemed to sense the danger, biting the hem of Yu's skirt, and dragging her back with force. Wen Yu covered her injured and bleeding arm, looking at this scene in surprise. Although Yu helped, she avoided the fatal blow, but she was seriously injured, and her body was covered with scars of various sizes. The blood soon stained her clothes. Thrown into the zombie pile, she was like a piece of fat meat, attracting hungry wolves. But the zombies had no interest in her at the moment. Instead, they crowded in front of Yu one by one, making excited and impatient ho-ho sounds in their throats. Even Zhuang, who was always loyal, became very anxious at this moment. Ho-ho. Zhuang couldn't control himself, and followed the zombies forward, and stretched out his hand to Yu. This scene was like several evil ghosts just crawling out of hell, pairs of stiff and pale arms, stretching out towards Yu. Yu took a step back, avoiding the zombie claws that stretched out in front of her, and her delicate eyebrows gradually wrinkled. She could tell from the actions of these zombies. They wanted to eat her, just like they treated those humans before. They also regarded her as food. Why? Yu looked thoughtful, and her hand gently stroked her neck. Is it because her blood has some attraction to them? Huh? Zhuang's brain, which was dominated by food, seemed to have regained some self-awareness. It stopped several other anxious zombies, and let out an urgent roar at Yu. It seemed to urge her to run quickly. Chapter 150 almost got eaten. It was the first time that Yu discovered that her blood had such a strong attraction to these zombies. These zombies were fine, even Zhuang, who had always treated her as a cub, could not resist this temptation. Bang! The blood vines directly slapped away the zombies that surrounded them. The vines waved with their fangs and claws, and seemed to be very angry. Even the petals of the carnivorous plant fell to the ground in anger. Although it became bald, it was also stronger. Yu's soft fingertips fell on the vine, stroking it gently, soothing its angry emotions. The blood vine rubbed her fingertips like a spoiled child. The vine, which was very cruel to its enemies, became obedient like a docile kitten in front of Yu. After the zombies were blown away, they smashed hard against the wall. At this time, the pressure from the Zombie King came overwhelmingly, pressing the zombies hard. The handsome Zombie King stood at the door, a pair of gorgeous red eyes showing a stern murderous intent. Get lost? The low-level zombies were afraid of the pressure from the Zombie King, and had to submit to him. The chef zombie quickly picked up a zombie in each hand, and the heavy footsteps gradually faded away. The Zombie King closed his eyes, as if he was restraining something. When he opened his eyes again, his red eyes darkened a little. He couldn't help but walk over with his long legs. Aww! The little white tiger was so scared that its hair stood on end. It howled and screamed, looking fierce and ferocious, without any deterrent power. The Zombie King looked at it coldly, revealing his murderous intent. Yu rubbed the little white tiger's ears soothingly. The Zombie King soon came to her. He stretched his arms with long arms. The young children were pulled into their arms. The cold palm tied to her slender waist, it seems like to incorporate the girl into her body. The Zombie King lowered his head slightly, get together to the neck of the young neck. The cold thin lips fell on her wound. Girl's blood exudes a sweet taste, hooked like a poppy. Even the Zombie King is difficult to resist this temptation. The instinct to be invaded by the zombie virus, caught to eat her. His love was twisted crazily, and his horrible paranoid possessiveness eventually turned into a strong appetite. His palms suddenly tightened, and the Zombie King's eyes, that had lost their humanity, turned scarlet. Bloody, as if they were stained with blood. Intuition told Yu that her brother was in great danger at the moment. The blood vine suddenly appeared and wrapped around the Zombie King's wrist. The Zombie King's eyes turned cold, and the blood vine suddenly broke and fell lightly to the ground. The handsome zombie couldn't suppress his instinct, slightly opened his thin lips, and revealed his sharp fangs, and approached the girl's white and slender swan neck. The pressure from the high-level zombies came, and the low-level zombies only had the instinct to surrender. Yu couldn't move, and watched the Zombie King's fangs pierce his flesh. The girl groaned in pain, and the blood-red vines appeared again, piercing the chest of the Zombie King. A hole was torn in the heart, although the Zombie King could no longer feel the pain. The sudden attack of the blood vines made his originally confused mind regain a little clarity. The sweet blood from the girl was enough to drive the zombie crazy. It was like a small dessert with a fragrant smell, tempting hungry people to taste it. Taking advantage of the 2 seconds when the Zombie King paused, Yu covered her neck and quickly retreated, keeping a distance from him. Brother, you want to eat me? The girl's eyes were full of autumn water, and looked at him vigilantly. This was not a question, but an affirmative sentence. At that moment just now, Yu felt the killing intent from the Zombie King. He wanted to eat her. Zombies not only devour humans, but also devour their companions to strengthen themselves, so as to advance. Zhuangzhuang and the Zombie King could not resist the attraction of her blood. Yu guessed that maybe eating her would make the zombies stronger. Chapter 151, He is no longer the brother he used to be. The Zombie King closed his eyes, suppressing the instinctive impulse to devour the other party. He took 2 steps back, and his blood-stained thin lips slightly opened, uttering 2 words, "Sorry." The Zombie King's gorgeous red eyes looked deeply at Yu. His eyes were filled with dark emotions that she could not understand. Soon, he turned around and left. When Yu looked at this scene in shock. Even though she knew that this high-level zombie was very strong, she did not expect that he could actually speak human language. And it seems that he has intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. If his appearance is not very different from that of humans, people will definitely not recognize him, whether he is a zombie or a human. When you couldn't help but feel a little sad. The evolution of zombies is too fast, their appearance is getting closer and closer to humans, and they even have intelligence. If this continues, can humans still survive? When you sighed with a heavy heart. But at present, the most important thing is how to escape from this hellhole. Thinking of this, when you couldn't help but look up at Yu. The stunningly beautiful girl in front of her didn't look like someone struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Instead, she looked like a rose that was pampered in a greenhouse. Beautiful and fragile, unable to withstand any setbacks and hardships. But it was such a girl who saved her life just now. Thank you for saving me just now. When you struggled to stand up from the ground, saying with an apologetic look, I misunderstood you at first. Sorry. A girl who can live among zombies is weird no matter how you look at her. In the end times, people's hearts are unpredictable. When you thought Yu was a person with special abilities, controlling the zombies, and killing her own kind. Until what happened just now, she realized that she had misunderstood Yu. The girl in front of her was captured by zombies just like her. Yu shook her head. She was not a kind-hearted person. She saved her for her own purpose. Are you a water-based ability user? When the woman was attacked just now, she subconsciously mobilized her abilities to fight back. Although she didn't have time to attack. Yu felt the unique energy of the water-based supernatural in the air. Yes. When you looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect the girl to be so observant. Come here. After getting the answer she wanted, Yu turned and walked towards the bathroom. Although when Yu was puzzled, she followed her. Is the wound on your neck really okay? When Yu's slightly worried eyes fell on Yu's white swan neck. She didn't expect the girl's skin to be so delicate. Even though she had controlled the strength just now, she still left scars. It seemed that after she injured Yu, the docile zombie started to riot. However, when Yu suddenly thought of a problem that had been overlooked, and her expression suddenly became very serious. That zombie bit you just now. How terrible the zombie virus is. Everyone who struggles to survive in the end times has experienced it firsthand. Not to mention being bitten by a zombie. Even if the wound is accidentally stained with zombie blood, there is a 90% chance that it will turn into a zombie. Even a 3-year-old child knows this common sense. The beautiful girl in front of him should not be unaware. But when you looked at Yu, he found that the girl's face did not show the slightest panic, but was very calm. Oh, this Yu raised her hand and touched the wound. The wound was not deep, the bleeding had stopped. But the place where the zombie king had bitten left 2 deep blood holes, which were difficult to heal. At this time, we have to mention the benefits of Yunmo. Yunmo's blood is not only sweet, which makes Yu appreciate it, but his blood even has the function of healing. If Yunmo was here, he would definitely not let her get hurt. The girl's cherry pink lips pouted slightly, and she didn't know what she was thinking of. But her beautiful eyes and eyebrows showed a hint of loss. Even though when Yu was a girl, she felt a little distressed when she saw her frowning. She was in a trance for a second before she came back to her senses. Do you know that you will be infected after being bitten by a zombie? Seeing that Yu looked nonchalant, she didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. When Yu suddenly became anxious, and in a hurry, she grabbed her arm directly. Hee. This action seemed to anger a zombie in the room. Zhuang stared at the damned human angrily, like a vicious Tibetan mastiff, baring his fierce teeth. When Yu's heart trembled, and she subconsciously let go of her hand. She stared at the zombie vigilantly. Zhuang looked like he wanted to tear her apart. Zhuang. Yu suddenly spoke. The 2 words gentle and soft seemed to press a switch. The zombie that was originally ferocious instantly wilted and continued to squat in the corner to collect mushrooms, leaving them with a frustrated back. Depressed, when Yu almost laughed at her own thoughts. How could a zombie be so humane? But then she thought of the zombie king. Okay. I couldn't laugh anymore. I know. Yu turned around, and a pair of clear almond eyes stared at her. When their eyes met, she said seriously. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a bite. It's not like I haven't been bitten before. Yu thought a little unhappy. Brother has changed. He is no longer the brother he used to be. He has become worse. Now he even wants to eat Yu. But the zombie who dares to bite Yu is the first zombie king. Humans will indeed become zombies after being bitten by zombies. Except Yunmo, it seems that no one else can escape. But Yu is an exception. She is not a human. As for whether she is a zombie or not, Yu is not sure. After all, zombies are ugly, dirty, and smelly. Even the zombie king, who looks the closest to humans, can be distinguished from humans by his appearance. After all, zombies are walking corpses. But Yu raised her hand and touched her face. Her skin was smooth and radiant. Better than when Yu, who had been through a lot in the end times. She touched her long, smooth hair. And she was not bald like Zhuang, who was losing hair. Yu was confused for a moment. So what on earth was she? Then when you felt a knot in her throat. Do you know you will become a zombie? Looking at the girl's soft eyes, the words stuck in his throat. When Yu was a little bit unable to speak. In the past, when they met teammates who were bitten by zombies, how did they deal with it? When you looked at Yu, thinking in a trance, should I kill her? When you had actually done this more than once. Even her boyfriend, who had loved her for many years before the end of the world, was bitten by a zombie. Even at the last moment of his transformation, he begged Yu to kill him. He didn't want to become that kind of monster. Even though she was heartbroken to death at that time. Yu still killed him with her own hands. And now, Yu was also bitten by a zombie. Logically, she shouldn't have hesitated. But it was probably because the girl's clear eyes were too pure. Like the last piece of pure land in the end of the world. Brighter than the clearest lake water. People like beautiful things. Some people want to destroy them. And some people will protect them. Especially in the end of the world. This clean and beautiful thing is even more rare. When you found that she seemed to be unable to do it. Should I kill her? Chapter 152. I can't accept this way of dying. She clenched and unclenched her hands hanging by her side, and after repeating it several times, she still couldn't bring herself to do it. Yu seemed to see her entanglement and concerns. I won't become a zombie. Because she is a zombie. The girl's soft voice suddenly sounded, and a pair of watery eyes looked at her. When their eyes met, Yu was stunned at first. Reason told her that she shouldn't believe the girl's words. After all, she had survived in the apocalypse for so long, and met many people, and after being bitten by zombies, most of them were infected. No exception. But seeing Yu's clear eyes, Yu finally chose to believe her once. Forget it. Besides not being able to do it, she couldn't beat Yu. From the superpowers the girl just showed, Yu is definitely not as weak and vulnerable as she looks. Besides, when Yu glanced at the corner, the ferocious zombie, at this moment, was like a child who had done something wrong, squatting in the corner and looking at this side eagerly. Unfortunately, Yu didn't notice it. Zhuang exuded a sense of loss. It did something wrong, and Zizi was angry. Will Zizi not want it? This zombie was very insecure, and scratched the wall with his nails anxiously, making a harsh noise. Zizi ignored it. Woo! Zhuang almost cried, like a tearful man. Although zombies don't have tears, anyone can see that this zombie is sad. It's hard to judge. The style of this zombie seems to be a little different from what she knows. No, perhaps the zombies in this whole villa all have strange styles. Yu was really curious. How did Yu tame these zombies? It doesn't look like a supernatural power. Just like a trainer, training the ferocious zombies into obedient dogs. If this skill can be passed on, humanity will be less in danger. Just thinking about it, Yu turned around, hooked her finger at her. Come here. In an instant, all the thoughts in Yu's mind disappeared, and she followed her into the bathroom as if possessed by a ghost. What's wrong? Faced with this delicate and beautiful girl, Yu couldn't help but lower her voice. I want to take a shower, Yu said, taking off her skirt. Yu was startled, and her face quickly became hot. She was a woman, but she had never been so close to others. Yu took off her clothes halfway, but she saw Yu standing there blankly, her eyes wandering and not daring to look at her. Yu tilted her head like a confused little fox, looking at her with doubtful eyes. Turn on the water. How could this human be so stupid? How could she take a shower without water? Since being brought here by the zombie king, Yu hasn't taken a shower for several days. Although the water supply in the villa was not cut off, the water sources had been polluted. Although Yu was not afraid of the zombie virus, the water was dirty, and the more you washed, the more it would stink. After finally catching a water-based superpower, she could finally take a bath. Oh! Yu's water-based superpower had no killing power, and could only be used to fill the bath water. Under Yu's command, Yu filled the bathtub with water. She tested the temperature with water, and said apologetically, Is it too cold? Unfortunately, she was not a fire-based superpower, and could not control the water temperature. Otherwise she would definitely let the girl take a comfortable hot bath. Yu herself didn't realize that. In just half an hour, she had gone from being hostile to Yu to considering her feelings. It can only be said that Yu's appearance is too deceptive. It makes people want to take better care of her. Of course. More importantly, Yu is the guarantee of Yu's survival. She has seen that all the zombies in the villa listen to the girl very much. Even the high-level zombie with a terrifying momentum seems to care about Yu's thoughts. Although he had just bitten Yu. But it was the first time that Yu had seen a high-level zombie who would apologize after biting someone. As long as Yu said a word, the group of zombies would not treat her as food. Even if it was for her own life, she had to hold Yu's thigh tightly. It doesn't matter, Yu said nonchalantly. She couldn't feel the temperature, it was the same to her. Soaking her body in the water, Yu sighed comfortably. Decided to protect this human woman temporarily. After all, she didn't know how long she would stay here. Only if Yu was alive, she could be provided with water to take a bath. She didn't know when Yunimo and her father would come to find her. Yu raised her hand and touched her neck. Although the bleeding had stopped, the deep bite marks left by the zombie king could not be removed. Thinking of the Zombie King's actions today, Yu frowned slightly. She felt that her situation did not seem so safe. Who made her brother want to eat her? Although Yu was not afraid of death, she could not accept this way of death. She had seen people who were bitten by zombies with pits and missing arms and legs. They were ugly. Chapter 153. There is a kind of beauty that does not care about the lives of others. When Yu came out of the bath. When Yu was in a stalemate with Zhuangzhuang. The man and the corpse were separated by a distance, staring at each other. No one made any rash moves. It seemed that they did not interfere with each other, but in fact, when Yu was tense all over, and fell into a state of extreme alert. Zhuangzhuang was too lazy to look at her more. When he saw Yu coming out of the bathroom, Zhuangzhuang roared excitedly. He dragged his stiff and inflexible body, and walked to Yu happily. Hee. When facing Yu, the zombie retracted its claws and fangs, becoming docile and obedient. Even the roar became quite cautious. Is Zizi still angry? Zhuangzhuang called out tentatively. Yu was not angry with him at all. Seeing Zhuangzhuang was dirty, stained with blood and flesh of who knows who. The smell on his body was so sour. Yu almost fainted from the fumes, and quickly covered his nose. Realizing that he was being despised, Zhuangzhuang lowered his head aggrievedly, revealing his slightly sparse head. The cub dislikes it. Although he was sad, Zhuangzhuang still took a step back, so as not to suffocate his cub. Yu wrinkled her nose, raised her hand, and pointed to the bathroom. Zhuangzhuang, go take a shower. After that, Yu raised her eyes, and looked at Wenyu with her beautiful eyes like glass. Wenyu? She somehow understood what Yu meant. Wenyu sighed tiredly. She was a water-based superpower. How could she fall to the point of running bath water for zombies? But? Do zombies need to take a bath? Other zombies don't need it, but as a zombie raised by Yu, Zhuangzhuang does. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Wenyu resigned herself to filling a full tank with water. Yu also threw the little white tiger and the blood vine in to wash them. Why are all her pets dirtier than each other? This won't do. Not only will it hurt Yu's eyes, it will also be embarrassing to take them out. It's a small matter to be embarrassed, but it's a big deal to be irritated. Wash them in the bathtub, and when the two little ones are clean. The water in the bathtub has been changed again and again. It's too dirty to look at. Zhuangzhuang's dirty clothes were obviously unwearable. But Yu asked Xueting to search the whole villa, but he still couldn't find suitable men's clothes. In desperation, Yu had to take out a small fresh floral skirt from her closet. The Zombie King only recovered part of his memory, and had long forgotten the size of Yu's clothes, so he collected all the clothes of all sizes. Yu picked out a skirt of the largest size and threw it to Zhuangzhuang. Do you need to help him change his clothes? When Yu's expression was a bit hard to describe. Although this is a zombie, it is also a male zombie. But if we don't help it change its clothes, can it do it by itself? No need. Yu shook her head, looking quite proud. Zhuangzhuang can put on his own clothes. She has educated her zombie brother very well. Zhuangzhuang is much more sensible than those bad zombies outside who don't know the rules. When Yu was speechless and fell into a strange silence. She had never seen such a maverick zombie. Zhuangzhuang took his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After an hour of hesitation, the tall and clumsy zombie finally put on new clothes and came out. Wow! Yu opened her mouth in surprise. Zhuangzhuang made a brilliant appearance, which was blinding. The fresh blue floral skirt was stretched a size larger when worn on him. The muscular man put on the floral skirt, which was tightly bound to his body, and almost broke the clothes. Looking at Zhuangzhuang's pale zombie face, and the sparse hair on his head, when you felt a blackness in front of his eyes. There is a kind of beauty that doesn't care about other people's lives. Yu frowned and walked around Zhuangzhuang. Although she was not very satisfied, she would just make do with it. Yu took out a comb, and while combing Zhuangzhuang's hair, she comforted him. I know you are a boy, Zhuangzhuang. Bear with it for a while. When we leave here, we will take you to find new clothes. Zhuangzhuang, hee. I listen to you. The little skirt is also very beautiful. I like it. I love to wear it. The tall and bulky zombie curled himself up into a ball, and squatted obediently in front of the girl. Like a dumb doll, Yu let Yu dress up as you like. Although Yu's strength was already very weak, but with a gentle comb, the remaining hair of Zhuangzhuang still fell down. It made the hair on his head, which was not lush to begin with. Even worse. Yu froze, and pursed her red lips slightly, seemingly feeling a little guilty. While Zhuangzhuang didn't notice, Yu quietly kicked the pile of hair on the ground away. The blood vine appeared secretly, and quickly swept away the hair on the ground. Zhuang was still immersed in the joy of his son combing his hair. There was nothing wrong. I just felt that my head seemed a little cold. But it doesn't matter. It's a zombie. It's not afraid of the cold. A gust of wind blew, and the only 2 lonely hairs on Zhuang's head fell down like dead leaves. Seeing this scene in front of her, Wenyu was stunned for a long time. She suddenly felt a sense of absurdity that she couldn't keep up with the times. How could the style of this one person and one corpse be so novel? Chapter 154. She has this human covered. Because of the bite from the zombie king, Wenyu has been paying close attention to Yuyu's condition. After being bitten by a zombie, a normal human will have a high fever within 2 hours, and will gradually turn into a zombie. But 3 or 4 hours have passed, and Yuyu still hasn't changed at all. Wenyu even deliberately tested the girl's body temperature. Yuyu's body temperature has always been lower than that of normal people, but it's not as cold and stiff as a zombie. Wenyu gently pinched it, and found that although Yuyu's skin was cool, it was soft and elastic. Are you immune to the zombie virus? Wenyu was shocked. She had only seen Yuyu as a human who was not affected by the zombie virus. I guess so. Because she was originally a zombie. It's just that she evolved better than other zombies. As for why this happened, Yuyu didn't understand, and could only attribute these abnormalities to the fact that her food was too good. So she evolved faster. After all, with Yunma as a mobile blood bank, Yuyu has never been hungry. As for the other zombies, they should be malnourished. After receiving Yuyu's affirmative answer, Wenyu couldn't help but hold her breath, and her eyes showed a hint of excitement. If the girl has antibodies in her body, does that mean that humanity is saved and can end all this? Once this idea came into being, it could not be stopped. Wenyu was so excited that her breath was a little disordered. But then, she thought of the current situation again, which was like a basin of cold water poured over her head. She couldn't even guarantee her own safety now. What could she talk about in the future? Wenyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because she stayed with Yuyu, she became the safest human in the villa. Unlike other humans who were kept in the villa, who were in fear and anxiety every day. After all, being in a pile of zombies was like a sheep among wolves. It was as if there was a knife hanging on the neck, and she was always worried about when it would fall. The sense of crisis of death loomed in everyone's heart. It's not that no one has thought about fighting out, but there are too many zombies here, like a small zombie base. Besides, most of them are high-level zombies. The high-level superpowers who tried to escape before were all killed mercilessly by the zombie king, and directly fed to the zombies under his command, without even leaving a corpse. This completely crushed their courage. No one dared to act rashly in the past few days. It seems that they have been appointed. However, the number of survivors is still visibly decreasing. What's wrong with you? Yuyu looked at her strangely. Humans are very emotional creatures, and are easily sentimental. For example, Wenyu, who was very excited just now, suddenly became very disappointed. Are you sad? Tell me about it, the girl said softly. If someone else said this, it might be gloating, or sarcastic. But Yuyu was just curious. Her little human was unhappy, and she had to understand the reason. Although she had not been with Wenyu for a long time, she had already regarded her as her own. When it comes to her own people, Yuyu always takes good care of them. Hee. Even Zhuang echoed. Zizi's people are its people, it has this human under its protection. Looking at Yuyu's sparkling almond eyes, Wenyu suddenly had an immature idea. Staying with Yuyu these 2 days, Wenyu saw the girl's peculiarity more clearly. The zombies here not only obey her orders, but also have a self-consciousness of wanting to please the girl. It's like Yuyu is the master of the zombie group. Can you ask the zombies to release the people they captured? Wenyu asked tentatively. We are all human beings. We should help each other, and not watch our fellows die tragically at the hands of zombies. Of course, if you find it difficult. Before Wenyu finished speaking, Yuyu said, Sure. Wenyu was stunned for a moment. Yuyu agreed without hesitation. Those humans were originally the food reserves that the zombies had captured for her. Yuyu didn't eat again. Just let him go. For Yuyu, it was just a matter of words. But Wenyu's eyes instantly turned red, and she thanked him with a choked voice. Thank you. Yuyu looked puzzled. Why did her little human cry again? Didn't she agree to let him go? Why was he still unhappy? Yuyu didn't understand. Humans are really weird. Chapter 155. Honest zombies have no meat to eat. At the same time, in a town not far from the villa area, A group of survivors originally thought that they were dead, and would sooner or later become the zombies' food. Unexpectedly, the group of zombies suddenly released them all. The survivors looked at each other, all in disbelief. The first reaction was, could this be a trick? But take another look at the zombies without brain stems. These zombies don't seem to have that kind of intelligence. The zombies were ordered to release all the reserved food, while drooling, staring at the survivors greedily. Although they were extremely greedy, they were able to control their instincts, and did not rush to eat those humans. What happened to them? Someone asked cautiously. Did they have a seizure? But they don't have brains. Unfortunately, no one could give him an answer. Finally, a man with a crew cut woke up as if from a dream and shouted, "Whatever they are doing, what are we waiting for if we don't run now? What if these beasts regret it again?" Hearing this, everyone came to their senses in an instant, and scattered like birds and beasts. Each one ran faster than the other. They were afraid that they would be caught by the zombies again if they were a step late. They didn't want to go to that kind of hellhole again. They didn't stop to look back until the survivors ran a distance away and made sure that the zombies didn't catch up. Although they wanted to eat people, they were told by Yu that they couldn't hurt these humans. The zombies could only watch the food fly away from their mouths. They didn't dare to go against Yu's wishes. If the girl got angry, they would end up like the zombies before. Zombies are not afraid of death. Compared to being killed by the zombie king, they are more afraid of being rejected by the young ones. Unfortunately, these few are honest zombies. Several zombies combined cannot make up a mind. If it were a cunning zombie, they would know what it means to pretend to obey, but actually disobey. After letting the person run away, then chase him. Isn't it the food you caught? As long as you don't let the young ones find out. Honest zombies are destined to have no meat to eat. On the other side, the survivors finally escaped. After running out with great difficulty, they saw two modified off-road vehicles slowly approaching, shooting many zombies wandering on the street in the head along the way. If it had been before, these survivors would definitely not have come forward, but now they couldn't care less. After 2 or 3 days without food, they were almost starving. Even the mutants whose bodies had been transformed could not resist at this moment, and their eyes were red with hunger. If this continued, they would probably lose their minds and chase the zombies on the street to eat them. Hey, stop quickly. In the SUV. Behind Chin Mo's glasses, his warm eyes narrowed slightly. Captain, he shouted. Yunemo, who was leaning against the back of the chair and pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked out the window and suddenly said, "Stop the car." The strangeness of the group of survivors caught his attention. The group of survivors looked very miserable, looking back with fear and anxiety, as if they were worried that something would catch up with them. "Brother, do you have food? I can exchange crystal cores with you." The man with the short hair who stopped the car first walked to the window and said to the people inside. Chin Mo raised his hand and pushed his glasses, smiling. Of course. The man with the short hair was delighted when he heard this, and felt lucky in his heart that he had probably used up all his courage in this life on this day. Others also came up one after another. Those who had crystal cores took them, and those who didn't had to beg for them. Chin Mo responded, while trying to get their words out without revealing his feelings. "Big brother, I see you look like you are fleeing. I wonder where you are from. Did you encounter any powerful mutant animals?" The man with a crew cut stuffed a small piece of bread into his mouth greedily, and rolled his eyes because of the choking. Chin Mo saw this, and kindly handed him a bottle of mineral water. The man with a crew cut smiled at him gratefully, and finally swallowed the bread in his mouth, and waved his hand with a gloomy face. "Hey, don't mention it. I'm really unlucky. I don't know which god I offended," the man with the short hair complained, while telling their experience. "Who knows why the group of zombies suddenly picked us, took us to the villa, and locked us up for several days. It seems that they treated us like pigs. Every day, they randomly picked a poor guy to eat." "You mean, the zombies took you back and used you as food reserves?" Yunemo, who was silent beside him, suddenly spoke up. The aura of this man was too strong. The man with the short hair nodded nervously. "Yes. I didn't eat you, but I let you go." Chi Yen also looked strange. "Yes. I don't know what happened, but the fat man should know," the man with the short hair said, pointing to the fat man next to him. The man was white and fat, and he was wearing broken glasses. "Yes." The fat man nodded vigorously. "Those zombies took me to the second floor. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect." At this point, the fat man's face flushed strangely. "What did you not expect?" Chi-Yen, the impatient man, asked hurriedly. I did not expect that the zombies did not eat me, but brought me to a girl instead. As he spoke, the delicate and beautiful face of the girl appeared in front of the fat man again. He blushed like two red buttocks, and said with a silly smile. Unimo had guessed just now. When he heard this, he was sure in an instant that the girl must be Yu. There's probably no one else who can live among the zombies except Yu. Is it this girl? Lin Ziyuan took out a photo and put it in front of him. The fat man looked at it carefully, nodded repeatedly. Yes. 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 It's her. Where is she? Unimo grabbed the fat man's collar in a hurry, and his tone could not hide his urgency. Where is the girl? Come over quickly. I will come over. You can ask for any conditions, supplies or crystal cores. Although the fat man was a little tempted. This group of people looked powerful and had no worries about food. But when he thought of going back to that ghost place again, the fat man shuddered and showed an expression that he was about to cry. No, goodbye, big brother. No matter how good the food is, you have to save your life. Seeing the timid look of the fat man, Unimo could only suppress his anxiety. Don't worry, we will protect you and won't let you get into danger. You just need to lead the way, you don't need to follow in. The fat man was still a little hesitant. Unimo directly took out a box of milk and a box of instant noodles from the space. As long as you are willing to lead the way, these foods are all yours. The fat man's eyes widened when he saw this. These foods were nothing before the end of the world, but now they can keep him alive for a long time. I'll take you there. The man with the crew cut volunteered. Under the temptation of benefits, some people are willing to take risks. The fat man was a little anxious at first, but when he heard someone was competing with him for it, he got angry and quickly held the box of milk in his arms, saying repeatedly, I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. I'll take you there. Finally, the fat man and the man with the crew cut got on the off-road vehicle together. Under their instructions, several off-road vehicles drove in the direction they came from, and gradually drove to the wild suburbs. As the goal was getting closer, the number of zombies along the way increased significantly. After finally finding the news about Yu, Unimo was extremely anxious. He used a big move to crush the zombies into blood foam. He was too lazy to waste time with them. When passing through a small village, the fat man saw a familiar figure not far away, and his eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly shouted, It's him! It's him! It's the high-level zombie in the villa. Who? Several people looked in the direction of his finger, seeing a very familiar figure. Even Unimo was stunned. How could it be him, Shin Yunting? Chi-Yen shouted in disbelief. At the same time, the zombie seemed to have sensed their presence, and suddenly turned his head to look over. The zombie's blood-red eyes looked at them steadily. Unimo said in a deep voice, Everyone be careful. He could feel that Shin Yunting's level was not low. The person in front was a high-level psychic, and he would only become more powerful after becoming a zombie. Chapter 156 Hungry enough to eat Unimo alive. Yu just said one sentence, and soon all the humans in the backyard of the villa were released. Seeing this, Wenyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she herself was not out of danger, but Wenyu knew herself well, and knew that Yu was willing to agree to her request. Because she was still useful, she didn't expect Yu to let her go. Wenyu was very tactful, and didn't mention this matter. Anyway, staying with Yu, she was safe. And there were zombies, who would go out to find food for her. On second thought, it's actually pretty good, isn't it? Wenyu thought with a smile on her face. Of course Yu didn't know this. The girl had been locked up here for a long time, although the zombie king didn't restrict her range of activities. But no matter where Yu went, Shin Yunting would follow him like a shadow. Although I don't know how he became a zombie, but after he became a zombie, he seemed to have become a minion of the zombie king, and obeyed his orders very well. As long as Yu left the range of the zombie group, the zombie king would appear immediately. After the last time the zombie king bit her, Yu hadn't seen her brother for several days. Until today, the zombie king who had disappeared for 2 days reappeared. But his body was filled with a strong smell of blood, and there were scars of varying sizes and depths. The zombie king's scarlet eyes were full of brutal murderous intent. Yu wondered curiously, who did he fight with? Could it be Unimo? Thinking of this, Yu suddenly became nervous, fearing that the zombie king would kill her little human. Yu sniffed and sniffed carefully. She didn't smell Unimo's blood, so she breathed a sigh of relief. After she relaxed, she was followed by a strong feeling of hunger that was hard to ignore. Although zombies don't need to eat 3 meals a day like humans. Zombies will also be hungry. Especially Yu's appetite was spoiled by Unmo. She could barely survive by relying on crystal cores before. But now she is extremely eager for blood. The bloodthirsty impulse is hard to suppress. And it becomes stronger and stronger. Especially when she thought of the sweet and wonderful taste of Unmo's blood. Yu's saliva secreted even more. Those clear eyes like glass seemed to be slightly red because of hunger. Yu thought, if Unmo appeared in front of her, she would definitely hug him and eat him without saying a word. She was so hungry that she could eat Unmo alive. Woo woo woo. So hungry. Unmo. I want to eat. I want to eat. Yu felt uncomfortable with hunger. Suddenly, the cold white arm of the zombie king appeared in front of her. Yu was so hungry that her eyes were dizzy. She raised her head in confusion. Yu. Eat me. The zombie king opened his thin lips and said this lightly. Yu was full of questions. What happened to her brother? When Yu was shocked and widened her eyes. What kind of lewd words were these? She suppressed her inner fear and looked up. But she saw that the zombie king looked indifferent. And he didn't seem to be joking. Of course, zombies don't joke at all. When he said eat, he meant eat literally. Yu shook her head and politely declined her brother's kindness. Although she was very hungry, she had no interest in her brother's flesh and blood. It was not that she couldn't eat it, although half of the zombie king's face was severely rotten, revealing white bones. He looked like a hideous evil ghost. But, other than that, he looked no different from humans. For example, his arms had smooth and beautiful muscle lines, and red blood vessels could be seen faintly under his cold white skin. But, Yu just couldn't muster up an appetite. Except for Unmo's blood. Other people's blood seemed to her to be smelly and unbearable. The blood of the zombie king was okay, without that bad smell, but it was still an unfamiliar smell. For example, if the former was sweet milk tea, the latter was bitter Chinese medicine. However, Yu could feel that the blood of the zombie king seemed to have a unique attraction to her. Every cell in her body was clamoring for it. Even though her body was so thirsty for his blood, there was a voice deep in her mind, telling her not to drink it. Somehow, the sixth sense was reminding Yu. It seemed that if she drank her brother's blood, something irreversible would happen. The zombie king's red eyes darkened. Although he was rejected, he did not give up. He turned and went into the kitchen, took out a goblet, cut his palm directly, and dripped the dark red blood into the cup. The zombie king was cruel to others, and even crueler to himself. This cut almost cut off the whole palm. Even so, it seemed that not much blood was squeezed out. Drink. The zombie king took a small half cup of blood, the dark red blood was put into the goblet, and handed it to Yu. The zombie king's red eyes also stared at her. Yu, drink it. It was not a tone of negotiation. Yu shook her head and took a step back. Although she didn't know why the zombie king insisted so much. But her intuition made her feel that something was wrong. She couldn't drink it. I won't drink it. Even though he had recovered his memory, the zombie king had lost most of his emotions after all. Yu used to listen to him so much, and never refused any request from her brother. But now, she is no longer obedient and disobedient. She was even unwilling to accept his blood. The red eyes of the zombie king became more sinister. He was very angry. But this anger was directed at Unmo. It was all because of that man. If it wasn't for that damn human who took Yu away, Yu would never have become like this. Now, she even wanted to leave him and wanted to go back to that man. A strong killing intent burst out from the zombie king. The supernatural power fluctuations caused directly shattered the chandelier in the house. When Yu next to him couldn't resist and spit out a mouthful of blood and was very panicked. Yu, drink it. The zombie king took a step forward, approaching Yu, and his gorgeous red eyes locked onto the girl's figure. Just like a python wrapping around its prey. It slowly tightened. Don't you want to be with your brother forever? Drink it, and gain eternal life with me. No one can separate us. Drink it, and you will become stronger. When Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shouted, don't drink it. You can't drink it. Even if she was stupid, she could see that there might be something strange about this cup of blood. Although Yu is immune to the zombie virus. What if she drinks the blood of the zombie king? It's hard to say. After all, the virus contained in zombie blood is hundreds of times more. Especially seeing that the zombie king is so persistent. He will make Yu drink it no matter what. He even started PUA. When Yu was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She didn't care about the danger to her life. She risked being killed and stopped Yu no matter what. The Zombie King's cold eyes fell on her. You are looking for death. Anyone who prevents him and Yu from being together must die. Chapter 157. If you love her, give her your heart. The Zombie King's red eyes showed a gloomy color, full of fierce killing intent. A cold light suddenly flashed. The metal arrows attacked like raindrops. When Yu had no time to dodge, and was shocked. But the expected pain did not come. When the metal arrows were only 0.5 meters away from her, they suddenly stagnated in midair, as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. When Yu subconsciously turned her head to look at Yu's eyes were focused, and her pupils shrank slightly, releasing her mental power. In the past, her mental power was used for direct attacks. But this was the first time she used it for defense. The metal arrows soon fell to the ground with a clang. If Yu hadn't saved her, she would have been stabbed like a sieve. When Yu immediately looked at her with gratitude. In fact, she stood up to stop the Zombie King. Not just for Yu, but also for her own selfish reasons. Because Yu was the first person she had seen who was immune to the zombie virus. Perhaps she had antibodies in her body, and the hope of solving the end of the world lies in her. So when Yu didn't want Yu to accept the blood of the Zombie King, this high-level zombie was too dangerous. What if he assimilated Yu into a zombie? Brother, she is mine. You can't bully her. Yu pursed her red lips and looked at him straight with her moist almond eyes. With the Zombie King's understanding of her, he could see that she was unhappy. When it came to her own people, Yu was very protective, and she couldn't touch even her brother. But her behavior made the Zombie King very unhappy and even angry. His sister actually defended an outsider. It was obvious that the person Yu cared about the most before was him. But now, she has someone else by her side. The Zombie King felt extremely angry. He had never hated humans as much as he did at this moment. It was these cunning humans who kidnapped his Yu. Especially when he saw Yu's attitude of defending Yu, it reminded the Zombie King of that bitch Yunimo. If it weren't for the end of the world, he would have accidentally lost Yu. How could Yunimo, that bitch, take advantage of the situation? Yu would not always think of leaving him now, abandoning him. Whenever he thought of this, the Zombie King wished to tear Yunimo into pieces. In addition, he had deep malice towards other humans. He hated them so much that he wished to exterminate all humans. She deserves to die. The Zombie King's eyes were dark, and he looked at Yu with a murderous look. Yu had no doubt that if Yu was not here, she would have been broken by this high-level zombie. The Zombie King's malice towards her was cold and strong, and he did not hide it at all. Even Yu, who had seen countless zombies, couldn't help but feel terrified and frightened. She can't die. If Yu died, how would she take a bath? Yu looked at him seriously, trying to reason with the Zombie King. Brother, you can't do this. I'll be angry. When Su Yan was a human, he had a strong obsessive and possessive desire for Yu. He not only killed her little white dog, but also wanted to kill Lin Ziyuan. His morbid feelings did not change even when he was a zombie. Even Yu, who is so slow, felt uncomfortable. Su Yan not only wanted to kill Yu, but also wanted to kill Zhuang and Little White Tiger. And he seemed to want to kill her. No, he should want to eat her. This made Yu feel a little dangerous. The Zombie King has not appeared in the past few days. He should be avoiding her on purpose. Does this mean that even the Zombie King himself can't control his strong desire to eat Yu? Especially the deeper his feelings for Yu, the more he wants to eat her. In this way, he and Yu can be together forever, never separate. I cannot kill her. The Zombie King suddenly spoke. He did not forget the purpose of this time, and was unwilling to waste time on this human. Yu, don't you want to eat your brother and gain more powerful strength? The Zombie King's hoarse voice was a bit bewitching. Yu said honestly. No. Your brother is not on her menu. Why would she eat him, Zombie King? Brainwashing failed, he could only seduce Yu with his body, since Yu is unwilling to drink his blood. Then, the Zombie King pondered for 2 seconds, suddenly inserted his hand into his chest, and quickly and accurately took out his heart. Then you eat this. The pair of slender white hands were covered with dark red blood, holding a heart that no longer beat. Humans often say that if you love someone, you must give your heart to her. The Zombie King's red eyes stared deeply at Yu. Yu, now you know who loves you the most. Can Yunma give his heart to you? His. Seeing this scene, Yu's pupils trembled, and he gasped in shock. I'm not saying. Is the love of you zombies. So crazy? And there's something wrong with you. A zombie. It's very wrong. You, the zombie king, are actually having pure love in the end times? Chapter 158. Go and get Ynimo for Yu. Yu stared at the brown-red heart that had stopped beating for a while, and turned her head silently. Brother, I don't want to eat it. She felt a little strange. Why her brother was so abnormal today, always wanting her to eat him. Ordinary humans, as long as they are contaminated with zombie blood, even a little bit, will not be able to resist the zombie virus, and will eventually be assimilated into zombies. The zombie virus carried in the zombie king is hundreds of times that of other zombies. Just look at what happened to Shinyanting, a high-level human with powers as powerful as Ynimo. He was eventually turned into the same kind by the zombie king. The girl's curled eyelashes drooped slightly, and she soon understood his intention. The zombie king wanted to turn her into a zombie completely. Yu, be obedient. Su Yan insisted on handing the heart to Yu. Take a bite. His hoarse and low voice seemed to be a little coaxing. When you looked at Yu nervously, and shook her head calmly. Don't eat it. No. Yu pouted unhappily. She didn't want to turn into a zombie completely. Brother, you have changed. Su Yan used to obey her in everything. As long as Yu didn't like something, he would never force her. I don't like you anymore. When Yu said this, she was staring at the eyes of the zombie king. The zombie king's eyes changed slightly. Even if he concealed it well, he still showed a trace of panic. Apart from the crystal core in his brain, his biggest weakness is Yu. No matter how many words of refusal she said, it was not as useful as this one. The person the zombie king cared about most was Yu, and what he feared most was that she hated him. If not, he could have killed Ynimo last time. Okay. The zombie king, who was originally determined, heard this and no longer forced her. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. After saying that, the zombie king crushed the heart in his hand. This heart had stopped beating a long time ago, so it was useless to keep it. There was no need for something that Yu didn't like to exist. Even though he lost a heart, his love remained. When Yu had a complicated expression. After the zombie king left, she couldn't help but ask softly, is he your biological brother? She always felt it was weird. But how could a zombie fall in love with a human? As early as the moment they were infected and became zombies, they lost all human emotions. Even if a high-level zombie recovered his previous memories, they still had no emotions. To them, humans were once their kind, and now their prey. Humans and zombies are destined to stand on opposite sides, and the fight will not end until death. Do you plan to stay with him forever? When Yu asked again. If you want to leave, I can help you. Although this zombie is still good to Yu. But zombies are zombies after all, no one can guarantee that. He will not suddenly lose control again one day. Yu shook her head, of course not. After spending these few days together, Yu has understood. The zombie king is no longer the brother he used to be. 2 days ago, her blood almost caused the zombie king to lose control. That was the first time that Yu felt a crisis. She saw the suppressed killing intent and appetite from the zombie king. Perhaps, even he was about to lose control of himself, so he was in a hurry to transform Yu into a zombie. I have to go, Yu said softly. If it was before, she might ignore these dangers and stay with her brother. But now Yu is different from before. She still has her father, Yunmo, Lu Tang, Qi Yin, Mu Zhe, and many companions are waiting for her. She wants to find them. Okay. Let's escape together. When Yu nodded firmly. Recently, she stayed with Yu. And those zombies would not attack her under her protection. But being in a pile of zombies was like having a knife hanging on your neck. And you didn't know when it would fall. In this mountain villa, all the zombies inside and outside obeyed the orders of the zombie king. Although these zombies always couldn't control their instincts, they would wander in front of Yu from time to time, trying to attract her attention. But as long as Yu had the behavior of leaving this villa, whether it was a high-level zombie or a low-level zombie on the periphery, all would stop her from leaving. Hee. Baby, go back. It's dangerous outside. A female zombie stopped Yu and screamed seriously. In order to dissuade Yu from going out, the female zombie even told a story. It was said that there was a disobedient little zombie who insisted on running outside. Then, he was caught by the cunning humans. The humans were ruthless and smashed the zombie's head and dug out its crystal core. This is the fate of a disobedient little zombie. Yu. Although when humans encounter zombies, it is indeed a life and death situation. But why does this description sound weird? If she hadn't come from outside, she would have been almost fooled. Hee hee. The other high-level zombies all stood in front of Yu and nodded at the same time. It means that what the female zombie said is right. A little zombie like Yu, if it falls into the hands of cunning humans, it will be too dangerous. Okay. Seeing that they were not willing to give in, Yu had to give up the idea. Although she could kill these zombies and leave directly, doing so would definitely alert the Zombie King, and she would be unable to leave at that time. Besides, these zombies were quite nice to her. Yu thought about it and decided not to do so. She could only adopt a roundabout tactic. It's okay if I don't go out, but I'm hungry. The female zombie immediately said that she would go outside and catch a few fresh humans. I have to say, women are considerate. The female zombie also asked Yu about her taste in detail, what kind of human being she likes. Women, children, or men. The meat of women and children is relatively tender, while the meat of men is a bit tough, but it is chewy. Yu, can't you just not eat humans? One person and one zombie. You go back and forth and communicate without any obstacles. When you look confused, what is it saying? Yu pursed her lips and decided not to tell her, in order not to scare Yu. No, I don't want any of them. After listening to the series of recipes reported by the female zombie, a light bulb suddenly lit up in Yu's mind. That's right. Yunimo can't find her, so she can let the zombies catch Yunimo directly. The whereabouts of the Zombie King are a mystery, and he always disappears for a day or two from time to time. He seems to be particularly busy recently, so this is a good opportunity. I only want Yunimo. The girl's voice is as clear as a silver bell, and she said it crisply. Who? The female zombie was very confused and asked the bald zombie next to her. Is there food called Yunma? The bald zombie replied, hee. Since Zizi said there is, then there is. Yu is like a picky child in their eyes. Although they are distressed, they can't just ignore her. Soon, several zombies discussed and went out to catch the food called Yunma. Will this really work? When you asked doubtfully. Luring people to the zombie base camp. What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Wouldn't it be even more difficult to leave? Yes. Yu nodded, full of confidence in Yunma. Seeing this, when Yu sighed lightly and didn't know what to say, Yu thought that even if the zombies were the fastest, it would take a day. She didn't expect that these high-level zombies were so efficient. In just 2 hours, they brought the people back. When Yu stood on the balcony and looked into the distance, she suddenly saw a few familiar figures downstairs. Yu's eyes widened. Yunimo downstairs. Yunimo raised his head as if he had sensed something, and saw the girl waving at him on the balcony. The moment he saw Yu, the man couldn't help but smile. I finally found you. Yu. Chapter 159, he is worse than a zombie. Stop looking, go quickly. The moment he saw his daughter was safe and sound, Lin Ziyuan's frown finally relaxed. Since learning that Yu was taken away by Su Yin, who turned into a zombie, Lin Ziyuan has been worried these days. Fortunately, Yu is fine. Yunimo retracted his gaze, and his eyes fell on the zombie in front of him, and his eyes deepened a little. At the beginning, when they met Shen Yunting, they were already prepared for a tough battle. After the superpowers become zombies, their strength will only be stronger. But unexpectedly, Shen Yunting did not attack them, but just looked at them coldly, turned around and left. Seeing him like this, he seemed to still have a trace of rationality. Yunimo wanted to give it a try, and asked, do you know where Yu is? Captain, are you stupid? He has already become a zombie. How could he know? Qi Yen couldn't help but complain about him. Even if he knows, do you still expect a zombie to lead us? But unexpectedly, Shen Yunting seemed to really understand what he said, and stopped in an instant, and turned to look at them. The scarlet eyes were devoid of any emotion, showing his identity. He was no longer human. But unexpectedly, Shen Yunting looked at Yunimo deeply, turned and left again. That look seemed to contain a lot of meaning, but it also seemed to be just a simple look at him. Yunmo's eyes deepened. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he quickly caught up. Captain, Although the other team members did not understand Yunmo's approach, they had to follow him. What a freak! Looking at Shen Yunting walking in front, Qi Yen whispered. Could he really understand human language? According to normal development, even if Shen Yunting didn't attack them, he wouldn't let them follow him. Unless he was really leading the way. But a zombie, leading the way for them? What kind of fantasy development is this? Just follow it and see. Qi Nemo pushed his glasses, and a strange color flashed in his narrow eyes. He also wanted to see if this zombie was still conscious. If that were the case, it would be too bad for humans. It was already difficult to deal with zombies without intelligence, and it was unimaginable to see zombies with intelligence restored. That would be a disaster for all of humanity. Just like that, they followed Shen Yunting all the way to this place. After seeing the zombies surrounding the villa in 3 layers, everyone was shocked. This place was just like the zombies' base camp. Yunma. The breeze carried the sweet voice of the girl, and it reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked up at the same time and saw Yu on the 2nd floor balcony. Only then did they have to believe that Shen Yunting was really leading the way for them. I said, how could a zombie take the initiative to lead the way for us? Qi Yan clapped his hands and suddenly realized. It turned out that my sister Yu ordered him to do it. That makes sense. As long as it was related to Yu. No matter how outrageous things were, they became normal. Shinimo. He glanced at him with disdain. Qi Yan was very sensitive, and immediately turned his head to glare at him. What are you looking at? Look at a fool. Shinimo retracted his gaze and replied lightly, with a hint of sarcasm. Qi Yan, you? Amidst the noise, Shen Yunting brought them into the villa. Hee. A female zombie came towards them. Obviously this was a high-level 4th level zombie. A group of people instantly tensed up, ready to fight at any time. The female zombie just glanced at them casually, and called out to Shen Yunting. Why do I see that? The expression of this female zombie is a little shy? Qi Yan asked suspiciously. Shinimo, you are not alone. Although seeing a shy expression on a zombie's face, it sounds ridiculous. But the truth seems to be like this. The female zombie was so shy, except for her horrible appearance, she looked like a shy young wife in front of her lover. Qi Yan almost bit his teeth. Some people looked decent, but there was no opposite sex around them. And some people, even if they turned into zombies, are still the most sought-after male gods in the zombie world. There is no harm without comparison. For Qi Yan, this was too much harm. It's okay that he can't compare with people, but he didn't expect that he lived worse than a zombie. I didn't expect that there are so many love-minded people in your zombie world. Qi Yan said sourly. Yu is one, Zombie King is one, Shen Yunting is one, now female zombies are also like this. Yunimo heard it, glanced at him, smilingly said, if you are envious, I can help you find a female zombie. Qi Yan choked suddenly, said embarrassedly, no need. Not all female zombies are like Yu. Most of them are like the female zombie in front of him. Qi Yan felt as if he was burned, and silently turned his eyes away. The female zombie didn't know that just now. She was discriminated against by a human-looking person. She wanted to go out to help Yu catch people. But when she saw Shen Yunting, she couldn't move. Not only do humans like handsome guys, but zombies like them too. Although Shen Yunting turned into a zombie, he was very handsome. Among a pile of ugly and weird male zombies, he was really eye-catching. Not only was he handsome, but he was also the strongest except for the Zombie King. He is handsome and good at fighting. Which female zombie can resist such a high-quality man? A male zombie. Hee. The female zombie made small talk and told Shen Yunting that Zizi was looking for someone named Yunimo. She took the opportunity to invite Shen Yunting to go out with her to catch people. Hee. Even after becoming a zombie, Shen Yunting was still so frugal with words, and his cool image remained unchanged. He was rejected. The female zombie left reluctantly. Shen Yunting then led the humans behind him to the 2nd floor of the villa. Yunimo. Just as he reached the door suddenly opened from the inside. The girl's soft figure fell into his arms. Yunimo stretched out his hands to hold her waist, and his arms were slightly brimming with blue veins because of the force, as if he wanted to embed Yu into his body. Yunimo, I miss you so much, do you miss me? Yu fell into his arms, and her arms naturally wrapped around his waist. She spoke in a soft and tender voice. Since meeting Yunimo, the two have been together. Yunimo took care of her meticulously, and obeyed her in everything. If you want blood, give it to me. If you want a crystal core, give it to me. Yu has been spoiled. She suddenly felt that her life was hard after leaving Yunmo. After all, no one gave her blood to drink anymore. And even small snacks like crystal cores were gone. Ahem. The old father at the side saw this scene, and couldn't help coughing twice to show his presence. Dad. Yu turned her head, and called out sweetly. Yeah. Lin Ziyuan's eyebrows were relaxed, and his expression was gentle. However, before he could say a few more words to his daughter, he saw Yu in a hurry, and hurriedly tried to grab Yunma's collar. Hurry up. Hurry up. Lin Ziyuan. My daughter? What are you doing? Stop it. Yu is no longer a human being. So she doesn't have to follow the rules of humans. She always follows her heart and does whatever she wants. She has been craving Yunma for a long time. And now she wants to drink blood. Chapter 160, Are you willing to go with me? Yu. Wait. Yunimo did not expect that the first thing the girl did when she saw him was to take off her clothes. He quickly grabbed Yu's hand, looking a little embarrassed. I know you were in a hurry, but wait a minute. Even without turning back, Yunimo could feel the death gaze from Lin Ziyuan. Yunimo felt helpless, and now he had no words to explain. Why? Yu raised her head from his arms, looking at him innocently with her almond eyes. You don't love me anymore. You would never reject me before. The girl snorted, looking a little disappointed. Yunimo. The gaze behind him was like a substance, as if it was staring through his back. Ahem. Lin Ziyuan coughed twice again, attracting the attention of his precious daughter. Yu. Come here and let daddy see you. Oh. Yu could only leave Yunmo's arms first, and walked to Lin Ziyuan obediently. Seeing his precious daughter's obedient and sweet appearance, Lin Ziyuan felt more and more heartbroken. Just like seeing his own juicy cabbage being eaten by a pig. He turned his head, and glared at Yunimo fiercely. Yunimo naturally realized that his future father-in-law was very dissatisfied with him, and could only touch his nose with a wry smile. Dad. Yu hugged his arm, and called softly. Lin Ziyuan's eyes fell on Yu's neck, and his face suddenly darkened. What's going on? He was referring to the tooth mark. It looked like it had been there for several days, but it was not difficult to see how deep the bite was at that time. Lin Ziyuan was shocked and angry. Did Su Yan do it? Apart from him, Lin Ziyuan couldn't think of anyone else. Yu covered the bite marks on her neck. She almost forgot about it. Lin Ziyuan took a deep breath and looked very angry. He didn't expect that even if Su Yan turned into a zombie, he would still be so obsessed with Yu. Yunimo pulled down Yu's hand and saw the bite marks on her white neck. His eyes deepened. Let's leave here first. Luo Tang interrupted. This is not a place suitable for talking. The most urgent thing is to leave before the zombie king comes back. No. Yu shook her head suddenly. What's wrong? Yunimo frowned slightly, suddenly a little nervous. Could it be that Yu doesn't want to leave? Yes, although Su Yan has become a zombie. But he is the brother that Yu has been looking for. Yu was willing to follow him, because you thought Su Yan was dead before. Now that you know Su Yan is still alive, will Yu leave him? Between him and Su Yan, who will Yu choose, to be honest? Yunimo was actually unsure. After all, Yu and Su Yan had been in love for many years, and he could only use his body to keep her. If Yu didn't like his blood and lust for his body, she wouldn't have left with him. Yunimo sighed with some sadness. Who made him be eaten alive by this heartless little zombie? I can't leave. My brother is back, Yu said softly. The mental power she released had already detected the traces of the zombie king. What? Several people looked at each other, and all of them saw a solemn look on their faces. Last time, they only had a face-to-face encounter with that high-level zombie, but the zombie king's strength is unfathomable. Even if they didn't really fight, the pressure on him was enough to make people tremble. Yu, Dad will take you away, Lin Ziyuan said in a deep voice. He would never let Su Yan take his daughter away again. Huh? Yu suddenly said in surprise. Brother didn't come back alone. Within the range of Yu's mental power, in addition to the largest red dot of the zombie king, there were many small red dots following him. There were only a dozen of them at first, but more and more red dots came in from all directions, gathered together, and formed a red halo, following closely behind the zombie king, making it hard to ignore. It couldn't be a zombie tide. Could it be those mutant animals? Yu couldn't help but look up at Yunimo. Yunimo nodded slightly. I told them where you are. Those mutant animals came to help spontaneously. Yu, are you willing to come with me? After saying that, Yunimo stretched out his hand to her. Yu looked up at him, and found that Yunimo seemed a little nervous. Why? Was he afraid that she would leave him? Let's go. Yu. Lin Ziyuan at the side also said. Go home with Dad. Although he didn't like Yunimo, the brat. But compared to Su Yan, the former was better. Yu nodded. Okay. Shin Yunting stood silently not far away like a shadow, his red eyes staring at her quietly. Even if Yu wanted to leave, He had no intention of stopping her and followed silently. A group of people came downstairs. Shin Yunting suddenly spoke, looking at the door with vigilance. Huh? He's here. The figure of the zombie king appeared at the door. Even though there were so many people present, he didn't even look at them. No one was worth his attention. The gorgeous red eyes stared at Yu. Yu, are you going to leave your brother? Chapter 161. What? Can zombies also fall in love? Su Yin, you can't stop me. I must take Yu away today. Lin Ziyuan immediately stepped forward, protected his daughter behind him, and looked at the zombie king with a complicated look. It seems that Su Yin has indeed become a zombie. But even after becoming a zombie, his deep obsession with Yu has not changed. The zombie king did not give him a look, but stared at Yu closely, waiting for her answer. Yu turned her head to look at Lin Ziyuan, and then looked at Yunmo, and nodded vigorously. Yes. She was going to leave. So, you want to abandon your brother, right? The eyes of the zombie king suddenly darkened. His sight fell on the tightly held hands of Yu and Yunmo. And the zombie king's eyes shone. And a cold murderous aura burst out in an instant. You deserve to die. He stared at Yunmo and said coldly. It was because of this damn man that Yu wanted to leave him. When he killed Yunmo and then killed all these humans, Yu would naturally stay by his side. The zombie king attacked Yunmo directly without saying hello. You and dad go first, I'll stop her. Yunmo whispered in the girl's ear. The zombie king raised his hand, and the zombies behind him immediately obeyed the order and rushed over like wild beasts. Want to leave? Do you think you can get away? The zombie king directly issued a cold order. Kill them, don't leave any alive. As long as all these humans are killed, Yu can only stay by his side. Even if Lin Ziyuan, he didn't think of staying. After becoming a zombie, even if he has the memories of the past, he has no human emotions. What's more, before Su Yin became a zombie, he had already wanted to kill Lin Ziyuan in order to monopolize Yu. He was born cold-blooded and ruthless. But he was obsessed with her. He could abandon everything. But he couldn't forget Yu. Yu, have you forgotten why your brother became a zombie? How could you abandon me for humans? The zombie king said this while dealing with Yunmo's attack with ease. Have you really forgotten everything? Why? Yu asked confusedly. The memories of the past were all blank. She couldn't remember it all. Could it be? Did her brother's transformation into a zombie have anything to do with her? Yu tried hard to recall, but she couldn't remember it at all, and there was a sharp pain in her mind. The girl's face turned slightly pale, and she couldn't help but squat down with her head covered. Ah. She obviously couldn't feel the pain, but now her head hurt a lot. It felt like being pricked by a needle in her head. It seemed that there was a force in the dark that prevented her from remembering the past. Yu? Yunmo was distracted for a moment, and the zombie king's hand almost stabbed into his heart. At this time, the mutant animals finally rushed over and attacked the zombies directly. Along with them, there was also a team of superpowers. They looked very strange, but the clothes they wore were very familiar. Captain, it's the psychopath from the Church of Light, Chi Yin said. How did these grandsons find this place? Are they here to seek revenge on us? But he overturned this guess the next second. Because those people from the Church of Light didn't even look at them. Without saying a word, they just threw their skills at the zombie king. That zombie is over there. Let's take this opportunity and attack together. We must kill him today. The three parties were fighting fiercely. In the chaos, Yu could only hear Zhuang's worried roar. Hee. What happened to Zizi? Zhuang also found out that something was wrong with her, seeing that Yu was holding her head in pain. Zhuang was so anxious that he almost took off his head and exchanged it with Zizi's head. Its head doesn't hurt. It gives this head to the baby. No, brother zombie, calm down. You'll die if you take off your head. Chi Yin tried to persuade him. Zhuang couldn't calm down, turned his head and yelled at him. Human, get lost. Give the head to the baby. It's happy. It has its own brain, and humans can't control it. Chi Yin was stunned by the yelling, wiped his face, muttered, What? Can zombies also have love brains? It seems that the captain lost, after all. No matter how much the captain loves the baby, he can't really give his heart and soul to take the baby's brain. Chapter 162. The lost memory was not an accident. Yu wanted to comfort Zhuang's anxious mood. But she had a terrible headache, and her consciousness was a little fuzzy. Yu go. Lin Ziyuan's voice sounded in her ears. Yu's consciousness quickly fell into darkness. When Yu regained consciousness again, there was a huge roar of the propeller in her ears. The girl sat up stupidly, with a confused look. You woke up? Are you feeling uncomfortable? When Yu's voice sounded beside her. She left with everyone. Yu was her lifesaver. Now the situation was unclear. And when Yu was really worried about her. So she followed along. Anyway, she didn't have any relatives in Q City. So it didn't matter where she went. I'm fine. Yu's almond eyes were full of confusion. She shook her head and sat up to find that she was no longer in the previous place, but in a helicopter. Yu looked down from the window. The helicopter soared straight up. Looking from above, the whole Q City was submerged in a green ocean. Where are we going? To Jing City. Luo Tang happened to come over, heard Yu's words, and explained to her what happened before. When Yu was recalling her past memories, she suddenly fainted. At that time, the mutant animals and zombies fought, and the scene was very chaotic. Later, people from the Church of Light joined in, and hunted down the zombie king. They were able to escape. In a short period of time, the zombies' power became much stronger again. Luo Tang's face was a little solemn. She heard those people from the Church of the God of Light calling Su Yin the zombie king. They kept saying they wanted to kill the zombie king and rid humanity of harm. I hope they can really do it, Luo Tang thought coldly. But in front of Yu, she didn't say this. After all, no matter what, Su Yin is Yu's brother. Although, his brotherly love for Yu is not pure. Here, look! Luo Tang raised his chin slightly. Yu followed her line of sight and looked over. The helicopter flew higher and higher. Looking down from the window, she saw a group of mutant animals standing quietly on the top of the mountain, as if they were organized and disciplined, silently looking at the helicopter, as if they were saying goodbye. This is thanks to the help of these mutant animals, otherwise we really wouldn't be able to bring you back. Hearing the voice, Yu turned her head and looked over, and called softly, Dad! Yu, Dad is sorry for you. Lin Ziyuan sighed softly, raised his head, and touched his daughter's head. If he hadn't insisted on adopting Su Yin, maybe these things wouldn't have happened. It's also my fault. I didn't teach that child well, which led to his twisted feelings for you. Now it has become a trouble that threatens Yu. Lin Ziyuan had not expected that Su Yan's obsession would be so deep. He had already turned into a zombie. But he was still thinking about monopolizing Yu and killing everyone around Yu. Yu, don't blame Dad. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Lin Ziyuan waved his hand and looked at his daughter with concern. Yu, did you remember anything? The girl frowned slightly. And under Lin Ziyuan's concerned gaze, Yu slowly shook her head. I didn't remember anything. The past memories were chaotic and complicated, like scenes from a movie that were randomly pieced together. And there was not much useful information. Moreover, Yu discovered, when she recalled her human memories, there was no problem. But as long as she thought of her brother's relationship with becoming a zombie, her head would hurt. It seems that the memory she lost was not an accident at all. But there was another hidden story. Chapter 163. It seems that only my brother knows the truth. Lin Ziyuan thought so too, and Su Yan's words were taken to heart. Dad, did anything happen before? Yu sighed softly, and could only look at Lin Ziyuan, hoping that he could provide some useful clues. Maybe it could stimulate her to remember something. At the beginning, Dad took you to seek medical treatment everywhere but to no avail, and I was desperate at the time, but one day, Su Yan told me that he might be able to cure you. I didn't believe it at the time. Although he worked in the Medical Research Institute, your disease is an extremely rare disease in the world. Even doctors are helpless. What else can he do? Lin Ziyuan's tone gradually became low. During that time he tried everything, but still couldn't save Yu's increasingly weak body. Seeing his daughter being tortured by illness, and pretending to be fine to comfort him, Lin Ziyuan felt heartbroken every time he recalled it. At that time, Yu was like a flower that was gradually withering. Lin Ziyuan didn't even dare to sleep during that time, for he was afraid that he would lose his daughter if he opened his eyes again. He was a person who never believed in God, but he even started to pray to God. Lin Ziyuan was exhausted during that time, and Su Yin took the opportunity to secretly take Yu away. When Lin Ziyuan found out that something was wrong, he had already disappeared with Yu, and had completely lost contact with him. He couldn't get in touch with him no matter what. Dad has been looking for you for a long time. So long that I was in despair. Later, Su Yin suddenly contacted me and told me only one sentence. He said you are not dead and will not die. Lin Ziyuan raised his hand and stroked his daughter's hair. with a guilty look on his face. It was because he did not protect his daughter that she was taken away by Su Yin. However, if Su Yin had not taken Yu Yu away, Yu Yu might have been. Lin Ziyuan did not dare to think about it any further. It was because of Su Yan's words that gave him hope that Lin Ziyuan never gave up and insisted on looking for Yu Yu even when the end of the world came. Actually, for Dad, the coming of the apocalypse is not a bad thing. Lin Ziyuan looked at his daughter with gentle eyes. At least his precious daughter was still standing in front of him. Although Yu Yu is no longer a complete human being. But for Lin Ziyuan, Yu Yu is his daughter no matter what. Even if Yu Yu becomes a zombie that has completely lost its mind and only knows how to eat human flesh and blood, Lin Ziyuan will not give up on her. This kind of situation has been seen in the apocalypse. Many people cannot accept the death of their loved ones and think that they have only become zombies temporarily. As long as a special medicine is developed to end the apocalypse, their loved ones can become what they used to be. Even for his own selfishness, he did a lot of things that hurt the world and harmed his own kind. Capturing people to feed zombies. Such a crazy and unscrupulous thing. Lin Ziyuan would definitely not do it. If there really comes a day like that, he would choose to cut his own flesh and feed blood to feed his daughter, who has turned into a zombie. He raised Yu Yu from a small ball to a graceful young girl. His daughter is more important than his own life. Yu Yu was thoughtful. Dad didn't know many clues. Perhaps only his brother knew the truth. It's okay. If you can't remember, don't think about it. No matter what, Dad is by your side. Lin Ziyuan gently stroked his daughter's head and comforted her. You will remember it sooner or later. Yeah. Yu Yu nodded obediently. By the way, Yu Yu turned her head and looked around. She realized belatedly that someone was missing. Dad, where is Yunimo? It's been so long since she woke up. And she hasn't seen Yunimo yet. This is a bit wrong. Chapter 164. Willing to become her most devout believer. Yu Yu remembered that before she fainted, Yunimo seemed to have fought with his brother. Was he injured? The girl frowned slightly, her face full of worry. Although Yunimo was very powerful, he was just a fragile human. Yu Yu worried every day that her human would be razed to death. He is injured, you go and see him, Lin Ziyuan said. Although he usually disliked Yunimo, this stinky boy, because he kidnapped his precious daughter. But in fact, Lin Ziyuan didn't have any big opinions about Yunimo. Yunimo not only obeyed Yu Yu's orders, but also doted on her, and was very strong. He was a rare strong man in this end times, and was able to protect his precious daughter. There was a small lounge on the plain. As soon as Yu Yu pushed the door in, she smelled a strong smell of blood. It was the smell of blood emanating from Yunmo's body, but it was a tempting fragrance for Yu Yu. Yunmo took off his shirt, and his strong muscles were smooth and tight, full of powerful beauty. Yu Yu's eyes were fixed on it, as if they were glued to it. At first glance, she was greedy for Yunmo's body. However, it was a literal greed. To Yu Yu, the injured Yunmo at the moment was like a small cake with a sweet smell. It tempted her to go up and take a bite. Of course, Yu Yu knew that this was wrong. Yunmo, are you okay? The girl asked softly, swallowing her saliva involuntarily. This scene fell into Qin Mo's eyes, and it took on another meaning. He looked at his captain, raised his eyebrows, and smiled meaningfully. The captain's wound has been patched, so I won't bother you anymore. After that, Qin Mo stood up and walked out. Before he was about to walk out the door, he didn't forget to say something. Oh, by the way, Qin Mo pushed his glasses lightly with his fingertips and smiled meaningfully. Captain, although your injuries are not life-threatening, it's better to be careful. Otherwise the wound will burst. And we don't have any medical drugs. Yunmo had just put on his shirt and was buttoning the first button. Hearing this, his eyebrows and eyes swept over coldly, and his thin lips spit out a word, "Get out." Yunmo chuckled. His gentle and handsome eyebrows were full of teasing, and he didn't forget to help them close the door considerately. Yu Yu's almond-shaped eyes were moist and clear, and she looked at him innocently, as if she didn't understand anything at all. Yunmo, you are injured. Is it serious? Yu Yu said as she walked over. I'm fine. Yunmo's cold eyebrows melted like ice in an instant, and his black eyes were full of warmth. As long as he could bring Yu Yu back, this injury was nothing to him. The zombie king really hated him, and every move was very cruel, wishing to drag Yunmo to die together. Yunmo was indeed seriously injured, but his self-healing ability was very strong. During the time when Yu was unconscious, he had already healed himself. Yu didn't believe it. Let me see. She could smell the strong smell of blood on Yunmo's body. He must have bled a lot. Yu felt distressed and regretful. It was all wasted. The girl pretended to go forward and take off his clothes. Yunmo held her hand tightly. His ears gradually turned red. Yu, I'm really fine. Oh. The girl seemed a little disappointed, and gently lowered her eyelids, like a poor kitten who couldn't get any dried fish. When those watery almond eyes looked at him, Yunmo couldn't resist even if he was as hard-hearted as a stone. He only needed to think about it for a moment to know what bad ideas Yu was thinking. He chuckled helplessly and dotingly, and raised his head slightly, revealing his slender neck. Come on. Let you bite it. That was the most vulnerable part. And at this moment, he was exposed to Yu without any defense. It was as if he was sacrificing his believers to the gods. Yunmo did not believe in gods, but he was willing to become Yu's most devout believer. The girl's slightly frowned brows relaxed in an instant, and her almond eyes also showed fragments of light. And she smiled. Okay. Before enjoying the prey, Yu did not forget to comfort him first. Don't be afraid, I will be gentle. It won't hurt you. The soft kiss fell on Yunmo's lips like a feather. At this moment, Yu looked like a bad girl who deceived an innocent boy. That kiss, like a stone thrown into a lake, Yunmo's heart surged immediately. He fell in love almost instantly, not to mention biting him. I would eat him. Yu's lips fell on the side of his neck, slightly opened her mouth, and bit him. The sharp teeth pierced the flesh, and soon the bloody smell came out. The man groaned, and his slender fingers tightened slightly, as if he could not bear it any longer. He clenched the sheets under him, and veins gradually appeared on the back of his hands. Yu stopped involuntarily, looking at him in confusion, thinking, did she hurt him? Chapter 165. I don't know if I can see him again next time. Yu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The girl glanced at him carefully with her watery eyes, and licked his wound gently. It was like a kitten comforting a human. Yunmo's whole body stiffened, and his breathing suddenly stagnated. But Yu didn't know how much impact this would have on him. She imitated the way she saw the big white tiger comfort the little white tiger before, and licked the bite mark on Yunmo's neck from time to time. Yunmo was startled, and subconsciously leaned back, trying to avoid her. But Yu was leaning against him, with her whole body weight on him. When Yunmo fell, she fell with him. They both fell on the mattress. It didn't hurt, but they were a little confused. The tip of the girl's nose hit his firm chest muscles, and she looked even more pitiful. Her pair of misty almond eyes looked at him with sparkling light. Her voice was soft and tender. Yunmo, what's wrong with you? Did I hurt you? Can I be gentler? Yu. It doesn't hurt me. Yunmo covered her eyes helplessly. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he couldn't control himself. Oh. Yu's long eyelashes were like two small brushes, gently brushing across his palm, and scratching his heart. Yunmo's heart softened, and he lowered his head, and kissed her hair gently. His sight inadvertently fell on Yu's neck. On the girl's flawless white neck, there was a deep tooth mark that was very glaring. Perhaps because she drank Yunmo's blood. The tooth mark gradually disappeared, becoming lighter and lighter, leaving only a light pink mark. Yunmo's gentle eyes gradually turned cold. Does it hurt? His fingertips fell on the tooth mark, stroking it gently, and his gentle tone was full of heartache. Yu shook her head. She had long forgotten what pain was. Yunmo's eyes were slightly cold, and he really regretted not taking the opportunity to kill the zombie king. He couldn't bear to hurt even a strand of Yu's hair, but Suyin actually hurt her like this. Yu, he is no longer your brother. Zombies don't have real feelings. Look, he bit you this time, but you never know if he will really eat you next time. Yunmo took the opportunity to put some eye drops on the zombie king. Yu has a special physique, which seems to be more attractive to high-level zombies than to psychics. By the way, Yunmo, where is Xinyunting? When it comes to this, Yu just remembered. She has no ill feelings towards that human. Xinyunting is the second human besides Yunmo who makes Yu feel bloody and attractive. Unexpectedly, when they meet again, he has become a zombie, and is still with his brother. Yu feels a little bit sorry. But even if Xinyunting becomes a zombie, he does not hurt humans. Instead, he leads the way for Yunmo and others to find Yu. He doesn't want to leave with us. Yunmo frowned slightly. Xinyunting was a rare opponent. after he turned into a zombie. It was really a pity. Unimo thought they would stand on opposite sides this time. But he didn't expect Shen Yunting to still have a trace of human consciousness. Shen Yunting helped them, which was tantamount to betraying the zombie king. Unimo knew in his heart that those superpowers of the Church of Light could only entangle the zombie king for a while, but could not kill him at all. I don't know if I will be able to see Shen Yunting again next time. While talking, the plane suddenly trembled violently, as if it had hit something head-on. Yu Yu's eyebrows gradually frowned. Unimo, something is coming! Her mental power covers a wide range, Yu Yu can feel that. A group of small black dots are moving quickly in their direction. What is it? It seems to be a group of birds. As soon as Yu Yu finished speaking, the vibration of the plane became more intense, and it was almost impossible to stand steadily. The light around it dimmed rapidly, as if the plane suddenly entered the thick and dark clouds. This situation clearly showed that the plane was attacked. Chapter 166 Attacked by Mutant Birds. Captain. Unimo and Yu Yu just walked out of the lounge, and saw Shirley coming over with a serious face. What's going on outside? Unimo walked to the window, and looked out through the window, and saw a pair of scarlet and brutal eyes. Shirley, it's a group of mutant birds, which suddenly started to attack us. As he was talking, Muze walked over quickly. Sister, I have used the gold power to strengthen the defense of the plane, and those birds will not be able to break through for a while. After saying that, the young boy raised his head, and looked at Yu Yu with his bright dark eyes, as if waiting for her praise. After several months of baptism, after so long of training in the apocalypse, Musha has long lost his original immaturity, and has become more and more stable. But no matter how much his superpowers are enhanced, in front of Yu Yu, he is always the little boy. Not only does he rely on his sister, he also hopes that he can become stronger and protect his sister. Yu Yu understood, raised her hand, and gently rubbed his hair. Shiza is great, you did a good job. Getting the praise from his sister, Muse couldn't help but smile. He will work hard to become stronger. Do better. And his sister will like him more. But, Muse paused, looked up at Yu Yu carefully, and said with some shame, my ability is still too weak. Although the aircraft defense has been strengthened, it will not last long. Those birds will break through the defense sooner or later. It's okay. You have done a good job. Yu Yu encouraged. Captain, what should we do now? Shirley turned to look at Unimo, waiting for him to make a decision. It would be very troublesome for them to fight those birds in the air. But hiding all the time is not a solution. Those birds will destroy the plane sooner or later. Unimo made a prompt decision. Find a place and land immediately. The air is not safe. There are too many mutant birds. They must be dealt with first. Otherwise, if they attract more difficult air overlords, it will be troublesome. Yes. Shirley immediately turned around and walked out. Finally, the plane was forced to land on a mountain. The group of mutant birds seemed to have set their sights on them. A large group of Alala swooped down from the sky, and their sharp beaks pecked at the blood and flesh. There's no way we can kill all these damn birds. Qi Yan raised his hand and fired a flame, roasting the bird meat on the spot. But there were too many mutant birds. Although their combat effectiveness was generally not strong, too many of them was also a troublesome thing. The strong smell of blood would only attract other things. If it wasn't resolved early, it would be a big trouble. Yu Yu wanted to take action, but Unimo protected her firmly behind him. Those mutant birds didn't even have a chance to get close to her. At a distance of less than 2 meters, they were crushed into a blood mist by an invisible force of space, without even a bone residue left. Zhuang followed Yu Yu, and was eager to try. When Yu Yu didn't notice, he secretly caught a bird and put it in his mouth to chew. Even the bones and meat. Crunchy. Zhuang followed Yu Yu, and was not allowed to eat people, although the crystal core could keep him energy efficient, so he wouldn't lose his mind like those starving zombies. But zombies are bloodthirsty and carnivorous creatures, and they can't eat people, so catching a few birds to satisfy their cravings is fine. After tasting it, Zhuang found that the bird tasted good, so he caught another one and handed it to Yu Yu like a treasure. Hee. Zizi eats, delicious, fragrant. Chapter 167, he must have killed that woman himself. Yu Yu lowered her eyes, and took a look. She did not disappoint Zhuang's kindness. The bird was completely black, but not pure black, with a hint of gray. Especially the pair of mung bean-sized eyes, which were scarlet and brutal, and looked very uncomfortable. Yu Yu tried to release a trace of mental power, to invade the bird's brain, and found the peanut-sized crystal core in its brain. The bird's crystal core was completely covered in black. Although those mutant beasts were violent before, they still had a trace of rationality. Yu only needed to remove the black ominous power contained in their crystal cores. But now this bird has been completely polluted, and is completely dominated by the nature of killing. Even if Zhuangzhuang strangled the throat of fate, the black bird only had one breath left, and it was still flapping its wings, trying to bite Yu. Zhuangzhuang was so angry that he crushed its head. Hee. You dare to be mean to Xiuzi. You are looking for death. Zhuangzhuang roared at Yu in comfort, turned stiffly, and wanted to catch a bird for her to eat. Finally, Yu stopped him. Zhuangzhuang, I'm not hungry. The girl licked her lips lightly, and her eyes looked towards Yunmo. She had already eaten her fill. Zhuangzhuang made two ho-ho sounds, and he smelled the scent of Yunmo from Zizi. The smell of blood was more tempting than any other human that Zhuangzhuang had met. Zombies like to eat humans, especially humans with special abilities, who are extremely attracted to them. And in their eyes, Yunmo is 100 times more delicious than other humans. Although Zhuangzhuang wanted to try it again, his mind told him that this was the food for his baby. He could not compete with anyone for food, but not with his baby. So, Zhuangzhuang held back. He could just catch a few birds to eat. The crystal cores of those mutant birds were very small, and the energy they contained was not much, so they could only be eaten as snacks. Although he could not eat them, Zhuangzhuang was still very satisfied with Yunmo. Before, his baby was too picky about food, and he was always unwilling to eat people. This worried Zhuangzhuang. The old father. Although zombies will not starve to death, if they do not eat humans for a long time, they will not take in energy and will develop poorly. If they develop poorly, their strength will stagnate, and they will not be able to upgrade. If they are too weak, they will be beaten. Now it is good. With Yunmo, the baby is no longer picky about food and does not have to go hungry. Zombies do not understand human emotions. Zhuangzhuang only knows that Yunmo is the reserved food for the baby. He did not eat him all at once because the baby wanted to keep him alive, so that he could not finish eating him in the future. His baby is really smart. Much smarter than those zombies, who only know how to eat. The mutant birds were quickly dealt with, but Shirley brought a bad news with a serious face. Captain, the impact of these birds caused damage to the engine, and now the plane can't fly. Yunmo looked at Baiyu. Can it be repaired? Baiyu shook his head. Yunmo took out the map from the space, and spread it out smoothly on the ground. He drew a red circle at one of the locations. We are now in J City. Before the end of the world. It only took 4 hours to get to Beijing City, but now... Qi Yin sighed, and spread his hands and said, it will probably take 4 days. Yunmo put away the map, and took out the off-road vehicle from the space. Several modified off-road vehicles suddenly appeared out of thin air in the wilderness. Let's go! Yunmo, what's wrong? Yu was keenly aware that the man beside her seemed to be worried. The girl reached out her hand and gently smoothed the wrinkles between his brows with her fingertips. I can't contact Grandpa. Yunmo's voice was low. Before, he could contact Grandpa Yun with the help of the military satellite phone at the Q City base. But now, he can't contact Grandpa anymore. It's not that the satellite phone has a problem, that's something else happened to Grandpa. Thinking of Jing Ryua in the Jing City base, Yunmo's eyes suddenly became dark. If his guess was correct, Jing Ryua was also reborn, then she would definitely not let Grandpa go. With that woman's vicious heart, knowing that Grandpa was the relative he cared about most, she would definitely control Grandpa and force him to commit a crime. In an instant, Yunmo burst out with cold and strong murderous intent. Jing Ryua. This name carries the hatred of his 2 lives. Jing City base. If he sees her again, he will definitely kill that woman with his own hands. At this moment, Yunmo suddenly felt a soft little hand holding his cold hand. Yunmo, I will help you. Anyone who bullies you, feed them to Zhuangzhuang. The girl said softly. The gentle voice was like the spring breeze in March, gently soothing the hatred and hostility in his heart. The tide of hatred in Yunmo's eyes gradually faded. Yu, thank you. Thank you for appearing in my life. Maybe God compensated him by letting him meet Yu. If he hadn't met Yu, perhaps he would have been reborn and would have been trapped in the swamp of hatred and become a person dominated by hatred. When he killed Jing Ryua with his own hands, he would take Yu away. At that time, whether Yu wanted to stay in the human base or return to live among the zombies, he would follow closely. Chapter 168. Like a lone wolf whose mate was taken away. You dare to betray me. The zombie king's cold red eyes were full of gloom. He raised his hand. An invisible wind blew. Shin Yunting was hit hard and flew out, and hit the wall. A crack immediately appeared on the hard cement wall. If it were a human, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Luckily, he was a zombie at the moment. Shin Yunting's pale face was calm. He could not feel any pain at all. Naturally, he would not have any extra expression. After standing up stiffly from the ground, Shin Yunting stared at the limp arm and pushed it slightly. Click. He quickly connected the arm. The handsome eyes of the zombie king were full of sinisterness, and his heart was filled with rage. Next to his mouth lay the corpses of several superpowers who died with their eyes wide open, and their white clothes were soaked in blood. Although these rubbish sent by the Church of Light could not kill him, they were as annoying as flies, and those damn mutant animals intervened in this matter. The siege from all sides caused a lot of trouble for the zombie king. Not only did he fail to kill Unimo, but even Yu was taken away by that group of hateful humans. Rage swept through his mind, and the zombie king almost lost his mind. Yu's importance to him was self-evident. The zombie king was like a lone wolf that had lost its partner, and fell into a manic rage. Even in the face of the death threat from the zombie king, Shin Yunting still had no fear at all. King, you are seriously injured. The zombie king looked at him coldly, full of murderous intent. Even if I'm injured, I can still kill you. If Shin Yunting hadn't suddenly stabbed him in the back, those hateful humans would never have been able to snatch Yu from him. Shin Yunting stood stiffly, without resistance, nor running away. As the level increased, the zombies also began to evolve. Not only did the high-level zombies look more and more like humans, they could also recall some of their past memories as humans. Shin Yunting was the highest level zombie around the zombie king, so he naturally recalled some of his past memories. Although he remembered it, he was a human being. After becoming a zombie, he had completely lost his human emotions. But even so, when he saw Yu, he couldn't control himself to help her. Shin Yunting didn't know why. He was a zombie and couldn't understand this kind of emotion. He only knew that he didn't want to see the girl unhappy. If she was unhappy, he was also unhappy. She didn't want to stay here. In this case, he helped her leave. He did it when he wanted to. It was that simple. Even though he knew that this move would anger the zombie king, Shin Yunting still did it. The zombie king raised his hand and cut off one of Shin Yunting's arms, and knocked him out again. This time, before Shin Yunting could stand up, the zombie king stepped on his back, and the sound of bones breaking was crackling. How dare you covet Yu? The zombie king burst out with a fierce murderous intent. Shin Yunting did not react at all, but just repeated the sentence stiffly. King, you are injured. The zombie king did have the intention to kill at that moment, but he didn't kill Shin Yunting in the end. He just crippled one of his arms as a lesson. All his men died in that battle, trampled into pulp by mutant animals, deader than dead, not even a crystal core left. There aren't many zombies that the zombie king can use. Shin Yunting has the highest level of superpowers, and is the subordinate he likes best. The zombie king doesn't plan to kill him for the time being. Compared to killing Shin Yunting, he has more important things to do. The zombie king raised his head, his dark red eyes looked sinisterly towards the northwest. Since the zombie king woke up not long ago, someone has been trying to kill him. There have been several waves of people, all from the same place, the Jingshi base. Very good. These humans will soon pay the price for their stupid behavior. Chapter 169, She came to find Yu. The modified off-road vehicle was speeding on the deserted road, and it would directly knock over the zombies when it encountered them. Occasionally, some blind high-level zombies would come forward, but before they could get close, they would be squeezed into blood foam by Yunmo's spatial force. The closer they got to Kyoto, the more zombies they encountered on the road. Even if they had avoided the city and tried to go to the towns, wherever they saw, there were almost dense zombies. There was not a single person. Before the apocalypse, Jing City had the largest population in the country. After the apocalypse, it quickly became a disaster area. In the previous life, Jing City base did not last long, and was breached by zombies in one fell swoop. Later, the city was even divided into a restricted area. However, thinking of the end of mankind, not to mention Jing City base, not even a single person was left alive. Fuck. Seeing the streets ahead filled with dense zombies, Qi Yan couldn't help but swear. The entire road was almost completely blocked. Before the end of the world, A concert was being held here, and the flow of people reached hundreds of thousands. All these people, without exception, turned into zombies. Even though the team was used to big scenes, it felt a little heavy when seeing this scene. But fortunately, they still had Yu in their team. Traveling in the end of the world, bringing Yu with them was like a plug-in. Even if they encountered a tide of zombies along the way, they had no casualties, and the journey was unimpeded and incredibly smooth. Captain, after passing the city ahead, we will reach the Jingshi base in a short distance, Chinemo said. Hearing this, everyone's solemn faces in recent days could not help but smile. Only Yunmo's eyes were deep, his brows were frowned, and he said nothing. He always felt that the smooth journey was a little unbelievable. This was a little bit wrong. Let's not talk about anything else, just say those people from the research institute, who had been following their tracks, and caused them a lot of trouble along the way. How come when he was about to reach Jingshi, it started to be calm instead? Yu was counting the crystal cores in the back seat, and throwing the one she didn't like to eat to Zhuangzhuang. Zhuangzhuang was very happy to get the reward. He tried to bend his stiff fingers and put the crystal core into the bag on his chest. It was a bag that Yunemo specially made for him, to hold some crystal cores thrown away by Yu. He also tied a rope around Zhuangzhuang's neck. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Yu raised her head and looked at the tall building in front of her. It was a building with more than 10 floors. The outer layer was made of glass, reflecting light even on a cloudy day. Yunemo followed her line of sight and spotted a red light flickering in a window on a certain floor. Beware. His eyes darkened, and he immediately expanded the range of his ability. The moment he noticed the abnormality, the other party also pulled the trigger. A bullet flew at a speed invisible to the naked eye, but 3 meters away from them. It seemed to be blocked by the air and stagnated in midair. The other party did not believe it, and fired several more shots in succession. After a series of crisp clinking sounds, the ground was already full of bullets. There's a sniper. At this moment, Qi Yin and his companions had already reacted and were instantly on alert. It seems that a place without zombies is not necessarily safe. Damn it. These bastards dared to plot against us. Qi Yin could not help but curse. Captain, I'll go and catch that bastard on the roof, Shirley said on the intercom, and after getting Yunmo's response, he quickly opened the car door and walked out. Under the cover of his teammates, he rushed to the building. Just as Shirley left, a team appeared at the intersection ahead. They were their old acquaintances, the people of the Church of Light. But this time, they were no longer those insignificant soldiers and generals, but some high-level psychics. Surrounding a girl. The girl was wearing a white dress, with her hair draped softly behind her. She looked strangely familiar. Yu tilted her head and stared at the other person for a while. Oh! They were wearing the same clothes. Yunemo looked at the woman with cold eyes. Jing Ryua's sister. A woman who deserved to die. She is also the saint who is highly respected by the crazy lunatics of the Church of Light. Yunemo is not unfamiliar with Jing Ryua. In the previous life, this woman secretly assisted Jing Ryua in capturing people with special abilities for experiments. What's even more ridiculous is that such a person with blood on her hands actually claims to be a messenger sent by God to save the world. There are also a bunch of idiots who really regard her as hope and the light of Doomsday. Yunmo's black eyes burst out with murderous intent in an instant. However, Jing Ryua was not coming for him. Today, I'm not here to find you. Her eyes just passed over him lightly, and soon her eyes stayed on Yu. Long time no see. Maybe I should call you. Jing Ryua paused, and slowly uttered 2 words. Sister. However, this call of sister was not sincere at all, but rather carried inexplicable hatred and jealousy. Hearing this, Yu immediately turned to look at his father, with a suspicious look. Lin Ziyuan. Chapter 170. Take Yu away, and kill everyone else. Yu is my only daughter. Where does she have a sister? Lin Ziyuan said in a deep voice, subconsciously protecting his daughter behind him, looking at Jing Ryua unkindly. It was this saint who sent people to chase them all the way, trying to take Yu away again and again. Jing Ryua's eyes passed him lightly, looking at the girl who showed half of her face behind him, looking at her curiously. Lin Yu, father is looking for you, come with me. Who is your father? Yu frowned. She always felt that this name was a little familiar. She didn't like it very much. I have a father. The girl took Lin Ziyuan's arm. I don't need your father. Lin Ziyuan felt a little strange, but when he heard that his precious daughter needed him, He couldn't help but smile proudly. Did you hear that? He is the father that Yu loves the most. Wait a minute. Father? Yunmo's eyes were full of sarcasm. There is only one person who can be called father by the sisters Jing Ryue, and work hard for him. You like to recognize a thief as your father, but Yu is not like that. You still call yourself Yu's father. Does Jing Lianshan deserve it? Jing Ryue, who had originally looked indifferent, changed her expression instantly when she heard this, and glared at Yunmo with anger. You dare to insult my father. You are looking for death. As soon as Jing Ryue finished speaking, the superpowers in white robes behind her attacked Yunmo at the same time. Yunmo's eyes flashed with ridicule. But he didn't have time to make a move. All the superpowers knelt down, with their heads covered and faces in pain. Ah! It was unknown who started the fight first. But the superpowers brought by Jing Ryue suddenly stabbed the people around them, and started killing each other. Your ability is stronger than before. Jing Ryue saw the scene. But she was not too surprised. But looked straight at Yu. Yu had a cold face. And her tone was innocent and cruel. If you dare to touch my people, you will die. Saint Lady. Help! Help! A superpower covered in blood stretched out a trembling hand to Jing Ryue. Jing Ryue had a look of compassion on her face. And a white light suddenly appeared in her hand. The white light enveloped the seriously injured and dying superpower. And the person, who was only left with one breath. His injuries instantly recovered. Thank you, Saint Lady. The superpower looked at Jing Ryue with more respect. This is Jing Ryue's ability. She can be said to be the strongest nurse in the end times. As long as you have a breath left, you can have your limbs reattached even if they are broken. Because of her powerful healing ability, there are so many people with abilities willing to follow her and regard her as a messenger of God. There are mental people among the group of people with abilities brought by Jing Ryue. After reacting, he quickly used his ability to block Yu's mental attack, and those teammates who were killing each other stopped. Luckily, they have Jing Ryue. No matter how badly injured they are, Jing Ryue can save them. Take away the number 0 experiment subject. As for the others, Jing Ryue said with murderous intent in her gentle voice. Leave no one alive. Yes. The people of the Church of Light did not attack rashly this time, but suddenly took out an injection and injected it into their bodies. After the injection, the ability levels of those psychics instantly jumped up several levels. Yunmo's eyes sank. He naturally recognized those potions, which were developed by Jing Ryue's studio. They can improve the strength of psychics in a short period of time. But there is a time limit, and the side effects are huge. However, this kind of medicine is difficult to develop, so there are not many of them. Generally, they are only used when the base encounters a major zombie attack. But now, Jing Ryue has so many enhancement medicines in her hands. It seems that Jing Ryue really spent a lot of money to take Yu away. After those psychics were injected with the enhancement medicine, they immediately attacked them. They knew that Yunmo and his group were strong, so they did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Basically, several people attacked together. Damn! Qi Yan couldn't help but curse. You are bullying the weak with your numbers. Do you still have any shame? The Wood-type psychics harassed. The Gold-type psychics defended. The Earth-type psychics set traps. And the Fire-type psychics were responsible for the main attack. Not to mention Jing Ryue, the strongest nurse, who always stayed out of the battle and used her healing ability every time she saw her own people injured. Suddenly, Yunmo's team gradually fell behind. The other side had more people and more power. And even if Yunmo was strong, he was temporarily tripped up. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Jing Ryue held the tranquilizer gun and aimed it at Qi Yan. Qi Yan naturally noticed it, but he was besieged by several psychics and tripped his hands and feet, and could not avoid it at all. The tranquilizer gun hit his arm. Qi Yan instantly felt that his superpowers could not be exerted, as if they suddenly disappeared. His face instantly became extremely ugly. What is this? It was made by the Research Institute, and it can suppress your superpowers. Jing Ryue smiled slightly. It seems to be quite effective. I changed my mind, you are quite strong, and my sister's laboratory is still short of a few experimental subjects, so I will take you back. Jing Ryue said softly. Bang! Just after she finished saying this, a corpse flew to her feet, and the blood spurted out and splashed on her face. The head of the corpse was shredded into pieces, and it was deader than dead. Even if Jing Ryue's ability was strong, could he grow a head out of thin air? This was undoubtedly Yunmo's humiliation and provocation to her. Jing Rishua's beautiful face twisted slightly, and her eyes were full of murderous intent when she looked at Yunimo. I've changed my mind too. Killing you is too wasteful. I'll just feed you to Zhuang Zhuang. Yunimo sneered. You are right. Right. Yu Yu shook her head, and said with some disdain, dirty things. You can't eat them. But Zhuang Zhuang still needs a few zombies. One zombie is too lonely. He can consider turning all these people into zombies. Yu thought so. Zhuang Zhuang caught a superpower, and was about to bite his neck. When he heard Yu's words, the whole corpse froze. He was caught eating secretly. He could only let go of the superpower, who was close to his mouth. In the superpower's horrified eyes, he took out his heart with one claw. It followed suit, and put the still beating heart under Jing Rishua's feet. Ah! Seeing Jing Rishua screaming in disgust, Zhuang Zhuang was like a naughty kid who had succeeded in a prank, and was excited and howling. It was intentional, because this bad woman wore the same clothes as the baby. Lady Saint, we can't beat them at all. A wounded superpower fled to Jing Rishua in a panic. While speaking, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Even with Jing Rishua's healing superpower, they were mortals after all, and the pain they suffered was real. Release all those experimental subjects. Jing Rishua turned her head, and said to the people around her, no matter how strong Yunimo and the others are, their abilities will eventually run out. Along the way, they set many people. In addition to capturing Yu and Yunimo, they also tested their strength. Since Jing Rishua dared to come, she was fully prepared. Today, even if all these people died, she must bring Yu back. Otherwise, her father would definitely be disappointed in her. Jing Rishua couldn't stand the thought of her father looking at her with such disappointment. Hearing the word experimental subject, several psychics looked at each other, and saw fear in each other's eyes. Yes. Chapter 171, A Heartless Laboratory. Hearing the word experimental subject, Yun Mo's eyes burst with murderous intent. In her previous life, Jing Rishua liked to conduct some vicious human experiments. The experimental subjects she created were monsters more terrifying than zombies. The people brought by Jing Rishua knew they could not beat them, and quickly retreated to Jing Rishua. They came this time in a large military truck. And at this moment, the rear compartment kept sending violent collision sounds of bang bang bang. It should be the experimental subject mentioned by Jing Rishua. What the hell is in there? Qi Yin and his companions quickly retreated to Yun Mo's side, staring at the back of the military truck with serious eyes. Several psychics quickly stepped forward, opened the back compartment, and pushed out several iron cages covered with black cloth. The iron cages kept making violent collisions, and even the black cloth covering them fell off, revealing the creatures inside. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp, because the thing locked inside could only be described as a monster. Some had dog heads and human bodies. Some had human heads and cow bodies. It looked like several kinds of animals and human bodies were sewn together. It was chilling to look at, and it made one feel cold on the back. After sewing many animal features on those humans, they seemed to still retain a trace of consciousness, and their faces were full of struggle and pain. These beasts! Qi Yin couldn't help but curse. It was obvious at a glance that these people didn't volunteer to be transformed into this appearance. Even Yu couldn't help but frown. The girl didn't have human emotions, and didn't care about the fate of others. She just remembered what Yunimo had said before. Yunimo once said that he was reborn, and in his previous life, he was captured and tortured in a research institute. At this moment, when Yu saw the miserable state of these experimental subjects, she couldn't help wondering if Yun Mo's experience in his previous life was the same as theirs. Even if it was different, Yun Mo's suffering was no less than theirs. After all, he had a super strong self-healing physique, and he clearly felt all the torture that happened to him. Whoever raises a human being will feel sorry for him. Yu has never hated those people in the research institute as much as she does now, including Jing Rishua in front of her. The girl looked at Jing Rishua. Her watery almond eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. Jing Rishua naturally did not miss the murderous intent in her eyes. But she did not care. She had only one thought in her mind. That is, she must complete the task given to her by her father and bring Yu back. The psychics under her command quickly opened the iron cage and released the violent experimental subjects. These experimental subjects had amazing destructive power and attacked indiscriminately, but they all had handcuffs on their feet. The remote control was in the hands of Jing Rishua's people. As long as they pressed the remote control in their hands, the handcuffs would release strong electric currents. These leg cuffs were made specifically for these experimental subjects. To control them. Go. Kill them. Jing Rishua stepped back a few steps, and looked coldly in the direction of Yunemo and his group. These experimental subjects were in a manic state, and their fighting power was even more amazing. Compared with the superpowers brought by Jing Rishua, they were many times stronger. Under Jing Rishua's control, those experimental subjects quickly surrounded Yunemo and his group. Captain, there are too many of these monsters. Chi Nemo shot a test subject in the head, his face slightly solemn. They had fought with Jing Rishua's psychics before, and had already consumed a lot of their psychics. If they continued to consume it like this, it would be very disadvantageous for them. In addition, there was another reason. Some of these experimental subjects still retained human consciousness. Their faces were full of pain, and they begged them desperately. Please, save me. Save me. This made Chi-Hien and his friends unable to resist taking action. This was also the first time they witnessed the cruelty of the research institute, which could actually transform their living compatriots into such monsters that were neither human nor ghost. An experimental subject with his limbs tied up by blood vines, his face was full of pain and struggle, and he begged Yu weakly. Please, kill me quickly. Rather than becoming a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and being controlled by others, it is better to kill him directly, and let him be completely free. Yu controlled the blood vines to pierce his heart. But this experimental subject did not die immediately. Only his head was human, and he had a fair and handsome face of a boy. Looking at his young age, he should have been a high school student before the end of the world. Except for his head. His body was all stitched together with different animal limbs, which looked weird and scary. Yu couldn't help but purse her lips, and control the blood vine to cut off his head. Thank you. Thank you. At the moment his head was cut off, his handsome face finally showed a smile similar to relief. Death was a complete relief for him. Chapter 172. To offend her in the end times is to seek death. But not all mutants are bent on death. Some mutants cannot control their behavior, and are controlled by the nature of killing. Red Eyes stared at them, panting excitedly, as if the blood and screams of their former companions were a huge carnival for them. Being able to walk safely in the crisis-ridden end times shows that the Yunma team is very strong. Along the way, they have not suffered any casualties. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't stand up to the sheer number of mutants. Except for Yunemo and Yu, everyone else was injured to varying degrees. A mutant's tentacle stabbed into Lin Ziyuan's shoulder, and instantly created a bloody hole, which was bleeding. Ugh! Lin Ziyuan cried out in pain, quickly cut off the octopus-like tentacle, and staggered back a step while covering his wound. Dad! Yu, who was originally calm and indifferent, suddenly showed anger in her almond eyes when she saw her father injured. The girl's clear eyes, like glass, seemed to glow red. Anyone could see that. She was very angry at the moment. It's okay, Dad is fine. Lin Ziyuan waved his hand, not wanting to make his daughter worry. This little injury was nothing to him. Fortunately, these mutants did not carry the zombie virus, otherwise their team would have been wiped out. But it was not a solution to continue like this, they would be exhausted to death. Obviously, Jing Rishua had this idea. Yunemo frowned, and had to think of a way. The man's eyes darkened, and he turned to Chi Nemo and whispered, You cover me. I'll go catch Jing Rishua. As long as Jing Rishua is caught, there are ways to force these mutants to withdraw. Captain, it's too dangerous. I'll go with you. Chi-Yen wiped the blood off his face, and said worriedly. Jing Rishua knew that she was a fragile nurse, and she was surrounded by superpowers, all of whom protected her tightly. If Yunemo wanted to rush out from the siege of a group of mutants, and then fight with those superpowers, it would be too dangerous. No need. However, before Yunemo could start walking, he saw many zombies suddenly appearing around the street. At first, there were only a dozen zombies, but later, more and more of them came, and gathered together to form a small zombie tide. Seeing this scene, Yunemo subconsciously looked at Yu. Sure enough, he saw the girl's face was cold, and her face as crystal as snow seemed to be condensed with a layer of frost. Yu was angry. These people dared to hurt her father. Not one of them could be spared. Kill them, don't spare any. The girl gave the order directly. The mighty zombie army looked at Jing Rishua and her group, staggering, and rushed over. Ho ho! Roar! Even Zhuang raised his head and roared excitedly, beating his chest and excitedly joining the zombie army. Charge! Zombies! Charge for the cubs! A group of zombies were as excited as chicken blood. and rushed towards the mutants around them. Young sister is awesome. Qi Yin and his group were stunned at first, and then shouted excitedly. Yes, how could they forget? They still have Yu as a plug-in. Isn't it just a matter of numbers? It doesn't matter if Jing Rishua has more people. Don't forget that Yu can summon zombies. In terms of numbers, no matter how many mutants there are, can they be more than the zombies? The reason why Yu didn't call the zombies at the beginning is because all the zombies nearby were wiped out by Jing Rishua and his team. During the period of their battle just now, Yu's zombie army was already on the way. At this moment, even zombies with broken legs crawled over. Fortunately, my sister is here. Otherwise we would all die here today. Muze couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If any other team were to encounter such a situation with wolves in front and tigers behind, they would only have a dead end. But they were different. They had Yu here. Saint, let's retreat quickly. There are more and more zombies, and they will break through our defense line sooner or later. The men protected Jing Rishua and retreated step by step towards the car. But there were too many zombies. After a while, they suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that more and more zombies came after hearing the noise, if this continued, they were afraid that none of them would be able to escape. Jing Rishua's pretty face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. She didn't expect that, with so many people, and these mutants, she still couldn't complete the task her father gave her. But even if she was unwilling, Jing Rishua knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. She looked at Yu deeply, with unwillingness written all over her face, and finally she could only turn her head. Retreat! Protect the saint, at all costs! The instructor in a white robe shouted. Those teachers who had been brainwashed by the cult and poisoned for a long time, all used their lives to protect Jing Rishua. Seeing that Jing Rishua was about to get in the car and leave, Yu immediately released her mental power and tried to attack her. But the mentalists around Jing Rishua were prepared. Even though their noses were bleeding, they were still gritting their teeth and struggling to hold on. They risked being attacked by their mental power and becoming mentally retarded. But they also wanted to stop Yu's mental attack. The saint is the only hope in this end of the world, and nothing must happen to her. Jing Rishua glanced in the direction of Yu, and there seemed to be a mocking look in her eyes, as if to say, "It's not that easy to kill me." Unfortunately, these teachers only cared about the danger in front of them, and completely forgot about the danger in the dark. Bang! A loud gunshot suddenly sounded. Jing Rishua's pupils shrank slightly, and she lowered her head in disbelief, only to see a blood flower exploded on her chest. Saint! The subordinates, who reacted immediately, took Jing Rishua into the car. The modified car had bulletproof function, and it quickly ran over the zombies blocking the road and sped away. Yu gave an order, and the mighty zombie army immediately chased after it, following closely behind the car. Ho ho! At the moment the gunshot rang out, Qi Yin looked towards the building. Shirley put down the sniper rifle in his hand and waved at them from a distance. Obviously, the sniper hiding in the dark and shooting coldly had been dealt with by him. Qi Yin grinned and gave a thumbs up. Brother sure too. Well done. Yu stared at the car going away, and a look of pity flashed in her eyes. She still ran away. Originally, Yu did not have much hostility towards Jing Rishua, and she did not take ordinary humans seriously. But who let Jing Rishua hurt her father? Now, Jing Rishua must die. She has asked all the zombies to chase after them. Even if they can't kill Jing Rishua and the others, they can still cause heavy casualties. You could offend anyone in the end times, but don't offend Yu. After all, here, all the zombies in the city must obey her orders. Didn't Brother sure hit her just now? Maybe she's dead, Luo Tang said. No, she won't die that easily. Yunimo lowered his eyelids, looking gloomy. It seems that after living a new life, not only has he become stronger than in his previous life, but Jing Rishua's ability has also improved a lot. But it doesn't matter. Jing Rishua can't be so lucky every time. Next time, I can always kill her. Dad, hearing Yu's voice, Yunimo calmed down and hurried over. Although Lin Ziyuan had said that he was fine, but seeing his wound oozing blood, Yu was still a little panicked. Humans are too fragile, and they will die if they are not careful. Yu is afraid that her father will die like those people. Yunimo squatted down and checked Lin Ziyuan's injuries. Lin Ziyuan comforted his daughter and said that he was fine, but in fact his injuries were much more serious than he thought. Chapter 173. Dad has to save him. Yunimo can only let him down. The tentacle pierced Lin Ziyuan's entire shoulder. But this is not the most fatal thing. After all, there are many medical supplies in Yunimo's space, and Chinimo, the doctor, is here, so Lin Ziyuan will not have any major problems. But the tricky part is that the tentacle has some unknown mucus on it, which is extremely corrosive, corroding Lin Ziyuan's wound to a bloody mess, and the area of corrosion is gradually increasing. If he is not treated immediately, his life will be in danger. Lin Ziyuan's face turned pale, but he still forced a smile to comfort Yu. Don't be afraid. Dad is really fine. It's just a minor injury. Unfortunately, Chinimo quickly exposed him. Captain, Uncle Lin is seriously injured and must undergo surgery as soon as possible. These external injuries are easy to deal with. But the main problem is the mucus. The mucus has penetrated into Lin Ziyuan's flesh. Unless all the flesh on his wound is cut off, it will be difficult to clean it up. Then go ahead. Lin Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged. No! Chinimo frowned tightly. You will die. Hearing the word die, Yu's expression suddenly changed. The girl's face showed unprecedented panic. In fact, Yu could have asked Zhuangzhuang to turn Lin Ziyuan into a zombie before he died. After all, this small injury is a big problem for humans. But it is not painful for zombies. But after turning into a zombie, Dad is no longer the dad he is now. Yu subconsciously resisted that situation. Even her brother. Isn't he different from before? Yunimo. Yu couldn't help but turn her head, looking eagerly at the man beside her. I know. Yunimo nodded at her. Don't be afraid, I won't let our dad get hurt. Lin Ziyuan was in great pain, but still glared at him angrily, and said weakly, Who is your dad? Go and see the others, I'm here. Yunimo was thick-skinned, and drove away Chinimo, who wanted to watch the show without blushing or beating his heart. Okay. Although he wanted to stay and watch the captain suffer, he still had to deal with the injuries of other teammates. As soon as Chinimo left, Yunimo took out a dagger from the space and cut his palm cleanly. He was about to put his palm to Lin Ziyuan's mouth, but suddenly remembered something and took out a small porcelain bowl. After dripping blood into it, he handed it to Lin Ziyuan's mouth. Dad, please forgive me. Only you can touch my body. Lin Ziyuan. It's a pity that he was too seriously injured, and he didn't even have the strength to roll his eyes. Yunimo fed all the blood in the bowl into Lin Ziyuan's mouth. The bleeding from Lin Ziyuan's wound stopped quickly, and began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon new pink granulations grew. Even the mucus stopped corroding. Yu sighed softly, and said in annoyance, I should have caught that saint earlier. This way Yunimo wouldn't have to cut his hand and bleed. Although Yu didn't know what heartache was, she still felt a little sorry for Yunimo at this moment. Jing Rishua's ability is the strongest healing ability besides Yunimo. More importantly, Yunimo needs to leave school to help others with treatment. But Jing Rishua doesn't. Yu always pesters Yunimo to let her drink blood. She didn't think much of it before, but now seeing Yunimo cutting flesh and bleeding, Yu feels a little distressed. It always feels like Yunimo has become a mobile blood bank. But Dad can't help but save him. So Yunimo can only be wronged. Yu held up his healed hand, gently licked the blood left on his palm, looked at him with watery eyes, and said softly, Does it hurt? Yunmo's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he was about to say that it didn't hurt. But he caught a glimpse of Lin Ziyuan's complicated eyes, and immediately changed his words. It hurts. Isn't this a chance to max out the favorability of his future father-in-law? Yunimo always seizes opportunities, and he won't let it go this time. Lin Ziyuan's lips moved. Of course, he could see that Yunimo was pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. But he didn't say anything. After all, he had just accepted Yunmo's blood, so he didn't have the nerve to turn his face against him at this moment. Besides, he didn't really have any objection to Yunimo. It was just that the old father was a little jealous and didn't want his precious daughter to be kidnapped so easily. But Yu didn't know. The mind of a girl is not as complicated as that of a human. Yunimo rarely showed his vulnerable side in front of her. Now even he said it hurt. It must be very painful. It's a pity that Yu can kill people, but not save people. The girl was like a kitten, thinking that if she was injured, she just had to lick her wounds. Yunimo originally just wanted to improve Lin Ziyuan's favorability, but this time he was asking for trouble. He quickly retracted his hand, his expression a little unnatural. It's okay. Yu. It doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Ah. It hurts. It hurt so much. Shi Yan's scream spread. People who didn't know thought something was wrong with him. Shut up. Qin Imo was bandaging his injured arm. His ears were buzzing after being yelled at. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you scream again, I will sew your mouth shut. Why are you so fierce? Can't you be gentler? It's not you who is injured, so of course you don't know how much pain it is." Qi Yan grinned. "I wonder if you did it on purpose. To take revenge on someone else." Qin Imo smiled slightly. "Remember? This is called taking revenge on someone else." After saying that, he deliberately pressed hard on Qi Yan's wound. Qi Yan rolled his eyes in pain, and almost choked. "You, Grandpa." Yu frowned, and whispered, "So noisy." Zhuang immediately roared at them. Hee. "Shut up, you are disturbing the kids, I will eat you if you keep yelling." Qi Yan felt wronged and angry, but he could only shut up in dismay. These days, even zombies bully him. Are there any human rights left? Yunimo was right. Jing Rushua was indeed not dead. Her healing ability is very strong. As long as she has a breath left, she can be saved. The moment she realized that she was shot, Jing Rushua's ability quickly repaired her injuries. She saved her life. Just a little bit. She would have died in the northwest. Yunimo Jing Rushua said the name hatefully. "Saint Lady, are you okay?" The subordinates immediately squeezed over and asked nervously. "Nothing." Jing Rushua shook her head, her face pale without a trace of blood. Although she almost lost her life this time, she was very scared. But compared to her own life, she cared more about not completing the mission and bringing Yu back. Will her father be disappointed in her? Thinking of this, Jing Rushua's eyes were full of hatred. It was all Yunmo's fault for ruining her good thing, otherwise she would definitely be able to take Yu away. "Lady Saint, don't worry, their target is the Jingshi base, which is our territory. Now the entire Jingshi base is firmly controlled by Professor Jing. As long as they dare to come, they will definitely not be able to get out." Jing Rushua heard this, and her expression eased a lot. "You are right. Jingshi base, as long as they dare to come, they will definitely not be able to return." Chapter 170 for the 6th level zombie, who didn't know whether to live or die. Except for meeting Jing Rushua and her group, the rest of the journey was very smooth. As the convoy sped up, they finally arrived in Jing City 3 days later. Before the apocalypse, Jing City was the capital, and also the city with the largest flow of people in the country. After the apocalypse, although the city had an army stationed, it did not fall so quickly, but after such a period of time, it also became a purgatory on Earth. Since entering Jing City, they have not seen a single living person, and the streets are full of zombies. At first glance, I thought I had arrived at the zombie kingdom. The car could not be driven when it entered here, and it was surrounded by zombies everywhere. Therefore, Yunimo could only temporarily park the car, and the team walked over. The zombies here are much stronger than other places. Yu soon discovered this. Here, 4th and 5th level zombies can be seen everywhere. And even 6th level zombies have appeared. Not all zombies obey Yu's orders. As zombies evolve, they gradually have the ability to think for themselves. And Yu's existence is more attractive to them than a superpower. Eating her can increase their strength. Therefore, many high-level zombies have the idea of devouring her. For example, the 6th level zombie. It is a zombie with both gold and fire superpowers. Its fire superpower has reached the 6th level, although its gold superpower is only the 3rd level. It is mainly in defense, and is extremely difficult to break. When Yu and his friends encountered this 6th level zombie, it was chasing a team. The team was composed of soldiers, wearing uniform camouflage uniforms, which was very easy to identify. Damn it! The leader was hit by the fireball, and half of his arm was burned black. He endured the pain. His resolute face was full of seriousness. "Old Zhao, take a few people. Send the medical equipment back first. We will cover you." "No, Captain Yang. Let's go together. Let's fight this beast together," Old Zhao said with red eyes. This zombie is the strongest one they have encountered so far. It's not that there were no teams of superpowers who took on this task before, but they were all wiped out without exception. That's why the army took on this task this time. This batch of medical equipment is very important. It can save many lives, and it is what they need most at present. "Lao Zhao, we can't all die here," Yang Guojin shouted. "This is an order. Obey it." Lao Dao's eyes were red. He looked at him deeply, and then saluted. "Yes." Although he knew that after this separation, they might never see each other again. Yang Guoyang raised his submachine gun. Brothers, cover Lao Zhao. Yes. The remaining soldiers picked up their guns and opened fire. However, the 6th level zombie's gold-based supernatural power defense was extremely strong, and all the bullets were blocked. Yang Guoyang gritted his teeth, ignoring the consumption of bullets increased the firepower. Come on, you beast, even if I die, I will take you with me today. With full firepower, the 6th level zombie was not really unscathed. A bullet flew past its face, just a little short of exploding its head. If the 6th level zombie hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been shot in the head right now. This move seemed to anger it, and it fired a series of fireballs. Get out of the way! Yang Guoyang shouted. Even so, many soldiers still failed to dodge, and the fireballs quickly burned when they landed on them. At this time, many low-level zombies also emerged on the street. Originally, Lao Zhao and his group had already run out of the battle range, but were blocked by the swarm of zombies. High-level zombies can command low-level zombies. Obviously, this 6th level zombie did not want to let any of them live. Yang Guoyang's eyes were red, and a deep resentment emerged. After such a long battle, they suffered heavy casualties, but still failed to seriously injure the 6th level zombie. Could it be? Are they destined to die here today? The 6th level zombie stood not far away, staring at them with a pair of turbid red eyes, with a human cunning in his eyes. It has the ability to kill these humans, but it doesn't want to do so. Just like a cat will play with a mouse before catching it. This 6th level zombie doesn't want its prey to die too easily. Seeing more and more people in the mouth of the dead zombie, the ground was almost stained red with blood. Yang Guoyang clenched the grenade in his hand. Damn beast, I'm going to fight you. Just when he was about to pull the safety pin and die with the zombies, the attack of the 6th level zombie suddenly stopped. Its eyes turned and looked up at the corner of the street. The soldiers, including Yang Guoyang, were all nervous. Could it be that another high-level zombie appeared? The sound of a car engine sounded, and a modified off-road vehicle suddenly appeared in their field of vision. It was a human. They were relieved at first, but then they became nervous again, because the 6th level zombie suddenly ignored them, directly gave up the prey in front of him, and turned to attack the off-road vehicle. The eyes of the 6th level zombie were full of greed and covetousness. It could feel that the girl sitting in the car was a huge temptation for it. As long as it ate her, its strength would definitely increase a lot. Chapter 175. A zombie who doesn't want to be a zombie king is not a good zombie. Two off-road vehicles drove into the street one after the other. Qi Yan was driving in the front, and Mu Zhe was sitting in the passenger seat. In the back seat were Yu, Yunimo and Zhuang, and two white tigers, one big and one small. A string of flames suddenly attacked, and the temperature around them rose rapidly. Not only that, an invisible force twisted the vehicle, as if it wanted to twist the whole vehicle into scrapped iron. Mu Zhe opened his eyes instantly, and immediately activated his supernatural power to fight against it. Damn! Qi Yan couldn't help but curse. This zombie is so rude. It attacked without even saying hello. Yunimo raised his eyebrows slightly, his black eyes flashing with coldness. The air was distorted for a moment. All the attacks of the 6th level zombie were blocked. But it didn't give up. It continued to attack while summoning zombies to block all the ways. Obviously, it had completely set its sights on them. It would not let them go easily. It seemed to be coming for me. Yu tilted his head and said so. She could feel the greed when the zombie's eyes fell on her. She had seen it before in other high-level zombies, and without exception, they all had their necks broken by her. He. Zhuang growled angrily. He was always more concerned and sensitive about Yu's affairs. Besides, as a zombie, he could naturally feel the hostility of this 6th level zombie. He was targeting the baby again. Zhuang was surprisingly angry. It was fine if humans bullied the baby, but now even zombies wanted to bully the baby. This made Zhuang so angry that he wanted to jump out of the car immediately and fight with the 6th level zombie. Once it came to Yu, even if the opponent's level was much higher than his, Zhuang was fearless and did not back down. Get out of the car. In fact, even if the 6th level zombie did not attack them, Yunma and his men would not sit idly by, because those people were soldiers, and they were Yunma's acquaintances. Yunma, seeing the men getting off the off-road vehicle, Yang Guoyang couldn't help but shout out in surprise. Yunimo nodded at him. Seeing that he was injured but not fatal, he retracted his gaze and looked at the 6th level zombie. You want to die? The man's handsome eyebrows showed a bit of hostility. The zombie's look at Yu completely angered him. Hee hee. The 6th level zombie could feel the dangerous aura on Unimo. This group of humans was different from the ones it had encountered before. They seemed not easy to mess with. But the word give up never existed in the zombie's dictionary. The 6th level zombie will not give up until it eats Yu today. It has some intelligence, and knows that it can't win. So it will find help. It immediately growls, trying to summon more zombies to help. Seeing the zombies surrounding it, Zhuang shouts angrily. Hee hee. Dare to bully Yu. And it will twist them into a donut. The 6th level zombie can be said to be the overlord of this area. All the low-level zombies here are under its jurisdiction. But not all zombies are so obedient. Some zombies didn't listen to it at all. Not only did they not attack Yu, they even helped Yu fight the zombies that wanted to attack her. I don't need your help, go help them. Yu looked at the soldiers, who were still fighting the zombies. They were all injured, but they continued to fight with their willpower. If they continued like this, they would either become zombies' food, or be assimilated into zombies. Hee hee. When the zombies saw Yu talking to them, they seemed very happy, and as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, they rushed directly towards the group of soldiers. Seeing more zombies rushing over, old Zhao and the soldiers all looked desperate. Captain Zhao, what should we do now? We don't have enough bullets. And Yang was also blocked by other zombies, and there was no way to support them with firepower. The soldiers wiped away their tears, even in adversity. They still did not give up. They had to fight to the last moment. Everyone was ready to fight to the death, even the possibility of death in battle. But unexpectedly, the newest group of zombies completely ignored them, and went directly to the zombies that attacked them. What's going on? A young soldier's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Oh my god, what did I see? He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could they see zombies ignoring them and turning to attack their own kind? Zombies fighting zombies, this scene is really rare to see. Are these zombies here to help us? Are you stupid? Zombies only treat humans as food, how can they help people? Then how do you explain the situation in front of you? The soldiers all looked at Lao Zhao. Captain Zhao, what should we do? Should we kill them? Although Lao Zhao was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He had experienced many big scenes after all. And he quickly reacted. Why kill them? Save some bullets. He led his men to retreat quickly, and rushed to Yang Guoyang's side. Yang Guoyang's side naturally also had zombies sent by Yu to help. A group of battle-hardened soldiers, seeing this rare scene in front of them, were dumbfounded. Yang Guoyang was more perceptive, and he found that the reason why the zombies helped, it seemed to be because of the girl next to Unimo. At first, the zombies surrounded her, and it was only after the girl appeared that the zombies changed sides. Yang Guoyang looked at Yu with a curious look. The 6th level zombie became even more excited when he saw Yu appear. Under the cover of the zombies, he rushed directly towards Yu. Unimo was about to kill it, but Yu stopped him by holding his arm. Unimo, let me do it. Yu hadn't taken action for a long time. Since her last ability was upgraded, she has not been in actual combat. The main reason is that there are too few opponents. This zombie happened to be at the same level as her. Level 6. It is a rare opponent, and it is just right for her to practice. This zombie seems to have been stuck at level 6 for a long time, and it is only one step away from upgrading. That is why it is so excited to see Yu, and it is eager to eat Yu. Its remaining IQ made it think about this problem. As long as it eats this girl, its strength will increase greatly, and it may even become the zombie king. A zombie who doesn't want to be a zombie king is not a good zombie. The 6th level zombie was ambitious and rushed forward confidently. Then, he was beaten up by Yu. The blood vines were dancing wildly, and they were slapping. The 6th level zombie seemed very angry, and released flames to burn the blood vines. Fire is the nemesis of wood. There are countless wood-type mutants who died at its hands. The 6th level zombie originally thought that the blood vines were like the vines of the mutants before, and could be easily burned. Unexpectedly, the blood vines were difficult to kill, and the regeneration speed was extremely fast. Even if they were burned off, they would grow again soon. The 6th level zombies are so annoying. The blood vine is also very angry. Since it followed Yu, it has never suffered such grievances again. But it can't do anything. The 6th level zombies can't burn it to death, and it can't kill the other party. The 6th level zombie, Lao Lu, not only has some fire abilities that can extremely restrain it, but also has gold abilities for defense. What a sinister Lao Lu, but it doesn't matter. The blood vine will go back to Yu to avenge it. It has an owner. Yu will certainly not ignore it. She was looking for this zombie just to practice. Although Yu had just entered the 6th level, she was able to fight against a higher level. Although it took a little effort to kill this 6th level zombie, it was not a problem. Don't forget, she also had dual abilities. The mental ability was the most terrifying ability. It was hard to defend against, and could kill people without them being seen. Many times, the opponent was already dead before he could react. This was the case with the 6th level zombie. It didn't understand until it died how it died. It had clearly used its gold-based abilities to defend itself from its fatal spot. But it didn't know that. It was not the only one in the world. It was not the only one with dual-based abilities. The mental attack was hard to defend against. It turned into an invisible blade, and completely smashed its head. Only 2 crystal cores were left. 1 gold and 1 red, shining brightly, dazzling. Chapter 176. Yu's confidence comes from her mother's home. Yunma. As soon as the 6th level zombie died, Yang Guoyang immediately came to the front of the few people, and saluted them without saying a word, and the soldiers under his command followed suit. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we would have died here today. When saying this, Yang Guoyang's eyes couldn't help but look at Yu, and he was secretly surprised. I didn't expect that this seemingly delicate girl actually had such strong strength. Just now, she was the only one who killed the 6th level zombie. The 6th level zombie that had forced them into a desperate situation had no power to fight back in her hands. It was really surprising. The zombie brothers that Yu had called to help had not left yet. All stood stiffly on both sides, and there were countless heads on the street surrounding the army. But these zombies did not attack them, like well-trained soldiers waiting for inspection. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that. Zombies actually had such a well-behaved side, instead of being like beasts that only eat people, jumping on people, and biting them when they saw them. These? Yang Guoyang pointed at the zombie army. Even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and sweating. Even if the zombies acted harmless, they were still beasts that would eat people. Facing so many zombies surrounding them, staring at them with eager eyes, the psychological pressure on everyone was not small. Oh, Yu reacted slowly. Since all the enemies were dead, there was no need for these zombies to stay. Seeing the fear and trepidation of these humans, Yu was very considerate and quickly gave orders for all the zombies to leave. Although the zombies were reluctant to leave her, they had to listen to Zizi's words. Soon, they took stiff steps and reluctantly left the block. God knows how they could see the reluctant expressions on the faces of these ugly and terrifying zombies. Maybe they were dazzled. Until all the zombies on the street were gone, and only Zhuangzhuang was left. The huge pressure that enveloped everyone's hearts finally disappeared, and they were relieved. The zombies here are like a death sickle hanging over your head, making you nervous and worried about what will fall. Thank you. Yang Guoyang thanked Yu solemnly, and then turned to look at Yunimo. His face, which had become rough and dark after years of hardships, couldn't help but reveal a hearty smile. It's great that you are still alive. Yang Guoyang punched Yunimo on the shoulder. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. If the commander saw you, he would be very happy. He is just hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. He misses you in his heart. Yang Guoyang used to be a soldier under Grandpa Yun, and he watched Yunimo grow up. He is not a relative, but he is better than a relative. After the end of the world, it was he who helped Mr. Yun build the Jingshi base. This soldier who defended his country and was a man of steel had fought to protect ordinary people until the last moment of his life. Coming back again, seeing his relatives, who were supposed to be dead, standing in front of him, Yunimo couldn't help but smile sincerely. Uncle Yang, why are you here? Where is my grandfather? Yang Guoyang and his military truck were parked not far away, and he led them over there while explaining. They accepted an S-level mission, which required them to deliver intact medical supplies in the city center full of zombies. This mission had been issued for 2 months, and many teams of superpowers had accepted it, but none of them had returned. It could be said to be a mission of life and death, but the base's medical resources are in short supply, and we urgently need this batch of medical equipment. We have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Yunimo handed him a cigarette, and Yang Guoyang took it but didn't light it. Just put it in his mouth to enjoy it. Too many superpower teams died, and no superpower dared to take it anymore. Only our army can take on this mission. At this point, Yang Guoyang couldn't help but feel lucky that they were lucky. Fortunately, the Yunma team showed up in time. Otherwise they would all have to die here today. Isn't there a healing psychic in the Jing City base? Yu suddenly said. Jing Rushue. Yang Guoyang was stunned. I didn't expect you knew her. Jing Rushue is indeed from the Jing City base, but she is not often in the base, because she is busy developing her followers everywhere, and Yang Guoyang smiled self-deprecatingly. There are at least hundreds of people begging her for treatment. She is a high-ranking psychic. How could she condescend to treat ordinary people? From this, it seems that there are many conflicts between ordinary people and psychics in the Jing City base. Yang Guoyang added, in the eyes of those supernatural beings who look down on others, ordinary people are just cheap ants. Eliminated by the times. Who cares about the struggles of ants? Yu didn't know what to say. The strong prey on the weak, the law of survival of the fittest. Even the zombie world is like this, not to mention humans. By the way, Yunmo, you haven't introduced him to Uncle Yang yet. Who is this? Yang Guoyang sharp eyes, and naturally saw the unusual atmosphere between Yunmo and Yu. Even a glance at each other was pulling, sick and crooked. TSK, young people. What surprised him was that he didn't expect Yunmo to be so cold and aloof. Before the end of the world, he was single, but after the end of the world, he got married? Uncle Yang, this is Yu, my fiancé. Yunmo put his arm around Yu's shoulders and introduced her solemnly. When he heard the word fiancé, Yang Guoyang laughed. Okay, you kid, you have a promising future. He smiled, really happy for Yunmo. I used to worry that you would be alone and lonely for the rest of your life, but now I'm relieved. Yu is a good girl, you have to treat her well. Yang Guoyang said with a red face. Yu, if this kid dares to bully you in the future, you can find me. Uncle Yang will help you teach him a lesson. Yu looked serious, with clear eyes. He can't beat me. Zhuang agreed with a chuckle. The confidence of Zizi comes entirely from her mother's home. No matter how strong Yunmo is, as long as he dares to bully Yu, Zhuang will be the first to bite him to death. At worst, call all the zombies. Because there is strength in numbers. Ants can kill elephants. And these zombies will bite Yunmo to pieces sooner or later. Yunmo couldn't help laughing. Yes, I dare not bully Yu. You are the one who bullies me. But he is happy to be bullied. After laughing, Yunmo asked about the situation of Mr. Yun. Uncle Yang, how is my grandfather? I called the satellite phone, but it has been unresolved. I haven't heard from him for a long time. Yang Guoyang's smile faded slightly. Yunmo's eyes suddenly darkened. Is it the institute? The chief is fine, he's just old, and not as healthy as before. Yang Guoyang shook his head. Fortunately you're back, otherwise, we might not be able to defend this base for long. Don't worry about the institute, you reminded us before, the chief has been on guard, but your brother is not a good person, you have to be careful. Yunmo's eyes were cold. Of course he knew that his brother was not a good person. It doesn't matter, since he has come back again, the blood debts owed to him by these people must be paid back one by one. Chapter 177 Zhuang is my family. Along the way, Yang Guoyang was introducing the situation of the Jingshi base to them. From him, Yu once again understood the complexity of human society. The Jingshi base is now divided into two camps. One side is headed by the old leader Yun, with the army in charge, and a small number of superpowers. On the other side is the camp composed of a group of superpowers led by Yun Xiuchen, Yunmo's half-brother. The two camps have different philosophies, and the contradictions are becoming increasingly intensified. The original intention of the old leader to build this base was to provide a safe shelter for ordinary people in this doomsday. But Yun Xiuchen doesn't think so. He and his superpowers have always wanted to drive out the old, weak, sick and disabled people in the base. Yang Guoyang said in a deep voice. As a soldier, it is his duty to protect the people. Even if the end of the world comes and order collapses, he cannot abandon the people. He does not support Yun Xiuchen's concept. Moreover, there are many soldiers in the army who have not awakened their superpowers. And Yun Xiuchen has never regarded them as human beings. In every battle, those soldiers without superpowers are sent to the front line, in the name of reducing the loss of superpowers in the base. When Yang Guoyang said this, the faces of the other soldiers in the car were very ugly. They are also human beings, with only one life. And they also have their own families. The lives of superpowers are valuable. So are their lives not valuable? Yunmo heard this and smiled sarcastically. This is Yun Xiuchen's style. which has not changed in 2 lifetimes. In the previous life, the Research Institute captured his grandfather to threaten him. And then the Jingxi base fell into Yun Xiuquan's hands. Yun Xiuquan followed the principle of respecting the strong, and had completely lost his humanity. He drove all the old, weak, women and children out of the base, leaving only some young and strong people. Even so, the Jingxi base was breached by zombies not long after. Fortunately, he had a chance in his new life, and his grandfather had not fallen into the hands of the Research Institute. Yun Mo was reborn in this life, and he contacted Grandpa Yun early, asking him to be careful of Yun Xiuquan, the ungrateful wolf, and the Research Institute. Fortunately, you are back. Otherwise we, and the old leader don't know how long we can hold on to this base. Seeing that Yun Mo is also a superpower, and his strength is not low, Yang Guoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Yun Xiuquan has a Research Institute as a front, and the most convincing thing is his special ability. Uncle Yang, don't worry. Now that I'm back, I won't let the base fall into his hands. Yun Mo's dark eyes deepened. Speaking of Yun Xiuquan, Old Xiao also cursed with anger. He is also the grandson of the old leader. Why is there such a big difference? This Yun Xiuquan is simply a piece of shit. After the end of the world, human beings have been in such a difficult situation. But instead of helping each other, they even kill their own kind. Are you really satisfied only when all human beings are extinct? Yang Guoyang sighed lightly and patted his shoulder. By the way, this is... After introducing the situation, Yang Guoyang finally remembered another important thing, and looked at Zhuangzhuang behind Yu. In order to enter Beijing without attracting attention and causing unnecessary trouble, Yu took out a pair of sunglasses in advance for Zhuangzhuang to wear. Although, his weird outfit attracts more attention. A pair of children's sunflower sunglasses, wearing a flashy floral shirt and beach pants, and a green knitted hat on his head. Because Zhuangzhuang has been losing hair a lot recently, he is already bald. Yu had no choice but to find a hat and put it on it. Zombies are not beautiful or ugly. Zhuangzhuang likes it very much. He walks with his head held high and his chest held high. He is very proud, like a peacock with its tail spread out. Whenever he catches a zombie on the road, he will tell others, "Look, this is the clothes that Zizi picked for it personally." The low-level zombies are so jealous that they are howling. They are so envious and jealous. They also want to be dressed up by Zizi. Zhuangzhuang is swaggering through the streets. It is hard not to be noticed. But Yang Guoyang's focus was not on this. When Zhuangzhuang was fighting with the zombies just now, he had already noticed something was wrong, and recognized at a glance that it was not a human, but a high-level zombie. Its name is Zhuangzhuang, it's my... Yu paused, her eyes were serious. My family. Ever since she could remember, Zhuangzhuang had always been by her side, taking care of her, catching people for her to eat, although Yu didn't eat people. To her, Zhuangzhuang was no different from her family. Except for the time when he got lost from Zhuangzhuang at the beginning. No matter where he went afterwards, Yu would take Zhuangzhuang with him. This trip to the Jingxi base was no exception. Zhuangzhuang was so excited that he almost jumped over. Zizi said, "It's family? It's very important." Zhuangzhuang was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He shouted, At Yunma. Did you hear that, stupid human? I'm Zizi's favorite zombie. Although he couldn't understand what it was shouting, Yunma could also feel its pride. Uncle Yang, Zhuangzhuang is also my family, Yunma said without changing his expression. Unexpectedly, Zhuangzhuang was very angry when he heard this, and bared his teeth at Yunma. Human ugly rejection. Anyone could see how much it disliked Yunma. Chapter 178, he felt so awesome. But it is a zombie after all. For the safety of the people in the base, we cannot let it enter the base. Sorry, Yang Guoyang said seriously. Although Zhuangzhuang is a family member to Yu and the others, Yang Guoyang also believed that this zombie would not suddenly attack people. But zombies are zombies after all, the natural enemy of humans. Even if there is only a slight possibility, he cannot gamble with the lives of ordinary people in the base. It doesn't matter. Yu has long been used to it. It is normal for humans to be afraid of zombies. Just like zombies will not accept a human. It's just that Zhuangzhuang is wronged again. Zhuangzhuang doesn't feel wronged, but feels that he is awesome. Cowardly humans. Tremble for it. They soon arrived at the Jingxi base. But they didn't expect that as soon as they arrived at the gate of the base, they saw a conflict between superpowers and ordinary people. You can't do this. We have also contributed to the base. Why do you drive us away? You are really too much. Just because we are ordinary people. Should we die? Several old, weak women and children supported each other and quarreled with the guards at the gate in anger. Yes, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being useless. The base doesn't support useless people. For people like you, it's a waste of food to stay here. It's better to die early. The guards were all superpowers. Their faces were full of arrogance. They looked down on the old, weak, and disabled people. It was as if the strong were looking at a few dying ants. To these self-righteous superpowers, these ordinary people who were powerless were indeed ants. Why are you chasing us away? Where is old Chief Yun? We want to see old Chief Yun. One of the gray-haired old ladies knocked on her cane and said angrily. In the excitement, he couldn't help but cough violently. Old man, you'd better stop worrying. Now it's not Chief Yun who has the final say in this base. A superpower said sarcastically. He was a young boy who should have been in college before the end of the world. But now the boy's young face was wearing a bad smile, full of contempt and disdain for ordinary people. Zhang Yang. Yang Guoyang was furious when he saw this, and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Seeing Yang Guoyang and his group, the expressions of the superpowers including Zhang Yang changed slightly, and their faces became a little ugly. Captain Yang, I didn't expect you guys to be alive. They probably didn't expect that the army, which had been away for so many days without any news, could actually come back from the city center full of zombies. Upon hearing this, Yang Guoyang sneered and said bluntly, "If I don't come back alive, how do I know when it will be your turn to take charge of this base?" Seeing that Zhang Yang and several other psychics were all dissatisfied, the fire in Yang Guoyang's heart burned even more fiercely. Who told you to do this? You drove a group of ordinary people out of the base. You are so capable. We are all human beings. Survival in the end times is already difficult. We should help each other. But look at what you are doing. Zhang Yang looked disapproving. Captain Yang, you can't blame me for this. They have no fighting power at all. I am also helping to reduce the burden on the base. Seeing this scene, Yu couldn't help but whisper to Yunimo. You humans are really interesting. There are people like Yang Guoyang who can rush to the front regardless of their own lives for their companions. There are also people like Zhang Yang who don't care about the life or death of their own kind and kill them all. Shut up. Yang Guoyang has such a bad temper that I really want to shoot him. I tell you, it's not your turn to have the final say in this base. Who gave you the courage to act on your own? As soon as Yang Guoyang finished speaking, a dark male voice suddenly sounded. I gave the order. Yu turned her head and saw a young and handsome man in black combat uniform walking towards this side. Looking closely, his eyebrows and eyes seemed to be 3 points similar to Yunimo. And the moment Yunimo saw the person coming clearly, his eyes also became a little colder. Chapter 179. Only she can bully her human. Yun Xiuchen, does the old leader know that you are doing this? Yang Guoyang suppressed his anger and spoke. Grandpa doesn't need to know. Yun Xiuchen looked nonchalant. Grandpa is old, no longer has the iron-blooded hand he used to have, and has become soft-hearted. You will know in the future that all my decisions are correct. Yun Xiuchen chuckled. Besides, this base will be handed over to me sooner or later. I am just implementing the plan to eliminate ordinary people in advance. Yang Guoyang glared at him. You? As long as Grandpa is still here, this base will not be yours to decide. Yunimo stepped forward and looked at him coldly. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes that could not be concealed. In the previous life, it was this half-brother who handed Grandpa Yun to the Research Institute, so the Research Institute could use Grandpa Yun to threaten Yunimo. Yunmo's fate was related to Yun Xiuchen. He colluded with the Research Institute, and did so many unscrupulous things, even his own grandfather was not spared. In his next life, Yunimo vowed to kill him personally. Yun Xiuchen was still as conceited as in his previous life, arrogant and insolent, looked down on ordinary people, and believed in the law of the strong preying on the weak. I think ordinary people should be eliminated by the end of the world. It is just a waste of food for the base to keep these people. But Yun Xiuchen drove all ordinary people out of the base, and only accepted people with special abilities to join. But the base in the previous life in Beijing still could not escape the fate of being attacked by the zombie tide. Yunimo, I didn't expect you to be alive. Yun Xiuchen then set his eyes on Yunimo. His eyes were not really friendly. What a pity. Don't worry, I will definitely live longer than you. Yunmo's eyes were cold. At least, I will let you die before me. Yun Xiuchen's eyes darkened. and he took the lead in attacking. A huge fireball suddenly rushed towards Yunimo. Unfortunately, before it touched the corner of Yunmo's clothes, a strange and enchanting carnivorous plant suddenly appeared, and it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the fireball in one gulp. It also burped and spewed out a wisp of black smoke. Originally, Yu was still observing these humans carelessly, but Yun Xiuchen dared to bully Yunimo in front of her, and Yu disagreed. Only she can bully her human. Yun Xiuchen's face changed slightly. Before he could figure out what this suddenly appeared man-eating plant was, the next second, his brain suddenly felt like being pricked by a needle, and he felt a strong stinging pain. Yun Xiuchen covered his head, his mind went blank for a moment, and his figure swayed as if he couldn't stand steadily. "Next time you touch Yunimo, I will kill you." A sweet and gentle voice sounded in his ears. Yun Xiuchen looked up and finally noticed the girl standing next to Yunimo. The girl was wearing a white dress without any dust on her face. She looked pure and innocent. Her beautiful face seemed to have a filter in the sunlight, which was a little unreal. She was out of tune with this gray world. But as long as she stood there, she could attract everyone's attention at a glance. Yun Xiuchen's eyes fixed, staring at her absent-mindedly, forgetting his purpose for a moment. "It's you." He couldn't help but speak, and couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to get closer to her, and said eagerly, "I've seen you. I don't know you, and I don't like you." Yu said bluntly, "If you get closer, I'll kill you." Yunimo hugged Yu's waist, with a possessive attitude, staring at Yun Xiuchen with cold eyes. "Get out." Chapter 180, he would take everything Yunimo had. Yun Xiuchen ignored Yunimo, and kept staring at Yu. He had indeed seen Yu, but he had seen her photo at Jing Rishua's place. In fact, he had only seen that photo once, but the image of the girl was deeply imprinted in his mind. It could be said that, judging from her appearance alone, Yu completely met his aesthetic standards, and was Yun Xiuchen's favorite type. He liked girls who looked delicate and pitiful, as clean and transparent as fresh snow, and who were innocent and naive. And Yu perfectly fits his imagination. Yun Xiuchen is different from the unkind Yunimo. He has always been surrounded by women, and those women are all of the same single type. But although their appearances meet his aesthetic standards, their souls are so filthy. Their eyes are full of calculations and ambitions, and they have to pretend to be innocent and simple, which makes him sick just by looking at them. So later, after Jing Rishua appeared, those women all disappeared from his side. Yun Xiuchen was left with only Jing Rishua. He originally thought that Jing Rishua was the perfect lover in the world, who best met his imagination. But Jing Rishua was also a lunatic, just like her sister, with a paranoid and crazy soul. This was somewhat disappointing to Yun Xiuchen, until he saw Yu's photo at Jing Rishua's place. It is said that eyes are the windows to the soul, and eyes cannot deceive people about a person's character. Yu's eyes were pure and clean, as if they could reflect all the filth in the world. The girl in a white dress nestled in her father's arms, with a sweet smile and clear eyes, like an angel who knows nothing about the world. It makes people want to build a cage and lock her in it to protect this beauty forever. Yun Xiuchen stared at Yu with a straightforward and explicit gaze. If he wanted to get Yu at the beginning, it was just because she met his own aesthetic standards. Now there is another reason. She is Yunmo's woman. Yun Xiuchen has never seen Yunmo treat a woman so attentively, which shows that he really loves her. In this case, he should snatch it away even more. Yun Xiuchen's eyes darkened, and he thought with determination. As long as it was Yunmo's, he would snatch it away, or destroy it if he couldn't. He had always been compared with Yunmo in his life, and the existence of this half-brother had almost become a disease for him. He couldn't wait to see Yunmo's painful and angry expression. Just thinking about it made his blood boil with excitement. Before he could get excited for long, he suffered a mental attack from Yu. A mental force directly attacked his mind. Before, Yu didn't kill him. At most, she gave those humans a warning, letting them suffer for a while. But it was different when it came to Yun Xiuchen. Besides his disgusting look that made Yu very uncomfortable, she thought she had heard it from Yunmo. How Yun Xiuchen betrayed him in his previous life, causing him to end up in that situation. So in Yu's eyes, Yun Xiuchen was Yunmo's enemy. When dealing with an enemy, the best way to retaliate is to kill him. This mental attack can not only make Yun Xiuchen brain dead, but also turn him into a mentally retarded person. It's a pity. Yun Xiuchen is quite powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to lead the many superpowers in the Jing City base. The moment he sensed the fluctuation of mental power, he became alert. The moment he sensed Yu's move, he raised his hand, and fired a fireball. It went straight to Yu's face, interrupting her mental attack. At the same time, the superpowers around him also reacted. In fact, a mental power superpower is obviously the main defense, and they quickly resisted Yu's attack. But he was not feeling well either. He also suffered some backlash, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth, and his hands and feet twitching slightly. Yun Xiuchen's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help but look up at Yu. You want to kill me, why? Just for Yun Mo? You asked that, of course it's because you deserve to die. Shi Yan finally found an opportunity, laughed, and said sarcastically. He had been unhappy with this grandson for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that this was in the Beijing base, they were just starting out and were afraid of causing big trouble, he would have taught this grandson a lesson on behalf of the captain. Looking for death, Yun Xiuchen was furious, and felt that his dignity was challenged. He couldn't kill Yun Mo, and he couldn't bear to kill Yu. Yun Xiuchen decided to start with Shi Yan. Killing him would serve as a warning to others and intimidate Yun Mo and his people. He wanted to let Yun Mo know that he had the final say in the Jingshi base. Even if his last name was Yun, it was Yun Xiuchen's Yun. Even if Yun Mo came, he would have to lie down obediently. However, Yun Xiuchen's supernatural attack was quickly interrupted by Yun Mo. Yun Xiuchen only felt that the air suddenly began to twist, and the airflow fluctuations were visible to the naked eye. The space he was in seemed to be squeezed. An invisible force enveloped him, pressing his internal organs. Yun Xiuchen's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You? He raised his head, looking at Yun Mo in shock. What kind of power is this? He had never seen it before. Is it the wind? No. Being able to control the power of space, it should be a space power. But isn't the space power just a mobile warehouse? When did it have such a great killing power? Yun Xiuchen didn't want to believe it. He had always been very proud, because his power was strong, and he was a leader among the power users. After competing with Yun Mo for so many years, he finally managed to beat him. But now, he was told that Yun Mo had also awakened his superpowers, and his superpower level was probably higher than his. Yun Xiuchen simply couldn't accept it. He instantly wanted to kill him. Yun Mo couldn't be allowed to live any longer. Otherwise, the Jingshi base would fall into his hands sooner or later. Chapter 181. I didn't know. I would have thought Yu was his granddaughter. An invisible force pressed on his back. Yun Xiuchen gritted his teeth to resist, but still bent his back a little bit. His eyes were red, and he looked at Yun Mo with hatred. He wanted to give Yun Mo a warning, but who would have thought that he would lose face so much instead? For Yun Xiuchen, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, this was tantamount to a great humiliation, and more painful than killing him. Yun Mo looked at him coldly. His black eyes were filled with coldness. Whenever he thought of what Yun Xiuchen and Jing Ryue did in his previous life, Yun Mo was filled with hatred, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent that could not be concealed. Reborn again. This time, he would start with Yun Xiuchen. Yun Mo had completely moved his murderous mind and secretly used his supernatural power. Yun Xiuchen could not bear the strong pressure and soon vomited blood. Deputy Base Commander. Seeing this, the supernatural powers brought by Yun Xiuchen all changed their expressions and attacked Yun Mo and his group without saying a word. These psychics are all quite strong. But the Yun Mo team has been in the apocalypse for so long, and they have been through many battles. Moreover, they were from the special forces before the apocalypse, so these psychics are naturally no match. Yun Xiuchen gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at Yun Mo with red eyes. He naturally realized that Yun Mo wanted to kill him, but it was not that easy to kill him. Yun Xiuchen spat out the blood in his mouth, and fought back even if he was seriously injured. All his psychics were concentrated in his palms, and attacked Yun Mo directly. The blazing flames rushed forward like a roaring fire dragon. It's not that easy to kill me. Yun Xiuchen looked at Yun Mo with a sinister look. Even if he died, he would drag Yun Mo down with him. As soon as Yun Xiuchen's fire dragon rushed in front of Yun Mo, it was blocked by a layer of space barrier, and disappeared in the next second, as if it hit a wall of air and shattered itself, leaving only a wisp of black smoke as a sign of its existence. Yun Xiuchen's face was ashen, his hands were clenched into fists, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. His strength is not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make so many superpowers follow him wholeheartedly. But in front of Yun Mo, his full-strength attack could not cause any damage to him. This was a big blow to Yun Xiuchen. He hadn't tasted this kind of frustration and powerlessness for a long time. This made Yun Xiuchen hate Yun Mo even more. It has been like this since he was a child. No matter what. He can't compare to Yun-mo. Even the old man's favorite grandson is him. The end of the world is coming. Yun Xiuchen thought Yun-mo was dead. Unexpectedly, Yun-mo not only stood in front of him, but also stepped on him again. If he didn't kill Yun-mo, he would not be a human being. Okay. Yun-mo. Seeing that someone was going to die, Yang Guiyang had to step out to stop it. Half of the base in Jingshi is already Yun Xiuchen's people. You are new here. Don't make a big fuss with him. If the old leader knows about it, it will be difficult to deal with it. Yang Guiyang patted Yun-mo's shoulder comfortingly and persuaded him in a low voice. Of course, the reason why he didn't stop it just now was that he wanted to use Yun-mo's hand to rub Yun Xiuchen's spirit, in order to prevent him from really thinking that this Jingshi base has become his world. And he can even ignore the old leader. I know. Uncle Yang. Yun-mo was also filled with murderous intent just now, dominated by the hatred of his previous life. After calming down, he certainly knew that now was not a good time to kill Yun Xiuchen. Why? Yu felt that human society was too complicated. If you want to kill someone, you have to consider this and that. If she were to say, Yun-mo didn't like Yun Xiuchen, he should just kill him now. Yun Xiuchen obviously thought so too. His rationality had long turned to ash, and the hatred in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. All of you. Come on. Kill them. Yun Xiuchen said fiercely, as long as I am here, you will never enter the base alive. Unless you become a corpse. This was obviously said to Yun-mo. And the relationship was completely torn apart. Let's see who dares. An old but full-hearted voice suddenly sounded. Several people turned their heads to look at the same time. An old man with a cane, wearing a Zhongshan suit, with gray hair, but vigorous and sharp eyes, walked slowly with several soldiers. Just looking at the old man's momentum, it is clear that he must have been extraordinary when he was young. Grandpa. Yun-mo immediately put away his murderous intent when he saw the person coming, and behaved respectfully. Yun Xiuchen pursed his lips, his expression gloomy. This old man is here. It seems that I can't kill Yun-mo today. Yun Xiuchen, I'm not dead yet. When did this base become your world? Old man Yun angrily knocked his cane. Yun Xiuchen snorted coldly, but did not argue with old man Yun, just looked at Yun-mo angrily, and said to his men, let's go. Watching him and several superpowers walking away, old man Yun sighed and shook his head. Yun-mo hurried forward to support old man Yun's arm, and asked with concern, Grandpa, I heard from Uncle Yang that you were sick. How are you? Grandpa is fine. It's just that the old injury recurred. It's an old problem. Old man Yun waved his hand. His eyes fell on the girl not far away, and his eyes paused for a moment. Is this girl the one you told me about on the other end of the phone? Old Master Yun's eyes softened. When Yun-mo contacted him with a satellite phone, in addition to telling old Master Yun to be careful of Yun Xiuchen and the Institute, he also mentioned Yu. The signal was unstable at the time. Yun-mo didn't have time to say more. He only mentioned on the phone that he would bring a girl back to see old Master Yun. It was this sentence that made old Master Yun think about it for several months. God knows how surprised he was when he heard this sentence on the phone. Could it be that his grandson finally got the hang of it? He actually knew to bring a girl back to see him. Good. 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 Grandpa Yun was surprised and happy, to the point where he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. In addition to hoping that his grandson would return safely as soon as possible, what he was most looking forward to was meeting the girl that Yun-mo brought back. In addition to Yu, there were two other girls in the team, Luo Tang and Wenyu. But Grandpa Yun recognized at first sight that Yu was the girl his grandson was talking about. Intuition. And his intuition was never wrong. Yu stood not far away, looking at old man Yun with curiosity. This was Yun-mo's family. The people he cared about most in this world besides Yu. They seemed a little different from the old and weathered humans Yu had seen before. Although old man Yun's hair was already white, his back was still straight, and he looked energetic. He did not seem to be defeated by this cruel end of the world. As she was watching, she saw old man Yun waved at her and said in a friendly manner, Girl, come here. It took Yu 2 seconds to realize that he was calling him. The girl looked at Yun-mo with her bright eyes, and when she saw him nod, she walked over. Grandpa, what do you want me to do? This sweet and soft call of Grandpa made old man Yun very happy, and he looked at Yu with even more loving eyes. Little girl, can you tell Grandpa? What is your name? As if afraid of scaring people away, old man Yun even slowed down his voice a bit, and even began to raise his voice. Not to mention Yun-mo's surprised face. Even the other members of the team looked terrified. Although Old Man Yun is Yunmo's grandfather, they are just as afraid of this old leader as they are of Yunmo. In the eyes of several people, the old leader is the kind of person who is unkind, iron-blooded, and serious. The wrinkles between his eyebrows can kill a fly, even though they are no longer the rookies they were back then, but excellent soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles. But once Old Man Yun gives them a look, they are so intimidating without even getting angry. They are so scared that their legs go weak. Not to mention them, even Yunmo, who is Old Man Yun's grandson. I have never seen his grandfather so kind before. Grandpa Yun couldn't control the smile on his face, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked so happy that people who didn't know him would think that Yu was his granddaughter, after all. When he saw Yunmo just now, Grandpa Yun was not so happy. Chapter 182. Yu is not a zombie at all. Grandpa, my name is Yu. Yu likes the kind-looking old man in front of her, so she is willing to tell him her name. Although the girl has never had such troubles as what should I do if Yunmo's grandfather doesn't like me. But seeing that Mr. Yun likes her very much, Yu is also very happy. She has decided that she also wants to like this human. Yu announced that there is one more human she likes. Yu. Hello, this name sounds nice. Grandpa Yun smile deepened. The more he looked at Yu, the more he liked her. Grandpa Yun used to dream of having a daughter, but when he didn't have a daughter, he wanted a granddaughter. It's a pity that neither of these two wishes came true. Now, when he saw Yu, he was very happy. He felt like he had another granddaughter. Yu, you must have had a hard time along the way. It's so dangerous outside. Are you scared? Grandpa Yun was worried like a real grandfather, whether those ugly zombies and mutant plants and animals outside scared Yu. After all, Yu looked so well-behaved and weak. Did Yunmo protect you well along the way? If he hurts you even a hair, I'll break his legs. Yunmo. People who don't know the truth would think that Yu is your granddaughter. It's okay. Grandpa, they can't hurt me. Yu raised her chin slightly and said proudly. Grandpa. Don't worry, Yu will protect you in the future and won't let any zombie bully you. Hearing this, although Grandpa Yun didn't take it to heart, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Okay. Grandpa. Yunmo held his forehead helplessly. Put away the smile on your face, don't scare Yu. Grandpa Yun quickly put away the smile on his face. Yu shook her head and said softly, I won't be scared, and I like Grandpa very much. Hearing this, Grandpa Yun was as happy as if he had won the lottery. His face was wrinkled with smile, like a brilliant old chrysanthemum. Did you hear that? Yu said she likes me? Grandpa Yun has been strict and particular all his life, but when he got old, he became like a child, showing off to Yunmo. Yunmo smiled helplessly, but his eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at the old and the young. Grandpa Yun obviously liked Yu very much. This child had clear eyes, and always called him Grandpa, with a sweet and soft voice, which really touched his heart. After a short time together, Grandpa Yun quickly saw that Yu was a pure person inside and out. She was too simple, like a princess in an ivory tower, who had never experienced any setbacks, was well protected, and was as clear as glass. Old Master Yun's brows gradually furrowed. But he was not dissatisfied with Yu, but with Yunmo. Tell Grandpa honestly, did you use any despicable means to deceive Yu? Old Master Yun looked at Yunmo coldly with a hawk-like gaze. He seemed to want to break Yunmo's legs if he dared to say yes. Grandpa. Yunmo was speechless. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Otherwise, Yu is so innocent, how could she possibly like you? Old Master Yun looked suspicious. After all, his grandson's temperament and temper are exactly the same as when he was young. To put it nicely, he is an iceberg, difficult to approach. To put it bluntly, he is like a stinky stone in a toilet, cold and hard, and can never be warmed up. You have to ask Yu about this. Yunmo raised the corner of his lips and glanced at the girl, who was eavesdropping with her ears erect. He also wanted to know, why did you like him? Because Yunmo is good-looking. She knew the answer to this question, and Yu immediately answered happily. Old Master Yun glanced at Yunmo's handsome face and nodded slightly. He looks okay. Not even 1/10 of your grandfather when I was young. Yunmo, why didn't I see that you were so shameless before? In order to leave a good impression in front of Yu, you even stepped on your own grandson. Right? And there is. Yu was excited when she talked about this. Yunmo smells good, more delicious than other humans, he's sweet. Yu licked her lips, and couldn't help savoring it. Yunmo said, You can't let others know that she likes to drink blood in private, otherwise they will mistake her for a zombie and kill her. Although Yu is not afraid of those humans, she still remembers his words. So she didn't say Yunmo's blood is sweet. He tastes great. The girl nodded, said seriously. She looked so serious, as if she was introducing a delicious dessert to others. But if these words fell into other people's ears, it would be very intriguing, with another layer of meaning. Especially the few people in the team. All of them widened their eyes in horror. Captain. Sweet. He really couldn't connect Yunmo with this word. This is really too scary. It's like someone said that Zhuang is a 188 dark-skinned handsome athlete. 188. Maybe. But athlete. Thinking of Zhuang's severely rotten face. And the two rustling hairs on his head. Everyone shuddered at the same time. Damn. It's too scary. Too scary. Qi Yin first opened his eyes wide in horror, and sighed in his heart that the filter of love is too fucking scary. Then he laughed like a dog. I'm dying of laughter. Captain. I didn't expect you to be a sweet girl, oh no. Sweet brother. Qi Yin laughed so hard that he fell all over the place, and made a series of goose calls. He even saw Yunmo holding his throat, and acting like a spoiled child in front of Yu. That picture was too beautiful, he didn't dare to think about it. Ugh! Qi Yin was soon met with Yunmo's cold death gaze. Old Master Yun's face turned blue and black. His eyes widened. And he was so angry that he hit Yunmo with his cane. You bastard! How dare you? How dare you deceive Yu? Obviously, Old Master Yun had misunderstood. But Yunmo was no longer going to explain. He was tired. There is a kind of tiredness called mental tiredness. He would rather be beaten than continue to die in society. However, it is impossible to hide the abnormality of Yu from Old Master Yun. Her identity will be exposed sooner or later. With Old Master Yun's keen insight, it won't take long for him to discover the abnormality of Yu. Yunmo didn't want to hide it from him. Grandpa Yun was his only blood relative in the world. So, after asking for the opinions of Yu and Lin Ziyuan, as soon as he returned to Grandpa Yun's villa at the base, Yunmo directly pointed out Yu's true identity. Grandpa, Yu is not a human. At this time, there were only Grandpa Yun, Yu's father and daughter, and two white tigers, one big and one small. In the hall, after hearing what Yunmo said, Grandpa Yun exploded on the spot. You are not a human. Your whole family is not human. Grandpa Yun was protecting Yu now, and he didn't even notice that he had been scolded. Yunmo. Grandpa, Yunmo is right. I am indeed not a human being. Yu blinked, and spoke in time to save him. Otherwise, Mr. Yun would really kill his own relatives for the sake of justice today. Yu, you are still protecting him until now. Mr. Yun was heartbroken. He felt that Yu was deceived by Yunmo. He was sorry for Yu, and even more sorry for Lin Ziyuan. Mr. Yun felt very guilty, because he had not taught Yunmo well. So, after seeing Lin Ziyuan's attitude of not liking Yunmo, Mr. Yun not only did not think there was anything wrong, but felt that it was right. Put yourself in his shoes. If Yu is his daughter, then Yunmo must do it tonight. He must do it. Grandpa. I am a zombie. Yu opened her watery almond eyes, and said innocently, You are? Old Master Yun was suddenly stuck and asked dully, What? Old leader. Yu is indeed a zombie. As a parent, Lin Ziyuan had to speak at this time. Old Master Yun looked shocked. But he was a man who had seen many storms after all. And he reacted quickly. Is Yu really a zombie? Grandpa Yun was asking Yunmo, but his eyes were always on Yu. From the outside, Yu is almost no different from humans. Black hair and black eyes, snowy skin and red lips. The only abnormality is that she is too beautiful. She is so beautiful that it is a little weird. Yeah. Yu took the initiative to reach out and touch Grandpa Yun's hand. The girl's hand was soft as if it had no bones, and it was cold, without a trace of temperature. Grandpa Yun grabbed her wrist, felt it carefully, but he did not feel a pulse. Then he looked at Yu's chest, and observed carefully that there was almost no fluctuation there. No body temperature. No pulse. No heartbeat. It was definitely not a human. But zombies shouldn't be like you. Old Master Yun's reaction was much calmer than Yunmo had imagined. He had seen too many storms in his life, and his vision was not ordinary. So he was able to stop the troops from rescuing lives and establish a safe base as soon as the end of the world came and the order collapsed. Old Master Yun had come into contact with more cores than they had imagined. Some of them were secrets that Yunmo, who had been reborn twice, didn't know. You are not a zombie. Grandpa Yun looked at Yu solemnly and said in a deep voice, "You are a new human being." All three of them were stunned. New human being? Yu tilted her head. It was the first time she heard this word, and it was still a little fresh. Grandpa, what does this mean? Yun frowned slightly. Looking at Grandpa like this, it seemed that he was hiding something that he didn't know. Do you remember what I told you? That I would tell you the inside story after you complete the mission? Grandpa Yun answered the question irrelevantly. Hearing this, Yun immediately remembered. This memory was a bit too far away. Before the end of the world in his previous life, he received an order from above to carry out a highly confidential mission. To go to a city to blow up the underground research institute. At all costs. Nothing from the research institute must be leaked. That was the order issued by the top leader. Yun didn't understand at the time. But Old Man Yun found him and told him in a heavy tone that if he could complete this mission successfully and come back alive, he would tell him the inside story. Later, the end of the world came. Grandpa, do you know something? The end of the world is related to the research institute. And you also know about the abnormality of Yu? Yun asked hurriedly. Even Lin Ziyuan looked closely at Old Man Yun. Chapter 183, The Source of the Zombie Virus. Grandpa Yun shook his head and said nothing, but took them to the study on the second floor. He handed him a top-secret document that had been encrypted. Look at this, and you will understand. Grandpa Yun stood with his hands behind his back, standing in front of the window and looking at the gloomy sky outside, making people feel depressed. Yun lowered his head and opened the document. After reading the contents clearly, his thin lips slightly pursed. Yu was also very curious about her identity. After all, she had lived for so long, and still didn't know what she was. The girl came close to Yun opening her round and bright almond eyes, reading attentively, very seriously. Yu, what's written on it? Lin Ziyuan did not lean over to look, but asked his precious daughter in a gentle voice. Yu exhaled softly. Ah. Lin Ziyuan's heart was instantly lifted. Could it be some bad news? But then, he saw his precious daughter looking at him innocently. Dad, I can't read. Lin Ziyuan. Oh, he almost forgot. Yu has lost most of her memories as a human being, so how can she read words? As he spoke, Yun had finished reading the document, and his face was a little serious. The origin of the zombie virus was from abroad. A country that liked to start wars secretly conducted human experiments to make its country stronger. It was said that they found a huge meteorite, which had a magical substance on it, which could cause all the plants and animals around to mutate. They became more tenacious and more aggressive. If this mutation appeared in humans, what would it be like? Maybe we could get an immortal army of living people. So that country conducted meteorite research, experimented on humans, and finally developed a special medicine that could make people resurrect from the dead. At the beginning, the soldiers who were injected with this special medicine would not die even if they were shot. And they could stand up and continue to attack the enemy even if they were killed. Unfortunately, this special medicine had great disadvantages. It was soon discovered that these soldiers became very scary, not distinguishing between friend and foe, attacking indiscriminately, and seemed to have a certain degree of infectiousness. This is the origin of the zombie virus at the beginning, and it is also the source. Fortunately, the zombie virus was not highly contagious at first, and spread slowly. Later, an entire city was blown up, which prevented the virus from spreading. However, the experimental data spread out and fell into the hands of other countries. And their countries naturally got the experimental data and samples. Invincible soldiers. Invincible humanoid weapons. No one can resist this temptation, even if their country does not conduct experiments. People in other countries will not give up. The top management is divided into two groups. One group opposes this experiment, while the other group supports continuing the experiment, even if it is forbidden. Some people can't restrain their greed and conduct experiments secretly. Old Master Yun said slowly. Professor Jinglianshan is the main person in charge of this experiment. After the experimental data and samples were handed over to him, there was actually not much progress. Just when the experiment was stagnant, he brought a young man. That young man is extremely talented, and can be said to be a genius. The experimental progress, which had been stagnant and had made no progress, has reached a new height in his hands. Compared to Jinglianshan, that young man is more ruthless and more courageous. He conducted experiments directly on himself, and the effect is also very obvious. It can be said that he created the highly contagious zombie virus that is impossible to be cured. Old Master Yun had a complicated expression. A person who can do such a cruel thing to himself is enough to prove that he is not simple. Would he not know what kind of devastating blow this virus would cause to the world once it spreads? I think no one knows better than him, but he still did it, ignoring the lives of all human beings in the world, even his own life, just to save his sister. The result is today's global change. Save his sister? Lin Ziyuan's eyebrows jumped. Who is that person? Yunimo naturally saw the photos of the relevant people in the information. His dark eyes darkened, and his cold and indifferent face gradually overlapped with the charming and evil zombie face. It's Su Yan. For Yu. He really could do anything. Yu tilted her head. Brother? Actually, he almost succeeded. Su Yan wanted to develop a drug that could keep Yu alive. He was desperate to cure Yu's illness. He even used himself as a test subject. He called it the New Human Transformation Plan, and he almost succeeded. It recorded the experimental data that Su Yan had recorded before. After he injected himself with the drug at the beginning, his body gradually changed. Chapter 184. Su Yan seems to have succeeded. In this document, in addition to some previous research materials, there is also a diary written by Su Yan. It records the symptoms that his body began to show after injecting the so-called special medicine. I feel a strange and domineering energy in my body, which is recklessly transforming my body. My body temperature is getting lower and lower, and has fallen below the normal temperature of the human body. Incredibly, my willpower is still very clear. After the low temperature, the high fever appeared again. The handwriting was clear and powerful at the beginning, but gradually became sloppy and messy later. Hungry, so hungry. The feeling of hunger eats away at my sanity. I almost hurt Yu. When writing this sentence, the sharp tip of the pen cut through the paper, which shows how much he regretted. Ordinary food can no longer provide me with energy. My stomach is always clamoring with hunger. I began to crave fresh flesh and blood. Yu came today. She saw me holding a piece of bloody raw beef and eating it. She was scared. Next time, I can't let Yu see me in such a miserable state. I am becoming more and more like those zombies. Poultry meat can no longer satisfy me. I crave the flesh and blood of my own kind. I bid my assistant. And she also became a zombie. Maybe I can no longer be called a human being, but I still have human memories. Maybe the zombie virus is not unbeatable. I will definitely develop a special medicine, let Yu live, no matter what form. I can't lose Yu, but I can't control myself anymore. I actually want to eat Yu. I can't control myself. Yu, don't blame me. Whether you become a new human or a zombie, I want you to live. The diary disappeared here. The diary was full of bloodstains. It was not difficult to see how much blood was shed at that time from the splattered bloodstains. Su Yan did not write any more afterwards. Perhaps he had completely lost his humanity and had completely become a zombie. Yunimo put down the information in his hand. His dark eyes were full of calmness. So this is the new human being. After reading all this, Lin Ziyuan felt very complicated. He had always known that Su Yan was deeply obsessed with Yu, but he did not expect that he could do this for Yu. He experimented on himself, improved step by step, and finally turned Yu into what he is today. Yu did survive, although in a different form. But if it weren't for Su Yan, Yu might have died that year. Lin Ziyuan's eyes fell on Yu. Yu looked at them curiously, not knowing what was written in the diary. The girl's body temperature was always cold, and she couldn't feel her heartbeat. She didn't turn into a low-level zombie that devoured its own kind. But she was no longer human. Su Yan seemed to have succeeded. Anyway, he should thank Su Yan. Yunimo, what did brother write? Yu puffed up her cheeks, looking angry. She was angry. Angry that she couldn't read the words. Yunimo didn't hide anything, read Su Yan's diary to her word by word, without missing a punctuation mark. He felt that Yu had the right to know. He then read out the contents of the diary, and some vague fragments gradually emerged in Yu's mind. Brother, please don't continue the experiment, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that brother will become like those monsters. Yu, don't be afraid. Brother knows that you love beauty the most, and will never let you become one of those ugly zombies. But brother, even if I survive, I will still be a monster, an alien that cannot be tolerated by the human world. Then brother will turn them all into the same kind. Ah. Yu covered her head. She tried hard to recall more memories, but her head began to hurt again. Finally, the image of Su Yan completely transformed into a zombie appeared in her mind. Yu was startled. Her vision was a little blurry. She reached out and touched, and felt a cold liquid. Are your eyes watering? Tears and emotions, those are things that only humans have. She is no longer human, so how can she cry? Yu, are you okay? Yu raised her head, and saw Yunmo's dark eyes full of tension and concern. Yunmo, did your brother become a zombie because of me? Even if he hadn't developed the zombie virus, the world would have become what it is today sooner or later. Yunmo said calmly, the source of everything is that meteorite. After the meteorite appeared, the surrounding animals and plants began to mutate, and global mutations were only a matter of time. Unless humans can develop a vaccine to solve this virus, the world will eventually be destroyed. Lin Ziyuan opened his mouth silently, but didn't say anything in the end. He understood Su Yan's feelings and obsession for Yu very well. As long as this matter could keep Yu alive, no one and nothing could stop Su Yan. Even if he didn't turn into a zombie, if Yu really died. With Su Yan's obsession, he would not live. At this point, there is no point in saying all this. Lin Ziyuan sighed heavily, as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart, heavy. The current Su Yan is no longer the same Su Yan as before. In the past, he could kill anyone for Yu, even his adoptive father. But he would never hurt Yu. But now, he has become a zombie. Even if he still has human memories, he has no human emotions. Zombies are clearly divided into classes. The strong prey on the weak, and actually devour each other. It is not uncommon for high-level zombies to devour low-level zombies. Su Yan also cannot control himself from hurting Yu. Yu itself is a huge temptation for him. That's why Grandpa said, Yu is not a zombie, but a new human. Afraid that Yu would think too much, Yunmo quickly changed the subject. The term new human is very unfamiliar. But it makes sense to describe the abnormality of Yu. Those zombies are the product of failed evolution. This experiment sacrificed so many lives and destroyed the entire human society. The only successful experimental subject was Yu. No wonder Jing Lianshan never gave up and sent people to capture Yu several times. Yunmo's black eyes gradually condensed into a layer of ice. He knew Jing Lianshan's plan. For his ambition, to experiment his hegemony, he would not let go of Yu. A successful and perfect experimental subject. Jing Ryue wanted to study him. And Jing Lianshan also wanted to study Yu. They are indeed master and apprentice. And they are essentially the same kind of people. They kill people for their own selfish desires. And they had to use the noble banner of the future of all mankind. When he thought of Jing Lianshan's plan, Yunmo couldn't help but feel a strong desire to kill. He thought of another thing. The girl that the zombie king had been looking for in his previous life was Yu. But he never found her. Later, the zombie king went crazy and slaughtered humans, leaving no one alive. Was it because Yu had already met with an accident at the hands of Jing Lianshan at that time? Thinking of this possibility, the murderous intent in Yunmo's eyes was about to solidify. Jing Lianshan, Jing Ryue. These two people deserve to die. Chapter 185 Captain, can you bear this? God made him reborn at this time, in this life. Grandpa has not been taken away by the Institute. He does not have to be controlled by others. There is still a chance to stop Yun Xiuchen from practicing with the Institute, and destroy the base that Grandpa built. Grandpa, do you remember the last time I asked you to investigate the Institute? Yunmo said. Grandpa nodded solemnly. When he talked to Yunmo on the phone before, Yunmo specifically reminded him to be careful of Yun Xiuchen and the Institute. After his reminder, Mr. Yun secretly became more vigilant and asked people to pay more attention to the Research Institute's movements. It was discovered that Yun Xiuchen was indeed involved with the Research Institute. And the Research Institute was not as clean as it seemed on the surface. It seemed to be conducting human experiments in secret. Recently, many people with special abilities disappeared in the base inexplicably. And they all disappeared when they left the base. As long as they did not disappear in the base, no one would doubt it too much. After all, in the end times, everyone is in danger, and they are busy with their own affairs. So how can they pay too much attention to others, even if a few psychics disappeared? Others would not doubt it, and would only think that they died outside. It's a pity that they hid too well, and have not revealed their tracks until now. Moreover, the Institute has a high reputation in the base. Especially the psychics trust the Institute very much. Old Master Yun sighed deeply. Yun Xiuchen, that kid, has never been close to me since he was a child. And now he has completely left me. It was because of the support of the Institute that Yun Xiuchen was able to grasp the various forces in the base so quickly. This base was built by Mr. Yun. But he is old after all, compared with an ordinary old man without superpowers like him. Those superpowers are naturally more willing to follow the strong. Moreover, Yun Xiaochen has the support of the Research Institute behind him. It can be said that he is gradually undermining Mr. Yun's power. Fortunately, you are back. Mr. Yun patted Yun Mo's shoulder with relief. It's not that he is unwilling to give up his power, but Yun Xiaochen's behavior makes it difficult for Mr. Yun to hand over the base to him. The original intention of building this base was to give the people a place to stay and survive. In today's world, the living space of human beings is getting smaller and smaller. If we don't unite, human beings will sooner or later go to extinction. It must be said that Mr. Yun hit the nail on the head. When Yun Mo died in his previous life, the world was already occupied by mutant plants and animals and zombies, and there were few humans left. But Yun Xiaochen, when mentioning this grandson, Mr. Yun couldn't help but look disappointed. He raised Yun Mo since he was a child, but Yun Xiaochen grew up with his parents. Old Master Yun never expected that this child would become like this. He was too cold-blooded and ruthless, and could only see the immediate benefits. Yun Xiaochen was unwilling to accept ordinary people, and felt that letting these people stay in the base was a waste of resources. He always wanted to drive ordinary people out of the base, and leave only those with special abilities. He advocated the rule that the strong are respected, and felt that ordinary people were humans eliminated by the times. And it was not a pity even if they died. But he didn't think about it. The superpowers are still a minority after all. Are ordinary people not compatriots? Grandpa, don't worry. Since I'm back, I won't let Yun Xiaochen completely control the base. Besides, I still have a score to settle with the Institute, Yun Mo said in a deep voice. In his previous life, after Yun Xiaochen took control of the base, he showed no mercy to Mr. Yun's men. Although he didn't kill them directly, he drove him out of the base, causing Mr. Yun to die in the zombie tide. Yun Mo also learned the truth from those researchers by accident, so he would not hesitate to explode himself and drag all of them to be buried with him. Living a new life, he would naturally not show mercy to Yun Xiaochen's men. Yun Mo, I can help you kill them now, Yu said softly. She knew that Yun Mo came back this time mainly for revenge. Don't worry, Yu. I will return to the base. Jing Ryue will definitely not sit still, and will take action soon. Lin Ziyuan also nodded in agreement. Yes, we just arrived at the base, and our foundation is not stable. Now the power in the base is in their hands. 2 fists cannot beat 4 feet, and a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Even if you want revenge, you have to take it slowly. Lin Ziyuan patted Yun Mo's shoulder comfortingly. Yun Mo guessed correctly. As soon as he returned to the base, the Research Institute was indeed restless. And so, the next night, someone came to invite them to attend the dinner. The man was a thin, gentle-looking man wearing glasses, called Su Wenbin. Yu had seen him before beside Yun Xiaochen, and he was said to be Yun Xiaochen's assistant. Mr. Yun, Ms. Lin, our captain specially arranged a banquet to welcome you all. We hope you can do us the honor, Su Wenbin said with a smile, handing them 2 invitations. Chi Yin sneered. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken, with no good intentions. Chi Nemo instantly discovered the blind spot. You said the captain is a chicken? Chi Yin immediately said angrily. Stop playing word games with me, is that what I meant? The 2 of them were arguing on the side, but Su Wenbin was not affected at all, with a smile on his face, and was waiting for Yun Mo's answer. Just when Yu thought Yun Mo would refuse, Yun Mo unexpectedly accepted the invitation. Go back and tell Yun Xiaochen that I will definitely be there, and let him prepare to welcome me as his big brother. Then I'll leave first. Su Wenbin nodded with a hypocritical smile. Yun Mo, are we going to kill someone? Yu asked eagerly. Yun Mo pinched her nose with a bit of amusement. No. We are going to a banquet. A banquet? Yu tilted her head. What is that? Yun Mo turned the invitation in his hand. His eyes deepened. Yun Xiaochen has invited me to a banquet. If I don't go, others will look down on me, thinking I am afraid of him. The news that he and Yun Xiaochen are not on good terms should have spread to the whole base by now. As soon as Yun Mo came back, everyone was concerned about who would be the successor to the position of base leader. As early as the moment he entered the base, many people had been observing his movements openly and secretly. Of course, he couldn't be timid at this time. Even if it was a Hongmen banquet, he had to go. Unexpectedly, not long after he agreed, Yun Xiaochen had someone send him a set of evening dresses. It is worth investigating that the evening dress he sent was for Yu. I told you a long time ago. That kid has a shifty look, and the way he looked at Yu was wrong. just like a dog seeing a meat bun. Qi Yin was even more excited than if he was being stolen by someone. Captain, can you tolerate this? This is a provocation. A naked provocation. Yun Mo knew. Of course. That men understand men best. Yun Xiuqun looked at Yu with possessive eyes. But he didn't need to get angry over such a small matter. After all, Yu didn't like him. Yun Mo still had this confidence. Don't worry. Even if he sent 100 skirts, it would be useless. Yu didn't like them at all. Yun Mo spoke confidently, but was slapped in the face the next second. Because after Yu picked up the skirt and took a look at it, she actually put it away happily. Qi Yin, he. Otherwise he said that there is a reason why the captain has been single for so many years. Women only like a few things, jewelry and fancy clothes. The captain didn't give Yu any of them, which gave Yun Xiuqun, that bastard, an opportunity to take advantage of it. Yu, do you like it? Yun Mo coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. I like it. Yu nodded happily, and held the skirt in her arms. I'm going to give it to Zhuangzhuang to wear. Hiss. Qi Yin took a breath. He couldn't help but imagine what Zhuangzhuang would look like wearing this tube-top fishtail skirt with broken diamonds. Oh, the picture was too beautiful, he really didn't dare to look at it. Chapter 186 Zombies that can be controlled by people. Yun Mo heard this, his thin lips slightly raised, revealing a confident and complacent smile. He said, how could Yu be interested in Yun Xiuqun? She even disliked the clothes Yun Xiuqun sent. Yun Mo sneered, looking at the skirt as if he was looking at garbage. Wearing it on Zhuangzhuang, this is the best destination for this skirt. Captain, don't be too complacent too early, although Yun Xiuqun is not as good as you, but that guy is slick and has many tricks, and Yu has never seen much of the world. She is simple and easy to deceive. What if she is really deceived by Yun Xiuqun? That bitch? Qi Yin couldn't stand his complacent look. As if everyone has no partner. Well, he really doesn't. So he hates every couple in the world equally, and would like to break up every couple. Yun Mo, then I will kill Yun Xiuqun. How can a dead man fight with him? But I believe Yu, even if she likes you, she can never like Yun Xiuqun. Qi Yin felt an arrow hit his knee for no reason. What do you mean even if she likes me? I am very popular. Okay. Qi Yin was angry, turned his head to look at Yu, blinking his eyes deliberately to flirt. What do you think? Yu, I'm not bad. Am I? Yu frowned, and said two words with a look of disgust. So noisy. The damage value is tons. Qi Yin covered his chest, staggered back 2 steps, and was deeply hurt. It's not Yu's fault, because Qi Yin asked her, in her heart. Only Yun Mo and Dad are the best looking. In her eyes, other humans are all the same 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth. If Qi Yin grows another pair of eyes, Yu might think this little thing is really unique. The next night, Yu still wore a spotless white cotton dress, and went to the banquet with Yun Mo. As for the evening dress that Yun Xiuqun had sent, Yun Mo used it to wipe his feet last night. Yun Mo sneered. What a tattered dress, I feel uncomfortable using it to wipe my feet. Anyway, Zhuangzhuang is a zombie, and he doesn't know what dirtiness is. The banquet was held in a villa. This place is full of rows of villas, which used to be a place that only wealthy businessmen could afford. Now that the end of the world has come, these villas have become uninhabited places. Naturally, Yun Xiuqun has the final say. It is said that this is a welcoming party for Yun Mo, and there are quite a lot of people coming tonight. But most of them are superpowers. As soon as Yu and Yun Mo entered the venue, more than a dozen pairs of eyes fell on them, with different expressions. A fireball suddenly came towards them, followed by water balls, earth thorns, golden spears, wooden vines all followed one after another, and there was murderous intent everywhere, without any concealment. It was obvious that they wanted Yun Mo's life. Yun Mo just raised his eyes indifferently. Those various supernatural attacks were clearly close at hand, but they all stopped in midair, as if they were controlled by an invisible force. Suddenly, all the attacks changed direction and flew in the direction they came from. Seeing the attacks rebounding to themselves, the supernatural people hiding in the crowd all changed their faces. Those who reacted quickly had already used their supernatural powers to resist. But those who reacted slowly were directly hit by the attacks, and fell to the ground and spit out blood. Puff. Yun Mo looked at them indifferently from beginning to end, with no ripples in his black eyes. It seemed that these people were just ants that were not worth mentioning. Paw paw paw. A round of crisp applause rang out. Yun Xiuqun, wearing a suit, walked out of the crowd, applauding. Excellent, really wonderful. Captain. The injured psychics got up from the ground in a panic, walked to Yun Xiuchen's side, and glared at Yunemo with resentment. I heard that the captain's brother is quite powerful. We just wanted to compete with you. But you were so cruel. You clearly wanted to kill us brothers. If Yunemo wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to stand here now. Yu said the unpleasant truth in a moving voice. It's like this. As soon as the voice fell, the psychic suddenly fell to the ground, covered his head, and screamed in pain, rolling around wildly. Ah! What did you do? The others were shocked and angry, and looked at the innocent girl next to Yunemo. Ah! The psychic rolling on the ground finally lost his breath completely. If someone could see through, they would find that the crystal core in the psychic's brain had been completely shattered. Even though his teammate died in front of him, Yun Xiuchen's face showed no anger at all, and his eyes looking at Yu were still a little warm. You're here. Although Yu didn't wear the skirt he gave her, Yun Xiuchen didn't mind. What he found annoying was that Yu stood next to Yunemo, and the two behaved intimately. Yun Xiuchen lowered his eyes, hiding the gloom in his eyes. Of course, he didn't expect these rubbish to kill Yunemo, he just wanted to give Yunemo a warning. Unexpectedly, he got slapped in the face. But it doesn't matter, the fun is yet to come. Yun Xiuchen had a sinister smile on his face. Since the protagonist is here, then let the banquet officially begin. Yun Xiuchen had already said it. Even if those psychics were angry and unwilling, they didn't dare to refute him. Yu's trick of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was indeed effective. The eyes of those superpowers looking at her were indeed filled with fear. They should not dare to provoke her easily again. Yunemo saw this, his eyes were full of smiles. His little girl was venting his anger for him. Soon, soothing and elegant piano music sounded in the hall, and the guests who came and went were dressed in gorgeous clothes and danced slowly to the music. There were all kinds of exquisite cakes on the table next to them. All this was so prosperous and beautiful, it was easy for people to have an illusion, as if they were not in the end of the world, but still living in a peaceful era, just attending a party as usual. Yu ignored all the strange looks around her, walked to the dining table with Yunmo, and kept stuffing cakes into her mouth. Although these delicate snacks could not fill her stomach, and could not bring any energy. But at least Yu could taste whether it was delicious or not. The girl stuffed her cheeks full, like a little hamster hiding food. She asked Yunmo to secretly hide all these snacks in the space. They could be taken back to Sister Luo Tang, and Dad, and the others to eat. An envoy passed by with a tray, and 2 glasses of wine on it. The bright red liquid rippled in the cup, deeply attracting Yu's eyes. Seeing the girl watching with curiosity, Yunemo stopped the waiter, took 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Yu. Yu thought it was blood, and was wondering, when did humans learn to drink blood like zombies? But when she took it and smelled it, she found that the taste was a bit strange. Yu frowned slightly, but curiosity still prevailed, and she took a sip tentatively. The moment the red wine entered her mouth, her facial features all wrinkled together. Her whole face was wrinkled like a bun. It tastes so bad. It tastes not even half as good as Yunmo's blood. Yu swallowed it with difficulty, and quickly stuck out her tongue. She hoped that the strange taste would disappear from her mouth quickly. If there weren't so many people now, she would definitely turn around and bite Yunmo. She quickly rinsed her mouth. Yunmo's eyes were filled with smiles. He lowered his head to look at Yu. His eyes were full of tenderness. This scene fell into Yun Xiuchen's eyes, making his eyebrows and eyes a little sinister. Do you like her? Jing Ruxue, wearing a white strapless dress, suddenly appeared beside him. She looked up and saw Yu, and a flash of resentment flashed in her eyes. Last time, she almost died at the hands of Yu. If she hadn't used her supernatural power to heal herself in time, I'm afraid she would have reported to the Hades by now. If it weren't for my father needing her to continue the experiment, I would have killed her. Jing Ruxue's eyes were cold, and she clenched the glass in her hand. No one had ever humiliated her so much. As long as it's something that Yunemo cares about, I will grab it. Yun Xiuchen didn't answer this question directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he drank the red wine in his hand. It's time for the show to begin. Yunemo seemed to have noticed something, and looked up in their direction. Just as he saw Yun Xiuchen's figure, his eyes suddenly went dark. In an instant, the whole hall was plunged into darkness. Ah! Someone screamed briefly. What's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? In the darkness, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the center. Everyone looked up. I saw a cage appeared on the exhibition stand in the middle of the hall. I don't know when. There was a person imprisoned in the cage. No, that can no longer be called a person. It's clearly a zombie. The zombie wore a pair of black pants on the lower body, and his upper body was full of strong muscles. You could even clearly see the blood vessels under the gray skin. He had a mouth full of fangs, and thick black mucus dripped from the corners of his mouth. His eyes were not scarlet like other zombies, but grayish-white. Hee hee. Everyone, this is a perfect experimental subject from the Research Institute, a zombie that can be controlled by humans. Yun Xiuchen clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him, and announced the news with a smile. What? A zombie that can be controlled by humans. Really? Will this zombie obey orders? There was a lot of discussion around, all doubtful and distrustful. Zombies will listen to humans. Just think about it. Yunimo. Yu pulled the corner of his clothes, staring at the zombie with her almond eyes, and whispered, "There's something wrong with that zombie." All zombies are little red dots in Yu's mind. She could release her mental power, establish a mental connection with them, and thus issue orders, or communicate with them. But Yu couldn't establish a mental connection with this zombie. In her spiritual sea of consciousness, she couldn't find the little red dot belonging to this zombie at all. It's okay. Yun Mo's black eyes were slightly cold. He knew that Yun Xiuchen released this zombie at this time, which was aimed at him. Sure enough, Yun Xiuchen's eyes fell on Yun Mo's face, and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I know you don't believe it. And you must have doubts about it. So let's see it with our own eyes. Yun Xiuchen took out a black electric pen from his pocket. A red line suddenly appeared in the darkness, and a red dot suddenly shone on Yun Mo's chest. The zombie, who was squatting in the cage and motionless, suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something. Just like a mad cow being stimulated by a red cloth. Hee hee. It stood up suddenly, and directly used its hands to forcibly pry open the iron cage that trapped it. The seemingly indestructible iron cage was like paper. In the hands of the zombie, a gap was easily torn open for it to pass through. Ho ho! The zombie roared and rushed directly into the crowd. Ah! A commotion broke out among the crowd. Seeing the zombie rushing over, everyone was scared and scattered. But the zombie did not chase the scattered crowd, but rushed towards Yun Mo's location. A cold wind mixed with a fishy smell blew in his face. Chapter 187. Is it fun? I think it's fun too. Yun Mo's eyes turned cold. The next second, he appeared 2 meters away holding Yu's waist. After his ability was upgraded, he developed more uses for space ability. For others, space ability can only be used to store things, but for Yun Mo, it's like a cheat. This space jump is one of his abilities. Yu stared at the mutant zombie intently. She had never seen such a strange zombie before. Is this what the Research Institute came up with? This reminded Yu of the failed experimental subjects that Jing Rushua used to deal with them. This mutant zombie seemed to be in the same pain as it was brutally killing. She released her mental power, trying to control the zombie, but her ability seemed to be blocked by something. How the zombie's attack failed, and it turned around slowly and stiffly, looking at Yun Xiuchen in the middle of the crowd with its cloudy eyes. It looks like a cold killing machine. The laser pen in Yun Xiuchen's hand is the remote control. Yun Xiuchen sneered. Yunimo, do you think you can hide from it? He only needs to move his finger slightly, and the red light will fall on Yunimo, and the zombie will continue to attack him, until he dies. Yun Xiuchen's mouth curled up with a mocking smile. He wanted to see how long Yun Mo's supernatural power could be consumed. Yunimo whispered something in Yu's ear. The girl nodded gently. Okay. When the mutant zombie attacked again, he did not hide, but faced it head-on. The mutant zombie also had superpowers, and it had several superpowers combined together. Not only did it have the ability to dodge faster, but it also had the ability to dodge faster, and the ability to gold. Fire. Yun Mo's eyes were cold. He knew the dirty things in the Research Institute very well. Obviously, these superpowers were not the zombie's own, but the superpowers that Jing Rushua had taken from other superpower users and transferred to this mutant zombie. In the past life, such things were not uncommon in the Research Institute, and those who were deprived of their superpowers had their skulls cut open alive, and the crystal cores in their brains were taken out. With their superpowers taken away, they died. I don't know how many superpowers died. Although this mutant zombie has many superpowers, it also has a disadvantage. With so many superpowers mixed together, the superpower level is not high. It is a bit troublesome at most. But after a few minutes, Yun Mo still solved it. Uh-huh. Yun Xiuchen took the lead in applauding. Not bad, Big Brother's superpowers are really powerful. The other guests also reacted at this time, and applauded. As long as this zombie poses no threat to them, They can all treat it as a wonderful duel. Seeing these people, Yunmo's dark eyes revealed mockery. It is because of these people's existence that the Jingxia Research Institute will be corrupted from the inside out. No wonder Grandpa always said that Big Brother is better than me in every way. I was not convinced before. But today I am finally convinced. But I think this should not be your full strength. Big Brother. I really want to see what Big Brother's full strength is like. Yun Xiuchen said meaningfully. And asked loudly, are you curious? Curiosity. Some guests have already reacted and started to make a fuss. Since everyone is curious, then Big Brother. Don't hide your abilities. Let us all see how powerful Big Brother's abilities are when they are fully exerted. Yun Xiuchen's smile deepened, but his eyes were cold. He clapped his hands, and soon, the partition of the display stand in the center opened. A few more iron cages rose from the lift below. The cages were filled with experimental subjects, like the mutant zombie just now. Yun Xiuchen sneered. It was nothing for Yun Mo to kill one experimental subject. Can he win under the siege of these experimental subjects? Yun Xiuchen handed the laser pen in his hand to his teammates, and stood by, folding his arms and watching at ease. This reminds people of the ancient Roman Colosseum, where people and beasts fought to the death. The difference is that the beasts were replaced by zombies, and the failure would be eaten alive by the zombies. The nobles standing around not only did not stop it, but they were excited and cheered. The end of the world has come, and the moral order of mankind has collapsed. Without the constraints of the law, the ugly human nature is fully displayed. Yun Xiuchen watched Yun Mo fighting with those mutant zombies with cold eyes. He was not aware of the danger at all. When he reacted, the red dot that hit Yun Mo suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Yun Xiuchen was startled, and then his face suddenly changed. He turned his head, and saw a red vine wrapped around his teammate's neck, slowly tightening like a python. Captain! Captain! Help! Help! The teammate covered his neck. His face turned liver-colored due to lack of oxygen, and his breathing became more and more difficult. He began to roll his eyes. Before he could finish his words, he heard a click. The blood vine broke his cervical vertebra alive. Before the teammate could finish his words, he had already died completely, and died with his eyes open. This teammate was one of the psychics, who had just besieged Yun Mo. There was no way, who asked Yu to protect her. Yun Xiuchen's face was gloomy, and he turned his head to look. He saw a girl in a white dress appear like a ghost, and she came to him silently at some point. The laser pen was in the girl's hand at this moment. Yu gently played with the laser pen in her hand, and noticed Yun Xiuchen's sight, and looked up and smiled at him. The girl's smile was like a poppy, beautiful but with a fatal temptation. Is it fun? Yu gently turned the laser pointer in her hand, and pointed it at Yun Xiuchen. I think it's fun too. As soon as she finished speaking, the mutant zombies that were besieging Yun Mo all rushed over here. Damn it! Yun Xiuchen cursed, but had to deal with the zombies that rushed over. Although these zombies were not very strong, they were very difficult to deal with, and there were many of them. They could not be dealt with in a short time. Yun Xiuchen was almost caught several times. This is no joke. If the zombies scratch his skin, he will also be infected with the zombie virus. Even if the Research Institute has great power, there is no way to solve the zombie virus. Yu was like a child who got a new toy, humming a little song happily. Captain! The other superpowers in the field reacted, and went to help Yun Xiuchen. The laser pen is in her hand. Go and grab it. Facing those superpowers who rushed towards her, and didn't know whether to live or die, Yu didn't even raise her eyes. Yun Mo would help her solve it. Before those psychics got even 1 meter closer to Yu, they were crushed into blood foam by the invisible force of space. Ah! The incident happened too quickly, and the guests who were watching with malicious intent were all scared and fled in all directions. Second floor. Seeing the commotion downstairs, Jing Ryu frowned, and said to the woman beside her, Yun Xiuchen is still useful, don't let him die. I know. Jing Ryu nodded, turned around and walked downstairs. Jing Ryu half leaned on the railing. Her eyes fell on Yun Mo. Her gaze gradually deepened. Sure enough, Yun Mo was also reborn. At this time in the previous life, Yun Mo's ability was far less powerful than it is now. Not only was he reborn, he also became much stronger. But so what? Even if he was reborn, he was still a step slower. Now the entire base has become her possession. She will let Yun Mo know that. The best choice is to be obedient and cooperate with her in research. Chapter 188. Dad is missing. Yu held a laser pen between her pretty fingers, seemingly addicted to playing with it. Like a cat catching a mouse, she teased it with interest, watching the prey struggling in embarrassment. The red light fell on Yun Xiuchen for a while, and then on the guests next to him, who were dressed gorgeously. The mutant zombies were like hounds, shooting wherever they were pointed, moving with the red light, and constantly changing their targets. "Ah! Help! Don't come over here! Ah!" Those well-dressed, calm-looking guests soon fled in panic. The entire banquet hall was in a mess. Yunimo knew that. Yu was venting his anger for him. The man lowered his head, his black eyes were full of tenderness, looking at the girl lovingly, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. Until the last mutant's head fell to the ground. The farce finally came to an end. And those invited guests had already run away and disappeared at this moment. Yun Xiuchen panted, looking at Yunimo and Yu with red eyes. He finally understood Yunmo's situation just now, and he looked much more embarrassed than Yunimo. After all, he was able to control the base and was followed by many superpowers. So Yun Xiuchen's ability was naturally not bad. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he finally solved all the mutant zombies. However, he himself was injured. Yun Xiuchen lowered his head and saw the black and bleeding bite marks on his arm, and his pupils shrank. This was when he was fighting with the mutants just now. He was bitten by mistake, and the piece of meat was bitten off. The pain was nothing. What was more terrible was the zombie virus. The blood oozing out of the wound was black, unlike the color of normal blood. Obviously, he was infected with the zombie virus. Yun Xiuchen didn't have time to think about it. He cut off his arm without hesitation. The broken arm fell to the ground, and a lot of blood spurted out of the wound. Yun Xiuchen gritted his teeth. His breathing suddenly became heavier, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He endured the pain and looked up at a distance. Yunimo, holding Yuyu's waist, had already walked to the door, and turned back to look at him coldly. "Next time, I will kill you directly." Yun Xiuchen's eyes were sinister, and the hatred in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. "Yunimo, I must kill you." Yu was in a good mood on the way back. The girl walked lightly in front, and under the hazy moonlight, she looked like a fairy under the moon. Although she failed to kill Yun Xiuchen, but completely ruined tonight's banquet, Yu was in a good mood. Unfortunately, such a good mood disappeared when they returned to the Yun family villa. As soon as the two entered the door, they found that everyone was sitting in the living room. The atmosphere was solemn and quiet. Even Yu noticed something was wrong, and subconsciously looked at Lin Ziyuan. But soon she found that her father was gone. "Yu, you are finally back." Luo Tang stood up and walked over quickly. "What's going on?" Yun Mo's eyes swept across everyone's face, and soon found that someone was missing. "Where are Uncle Lin and Shi Yin?" "Not long after you left, Uncle Lin suggested going around the base to see if he could get any useful information, and Shi Yin went with him," Luo Tang explained. "But after 2 hours, they haven't come back yet. Qi Nemo and Bai Yu have already looked for them, but they couldn't find them in the entire base." "Captain, could Uncle Lin and Shi Yin have been captured by Yun Xiuchen's men?" Shirley looked anxious. It wasn't Yun Xiuchen. Yunimo was sure of this. Yun Xiuchen is busy dealing with him tonight. Uncle Lin and Shi Yin both have high levels of superpowers, and they have rich combat experience. Ordinary people can't do anything to them. If Yun Xiuchen sent people to capture them, they would definitely make a lot of noise when they fight. Several people looked at each other. They went out to look around, but they didn't hear of any superpower fights tonight. Where did they go? Qin Mo's face was solemn. "It's not like that, they just disappeared in the base for no reason." "Right. Chapter 189 Yu seems to have become smarter. It's not the Research Institute, nor Yun Xiuchen, who else could it be?" Shirley scratched the back of his head. "2 living people disappeared in the base? This is too strange. Could they be captured by some mutant animals?" Yunimo raised his head suddenly. "I know where they are." Shirley's words reminded him of something. At this time in his previous life, he had not returned to the Jingshi base. It was later when he was in the Research Institute that he heard those researchers chatting, and found out that the Jingshi base was not that safe at the beginning. For example, there was a mutant ancient tree hidden in the back mountain. Many people in the base, even the superpowers, were dragged away by the mutant ancient tree and became its fertilizer silently. Later, when the Research Institute discovered the ancient tree, instead of eradicating it immediately, it reached a cooperation with the mutant plant. Yu immediately raised her head and exchanged a glance with Yunmo. The back mountain was exactly the area that her mental power could not reach. Let's go. To the back mountain. Yu turned around and walked outside. She was afraid that if she went too late, her father would die. After all, humans are much more fragile than zombies. 10 o'clock in the evening. This time before the apocalypse is when the nightlife in the city begins. And now, the entire base is in darkness, like a sleeping beast. Only the villa area where the rich and powerful live has electricity, which forms a sharp contrast with the dark residential buildings. There are many patrolling guards in the base. But this is not a difficult task for Yu, and he easily bypasses them. Yu soon came to the back mountain. Unmo followed closely behind. He did not let others follow, after all. The situation in the back mountain was not clear yet. Only he and Yu were enough. The back mountain was hidden in darkness, as if there were countless dangers lurking. And it seemed as if there were pairs of eyes staring at them in the darkness. Since entering the back mountain, Yu clearly felt that something was watching her. But when she released her mental power, she found nothing. Unmo, do you know where that tree is? Yu's eyes seemed to flash a faint red light in the darkness. The darkness did not affect her vision. But wherever she looked, she saw a normal scene. Occasionally, a breeze blew, gently brushing the treetops, and the branches trembled like ghosts. Yu released the blood vine, letting it go to find out the situation. The forest, which was full of dangers for humans, was actually the blood vine's comfort zone. Unmo shook his head slightly, thinking for a while, and suddenly cut his wrist, and blood dripped onto the ground. Gudong. Yu swallowed her saliva. Unmo's blood was extremely attractive to her, but it seemed that only Yu could smell the irresistible fragrance in his blood. Oh no! Besides her, those zombies and mutant animals also wanted to devour him. So Unmo guessed that his blood was also attractive to the mutant ancient tree. Sure enough, in just a few minutes, Yu's ears caught the rustling sound coming from all around. The movement came from all directions, as if there were many snakes slithering on the ground. Yu looked down and saw that under the yellow fallen leaves on the ground, there seemed to be something hidden, surging quickly. That thing was extremely fast, and it came in front of her in the blink of an eye. Yu finally saw clearly that it was a series of black and red vines. At first glance, she thought it was a blood vine. But the blood vine was pure red, and these vines were soaked in blood for a long time. With a dark red color, the vines jumped up like a python, and pounced directly on Yu, wrapped around her waist, and dragged her into the depths of the forest for a long time. Of course, a few vines could not hurt Yu, but she did not move, but let the vines drag her away. She wanted these vines to take her to her destination, so that she could find her father and Chi-Yin. This would save her and Unmo from wasting time in the forest. Unmo and Yu obviously had the same idea, and were dragged away by the vines without any resistance. However, Unmo looked thoughtful. Why did he feel? Yu seemed to have become smarter? Chapter 190. Unmo is not that kind of person. But Yu is. The vines quickly dragged them to their destination. As soon as Yu opened his eyes, he saw the huge tree canopy that blocked out the sun. This ancient tree has been around for many years, and it has grown even bigger after the apocalyptic mutation. On the treetops, there are human-shaped cocoons hanging, just like spiders store food, wrapping their prey inside. A closer look revealed that it was not a cocoon at all, but the resin secreted by the mutant tree. Obviously, those trapped inside will slowly die, and completely become nutrients for the mutant tree. Maybe Dad and Chi-Yin are in here, but there are too many cocoons here. If we search one by one, I don't know when we will find them. Before you can think of a solution. The vine wrapped around her ankle suddenly breaks. The girl's figure is like a nimble bird, falling lightly to the ground. Yu, are you okay? Unmo quickly came to her side, his black eyes scanning Yu. After confirming that she was not injured, they felt relieved. The two of them looked up at the towering tree in front of them. This ancient tree has a long history. After the apocalypse, its shape became even larger, and its dense canopy almost blocked out the sun. As soon as they entered this place, they felt very cool. In addition to the smell of rotting trees, there was also a strange fragrance that penetrated their noses. Looking at the towering ancient tree in front of them again, the trunk was dark red, especially the strange lines on the tree body, which looked like a group of human faces put together, crying or laughing, angry or sad. It makes people feel creepy just by looking at it. Looking at it for a long time even makes people feel dizzy, like some kind of spiritual pollution. Yu frowned, and couldn't help but complain, This thing is really ugly. It is much uglier than the mutant tree they encountered before, and it makes people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. I don't know if it was Yu Yu's words, or their behavior of resistance, that angered the mutant ancient tree. It suddenly got angry. Countless branches swept towards them like ghosts. The dense branches seemed like the fluttering hair of a ghost. Each of them was full of murderous intent. Be careful. Yunimo pulled Yu Yu behind him to protect him, and used the space blade to cut off all the branches. Although Yu Yu may not need his protection, this has become Yunmo's subconscious behavior. Although the attack power of these branches is not strong, they are too many, and they can't be cut down even at dawn. Yu Yu, can you find the weakness of this mutant tree? Yunimo asked in a deep voice. As long as you can find the weakness, it will be much easier. Yu Yu shook his head in distress. Her mental power can only control zombies or mutant animals. But she has no way to deal with this mutant plant. The attacks failed again and again, which completely angered the mutant ancient tree. Its offensive became more and more fierce. Unfortunately, its vine regeneration speed was still slower than Yunmo's vine cutting speed. After a while, the mutant tree seemed to realize that it could not beat the two humans in front of it, and its offensive gradually weakened. Did it get scared? Yu Yu learned the word scared from Qi Yen. But she never thought that. Just as she had this thought, the next second she saw Yunimo suddenly stop, standing in place, with his hair covering his black eyes, obscuring his expression. Yunimo, what's wrong with you? Yu Yu felt something was wrong. At this moment, Yunimo seemed to be immobilized, without any reaction, as if the outside world could not reach his ears. The mutant tree attacked again, with layers of vines entwined around Yunimo. Soon, he was completely entangled. Yu Yu quickly called back the blood vine, letting it fight with the withered black vines. Unfortunately, although Yu Yu has dual powers, none of them can restrain this ancient tree. She can only let the blood vine hold it back first, while trying to find a way to solve Yunmo's current predicament. It looks like he must have been mentally polluted. Yu Yu circled around Yunimo, suddenly raised her hand, and slapped him hard. Wake up! Yunimo still had no reaction, and Yu Yu bit her lower lip in distress. She really didn't know what to do for a moment. The mental power in Yu Yu's hands is a powerful weapon that is hard to defend against. But she had only killed people, and had never saved anyone who was attacked by mental power. How could she save him? Yu Yu thought seriously for a while, and decided to give it a try. She mobilized her mental power to attack Yunimo directly. Yunimo, who was immersed in the illusion, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind. It was as if a needle had hit his mind directly. This severe pain made him regain consciousness instantly, and he broke away from the illusion in an instant. Yunimo, seeing him raise his head, his black eyes gradually regained clarity and calmness. Yu Yu was very happy. I didn't expect this method to work. But Yu Yu still restrained herself a lot. Otherwise, Yunimo would become a fool. After all, the brain is the most vulnerable part of human beings. As soon as Yunimo regained consciousness, he felt a burning pain on his face. It was like being slapped hard by someone. Yet he was a little confused at first, and couldn't tell the situation. Seeing Yu Yu exhaling and shaking her red little hands, Yunimo understood instantly. Does your hand hurt? Let me see it. Yunimo took Yu Yu's hand, and looked at her red palm with a distressed look. Next time, let Xueteng do this kind of thing. When Xueteng, who was struggling with the mutant tree, and was being walked like a dog, heard this, he almost whipped it. Shameless dog. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to them, the mutant tree was so angry that its branches and leaves trembled, and the dead leaves fell to the ground. It was almost bald with anger. The mutant tree was angry and unwilling, and it sprayed a hazy mist regardless of anything, with a strange sweet and intoxicating fragrance. Yunimo thought it was some poisonous gas at first, but after accidentally inhaling a little, there was no change. Not wanting to waste time with the mutant ancient tree, while the blood vine was holding it back, Yunimo took out the gasoline from the space and poured it all on it. The mutant ancient tree had a certain IQ, and sensed the danger, so its branches and leaves waved even harder. Unfortunately, it took root here, and couldn't even run away. After pouring the gasoline, Yunimo took out a lighter and lit it directly. The mutant ancient tree made a low sound, as if wailing in pain. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't. Fire is the nemesis of trees, and even mutant plants can't compete. The mutant ancient tree had no time to attack them. Yunimo used the space blade to cut off all the human cocoons on the tree and put them down. As the human cocoons fell to the ground one by one, Yu Yu hurried over and identified the people inside one by one, to see who was the father. There were many people trapped in the mutant ancient tree, and many of them had died, suffocated to death. Yu Yu searched several cocoons, but still couldn't find Lin Ziyuan and Qi Yan. Shui Teng also rushed over to help. Finally, he found the unconscious Lin Ziyuan in the fifth cocoon. Yu Yu quickly sniffed his breath and confirmed that although his father's breathing was weak, he was not dead yet. So he breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Yu? After being dragged out of the cocoon, Lin Ziyuan regained consciousness soon. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his precious daughter kneeling in front of him. He was wet all over, sticky, and covered with transparent mucus. Lin Ziyuan suddenly felt a chill. Puff. Cough. Cough. On the other side, Qi Yan was also rescued by Yunimo. As soon as he regained consciousness, he shouted, "Damn, I almost suffocated to death." When he saw Yunmo's familiar face, he almost cried. "Captain, if you had come a step later, you would never see me again." Yunimo was too lazy to pay attention to his crying and walked to Lin Ziyuan. "Dad, are you okay?" Lin Ziyuan was already used to his shamelessness, and now he was too lazy to correct him. "It's okay. This damn tree is so insidious and shameless, with no moral principles, and dragged us here, making us fall into an illusion." Seeing the mutated ancient tree wrapped in raging flames, Qi Yan felt relieved. He almost died here without knowing what was going on. There were dangers everywhere outside. He didn't die in the zombies and mutated beasts, but almost lost his life in the Jingshire base. If this gets out, wouldn't he? A superpower. Be laughed at to death? I don't know how long Chinemo, that old guy, will laugh at him. Qi Yan became more and more angry as he thought about it. So he simply added more fuel to the fire, making it burn more fiercely. With Qi Yan's double firepower, the flames grew higher and higher, dyeing the dark sky bright orange. The mutant ancient tree was soon burned to ashes, leaving only a billowing smoke. In the ashes, a bright green light flickered. Yu Yu's eyes lit up, and she walked over to pick up the wood crystal core. The noise here is too loud. It will soon attract the attention of the patrol team. Let's go! Yunimo had just finished speaking when his tall and straight figure suddenly staggered. What's wrong with you? Yu Yu grabbed his arm and found that Yunimo seemed to be a little abnormal. His eyes were hazy. His face was flushed, and his breathing was a little heavy. Yu Yu stretched out her hand and gently placed the back of her hand on his face. She found that Yunmo's face was terribly hot. Yunimo, you have a fever. Yu Yu had seen many people with fever. When she first picked up Yunimo, he also had a high fever. This kind of people either turned into zombies or awakened their special powers. What? Fever? Qi Yan screamed. How could the captain have a fever? The physical fitness of a superpower is extremely strong. It is impossible for him to catch a cold or have a fever, unless he is infected with the zombie virus. That shouldn't be the case. Although the mutant ancient tree is a little weird and a little sinister, it is not a zombie. Qi Yan was talking, and suddenly realized something, and his voice gradually lowered. I'm fine. Yunimo took Yu Yu's hand away. The girl's soft hand was very cold. This temperature that was not like that of an ordinary person made him a little addicted at this moment. Leave here first. Yunimo tried his best to stay awake, and before the patrol arrived, he hurriedly left with a few people. After returning to the villa, the other people immediately came to meet him. Yunimo did not say a word, but went upstairs directly. His back was hurried, and he looked like he was running away. Yu Yu subconsciously wanted to follow him, but was stopped by Lin Ziyuan. Don't go. What's wrong? Dad? Yu Yu was puzzled. Yunimo looked obviously uncomfortable, and she was a little worried and wanted to go over to see him. Lin Ziyuan hesitated, not knowing how to explain. But Qi Yan didn't have so many concerns. Ahem. Yu Yu. Actually, the captain didn't have a fever. He was horny. Except Yu Yu. Everyone understood. Shirley, what's going on? Why is the captain horny in the middle of the night? Chinemo, you don't understand. He was horny in the middle of the night. Qi Yan, spring is here. And it's the mating season again. Luo Tang, shut up. Don't forget that there are children here. Mu Zhe, although I'm young, I understand. Qi Yan, go away. Little brat. Don't get involved in the late-night conversations of adults. Yu Yu. In fact, she also understood. Yu Yu ignored the jokes. and said, "Dad, I'm going to find Yunemo." Then she walked upstairs with light steps. Lin Ziyuan held out his hand. "Hey." He seemed to see the little lamb he raised walk into the tiger's mouth. "Uncle Lin. Don't worry. Don't worry. The captain is not that kind of person." Qi Yin hooked his neck and took him away. "Let's not disturb the young couple. Yunemo is indeed not that kind of person." Even Luo Tang said so. Qi Nemo smiled but said nothing. Shirley scratched his head. Only Bai Yu nodded silently. "Yes. The captain is not that kind of bad man." Unfortunately, they all forgot one thing. Yunemo is not that kind of person. But Yu is? Chapter 191 Give him a taste of his own medicine. Yunemo had just walked out of the bathroom, and immediately noticed that there was an extra person in the room. Who? The man's deep eyes flashed with a sharp look in the darkness. His muscles were tense, his lines were full of explosive power, like a cheetah ready to attack. But he soon discovered the other party's identity, and his tense body relaxed instantly. "Yu, why are you here?" The darkness infinitely magnified his senses, and the fragrance of the girl seemed to be more intense than usual. Yunemo closed his eyes deeply, trying his best to suppress the strong emotions in his eyes. He did not expect that the gas released by the mutant tree, in addition to making people fall into illusions, actually had such an effect. Although it would not kill people, it was indeed unbearable. So he avoided Yu, and went straight to the bathroom as soon as he came back, and took a cold shower. Unfortunately, it seemed to have little effect. For example, now, just sensing the presence of Yu's breath, his blood was already clamoring and boiling. "Yunemo, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Just when Yunemo was trying to suppress himself and stay calm and sober, Yu suddenly came forward, and the breath of the girl seemed to spray in his ears when she spoke. Yunemo took a step back, as if he was avoiding some flood or beast. I'm fine." He panted heavily, closed his eyes tightly, and his low tone seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. "Yu, go out first. I'll find you later." "Okay." Unexpectedly, Yu seemed to deliberately go against him this time, and uttered 2 words with a smile. "No." The girl's gentle voice was like honey, like the poisonous snake in the Garden of Eden tempting him to steal the forbidden fruit. "I know you're in pain, let me help you. Okay?" The 5 senses of the superpowers were all enhanced. Even in the dark, Yunemo could clearly see the expression on Yu's face. The girl had her back to the window, the dim and bleak moonlight sprinkled on her, as if she was covered with a layer of light mist. Her beautiful face was looming in the mist, but it was no longer as simple and innocent as before. She was more like a witch who had walked out of the abyss, finally tearing off the pure angel disguise on her body. Yunemo was stunned. He felt that Yu at this moment was very different from before. "Don't you like me, Yunemo?" The next second, the girl's soft and fragrant figure suddenly threw herself into his arms. Yu said, while dropping small kisses on his neck. It was like sparks setting the prairie on fire, and it was out of control. Yunemo panted twice in an unbearable way, his black eyes gradually turned red, and his eyes were full of restraint. Yu's little hand wandered on his chest, and she was satisfied to see Yunemo gradually losing his mind because of her actions, and sinking into it. Yunmo's breath was hot, as if it set the air on fire. There was a faint sense of restlessness in the air. Yu had just pulled open Yunmo's collar, when he suddenly grabbed her wrist. She was stunned, looked up, and bumped into the man's deep and bottomless black eyes, which were clearly filled with uncontrollable lust. But he gently pushed Yu away, covered his collar with one hand, and retreated in embarrassment. I'm going to take a shower." Yunemo hurried to the bathroom, like a young wife. Yu was stunned at first. Then she got angry. "Stop!" The blood vine tied up Yunemo and dragged him in front of Yu. The girl crossed her arms, pouted her lips slightly, and looked a little unhappy. She was so old, standing in front of him. And Yunemo actually wanted to take a cold shower. She would never disobey the human she liked, although Yu only liked Yunemo. Anyway, she made up her mind to teach Yunemo a lesson today. Chapter 192 He Wants a Name. "Yu, please let me go." Yunemo was tied up tightly by the blood vine and thrown on the bed. The blood vine finally got a chance to tie him up, and was very excited. The more Yunemo struggled, the tighter it shrank. With Yunmo's strength, it would be easy to break free from the blood vine, but he didn't dare to do so. He was afraid that it would make Yu unhappy. He could only suppress his emotions, while looking at her with helpless eyes. "Yu, please let me go first." Okay? No. Yu snorted, turned over and sat on him, while unbuttoning his collar. But she fiddled with it for a long time. Her fingers were almost tangled, and she couldn't unbutton a single button. Yu's brows gradually frowned. Soon she lost her patience and violently tore it open, and the buttons fell to the ground. Yunmo's breathing became heavy, and his black eyes seemed to have ignited a blazing flame. The atmosphere around him seemed to be tinged with temperature. Yu, do you know what you are doing? Yunmo's voice was hoarse, and his black eyes were bottomless, as if they could suck people in. Yu smiled slightly and said softly, "Of course I know. Yunmo, I like you. What about you?" Yu said, as she put her red lips on him and pecked him gently. Hearing this, Yunmo could no longer hold back and deepened the kiss. As their lips and teeth rubbed against each other, Yu heard his gentle and loving voice. "I love you." It had been 2 hours since Yu went upstairs, and she hadn't come down yet. Several people carefully observed Lin Ziyuan's expression, but he was still sitting there drinking tea calmly, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. If it were usual, Lin Ziyuan would have gone up with a knife and knocked on the door if Yu hadn't come down after just 10 minutes. But now he is terribly calm. As soon as Lin Ziyuan saw their expressions, he knew what they were thinking, and laughed in his heart. It is different now, times have changed. Before, he was afraid that Yunmo would deceive his innocent and ignorant daughter. But now, maybe he should worry about Yunmo. After all, it is too easy for Yu to control Yunmo, and Lin Ziyuan has figured it out. He actually has no big opinion on Yunmo. It is just that the little cabbage he has carefully raised for many years has been taken away, and he is unhappy with Yunmo. It is said that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she is. But the more a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law, the more upset he is. But since Yu likes Yunmo so much, Lin Ziyuan will naturally fulfill his precious daughter's wish. After almost losing his precious daughter, Lin Ziyuan now puts his daughter first in everything. As long as Yu likes him, even if Yunmo refuses, Lin Ziyuan will tie him up. Although Yu does not need to rely on sleep to replenish energy, she also slept with Yunmo for a while. When she opened her eyes again, she bumped into a pair of dark and deep eyes, which were full of deep affection. "You're awake." Yunmo looked at her tenderly with his dark eyes. "Yu, when did you recover your memory?" "After what happened last night." Yunmo was now very sure that Yu had recovered her memory from her human period. After all, Yu looked very different last night. In the past few days, although Yu hadn't remembered everything, she had recovered most of her previous memories. "Yunmo, don't worry. Even if you remember the past, I still like you." Yu comforted him softly. "Especially last night. I will be responsible for you." Yunmo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a grown man. How could he need a little girl like her to be responsible for him? But Yunmo thought about it again. If Yu was going to be responsible for him, then he would have a legitimate status. Right? Although order collapsed after the end of the world, marriage no longer had legal effect. But Yunmo still wanted to marry Yu to be her husband. Chapter 193 Blow up the whole base. When Yu and Yunmo went downstairs, everyone was having breakfast. When he looked up, he saw everyone's smiling eyes. Especially Chi Yen, who winked at Yunmo. "Ahem," Yunmo said unnaturally. "Everyone is eating. Why are you looking at me? Is there rice on my face?" Chi Yen was like discovering a new world. His tone was slightly excited and excited. "Captain, you are not shy. Are you?" He was amazed, staring at Yunmo with the eyes of a rare animal. "I didn't expect it. The captain would be shy." If someone had told him in the past that Yunmo would feel shy and embarrassed, Chi Yen would never have believed it. But now, he looked at Yunmo standing next to Yu, who was tall and straight, but inexplicably shy. It seemed wrong. "Why is the captain the same as Yu's little husband?" Chi Yen compared in a low voice. Yunmo pushed his glasses, and rarely did he argue with him, but sighed. "A man in love is like a ghost, and becomes unfamiliar." Yu and Shirley nodded silently, expressing their agreement. "Yu, get up. Come and have dinner," Old Master Yun said with a smile on his face. As for his grandson Yunmo, he ignored him. After breakfast, Yunmo and Old Master Yun went to the base office building for a meeting. Yu was bored and planned to go outside to see Zhuangzhuang. Lin Ziyuan had something else to do, so Luo Tang was the only one to accompany her. But when the two came to the outside of the base, where Zhuangzhuang was hiding, they could not see a single zombie. There were only broken limbs, and some headshot corpses on the ground. In addition to zombies, there were also humans. Zhuang was nowhere to be seen. Without Yu's order, Zhuang would not leave here casually, because he was afraid that Zizi would not find him when he came back. History always repeats itself in a surprising way. Yu's face suddenly turned cold. Zhuang must have been taken away by those humans. Sure enough, Yu walked forward a few steps and found a bloody work card on a corpse. It was written on it that it was the Beijing-based Research Institute. It seems that Zhuang was taken away by Jing Ryua's people. Luo Tang said in a deep voice. Why did Jing Ryua let someone take Zhuang away? Either she found out that Zhuang was different, or she came for Yu and Yun Mo. Luo Tang was more inclined to the latter. No matter what the reason is, I will bring Zhuang back. Yu threw the work card away and turned around and walked back. She couldn't wait any longer and had to rescue Zhuang immediately. I'll go with you. Luo Tang immediately followed her. Yu, don't worry, Zhuang is quite strong, there will be no danger for sure. Luo Tang didn't expect that, after killing so many zombies without blinking an eye, she would actually worry about a zombie one day. But Zhuang is not a simple zombie, it is more like Yu's indispensable family member. Do you want to go back to the base and call others? Luo Tang asked. It seems a bit difficult for the two of them to go to the research institute alone. No need. Yu shook her head. I can do it alone. The girl's moist almond eyes were filled with cold light. She hadn't gone to settle accounts with the people in the institute yet. But Jing Ryua came to her house to seek death. Yu could tolerate other things, but she couldn't tolerate touching her family. If something happened to Zhuang, she would blow up the entire Jingshi base. Not to mention the institute. Chapter 194 Internal Conflicts in the Base. At this time, in the military office building, almost all the senior personnel in the base are here. Old Master Yun sits at the top, taking in all the expressions of those below. Yun Mo and Yun Xiuchen have now completely torn their faces apart. The forces in the base are also divided into two factions, which coexist peacefully on the surface, but secretly undercurrent surge. They are the military department headed by Old Master Yun, who supports Yun Mo, and the teams of superpowers who follow Yun Xiuchen and are recruited by the Research Institute. Yun Xiuchen looked at Yun Mo with sinister eyes. In fact, it was not only Yun Mo who had concerns, he was also afraid of the hot weapons in the hands of the military, and the influence of Mr. Yun. That's why they didn't tear each other apart directly. But the deep hatred between him and Yun Mo could not be eliminated. Although Jing Ryua helped to connect Yun Xiuchen's broken arm, it looked the same as before, but the pain of the broken arm went deep into his bones, like a brand that was hard to forget. He would never forget this humiliation and pain, and everything turned into his deep hatred for Yun Mo. The crops we planted before failed again. There is not enough food in the base. If this continues, the granary will be empty soon. But there are still so many mouths to feed in the base. Now the crops cannot be planted. The collected materials are limited. What should we do? The only way is to continue to send people deep into the city to find more food. No! I don't agree. The lives of us superpowers are much more precious than those ordinary people. Why should we share the food we have collected at the risk of our lives with them? Are we working for those ordinary people? If it were you, I would give those ordinary people who have no ability to move to the city. Drive all the people out of the base, so that they won't stay and waste food. They are all our compatriots. There are fewer and fewer humans left in the world now. Are we going to watch our compatriots die without helping them? Aren't we afraid that one day humanity will really perish? Stop using moral kidnapping here. I can't even survive myself. So how can I care about the lives of others? If this continues, we will starve to death before humanity perishes. That's right. Besides, ordinary people are losers eliminated by the end of the world. They should have died long ago. If they are alive, they will only compete for resources and waste food. The two sides were arguing fiercely, and the camps were clearly divided. Old Master Yun sighed deeply. If this problem is not solved, the conflict will only become more and more intense. Just when the meeting room was arguing fiercely, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the base. This was the signal of an enemy attack. What's the situation outside? Old Master Yun stood up with a stern look. Report to the commander. There is a zombie tide attacking the base. A soldier walked in from outside and reported loudly. Zombie tide? How could there be a zombie tide? There was no sign at all. Aren't there patrol teams around the base to clear out zombies? Yun Mo was thoughtful. He also felt that this zombie tide came suddenly, and was a bit strange. "Grandpa, you wait here, I'll take people to take a look." After leaving these words, Yunimo walked out with big strides. Yun Xiuchen sat in his seat without moving, sneered, and said sarcastically, "Everyone sit down and don't move. Isn't he Yunimo very capable? Let's see if he can solve this zombie tide without our help." The psychics who had just stood up looked at each other, and finally all sat back in their original seats. When Grandpa Yun saw this scene, he was even more disappointed. How could he trust Yun Xiuchen to hand over the base to him when he was like this? He ignored the lives of ordinary people, and he didn't care even when the base was in such a critical moment. Not only because the base was his hard work, it was a haven he created for the surviving humans, but also for the sake of those innocent lives. Mr. Yun would never let the base fall into Yun Xiuchen's hands. Let's go and take a look." Mr. Yun followed with his cane. "Old Chief, this." The deputy wanted to persuade him, but Old Man Yun raised his hand to interrupt him. "As long as I am still alive, I will never ignore the people. I will live and die with the base. I can't just sit back and watch." This was not only said to the deputy, but also to Yun Xiuchen. Yun Xiuchen looked at Old Man Yun's back with a cold look. "It seems that this old man can't be kept alive. He will only hinder me." Chapter 195 Blow Up the Research Institute 1. As soon as the zombie tide was discovered, the army rushed to the scene and exploded with full firepower. But the scale of the zombie tide was too large. At first glance, it was a dark mass, like a large army approaching, and it was impossible to see the end at a glance. The stench of decay was so strong that it was difficult to dispel. Seeing this scene, even the soldiers who had experienced many battles were a little nervous. What's going on with these zombie tides? How could such a large scale of zombies suddenly gather? Could it be commanded by a high-level zombie? This guess was soon confirmed. The leader was Yang Guoyang. While commanding his men to guard the gate, he arranged for the men to use all their firepower to eliminate the zombies in the front. These zombies were well trained and divided into two echelons. The low-level zombies, who were confused and had no self-awareness, were the first echelon charging in the front, acting as cannon fodder. There were also many second and third-level zombies in the second echelon. It was obvious that this zombie tide was organized by high-level zombies. "Captain, our ammunition is consumed too quickly. This is not a solution." A soldier ran over to report the situation. Yang Guoyang frowned. "Have you sent someone to notify the superpower team?" The soldier looked a little unhappy. "Yes, but those superpower teams are either out on missions, or they are with Yun Xiuchen. Yun Xiuchen has not made any move yet." Yang Guoyang knew after a little thought that he must want his military to hold on first, and it would be best if he could consume their firepower and manpower. When the situation becomes more tense, he will bring the superpowers to rescue the situation, which will not only consume their manpower and strength, but also appear in time like a savior, and win the hearts of the people in the base. Yang Guoyang could no longer bear it and cursed. This grandson is so cunning. No wonder the old leader is unwilling to hand over the base to him. "Captain, it's like this every time. We are the ones who are charging in the front and doing the hard work, but all the benefits are theirs," the soldier said unconvinced. Because Yun Xiuchen did this in the past. But the scale of the previous zombie tides was not large, although it caused some unavoidable losses to the base. The result was not too bad. But now Yang Guoyang looked down at the zombie tide approaching not far away. This zombie tide has at least hundreds of thousands. If the zombie tide really comes, their Jingzhou base will be seriously damaged even if it is not breached. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Yu's ability. That girl can control zombies. Maybe. Although controlling the zombie tide sounds too incredible, it is simply a fantasy. But if Yu can find the high-level zombie mixed in, it will be a great help to them. Yang Guoyang was about to ask someone to find Yu when he saw Yunimo walking over with big strides. "Uncle Yang, what's the situation now?" Yang Guoyang sighed softly. "You're here, just look." Yunimo looked down, his pupils shrank slightly. But soon he found something wrong again. Although the scale of this zombie tide seemed large, there seemed to be something wrong with these zombies. The zombie tide was advancing too slowly. Ordinarily, it should have reached the base wall long ago. These zombies didn't seem to be gathering together for a meal, but more like a group out for a walk. "What's wrong?" Seeing Yunimo was thoughtful, Yang Guoyang asked. "They didn't attack," Yunimo said. The zombies in the front walked slowly, without any intention to attack. Yang Guoyang was stunned. And after careful observation, he found that it seemed to be the case. It's really weird. These veteran soldiers have experienced zombies, And today's zombies seem to be a little different from the past. What do these zombies want to do? Yang said again, no matter what. We can't let them gather at the gate of the base. I was just thinking of sending someone to find your girlfriend. Unmo, no need to find Yu. If he guessed correctly, this zombie tide should have been planned by Yu. These zombies were out of character, and there was no sign of attacking the base. It can only be said that it was Yu's handiwork. Why did Yu do this? Did something happen? Unmo just had this thought. And suddenly there was a loud noise in the sky. He turned his head and looked over, and found that it was the direction of the Research Institute. Chapter 196 Blow up the Research Institute 2. Uncle Yang, you stay here. I'll go over and take a look. Unmo said this, and rushed to the Research Institute. He was not worried that the Research Institute would be destroyed. He was worried about Yu. Jing Ryue was a cunning woman. She had all kinds of sinister means, not to mention that she was also reborn, and had the memory of her previous life. Unmo was worried that Yu would suffer. Unmo guessed correctly. This zombie wave was indeed Yu's work, and the purpose was to divert the manpower in the base. Give her a chance to blow up the Research Institute. The Jingshire base is the hard work of Mr. Yun, and Yu will not destroy it, but just let those zombies gather together to make a show, create some chaos, so that those superpowers can't take care of themselves. And she took advantage of this opportunity, and Luo Tang killed all the way to the Research Institute. Psychic superpowers are one of the most terrifying superpowers, and it is hard to guard against them. Before the guards at the gate of the Research Institute found the two of them, they were already controlled by mental power. Their minds were blank, their eyes were empty, as if they had lost their souls. Even when Yu and Luo Tang walked past them blatantly, they did not react. How are they? While Luo Tang was speaking, he had already gathered his supernatural power in his hands. Do you need me to kill them? Yu shook her head. The soft voice was filled with a bit of indifferent cruelty. No, they have become fools. The security of the Institute was strict. You need to verify your identity information to enter and exit. Qi Yan searched the two men for a while, and finally found the door card. Found it. Qi Yan's face was full of joy, and his eyes were full of excitement that could not be concealed. As for why he appeared here, it all started from just now. Originally, Yu did not plan to bring anyone else with her. It was enough for her and Luo Tang to go to the Research Institute. However, Luo Tang considered that Qi Yan's fire ability might come in handy. After all, they did not have explosives, and could not blow up the Research Institute. But if Qi Yan burned it down, wouldn't it be much easier? In this way, Yu reluctantly brought Qi Yan along. This made Qi Yan very excited. There were so many people, and Yu didn't even bring the captain, but brought him. Doesn't this just show that she recognized his ability? Qi Yan immediately rubbed his hands, and decided to do something big with Yu today. He had long disliked this Research Institute, and had sent people to cause trouble for them along the way. Qi Yan quickly used the access card on the two people to open the access control. The people in the Research Institute didn't know what had happened, and when they saw Yu and a few other unfamiliar faces, they were all stunned. Who are you? How did you get in? A man in a white research suit changed his expression. Why don't you get out now? Is this the place you can come to? After the man finished speaking, he was about to press the alarm to let the guards come and take them away. But before he could do so, he suddenly froze, like a puppet without a soul, looking at Yu blankly. Where are the experimental subjects locked up? Yu stared into his eyes, asking word by word. The man stared at her blankly with empty eyes, and answered subconsciously, the experimental subjects are all in B2. Yu, lead the way. Yes. The man turned around in a daze, and walked stiffly in front. All the other people they met on the road were attacked directly by Yu with mental abilities. Don't be lenient when dealing with people in the Institute. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. These researchers in the Institute put all their energy into research, and they are all weaklings. Yu and the other two were just like cutting melons and vegetables, and it was effortless to deal with them. The most troublesome thing is that the entrance to the Institute is strictly controlled, and identity verification is required wherever you go. Fortunately, Yu's ability is in the field of mental control. In the past, she could only control zombies, but after upgrading her superpowers, she can now control humans. However, the human brain is relatively fragile, so one needs to be extra careful and control superpowers very carefully. Otherwise it is easy to turn people into fools. Under the guidance of the man, Yu and the others quickly arrived at the B2 floor. This floor is used to hold experimental subjects. The entire Research Institute is in white tones. And it is cold and suffocating everywhere. Especially when they first arrived at this floor. They heard many screams one after another. It was not difficult to hear what kind of inhuman torture these experimental subjects were suffering. These voices sound like humans. Qi Yan's face changed drastically. He couldn't help but think of the experimental subjects they had met on the road before. Many of them had human appearances, and even retained human thoughts. The screams they heard now were from their compatriots. Damn it, these beasts with human faces and beastly hearts, they really don't care about human affairs at all. Qi Yan's eyes turned red with anger, and his heart was burning with anger. He wished he could burn down this sinful place with a fire right now. Calm down. Luo Tang was also angry. But not as impulsive as Qi Yan. We're here, the man said blankly. Unfortunately, the man's rank in the institute didn't seem to be very high. Although he brought them here, they couldn't enter the laboratory. The doors used in the institute were all bulletproof and explosion-proof. Even with explosives, it was difficult to blow them open. If they were not careful, the self-destruct mechanism would be triggered. So it was not an easy task for them to get in. Yu attacked with mental power and killed the man directly. Anyway, everyone in the institute has dirty hands. They can even harm their own compatriots. They deserve to die. Of course, the one who deserves to die the most is Jing Ryue. The culprit. Yu's purpose this time is not only to take Shuangzhuang away, but also to kill Jing Ryue. It's not that simple. Luo Tang sneered, looked up at the red light flashing above his head, and knocked it off. All the surveillance failed, and the entire corridor was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just tear down this door. After Luo Tang finished speaking, his supernatural power condensed into a huge ice hammer in his hand. Wait! This door. Qi Yan hadn't finished speaking when Luo Tang hit the door with a hammer, making a loud bang. Qi Yan was so scared that he shuddered and swallowed his unfinished words, fearing that Luo Tang would get angry and beat him into a pulp. What did you say? Luo Tang turned his head to look at him. This door is explosion-proof, Qi Yan reminded in a low voice. I know. Luo Tang nodded. She didn't expect to be able to smash the door open directly. Then you still. Qi Yan hadn't finished speaking when he heard the shrill alarms from all directions. If you can't break it open, you can force them to open it. Luo Tang raised her red lips and sneered. She didn't believe that was such a big commotion outside. The people inside could still remain calm and indifferent. Sure enough, inside the laboratory, the researchers who were originally immersed in the experiment heard the shrill alarms. All raised their heads and looked outside the door. What's going on outside? Go and see. The middle-aged man in the lab coat frowned. He is the person in charge here, second only to Jing Ryue. Yes, Professor Liu. The assistant immediately put down the record work in his hand. As soon as he walked to the door, he felt a chill. There was even a thin layer of frost on the door. The assistant was surprised, but he didn't have time to think about it, because the movement outside the door was too loud. The surveillance screen was white again, and nothing could be seen clearly. The assistant pressed the door opening button, and at the moment the laboratory door opened, a knife made of ice was against his heart. Don't move. The assistant looked stiff. And when he looked up, he saw that the corridor had become a world of ice and snow, and was covered with thick ice. A short-haired woman looked at him coldly. You? Who are you? The assistant was stiff, and was too scared to move. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Luo Tang didn't say much nonsense to him. His eyes fell on the people in the laboratory. Professor Liu was carrying them on his back, and continued to do the experiment at hand. Even though they made such a big noise, he still turned a blind eye, and was obsessed with the experiment, and was completely immersed in it. After Luo Tang and Qi Yan saw the person tied to the experimental table, their pupils shrank slightly, and anger surged in their hearts. On the cold experimental table, a man was tied up, slowly turned his head, and looked at them desperately. As if crying silently, the man was almost unrecognizable as a human, except for his head, which was still human, and his limbs were spliced with different plants. At first glance, it looked like a plant with a human head growing on it, which was chilling. And all this was done by the institute. Luo Tang was furious and directly killed the assistant. This kind of scum, it would be a relief for them if they died. You scum, Qi Yan said angrily, and threw a fireball directly at him. Ah! Another assistant, who was responsible for recording experimental data beside Professor Liu, screamed and frantically slapped the flames on his body. Professor, Help me! Save me! Hearing this shrill voice, Professor Lu finally broke away from the state of being alone in the experiment. It was at this time that he noticed Yu and the other two people breaking in. He was horrified. Who are you? What do you want to do? Qian said fiercely. Grandpa is here to kill you. He was about to kill the scum. But Yu held his arm. He is still useful. The moment he entered the door, Yu quickly scanned the area. Although there were some experimental subjects in this laboratory, Zhuangzhuang was not there. There was more than one laboratory on this floor, and each one required identity recognition to open. Since the two assistants called this man Professor, then his authority should be quite high. Ah! Professor Lu suddenly covered his head, and couldn't stand up due to the pain. My head hurts so much. What did you do to me? Yu looked at him rolling on the ground in pain indifferently. If you don't want to die, answer my questions honestly. Professor Lu was in so much pain that he could hardly maintain his sanity, as if a sledgehammer was hitting his head again and again. What? Did you catch a zombie recently? Where did you keep it? Zombie? Professor Lu looked painful, and in order to alleviate this pain, he answered almost every question. Yes, we did catch zombies. But the lab catches so many zombies every day, Professor Lu doesn't know which one Yu is talking about. Take us there. Professor Lu asked cautiously. What do you want to do? Yu looked at him as if he were a dead person. You don't need to know so much, you just need to know that. If you don't take us there, you will die now. But Yu didn't say that he would let him go. Earlier or later, he will die. Chapter 197 Blow Up the Institute 3. Lu Xiaoning knew that they came with bad intentions, and they were probably targeting the Institute. Those experimental subjects were extremely important. If they were released, it would not only destroy the Institute, but also the entire base. Lu Xiaoning would rather die than surrender. I will not take you there, you can just kill me. Qi Yan had been patient with the people from the Institute for a long time, and was about to take action immediately after hearing this. Okay, I will kill you now. Luo Tang hurriedly stopped him. Calm down, Qi Yan angrily said. Our compatriots are still tied to the operating table, and have become half human and half ghost. How can you ask me to calm down? Ah! Lu Xiaoning could not hold his temper for more than 2 seconds, and rolled on the ground again, holding his head in pain, as if there were 1,000 needles piercing his head, and he was in excruciating pain. The brain has always been the most vulnerable part of human beings. Even people with strong willpower cannot bear this kind of pain. You have to know that sometimes what is more terrible than death is that life is worse than death. Yu's gentle voice was like the whisper of an evil ghost, as if it came from hell, even though the pain made his mind a little blurry. When he heard this, Lu Xiaoning still felt great fear in his heart. Forget it. Since you don't lead the way, I won't force you. Anyway, there are many uses for psychic abilities, and it's still reading other people's memories. But, Yu paused at the right time, and was satisfied to see that Lu Xiaoning's expression became terrified. Just what? Just, after reading your memory, your brain will be completely damaged, even if it is cured. You will drool, not to mention your experiments, you can only go to hell to continue the experiments. Yu said lightly. No. For people like Lu Xiaoning who are obsessed with research, there is no more terrible consequence than becoming a fool and being unable to continue research experiments. I promise you, I will take you there right now. Qi Yan stepped forward and grabbed his neck. Don't try to play tricks, let's go. Before leaving, the man on the operating table regained consciousness for a short time. Please. Hearing the voice, the three of them paused and walked back at the same time. The man's eyes had collapsed, and a dead look gradually appeared in his eyes. It can be seen that he will not live long. Please. The man couldn't even focus his eyes, and he had spent a lot of effort to speak. Even so, he still insisted, kill me. These 3 short words brought a huge shock to Qi Yan's heart. Please kill me. The man finally said this sentence in one breath. Even though he knew he didn't have long to live, he didn't want to endure these inhuman tortures at the last moment of his life. It would be better to be free as soon as possible. Qi Yan's eyes turned red, and his hands clenched into fists. Trying his best to suppress his emotions, he turned his head away, and his voice seemed to tremble a little. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Even Luo Tang, who was usually decisive in killing, stood silently by the side at this moment, raising and lowering his hands several times. They are all people with conscience, and they can't ignore human lives and harm their own kind like the Research Institute. even in the face of the man's desperate pleas. It was hard to do it. Yu looked at him calmly, and saw the despair and pleading in the man's eyes. The girl stepped forward, and her white hands gently covered his eyes. Go to sleep. The mental power crushed his mind at the same time, and the man died without any pain. Ah! Lu Xianning sighed, his face full of regret. It seems that this experiment has failed again. Qi Yan couldn't help it, and punched him hard, knocking Lu Xianning's eyes to the ground, and crushed them with one foot. He didn't seem to be satisfied after hitting him once, and his fists rained down like raindrops, and he hit him to death. He wanted to beat this scum to death, and avenge his innocent compatriots who died tragically. Qi Yan, that's enough. It was Yu who finally spoke up to stop him. Qi Yan looked at Lu Xianning sharply, his eyes full of murderous intent. I will kill you sooner or later. Lu Xianning was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth, and didn't even dare to scream in pain. Let's go! Lu Xianning didn't dare to resist, and honestly led them to open one laboratory after another, before the researchers inside could react. Qi Yan and Luo Tang worked together to kill them. Yu didn't even have a chance to fight back. The research institute had captured quite a few zombies, including zombies, mutant plants and animals, and even many humans. Not to mention how angry Qi Yan and Luo Tang were. Yu was also very angry, because among so many zombies, there was not a single Zhuangzhuang. Where did you hide Zhuangzhuang? Yu took the knife from Luo Tang and stabbed it directly into Lu Xianning's body. Ah! Lu Xianning screamed. I don't know. Yu's almond-shaped eyes were cold, and she stabbed him again, but the knife avoided the vital parts. Lu Xianning's white research suit was soon soaked with blood. His screams gradually became weaker, and he looked at Yu with horror, as if he was looking at an evil ghost. Devil! The girl in front of him was not an angel at all, she was a devil. Lu Xianning felt that he was really unlucky, otherwise how could he meet Yu? This terrifying witch. It would have been better to let Qi Yan kill him just now. Just when Lu Xianning was being stabbed crazily, Qi Yan and Luo Tang had already found the control button, and turned on the button to release all the imprisoned superpowers. Fortunately, some superpowers were not killed. Yu, are you here to save us? After being imprisoned here for a long time, those superpowers were originally desperate, and their eyes were numb. Some of them had already experienced an experiment, and that horrible experiment could be called human torture. Those who were lucky enough not to be killed, although they did not experience it personally, could imagine what kind of life would be worse than death and darkness waiting for them after hearing the stories of their companions. They originally thought that their lives would be over, either dying in the experiment or being imprisoned for life. After all, the Institute was a symbol of authority in Beijing, and no one would challenge the Institute, let alone come to save them. Unexpectedly, today, someone actually came to save them. These superpowered people were so excited that they almost cried for joy. But although the cage that trapped them was opened, the shackles on their hands could not be opened. They tried all the methods they could but could not open them. It's useless, one of the men said with a wry smile. This is an electronic shackle specially developed by the Research Institute for people with special abilities. After wearing it, it can suppress our special abilities and cannot be used. Only they can open it. This material is made of metal. Maybe a person with gold special abilities can open it, Qi Yan said after studying it. I should have brought Mu Zhe here earlier. There are gold-type superpowers among the superpowers, but they themselves are trapped by this thing, and can't use their superpowers. In this way, this matter can only be put aside for now, and we can find gold-type superpowers to open it again after we get out. Yu, are those zombies going to be released? Luo Tang walked to Yu and asked in a low voice. All the zombies captured by the Research Institute are high-level zombies without exception, and these zombies have been transformed by the Research Institute's experiments, and are full of too many unknown and uncontrollable factors. Yeah. Yu nodded without hesitation. Although none of these zombies are strong, she will not leave them alone. Chapter 198 Blow up the Research Institute 4. All the mutant zombies were killed by Yun and Mo before. Now all the high-level zombies are under the control of Yu. The high-level zombies locked in the cage were very quiet. Until the moment Yu stepped into the laboratory, these zombies collectively became manic, and kept hitting the bulletproof glass in front of them with their bodies, trying to force their way out. Those pairs of scarlet and cruel eyes all stared at Yu. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared, thinking that these high-level zombies had some deep hatred for the girl in front of them, and would force their way out to kill her even if they were locked up. Only Yu knew that these high-level zombies were very excited when they saw her. In front of Yu, zombies were mostly divided into two categories. One wanted to devour her to become stronger, and the other was willing to submit to her. And these locked-up high-level zombies were obviously the latter. If they were the former, Yu would not have released them. No, you can't let these zombies out. The faces of the superpower users changed drastically. If these zombies come out, none of us will survive. You have to know that these are all high-level zombies. Even when the superpowers are still there, they may not be able to defeat so many high-level zombies. Don't worry. We are here. You will be fine. Chi-Yin said a soothing word, and then pressed the button directly. Not only did he understand Yu's ability, but also the trust they had in fighting side by side for so long. Since Yu said to release them, there must be no problem. In Chi-Yan's opinion, these high-level zombies are their helpers. Although the guards in the institute have not appeared yet, they may be on their way. They made such a big noise. It is impossible that they have not taken any action until now. But their actions scared those superpowers. Who are these three people? Where do they get the confidence that they can beat so many high-level zombies? But now they are controlled by others, and have no special powers. So it is useless to disagree. If you had known that we would be bitten to death by zombies, you might as well not save us. At least we can keep our bodies intact. I don't know who said this, but it was immediately unanimously agreed by everyone. They all believed that Yu and the other two would soon pay the price for their blind confidence. But what they didn't expect was that the zombies, who were extremely agitated when they were imprisoned, were strangely docile when they were released. The high-level zombies came to Yu one after another, and slowly lowered their heads to show their submission. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief, and they almost doubted their own eyes. In response, Chi-Yin only explained, Yu is a psychic. He knew that Yu's specialness must not be discovered by others, so as not to attract the attention of those who are interested. Psychic abilities have always been the rarest and most mysterious, and this identity is the best cover. Sure enough, after hearing that Yu is a psychic, these people all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. No wonder she can control zombies. But soon, they looked at Yu with respect and fear. Being able to control so many high-level zombies at the same time can only mean that her ability level is not low. Such a person can only be a friend, not an enemy. Hee. These high-level zombies have not eaten for a long time. They are all starving. Now seeing so many humans gathered together, it is like delicious fat sheep. It is really hard to resist. But because Yu is here, without her permission, these zombies can only endure and endure. But those pairs of scarlet eyes were glued to those superpowers, like wild animals. It made people's scalps numb, and they couldn't help holding their breath. The most attractive zombie was LV Shinning, who smelled of blood. Although LV Shinning was stabbed so many times, each knife avoided the vital parts, so he didn't die until now. But he lost too much blood, and the protective suit on his body turned from white to red. If he continued like this, he would die from excessive blood loss sooner or later. But Yu didn't want him to die too easily. None of the people in the research institute were innocent, and LV Shinning and Jing Ryue were guilty of serious crimes, and they deserved death. You can tell from the reactions of these superpowers that they can't hide their eyes when they want to kill someone. This person belongs to you. Hearing what Yu said, LV Shinning didn't react at first. It wasn't until those high-level zombies rushed towards him fiercely that he realized what Yu meant. These high-level zombies already have some intelligence, and they know that LV Shinning is their enemy, and they often catch them for research. Although zombies have no sense of pain, and they will not feel the same pain as humans during the research process. They feel that their dignity has been offended. They are high-level zombies, and they can be caught by humans. How can they not take revenge for such a great humiliation? Ah! Lu Xiaoning screamed incessantly, and was soon eaten alive by zombies. But no one present thought he was innocent. On the contrary, they were all very relieved. Yu, what should we do now? Blow up this research institute? But we don't have explosives, Chi-Yin asked. They came today, and they didn't plan to leave so easily. They absolutely couldn't stay in the institute. I know. There is a self-destruct device in the main control room of the institute. If you press it, the whole institute will be blown up. A thin female psychic suddenly spoke. This was what she overheard the researchers say when she was tied to the research table. It was to prevent the experimental subjects from accidentally running out one day. I'll take you there, the female psychic said impatiently. No one wants the Institute to be destroyed more than the victims. Yu led the high-level zombies and followed them first. Those superpowers also followed eagerly, but they still kept a distance from Yu. Although these high-level zombies seemed to listen to the girl, but it was still difficult to let them relax their vigilance. Who knew if these cunning high-level zombies would suddenly attack? What if they suddenly lost control? The operation to blow up the Institute was not as smooth as expected. As soon as they arrived at the main control room, before they had time to open the door, they heard chaotic footsteps behind them. How dare you come to my research institute to cause trouble? Jing Ryue was furious. She rushed to the research institute as soon as she received the news. But she was still a step late. The experimental subjects had been released. At this moment, the entire research institute was in chaos, and bloody scenes of massacre were everywhere. Researchers died, injured, and even many research samples and materials were destroyed. The loss was heavy. Jing Ryue left some people to clean up, and she hurried over with the guard team. Hearing her voice, Yu turned around and looked straight at her. Jing Ryue? Jing Ryue paused when she saw the high-level zombies standing beside Yu, who were as docile as servants. Jing Ryue's face changed slightly. Her men were about to shoot, but Jing Ryue raised her hand to stop them. Wait! Her men looked at her in confusion. Professor Jing? But they found that Jing Ryue's eyes looking at Yu were filled with unconcealed enthusiasm and excitement. Chapter 199. It turns out that she is the hope to end this disaster. The subordinates immediately understood that Jing Ryue regarded Yu as an important research subject. Professor, do we need to capture them? Keep them alive, Jing Ryue said, keeping her eyes on Yu. Her eyes made Yu very uncomfortable, as if she was looking at her as a commodity. Yu's face turned cold, and she launched a mental attack directly. Unexpectedly, Jing Ryue was already prepared, and slowly raised the corners of her mouth. Yu was startled, because she found that her special abilities suddenly disappeared. Not disappeared, but it could not be used at all. I knew it as early as the moment you stepped into the institute. Jing Ryue appreciated their instantly changed expressions with satisfaction. Are you curious why I let you go even though I knew you were going to destroy the institute? That's because I want to see what secrets you have hidden in you, how powerful you are. Jing Ryue didn't know Yu very well, but she was not unfamiliar with him. In her previous life, she focused her research and all her energy on Yunimo. But she also heard that her adoptive father Jing Lianshan seemed to be conducting a secret research. He also captured a human girl, claiming that she could save the world and become the strongest humanoid weapon of mankind. Jing Ryue was very curious what secrets were hidden in Yu. Unexpectedly, before she had time to find Yu, the girl came to her on her own. After seeing Yu's ability today, Jing Ryue suddenly became very interested, and was slightly excited. She had a hunch that her research, which had been stagnant, might have hope in Yu. The girl's psychic ability was much stronger than she had imagined, and she could actually control so many high-level zombies at the same time. Such an ability was not inferior to Yunmo's self-healing ability and spatial ability, and was even stronger. Jing Ryue secretly decided to list Yu as a key research target. She changed her mind. She would not kill her, but she wanted to find out the secret of the girl. Unfortunately, Jing Ryue said so much, Yu's expression still didn't change at all. Jing Ryue frowned, feeling something was wrong. Because the zombies behind Yu didn't seem to lose control, still standing quietly behind her, like silent soldiers, waiting for her to give orders, they would charge without hesitation. Could it be? Yu didn't control these zombies with her psychic ability. Soon, Yu gave her the answer. Kill her. The girl stared at Jing Ryue, with a hint of murderous intent in her almond-shaped eyes. Her voice was ethereal, but it sounded like a charged horn. The high-level zombies behind her finally moved, and attacked Jing Ryue and her group without any prior agreement. Zombies don't need superpowers to kill people. Especially high-level zombies, whose bodies have been transformed, even without superpowers. They are still very fast, not to mention that they have been transformed by the Research Institute. In the blink of an eye, they flashed in front of the guards. The distance was too close, and the guards had no time to shoot before they were bitten on the aorta. Blood gushed out like a fountain. A fight began. Professor Jing, we can't hold on. Retreat. The guard turned his head and shouted. There were too many zombies, and the virus of high-level zombies spread faster. The teammate next to him had just fallen down and turned into a zombie. So, you are the hope. Jing Ryue looked at Yu with a fiery look, muttering. There was no need to use superpowers. and she could command the zombies with just one sentence. It turns out that Yu is the hope to end this disaster. No wonder. No wonder she hasn't achieved any significant research results on UNMO for so many years. It's not that she didn't work hard enough, but the direction of her research was wrong from the beginning. Even though the people around her suffered heavy casualties, and the danger was right in front of her, Jing Ryue still felt her heart surge. She hasn't been so excited for a long time. Even when she first learned that she was reborn, Jing Ryue had never been so excited. Great. Jing Ryue couldn't help laughing. Is this woman crazy? Qi Yin frowned. Jing Ryue seemed crazy. Her subordinates died one after another in front of her. Soon, she suffered heavy casualties. She herself was also facing the threat of death. At this time, she could still laugh. And she laughed so happily. What else could this be but insanity? Chapter 200, she is still a zombie in essence. It turns out that for so many years, I have been looking for the wrong person. The person I was looking for is you. Jing Ryue looked at Yu with a fanatical look. Yu hated her look. Why are you looking for me? Are you looking for death? Qi Yin said, crazy? Crazy, really crazy. If you don't know what Jing Ryue said, you would think she was interested in Yu. She was indeed interested in Yu, but she was interested in Yu's research value. Professor Jing, let's go! The captain of the guard turned his head and shouted at her. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. If you don't die here. Before he finished speaking, the zombie that rushed in front of him stabbed him in the heart with a claw. The captain of the guard opened his mouth to say something, but blood kept pouring out. Let's go! Jing Ryue looked at Yu deeply and left a sentence, I will come back to find you. Leaving this sentence, she turned around and walked out under the cover of other guards. We can't let her leave like this. Luo Tang pulled out the dagger from his waist and wanted to chase after her. Jing Ryue. This woman will not stop until she achieves her goal. If she is allowed to leave today, there will be endless troubles in the future. Yu stopped him. Sister Luo, let me go. Luo Tang has no special powers now. Jing Ryue is protected by so many guards with guns, and this woman is cunning. Yu is afraid that Luo Tang will get hurt. What's more, she wants to avenge Yanimo in person. Luo Tang nodded. Be careful. Yu immediately chased in the direction where Jing Ryue left. The guards behind her wanted to stop her, but they were all delayed by high-level zombies. Yu soon left the fight behind. Although she did not have superpowers, she had another mysterious power in her body. This power was inherent in her, and would not be affected by the outside world at all. Yu quickly caught up with Jing Ryue and her group. Professor Jing, you go first. We will hold her back. The guards pointed their guns at Yu. And before they could pull the trigger, the girl appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. The guard was stunned. Could it be that the girl in front of him also has the ability of speed? No, not an ability, but... Zombies! The guard shouted in horror. Seeing Yu's gorgeous red eyes, Jing Ryue was also stunned. You are a zombie. She looked surprised. No! Yu stretched out her hand, with her slender fingernails, and inserted it directly into the guard's chest. When she pulled it out, some blood beads popped out, spattering on the girl's fair cheek. It made her look bloodthirsty and breathtaking. Before, Yu couldn't control this power very well. Once it got out of control, she would become very bloodthirsty, and almost killed Yunimo. But now she can control it. While using this power, she still retains human reason. This is probably what they call the new human, possessing powerful power and an indestructible body. Sure enough, Jing Ryue was not afraid at all, but admired it. I have to admit, maybe my father is right. You are the hope to end this apocalypse. You humans are really weird. You find it hard to understand them. It was these humans who created the zombie virus, and now they are the ones who want to end the apocalypse. Especially Jing Ryue, there seems to be nothing valuable in her life except research. For the so-called research, she can kill her own kind. While she keeps saying she is saving the world, she kills her own compatriots. I don't like you. You are too hypocritical. Yu said bluntly. So, you will die here today. Everyone will die. I will die too. But not now. Jing Ryue smiled. Even though only 2 or 3 of the guards who protected her were dead, others looked at Yu as if they were facing a great enemy. Retreating? But Jing Ryue was calm and composed. It's not that easy for you to kill me. Jing Ryue smiled meaningfully. Yu of course heard the chaotic footsteps, and knew that Jing Ryue's reinforcements had arrived. The girl thought seriously, What is the possibility of killing Jing Ryue before the reinforcements arrive? It is better to do it directly than to think about it. Yu Yu rushed forward without saying a word. Jing Ryue took a step back, hiding behind the guards, reaching for the wall, and pressed a switch. The metal wall suddenly opened, revealing several black muzzles, shooting directly in the direction of Yu Yu. You can kill me anywhere, but not in the Research Institute. Jing Ryue was confident. After all, the Research Institute is her territory, and she is much more familiar with it than Yu Yu. Let me see to what extent your body has been strengthened, and whether it is stronger or weaker than Yun Mo's self-healing ability. The bullets were as dense as raindrops, brushing against Yu Yu's cheek, leaving a blood mark, and scarlet blood oozing out. Even if the girl was fast, it would be difficult to avoid so many bullets. If it were someone else, they would have been shot into a sieve long ago, Yu Yu thought. Fortunately, the person chasing after her was not Luo Tang. If Sister Luo was injured, she would be distressed. Those guards were relieved. It feels that the pressure has disappeared. But they still relax too early. Although these bullets are more troublesome, it is also inevitable to be injured. But it couldn't affect her action to kill Jing Ryue. Girls figure flexibly avoid most bullets, come to them soon. The guard panicked the trigger, bang. I don't know if the bullet hit him or not, because he can no longer see. 3 guards died in the blink of an eye, leaving only one. Jing Ryue looked grim. She didn't expect that the bullets couldn't stop Yu Yu. The girl was much stronger than she thought. When the girl approached, Jing Ryue pulled the fearful guard beside her without thinking, to be her shield. The girl easily broke the guard's neck, threw the body away casually, and continued to chase Jing Ryue. Jing Ryue ran forward with all her strength, and kept pressing the buttons on the metal wall along the way. There are many traps in the Institute. If someone else had come here, he would have been killed. But for Yu Yu, it was just a little trouble. Although these traps could not kill her, they could cause trouble and delay Yu Yu's steps. Jing Ryue ran to the secret passage as fast as she could. She left a secret passage for escape in the Institute, which only she knew. At the moment when Jing Ryue pressed the button to open the door, a slender white hand penetrated from behind. Jing Ryue slowly lowered her head, looking at the hand that penetrated her body in disbelief. The hand was white, slender, and stained with blood. The extreme white and bright red brought a visual impact. The metal door in front of him slowly opened, and a secret escape passage was right in front of him. Yu Yu pulled out her hand, and Jing Ryue's blood splattered, and her figure fell to the ground. Jing Ryue's eyes went dark. She endured the pain, and used her last bit of strength to crawl into the secret passage, and pressed the door closing button with great effort. The metal door quickly closed in front of Yu Yu. Tightly closed, like a copper wall. And there was no sign of anything. What a pity. Yu Yu looked down at her bloody hands, feeling a little regretful. Jing Ryue's heart was not injured, but she probably won't survive. If an ordinary human is pierced, he will die without timely treatment. Even if Jing Ryue doesn't die, she will be transformed into a zombie. When Yu Yu's body turns into a zombie, she also carries the zombie virus. So she has always disagreed with Mr. Yun's statement. She is still a zombie in essence. If those high-level zombies can evolve to the end, they should become like her. Chapter 201. No one loves him. And there is also Yu Yu. When Yunemo found Yu Yu, the girl was standing in the middle of a pile of corpses, and the blood under her feet formed a river. Her white dress was also half stained red with blood, and there were many scars of varying depths on her body. It looked like bullet scratches, and even gunshot wounds. Yu Yu was using a knife to dig out the bullets from her body. She had just risked everything to kill Jing Ryue, and she was also hit by many bullets. Yu Yu had long lost her sense of pain. So to her, it was just a few more bullet holes on her body. It's worth it to exchange for Jing Ryue's life. Hearing the voice, Yu Yu thought that Luo Tang and the others were chasing after her, but she didn't expect to see Yunemo when she looked up. Yu Yu. Yunemo looked at her with distressed eyes, raising his hand to touch her, but he didn't dare to touch her. The man's heart had never been so panicked as at this moment. How did you get hurt like this? Yunmo's hands trembled slightly, and his breathing became heavier. He would rather be the one who got hurt than seeing Yu Yu so wounded. Although he knew that Yu Yu couldn't feel the pain, Yunmo's heart was still tightened by a pair of invisible hands. I'm sorry. I'm late. The man knelt on one knee in front of her, grabbed Yu Yu's hand and put it on his cheek, said with heartache, It's okay, it doesn't hurt. Yu Yu glanced at the blood on her body, and was disgusted by the smell, feeling that she was stinking. Yunemo, I want to take a bath. Okay. Unimo agreed, but did not take Yu to take a bath immediately, but cut his palm, and handed the bloody hand to Yu's mouth. Drink some first. His blood can help Yu recover quickly. Unimo's cut was quite harsh, and blood dripped like beads from a broken string. I can do it myself. Yu held his hand with some heartache. If it was before, she would definitely feel sorry for Unimo for wasting so much blood, but now Yu only felt sorry for Unimo. Although Unimo has the ability to heal, but bleeding too much can be life-threatening. After a while, Unimo's wound had healed itself, and the speed of blood dripping slowed down. Unimo pursed his lips, pulled his hand back silently, and continued to cut his hand. The wound that had not yet healed became bigger, bleeding, flesh turned outward, looking scary. Unimo, are you angry? No matter how stupid Yu was. She could tell that he was emotional. But Unimo would not get angry at her when he was angry, but hurt himself. Trying to hurt himself to death, making Yu regret it. No, Unimo said calmly. You are just angry. You were very sure. But she could guess what Unimo was angry about. Because I acted on my own and didn't tell you? This time it happened suddenly. I will definitely take you with me next time. The girl promised seriously. Unimo sighed helplessly. It's not because of this. Yu was puzzled. Then why? Because you put yourself in danger, and got yourself hurt. Unimo put his hand to Yu's mouth, and fed her blood. Seeing that Yu's injuries were healing quickly because of his blood, the gloom between Unimo's eyebrows faded a little. Yu, remember? You don't need to report to me what you do. As long as you are happy. Just do what you want. If you don't want me to participate, then I will wait for you. Unimo suddenly changed the subject. But, you can't let yourself get hurt. It's okay. I can't feel the pain. Yu comforted him in a soft voice. But I will feel pain. The man suddenly raised his black eyes, looked at her intently, and spoke word by word with great seriousness. Yu was stunned. She had known Unimo for such a long time. He had always been calm and reliable. He was the backbone and stabilizing force of the team. He seemed to be always so calm and composed. No matter how seriously injured he was. Yu had never heard him cry out in pain. But now Unimo said that he would feel pain. Pain? Yu found it hard to understand. It was obviously her who was injured. So why would Unimo feel pain? Unimo sighed helplessly. Although Yu had recovered many memories of her human period, she had been protected too well by Lin Ziyuan and Su Yin since she was a child. He is a complete blank sheet of paper in terms of emotions. And he can't understand what Unimo means by pain. You will feel pain when I get hurt. And I will feel pain when you get hurt too. Even if you can't feel the pain, I will feel pain. Unimo whispered. Not only me. But Dad will feel pain too. They are the same. They love Yu deeply. So they would rather be the one who gets hurt than see a wound on Yu. You can get hurt. But it must be after I die. As long as he is alive. He will stand in front of Yu and protect her from the harm. I am very angry. But I am angry with myself. Not with you. Yu looked at him quietly with her almond eyes. Why? I didn't do well enough. So I asked you to take risks. Unimo could guess that half of the reason Yu broke into the institute was because of him. No. Yu shook her head. You have done very well. But Unimo is different from her. She doesn't need to worry too much. She just does what she wants. She has her family and teammates, who always support her. But Unimo is different. He is the captain. A human being. And the grandson of the base commander. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He shoulders the entire team, and Grandpa Yun's expectations of him. So he can't be as carefree as Yu. He has a heavy burden and more to consider. Yu can understand him. So she will do what Unimo can't do. I know this may cause a lot of trouble. But Unimo, you will solve these troubles for me. Right? Unimo was startled. And there seemed to be some emotions in his eyes. Unimo, your human emotions are too complicated. I don't understand so much, but I know that. Giving is mutual benefit. You treat me well, and I want to treat you well. The girl looked at him intently, and her clear glass eyes reflected his figure, as if she only had him in her eyes. So don't reject my kindness to you. Unimo was startled, and couldn't explain the complicated emotions in his heart. He lived 2 lives, and although he saved the tragedy in this life, his family and teammates were still around. But Unimo often felt that he was out of this world. He was lonely. Only Yu's existence made him find his own existence. Okay. Unimo couldn't help but pull Yu into his arms. I am very grateful to God for letting me be reborn. Not because of the opportunity to take revenge, but because of the opportunity to meet you. If all the suffering and torture in the previous life were for the opportunity to meet you in this life, Unimo thought, then he would not hate you so much. Yu reached out and hugged him back, gently patting his back. Yes, you still have me. The world is too malicious to Unimo. Those humans have never treated him well, and have caused him so much harm. Yu asked herself, if it were her, after experiencing the torture that Unimo had suffered, she would not be able to have the slightest kindness towards her kind. She would destroy the world directly. At worst, she would kill everyone in this base. But after experiencing the betrayal of his kind, Unimo was still willing to consider them, take over this base, and continue to provide shelter for ordinary people. Yu couldn't do it anyway. Other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with her. There was only extreme good and evil in her world. Yu felt that no one loved Yunma, so she wanted to be nicer to Yunma. Let Yunma know that, in fact, he was loved by someone. By the way, Yunma, I have good news for you. Yu had a look of seeking credit on her face. I helped you get revenge. Yu described in detail how she had just killed Jing Ryue. She thought she could see Yunmo's happy look. But the man just looked at her gently, without seeing the relief and excitement of revenge. Are you unhappy? Yu asked puzzledly. Happy. Unmo nodded, cooperating with a smile. But using her life in exchange for your injury, it's not worth it. Jing Ryue could kill himself. Yu pouted, muttered, how could a minor injury be remembered for so long? It was a minor injury for her, but it was a big deal for Unmo. Although she still escaped, don't worry, she won't survive. Yu said confidently. Unmo frowned slightly. He always felt that Jing Ryue would not die so easily. She was like him. Reincarnated. And must have a trump card. If she was really that easy to kill, then she would not be Jing Ryue. Yu. I'll go and take a look. Before seeing Jing Ryue's body with his own eyes, Unmo did not dare to make a hasty judgment. Then I'll go with you. No need. I can go alone. Yu wanted to say something, but Unmo stopped her with one sentence. Can we evacuate those zombies under the base wall? Seeing the guilty look on the girl's face, Unmo was a little amused. It doesn't matter what else. The main thing is that Grandpa is old and can't stand the shock. Okay. If Unmo hadn't said it, Yu would have almost forgotten about it. In addition to dispersing the zombie tide, these zombies in the research institute must also be sent away. These zombies have helped Yu a lot. She can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Naturally, she has to take them out of the base. Otherwise, leaving them in the base, it will also be a big trouble. It's like putting a few hungry wolves into a sheepfold. Although Yu can restrain them, they can't stop them from eating secretly. Especially these zombies were captured by the Institute. They are full of hatred for the entire human group. Then you should be careful, Yu said worriedly. Although in the eyes of others, Unmo is very strong, a rare strong man among humans. But in Yu's eyes, Unmo is just a fragile human. She is always worried that he will be razed to death suddenly. Okay. Unmo turned his head and looked in a certain direction of the Institute. That was where he was imprisoned for nearly 10 years. The grudge between him and Jing Ryue, let's end it completely today. Chapter 202 Damn. I just can't stand you. A scheming green tea zombie. Unmo had just left when Chi Yin and the others finally arrived. And they only had time to see his back as he left. Yu. Where did the captain go? Chi Yin asked. When he saw Yu, he was as excited as seeing a relative, and hurried to her side. Although those high-level zombies didn't make any moves along the way, but traveling with a tiger, only people with good psychological quality can be completely stress-free. Chi Yin was nervous all the way, and didn't let down his guard completely, for fear that these high-level zombies would suddenly attack when Yu was away, and he would kill them to vent his anger. Seeing Yu now, Chi Yin was completely relieved. Oh! He went to kill someone, Yu said bluntly. Chi Yin was stunned. Kill someone? Kill who? Of course, it was Jing Ryue. Yu had no intention of hiding anything. Everyone here hated Jing Ryue deeply, and they would only applaud when they heard the news. I have killed her once. But Unmo said she is definitely not dead. So we need to go over and finish her off. Chi Yin twitched his lips. This is really... Is it really okay for you to plot loudly like this? What if there are bad guys among the crowd? And they expose you after you go out? Huh? Seeing the girl turn her head and look at him with clear almond eyes, Chi Yin immediately became cowardly and said surlily, as expected of the captain, You are so cruel and merciless. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again. The experience of so many TV dramas where villains resurrect tells us that finishing off the enemy is very necessary. Yu then withdrew her gaze with satisfaction. Luo Tang. I really admire this lackey. So what are we going to do now? Go back directly? Qi Yin always felt that he was not satisfied. Although he had done a big deal with Yu today, it seemed not enough. Qi Yin was eager to make a move, always thinking about doing a bigger deal. This idea coincided with Yu's. No. There is one more thing. Yu pointed to the pile of things on the ground. See? Do you know what to do? After her reminder, Qi Yin noticed the miscellaneous items at Yu's feet. After seeing what it was, Qi Yin instantly became excited. Explosives. Before parting with Yun Mo, Yu specifically asked him to leave some explosives. She said she wanted to blow up the institute. And that was not just talk. If there was not enough explosives, there was gasoline. That's good now. Qi Yin clapped his hands excitedly. When Yu was chasing Jing Ryue, they had tried to open the door of the main control room. But the door was made of special materials and could not be pried open. Only Jing Ryue knew how to open it. After working for a long time, nothing was achieved. Unexpectedly, Yu was already prepared. I'll do it. I'll do it. Qi Yin volunteered to take the explosive pack. Then I'll take this. Luo Tang also stepped forward and picked up a bucket of gasoline. Do you need us to do anything? The superpowers asked in unison. Yu did what they wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. At this moment, they had already followed her lead. No need. Yu glanced at their legs with heavy shackles. You leave first, or you won't be able to escape later. Though those superpowers felt a little pity, they were still willing to listen to Yu. However, Miss Yu, what are you going to do with these zombies? A man suddenly stopped and asked hesitantly. Yu was their savior, and they would respect whatever decision she made, but he also had other concerns. After all, there were too many people living in this base. And his relatives. Don't worry. Yu knew what he wanted to say, and said without turning her head, I won't let them stay in the base. The man was relieved and bowed solemnly to her. It's hard to repay your kindness today. If you need me in the future, just ask me. I will go through fire and water for you. Others followed suit and stated their positions. They knew that what they did today was against the Institute and the entire base. After those superpowers left, Yu said to the zombies, Come with me. The zombies were very obedient, following her like a docile flock of sheep. While everyone in the base was attracted by the zombie tide, Yu led these high-level zombies and quietly slipped out of the back door of the base. Okay, you go. Hee hee. The zombies did not leave immediately, but persuaded Yu to go with them. Zizi, these humans are not good people. You can't stay here, come with us. That's right. Wait until we go back to gather people, come back and kill all these humans. If Zizi likes this place, we will take down this human base. Humans have humiliated us so much, this hatred must be avenged, and the fight will not end until one person dies. Yes, the fight will not end until one person dies. High-level zombies have always been alone, never forming a group, after all. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. But now they are very united. No. Yu frowned, and told them seriously. This base is mine, you are not allowed to move. Yunmo will take over the base in the future, and of course Yunmo's things are hers. If you dare to come, I will be angry. The high-level zombies, who were originally full of hatred and determined to take revenge, immediately expressed their opinions after hearing this. No fight. No fight, we won't fight, don't be angry. Bastard. I listen to bastards. They don't listen, I listen. There are also zombies secretly pulling down. This shameless scheming zombie was soon besieged by other high-level zombies. Damn, I just can't stand scheming green tea zombies like you. Chapter 203 The Purpose of the Zombie Tide? Come here to scare them. Okay. Okay, stop arguing. Yu was annoyed by their noise, and just wanted to get rid of these zombies. I need you to do me a favor, help me find someone. Oh no, help me find a corpse. Yu took out a photo, pointing to the zombie on the right that was smiling stiffly at the camera, and was ferocious and creepy. That's it. Its name is Zhuang. It's gone now. I hope you can help me find it. This photo was taken when we passed by a photo studio before. Yu took everyone in to take it. It was a family photo, including her, dad and Zhuang. At that time, Yu specially dressed Zhuang up, put a big red flower on his head, and let him smile in front of the mirror, which looked festive. Hee hee. Who is this zombie? I also want to take a photo with Zizi. If we get lost, will Zizi look for us like this? Several high-level zombies were extremely jealous. They were jealous of this zombie named Zhuang. Once the zombies were jealous, they began to show their ugly faces, and couldn't help but slander. This name sounds like a fool. And you gave it a human name. Ha ha ha. This kind of zombie will drool even if it is cured. Yu looked unhappy. I named Zhuang. Who said that zombies can't have names? Hearing this, the high-level zombies were so jealous that tears of jealousy almost flowed from the corners of their mouths. They also want the name that Zai gave. What right does this big zombie have? Zhuang is my family. It is very important to me. Yu said seriously. She turned Jing Ryue's research institute upside down, but couldn't find Zhuang. If Zhuang was not taken away by Jing Ryue, then where would it be now? Roar. Hee. Don't worry. Zai. We will definitely help you find this zombie. Although they are very jealous of this zombie named Zhuang. But since the cubs cared about it so much, they could only help to find it. At worst, when they found this zombie, they would kick it to vent their anger. So, the zombies within 100 miles were notified soon. The whole city was searching for a zombie named Zhuang. The zombie who found it first could kick it first. Some zombies who didn't know Zhuang and couldn't remember its appearance asked the other's name when they saw it. Some zombies who didn't know the answer thought the other was sick and began to doubt themselves when they heard the question being asked several times. Is it out of date? Is naming popular in the zombie world now? In addition to finding people, there was a wave of naming in the zombie group. Those high-level zombies were the most cunning. Yu promised that she would thank them after helping to find Zhuang. They immediately asked Yu to give them a name. Yu was puzzled. Didn't you say that the name I gave was very rustic? Not rustic. Not rustic at all. Zhuang is such a nice name. It sounds like a tall and mighty zombie. Yu, that's not what you said just now. Okay. With this motivation, several high-level zombies were more motivated to find corpses. After sending several high-level zombies out of the base, Yu used his mental power again and issued an evacuation order to the zombies that had gathered at the gate of the base and had not left yet. Not long after receiving the news, Old Man Yun rushed over to take charge in person. The entire base was fully prepared, ready to meet the enemy, entering the first level of combat readiness. What's the situation now? Old Man Yun half squinted his eyes and looked down. The gate of the base has been blocked by the zombies. The huge zombie swarm looks very scary. Such a large zombie tide is enough to destroy a small base. I have arranged people to help ordinary people evacuate to the underground safe base. Yang said. Although these zombies have not moved for a long time, it is not a big deal to block the gate of the base all the time. It seems that they are waiting for the order of the high-level zombies. They dare not gamble with the lives of tens of thousands of people in the base. At the beginning, the military will also conduct a few shots to clear the zombies in the front. But soon they found that the zombies were not moving well. So they didn't waste bullets and waited for instructions from their superiors. Old Master Yun nodded. Don't waste bullets for now. Arrange for the superpowers to clean up these zombies first. Although the zombie tide could not be cleared up in a short time, they would kill as many as they could. Weaken them before the zombie tide rioted. Yes. Yang nodded in response, and was about to give orders when he heard the soldiers around him shout in panic. It's moving! The zombies are moving! Everyone was refreshed, thinking that the high-level zombie behind the zombie tide could not help but attack the base. Wait! What are these zombies doing? They seem to be retreating? Mr. Yun took out a telescope and saw that the zombies at the back of the zombie tide were indeed retreating. The entire zombie group evacuated the base at a slow speed. This, even Mr. Yun, who had seen many storms, could not hide his surprise. So what was the purpose of this zombie tide gathering together? Did they come here to scare them and then leave? Chapter 204, Great Revenge, Jing Ryue's Death. Yang breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's a good thing that these zombies retreated. Otherwise, they would suffer heavy casualties if they really fought. Bang. Bang bang. A series of explosions came from the direction of the research institute, resonating through the sky like thunder. Billowing black smoke rushed straight into the sky. Bright flames almost covered half of the sky. Everyone looked up at the same time. Not good. The research institute was attacked. Yang looked at Mr. Yun. Chief, should we go over to help? In fact, he was not willing to help out of selfishness. The research institute and their military are opposites. Yun Xiuchen has the support of the Research Institute, so he has the power in the base, and even competes with Mr. Yun. But the contribution of the Research Institute cannot be ignored. The Research Institute is very important to the Jingshi base. No need. Mr. Yun looked in that direction, and slowly narrowed his eyes. Combined with this strange zombie tide incident, Mr. Yun quickly figured out that this must be Yu Yu's handiwork. The zombie tide is just a cover to confuse them. Yu Yu's real purpose is to attract firepower, so that she can take the opportunity to blow up the Research Institute. A smile flashed in Grandpa Yun's eyes. My granddaughter-in-law made it, he said with a smile, with a hint of boasting. How is it? Isn't it great? Yang Guoyang silently raised his finger. Great. Yu Yu did what they always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. But he had other concerns. But will the base be in chaos if you do this? The base has been in chaos for a long time. People are not united. It's only a matter of time for it to be calm on the surface, and undercurrents are surging underneath. Grandpa Yun said meaningfully. This day, it's time to change. He could imagine what kind of impact Yu Yu's big move would bring. But no matter what, Grandpa Yun decided to protect Xiao Yu. After Yunimo came out of the Research Institute, he went to the back door of the base. Just as Jing Ryua walked out of the escape passage with difficulty, she heard a familiar voice. Professor Jing, long time no see. Jing Ryua's face suddenly changed, and she looked up suddenly. The man leaned against an abandoned car. Seemingly he had been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing Jing Ryua coming out, Yunimo slowly stood up. His pair of black eyes were bottomless and cold. Yunimo, how come you are here? Jing Ryua has already turned into a half-zombie. She had never expected that Yu Yu would be a zombie. A high-level zombie who successfully sneaked into the base disguised as a human. When in the passage, Jing Ryua had already started to turn into a zombie. She maintained her last bit of sanity, and quickly injected herself with an inhibitor. This inhibitor was developed by her, after 2 lifetimes of research to target the zombie virus. It's a pity that it can only be delayed for a while. If there is no vaccine to solve the zombie virus, it's only a matter of time before she turns into a zombie. Jing Ryua didn't expect that the virus carried by Yu Yu was dozens of times stronger than all the zombies she had encountered before. Even with the inhibitor, it was still impossible to stop her transformation. If this continued, within half an hour, she would completely lose her mind and become a zombie with only the instincts of a beast. Jing Ryua was very unwilling. She had worked so hard for so long. But she had not yet achieved her goal. But she ended up like this. Jing Ryua was not afraid of death. But she was afraid that her death would be worthless. You are also reborn. Right? Jing Ryua gasped hard, trying to maintain clarity. She was already in a semi-zombie state. Her eyes gradually became cloudy. And her skin was also blue-gray. You knew it a long time ago. She is a zombie. Yunimo looked at her coldly. Jing Ryua. Our grievances should be resolved. I am reborn. And God let me be reborn so that I can kill you with my own hands. You have done many evil things and killed so many lives. You should have died a long time ago. Jing Ryua. You have always claimed to be the savior of mankind. But you have never stopped killing your compatriots. You are not a savior, but a sinner of mankind. I want to kill you. Not only for myself, but also for the innocent lives you have killed in past and present lives. Jing Ryua smiled and said, No. You are wrong. You can kill me, but you can only kill me for yourself. Not for the so-called justice. In my 2 lives combined, I have made so many contributions to the base and humanity. What sin have I committed? God let me be reborn just to stop the catastrophe of the end of the world. It's a pity. She still failed. Jing Ryua didn't know if she could be reborn again. Maybe she couldn't. So she was unwilling. If the end of the world ended and returned to the peaceful era, Jing Ryua would die without regrets. But now the mission given to her by God has not been completed. How can she die like this? Jing Ryua didn't want to die. But no matter how unwilling she was, she knew. She was afraid that there would be no future. Jing Ryua raised her head, and actually felt that the sunlight was very dazzling. One of the symptoms of zombie transformation is photophobia. She knew very well how strong the zombie virus in her body was. She couldn't resist it at all. And the zombie virus has no solution. Yes, I killed a lot of people, but I sacrificed a small number of people and saved the majority of people. What's wrong with that? Yunimo looked at her coldly, and gave up arguing with Jing Ryua about this matter. Jing Ryua had gone mad a long time ago. She was a lunatic who had lost her humanity. She was also a hypocritical executioner, who kept saying that she was doing things for humanity, but she was doing things that hurt her own kind. How many compatriots died at her hands? Who has ever asked about the wishes of those innocent souls who died tragically? Unmo took out a knife from the space. He wanted to kill Jing Ryue with his own hands, without the help of supernatural powers. Jing Ryue was about to die, but she showed a relieved smile. That's good. Dying at your hands. At least it's much better than becoming a zombie. She murmured to herself. But I still have a wish. Considering that I am dying. I hope you can agree to it. Just treat it as a request from me. Jing Ryue said to herself, since you are also reborn. You should also know what the consequences of human beings in the previous life were. I hope you can prevent the end of human extinction. Just treat it as a request from me. Unmo. Asking you for one last thing. Kill the zombie king. You must kill him. If the zombie king doesn't die, human beings will die. She couldn't do it. So she could only pin her hopes on Unmo. The zombie king in the previous life was not at level 7, but at level 9, which is a level that human superpowers have never reached. If we don't kill it, there will be endless troubles. The first thing Jing Ryue did after she was reborn was to send someone to find the zombie and get rid of it before it grows up and becomes the zombie king that unifies the zombies. Unfortunately, the people she sent still failed. But if it was Unmo, he might be able to do it. Jing Ryue raised her head and stared at him with eyes that were becoming more and more cloudy due to her zombie transformation. Not for me, but for all mankind. For all mankind. This sentence was full of irony when it came out of Jing Ryue's mouth. I will kill it, but before that, I have to kill you first. Jing Ryue got the answer she wanted. Even though she was about to die, she smiled and faced death calmly. That's good. As soon as the voice fell, blood spurted out. Chapter 205. It's time to go back and cook for Yu. Unmo stared at Jing Ryue's body with his dark eyes and dropped the bloody knife in his hand. Sister. When Jing Ryue arrived, she only had time to collect her sister's body. Seeing Jing Ryue's body, Jing Ryue's face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. She was a little unbelievable, and staggered to Jing Ryue's body. Sister. Jing Ryue couldn't believe that her sister was dead like this. Her omnipotent sister. She was dead. Unmo didn't even look at her, walking with long legs. Stop! Jing Ryue raised her head, with tears on her face. Her red eyes were full of hatred. It's you. You killed my sister. Jing Ryue's murderous intent gradually grew. Jing Ryue and she depended on each other for life, and the two sisters had a deep relationship. For Jing Ryue, besides her father, the most important person was her sister. I'm going to kill you, to avenge my sister? Jing Ryue's face was full of hatred. She picked up the bloody knife on the ground and chopped at Unmo. But she couldn't get close to Unmo at all, because she was blocked by the space barrier. Unmo looked at her coldly, and looked down at his watch. It was time, and it was time to go back and cook for Yu. Unmo, stop! I'm going to kill you! I must kill you! Jing Ryue's mind was completely occupied by hatred, and she turned around and yelled at the people she brought with her. What are you still standing there for? Kill him for me! Jing Ryue's expression was distorted at this moment, and she was no longer the high-handed saint she used to be. Those superpowers looked at each other, all a little hesitant. Coincidentally, they had fought with Unmo before, and knew Unmo's strength very well. Even Yun Xiaochen was not his opponent. All of them combined were not enough for Unmo to kill. So they hesitated. This hesitation directly let Unmo leave. Jing Ryue looked at Unmo's back with red eyes. Spread the news, as long as someone can kill Unmo, no matter what request is made. Our Church of Light and the Institute can agree. Jing Ryue made up her mind. Even if it cost everything, she would kill Unmo at any cost, and avenge her sister. Yes. Now, even the psychics behind Jing Ryue were tempted. Jing Ryue is the only healing psychic that has appeared so far. In the end times when medical supplies are in short supply, the healing psychic is like a savior. No matter how badly injured, as long as they are not infected with the zombie virus, or still have a breath, Jing Ryue can save them. This is why the Church of Light is so popular. What's more, although Jing Ryue is dead, there is still Professor Jing. Behind Jing Ryue, there is the support of the Research Institute and Yun Xiaochen, the future head of the base. To offend her is equivalent to offending half of the Jingshi base. No matter how strong Unmo is, can he fight against 100 people alone? And fight against half of the strong people in the base? After Jing Ryue calmed down, She regained her sanity and went to check her sister's body. She found something wrong at first glance, because Jing Ryua's body was half zombie, and she was holding a used inhibitor in her hand. But are there still zombies in this base that can hurt my sister? Jing Ryua knew the zombies imprisoned in Jing Ryua's research institute very well. Even if she was accidentally injured by the zombies, it would be impossible for her to transform into a zombie so quickly with the inhibitors. Looking at Jing Ryua, she is only one step away from transforming into a zombie. Jing Ryua was thoughtful. Could there be more powerful zombies in the base? A figure suddenly appeared in Jing Ryua's mind, and her face became completely gloomy. Her intuition told her that her sister's transformation was related to that person. Sister, don't worry, I will not let anyone who killed you go. Chapter 206. Someone is looking for death. Yu is online to protect her father. Yu returned to the villa, and before she had time to change her clothes, she was caught by Lin Ziyuan. When Lin Ziyuan saw his precious daughter walking in from outside covered in blood, his face suddenly changed, and his heartbeat almost stopped. Dad, this is not my blood. It is someone else's. Seeing that his expression was not right, Yu hurriedly explained, so as not to scare her old father. Lin Ziyuan was still worried, looking Yu up and down, and was relieved when he saw that she was not injured. You did the explosion in the research institute, didn't you? Although it was a question, Lin Ziyuan's tone was very firm. Yu shook her head and pointed to Qiyin behind her with an innocent look. It wasn't me, it was him. She just provided the explosives and didn't blow up the research institute herself. Qiyin admitted proudly. Lin Ziyuan? Yes, I did it. Lin Ziyuan. Why are you so proud? The old father felt a little wronged that his daughter did something bad without taking him with her. Yu took Qiyin with her but not him. Doesn't this mean that he is useless in his daughter's heart, even inferior to Qiyin? The more Lin Ziyuan thought about it, the sadder he became. Next time you do something dangerous like this, remember to bring your dad with you. After saying that, he did not forget to glare at Qiyin fiercely. It's okay with Yunimo, because he can't be driven away anyway, and scolding him is just a pity that he will feel good. Besides, his daughter likes him. Lin Ziyuan can only accept it with a pinch of his nose. But what right does Qiyin have to compete with him for his daughter? Qiyin scratched his head, looking at a loss. He had clearly done a good thing. Why didn't Uncle Lin praise him, but glared at him instead? Is it because his explosion just now was not loud enough, or Uncle Lin didn't hear enough? Qiyin reflected on himself. Okay. Yu agreed obediently. Lin Ziyuan was satisfied. Dad, I'm going to take a shower. The bloody smell on her body was too strong. Yu was a little disgusted. Except for Yunmo's blood, other human blood smelled bad to her. Yu felt that she was smelly now. Lin Ziyuan nodded. Okay. Go ahead. Uncle Lin. I tell you. You don't know how domineering Yu was just now. Qiyin was just worried about not being able to find someone to tell what happened just now. So he immediately pulled Lin Ziyuan to talk with great interest. Lin Ziyuan snorted coldly, although he didn't have a good temper with this kid. But when he heard about his precious daughter, he patiently listened to Qiyin's nonsense. Yu took a bath, changed into clean clothes and came down, but found that there were uninvited guests in the villa. What right do you have to arrest us? Qiyin crossed his arms, looking at the newcomer with an unhappy face. His eyes were not friendly. Yun Xiuchen, don't go too far. Don't think that I won't touch you just because you are our captain's brother. Yun Xiuchen raised his lips and sneered, looking at Qiyin with contempt as if he was looking at an ant. If you want to be my opponent, you are not qualified. Yu knew from the gunman behind Yun Xiuchen that he came prepared and had no good intentions. Are you looking for death too? Seeing that the muzzle of one of them was almost pointing at Lin Ziyuan's head, Yu's eyes gradually turned cold. Although she had just finished taking a shower, if Yun Xiuchen was determined to die, Yu would be happy to help him. At worst, she could just take another shower. If I see you pointing a gun at my dad again, I'll tear off your hands and put them in your mouth. The girl smiled slightly. Her voice sounded soft and gentle, but it carried an inexplicable chill that made people shudder. The man who pointed a gun at Lin Ziyuan froze, and a strong sense of crisis warned him. Although she was a woman who looked fragile, he felt that she was very dangerous. Before the man could react, he had already put down his gun. Lin Ziyuan couldn't help smiling, full of relief. As expected, Yu cared most about him as her father. He didn't think it was shameful to need his daughter's protection. Instead, he felt very happy. which showed that his position in his daughter's heart had not changed, and was still as important as before. Qi Yan, who was arguing with the other party, saw this and covered his face helplessly, shouting in his heart, "Daughter slaves are really hopeless." Yun Xiuchen glanced at his useless subordinates. His face darkened. But he did come prepared today, and he would not give up easily until he achieved his goal. Chapter 207, offending the superpowers of the entire base. You blew up the research institute, released the experimental subjects, killed the researchers. I am here today to take you back for trial. The word trial was full of irony when it came out of Yun Xiuchen's mouth. Qi Yan sneered immediately and said provocatively, "You said we did it? Then I said I am your father. Do you dare to agree if I call you son?" Yu Pucci smiled. Qi Yan's mouth was like poison, and he had never let him down. "I think you are looking for death." Yun Xiuchen's face suddenly darkened, and he attacked Qi Yan without saying a word. His ability level was higher than Qi Yan's. Qi Yan knew himself well, and knew that he would definitely not be Yun Xiuchen's opponent in a head-on fight. But it didn't matter. He had a backer. Qi Yan turned around and hugged Yu's thigh. "Sister, save me. I am your half-brother." Yu said that she didn't really want to recognize this half-brother. But no matter how lowly Qi Yan was, Yu would still protect him. After all, Qi Yan was Yun Mo's teammate. So he was her man. Yu always protected her own people. Specifically, Qi Yan could die in her hands. But he must not die in the hands of other people or zombies. Yun Mo came back with his grandfather. Before they entered the door, they heard the sound of fighting. Yun Mo's face changed, and he instantly guessed that Yun Xiuchen had brought people to cause trouble. He walked forward quickly, and before he entered the door, a figure flew out from inside and lay at his feet, wailing uncontrollably. As soon as I entered the door, I saw blood-red vines waving all over the sky. The blood vine was whipping people, making them spin like a top. Although it is a vine that needs to suck blood to nourish itself, it is also a vine with taste. It will not eat just any garbage. It is also very picky. The blood vine would rather become ugly, let the petals of the man-eating plant fall off, and become a bald flower than suck the blood of these people. What if it is contaminated with their stench? And the young ones will also dislike it? "Stop!" Old Master Yun roared. And this stopped the fight. Yun Xiuchen took a step back, and his eyes darkened as he looked at Yu. He had always thought that this woman was just a daughter that depended on Yun Mo. But he didn't expect that her fighting ability was not inferior to his. Yun Xiuchen was fighting with Yu, and he had to be distracted to guard against her sneak attack with mental power. He didn't get any advantage at all and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Yun Xiuchen brought many high-level psychics today, and each of them was strong, and they were not comparable to those minions before. He had the idea that if he couldn't kill them, he would wear them out. "Yun Xiuchen, what are you doing?" Old Master Yun asked sternly. "You brought so many people here. What do you want to do?" "Grandpa, I've always known that you were partial, but this time it's useless even if your heart is as far as the Pacific Ocean." Yun Xiuchen looked at Yun Mo gloomily. His eyes were full of hatred, and he wanted to torture this Namo brother to death. They blew up the institute, killed so many researchers, caused public outrage. "I'm afraid you, Grandpa, can't protect them now." Yun Xiuchen sneered. "Or, Grandpa wants to take your few remaining soldiers and fight against all the superpowers in the base?" "All superpowers?" Yu chuckled. "Not necessarily." Yun Xiuchen looked at her coldly. "You are still stubborn even when you are about to die." At first, he wanted to get this woman, conquer this woman, and snatch her from Yun Mo. But since he experienced the pain of breaking his arm last time, Yun Xiuchen completely hated Yun Mo and Yu. Since he couldn't get it, he would completely destroy it. Even if he couldn't kill Yu and Yun Mo himself, Yun Xiuchen was still confident that he could prevent them from leaving the Jingshi base. If they were to blame, they should blame themselves for seeking death, thinking that their lives were too long. The influence of the institute in the base was much deeper than that of Mr. Yun, the head of the base, and his appeal was strong. The superpowers in the base could choose not to take sides, and not join the camp where he and Mr. Yun were fighting for power. But none of them wanted the institute to be blown up, because it involved everyone's interests, especially those high-level superpowers who were powerful and had received favors from the institute. Speaking of which, Yun Xiuchen felt that he should thank Yun Mo, thanks to the people under him who were seeking death. Otherwise, he would not have found such a good opportunity to eliminate them. Chapter 208, what's the difference between this and handing the knife to her directly? Take them all away. Yun Xiuchen waved his hand, and his men moved. In addition to the superpowers, he also brought many armed guards. Under the siege of hot weapons, and so many superpowers, even if the UNMO team is strong, it is difficult to escape unscathed. Let's see who dares. Old Master Yun said sternly. If you want to take them away, you have to step over my dead body today. Old Master Yun's attitude is very clear. He will protect you and the others. Even if he has only a few soldiers left, he will not let you and the others become prisoners in the base he built with his own hands. Even if he risks his life. The guards all looked at Yun Xiuchen, waiting for his next order. Although they followed Yun Xiuchen, with the support of the Church of Light and the Institute, but Old Man Yun was not only the person in charge of the base, but also the head of the military. At this time, Yang Guliang also brought people over, and pointed his gun at Yun Xiuchen without saying a word. Yun Xiuchen, what do you want to do? Hurry up and let your people put down their guns. Although Yang Guliang had known for a long time that, sooner or later, Yun Xiuchen, the unfilial descendant, would confront Old Man Yun, but he did not expect that this day would come so soon. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. They would open fire immediately at the signal. Okay. At this moment, Yu suddenly spoke. I'll go with you. A few words dissolved the tense atmosphere. Yu? Old Master Yun turned his head and looked at her in surprise. Did this child stand up because he didn't want to embarrass him? Grandpa. Don't worry. They can't do anything to me. The girl blinked lightly. I'll go with you. Yunimo said immediately. No. Yu shook her head and rejected him. I have my own things to do. The girl sighed softly, as if to say, you are already a mature man. You can't always stick to your girlfriend. Yunimo pursed his lips slightly. He was obviously a tall and steady man. But at this moment, he inexplicably revealed a sense of grievance. Okay, he whispered. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Yu nodded, and then followed Yun Xiuchen's people. Yun Xiuchen looked at Yunimo with a sinister look, and sneered. Although he failed to kill Yunimo this time, it didn't matter. He had offended the entire base, and had lost his competitiveness. He was kicked out of the base in the next few days. Yun Xiuchen locked Yu in a cell. This place was a prison before the end of the world, and he continued to use it after the end of the world. It was specially used to detain some people who opposed the Institute or were traitors of the Church of Light. From time to time, human screams could be heard from the depths of the prison. If it were someone else, they would be scared or nervous after entering here. But Yu looked calm, as comfortable as if she was back home. She walked in and found a chair to sit down. Her reaction obviously made Yun Xiuchen very dissatisfied, and his face was gloomy. If you beg for mercy now, I can still ignore your previous behavior and consider sparing your life. Yun Xiuchen stood outside the cell and said to her. Yu closed her eyes directly, as if he was a dirty thing, and was too lazy to look at him anymore. Yun Xiuchen sneered and winked. His men immediately understood. And Su? Yu heard the sound of the cell next door being opened. The man said in a slightly panicked tone, What are you doing? You are raising zombies in the base. Hearing this, Yu finally opened her eyes. When she turned her head to look over, the two zombies had already pounced on the man, biting his flesh and blood. The man's screams were endless, and the other prisoners imprisoned around him looked numb, as if they had long been accustomed to such scenes. It is the lowest level of zombie. The man's screams gradually weakened, and soon disappeared. After a while, he had already turned into a zombie. The strong smell of blood came into her nose, and Yu couldn't help but frown, with some disgust. Unexpectedly, her reaction fell into Yun Xiuchen's eyes, but it took on another meaning. He curled his lips and smiled. I know that your mental ability can control zombies. I forgot to tell you that. This cell is made of special materials invented by the Research Institute. No matter how strong the psychic is, when he comes here, he will be an ordinary person with no power. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Yun Xiuchen waved his hand, and his men immediately pulled two zombies over. They were two of the lowest zombies, and they seemed to have been hungry for a long time, leaving only the instinct of devouring living people. Yu knew what Yun Xiuchen wanted to do at a glance, and she fell into silence. She felt that Yun Xiuchen might have a bubble in his brain. If he had just let two dogs in, Yu would not be so speechless, using zombies to deal with her. What was he thinking? Wasn't the lesson last time enough? What confidence made Yun Xiuchen feel that she would have no power to resist if she lost her superpowers, letting zombies in to live in the same room with her? What was the difference between this and directly handing a knife to Yu? But Yun Xiuchen obviously didn't know her ability. He thought Yu was a psychic who controlled zombies with her mental power. It was because the last experience was too unforgettable that he hated it to the core and could not forget it. The pain of the broken arm, the pain of being bitten by zombies, always reminded him every time he woke up in the middle of the night. From that moment on, Yun Xiuchen swore that he must let Yunimo and Yu experience this kind of pain. Today, he finally found the opportunity. Yun Xiuchen had a mocking smile on his lips, and his contemptuous eyes seemed to say that he had given a chance, but Yu herself did not cherish it. Then don't blame him for being rude. Although, the person he wanted to torture more was Yunimo. But it didn't matter after all. Yu was Yunmo's beloved woman. Yun Xiuchen had already thought about it. After Yu turned into a corpse, he would send her to Yunimo as a gift. He loved to play with people's hearts the most. Yunimo would definitely go crazy if he killed his lover who turned into a corpse with his own hands. If he couldn't do it, that would be even better. He could accuse Yunimo of raising zombies, and if a few more people died in the base, Yunimo would become the center of the entire base. Yun Xiuchen felt excited just thinking about it. Yunimo and Old Man Yun liked to protect those useless ordinary people the most, and even went against him for those trash. Then, he would let those ordinary people become a sharp knife and stab them fiercely. He thought he had calculated everything, but he didn't know that in Yu's eyes, he was just a fool. The brains of those two low-level zombies were only as big as pecan kernels, and they could not think about anything else except eating people. Only instinct remained. So the moment they saw Yu, they instinctively wanted to get close to her. At first, when he saw the two zombies roaring and rushing towards Yu, Yun Xiuchen smiled as if he was in control of everything. But soon, he could no longer smile. The scene he expected did not appear. Not only did the two zombies not rush over and tear the girl into pieces, but they turned around and started fighting. You tear off my arm. I twist your head. The scene was bloody and brutal. But it was not what he wanted to see. Yun Xiuchen's smile gradually disappeared. Chapter 209. Now you are the most perfect experimental subject. Yun Xiuchen refused to believe in evil, and asked someone to catch two more zombies and put them in the cell. The originally small cell suddenly became very crowded, although these zombies were her kind. But her kind was not as clean as Yu, and they exuded a rancid smell of not having taken a bath for a long time. The girl frowned in disgust. When the three zombies met, they rushed towards each other without hesitation, just like lions fighting for territory on the grassland, and soon they started biting each other. Yun Xiuchen cursed angrily, thinking that these zombies were all idiots. They left Yu standing there and did nothing, and actually started to kill each other. Yu thought that he was the idiot. It was a waste of effort to test her ability here, as she still couldn't see it. The zombie fight was soon decided. The winning zombie walked in front of Yu and bowed his head respectfully. It was like a knight who had fought out of a sea of blood and corpses, stepping on blood and corpses and walking step by step to its queen, bowing his head respectfully, expressing absolute loyalty. The girl's tone was soft and gentle. Great. Just these two words made the low-level zombie tremble with excitement. Seeing this abnormal scene, Yun Xiuchen finally understood. His pupils constricted. You control zombies not by mental powers? Who are you? Or should I ask, is the girl a human? As far as he knows, only high-level zombies can command low-level zombies. Unfortunately, before Yun Xiuchen could continue to explore, a person in a white research suit suddenly appeared here. Captain Yun, Dr. Jing asked me to come and take her away, the researcher said, pointing at Yu. Jing Ryue was already dead, and this Dr. Jing could only be Jing Lianshan. Yu stood up, patted the non-existent dust on her skirt, and stepped on the blood with her exquisite leather shoes. She looked calm and relaxed, as if she was not in prison, but a distinguished guest invited to visit. Let's go! She seemed to have expected the other party to come, and looked like she had been waiting for a long time. Yun Xiuchen finally discovered the secret of Yu. Just like a hyena smelling blood. Of course, he didn't want to let her go. But the other party was from the research institute, so he could only hold back temporarily, and step back to make way. The researcher seemed very silent all the way, which was just what Yu wanted. She hated people like Yun Xiuchen who talked a lot of nonsense, who were so noisy that people wanted to pull out their tongues. Jing Lianshan's research institute was also inside the base, but it was relatively hidden compared to Jing Ryue's laboratory. Few people know. But the other party seems to think there is no need to hide it from Yu. After passing through many levels of pupil recognition, Yu finally saw Jing Lianshan in the laboratory. He was wearing a white research coat and gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle and elegant and a decent person. Unfortunately, he always did nothing. Jing Lianshan stood up immediately when he saw Yu. His eyes were full of excitement and enthusiasm. His eyes made Yu feel very uncomfortable, as if he was looking at an object instead of treating her as a person. Although she was not originally a human, she did not like being treated as a commodity. Perfect. It's really perfect. You are my most perfect work. Jing Lianshan stretched out his hand excitedly, as if he wanted to touch Yu's cheek. Yu dodged his hand, released the blood vine, and slapped him in the face. Pa! The blood vine hit his face, knocking Jing Lianshan's glasses to the ground. But he was not angry at all. Instead, he stopped the researchers who rushed over to protect him and looked at Yu with a more eager look. You have evolved and are stronger than before. Where is Zhuang? Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. If it weren't for Zhuang, would she stand here and listen to these idiots talking so much nonsense? There are 2 research institutes in Beijing. Jing Ryu is in the front, so Yu thought she took Zhuang away. Later, she thought of Jing Lianshan. All along the way, Jing Lianshan had sent people to capture her, and it was just right to settle accounts today. But Jing Lianshan seemed to not understand what people were saying, and was still talking to himself. I heard that you and Yunmo are very close. Are you in love with him? Jing Lianshan's face darkened, muttering to himself. No, you are my most perfect experiment. I will not allow you to have any flaws, and feelings are the most useless thing. Do you think you can control me? Yu chuckled, laughing at his naivety and overestimation of his own abilities. She planned to read Jing Lianshan's brain memory directly, although the consequence of doing so would make Jing Lianshan a fool, or even brain dead. But what does this have to do with Yu? Why should she care about the life and death of her enemies? However, when Yu's mental power just invaded Jing Lianshan's mind, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Yu's mind was blank for a moment. And then, a completely unfamiliar memory that did not belong to her at all flooded into her mind like a tide. The girl covered her head with her hands in pain. She had obviously lost her sense of pain. But because of the sudden influx of this huge memory, Yu felt as if her brain was about to explode. What did you do to me? She held on to her last bit of rationality and looked up at Jing Lianshan. Her intuition told her that it must have been Jing Lianshan's doing. But Yu didn't know when she was tricked. Silly child. Since I created you, I must know your abilities and dangers better than anyone else. Jing Lianshan looked at her with a gentle smile, as if a kind father was looking at his daughter. But that condescending look made people feel unhappy. More like the creator looking at his own work, satisfied and scrutinizing. If I can't guarantee that I can keep you firmly under my control, how can I allow you to exist in this world? He never does anything that is harmful to himself, and he will eliminate any threat. This is the first lesson I teach you. You must never underestimate the enemy at any time. Even if the enemy looks weak, the possibility of counterattack is not zero. Jing Lianshan put his hands behind his back. He is just an ordinary person, who doesn't even have the ability to kill low-level zombies. But since he was able to control so many experimental subjects and superpowers and make them his sword, it was not his strength, but his brain. Although you are powerful, you don't have the cunning that humans should have. Humans are indeed cunning. This was Yu's last thought. Soon her consciousness fell into darkness. Not long after, the girl slowly raised her head, but her beautiful eyes lost their former brilliance and became as dark as ink. Good child. Now you are the perfect experimental subject without any flaws. Chapter 210. Kill all the people you hate. Let's get to know each other again. I am your father. Jing Lianshan smiled and stretched out his hand. Father. The girl's reaction was a little slow, like a robot that had just been activated, repeating the title mechanically and unfamiliarly. Yes, father. Jing Lianshan smiled with satisfaction, like the creator was looking at this most perfect work. He took out a syringe from the silver safe, and slowly injected the liquid inside into the young body. This is the zombie virus that I spent countless efforts to research. It is thousands of times stronger. It is tailor-made for you. Don't resist it. Accept it. Accept this powerful force. The girl was motionless, like a puppet without a soul, at the mercy of others. Or maybe she really regarded him as her father, and behaved very docilely and harmlessly. This made Jing Lianshan very satisfied. After injecting all the viruses into the young girl, he waited patiently. In less than a minute, the girl's appearance changed significantly. Her originally black eyes gradually turned into pure red, and her nails began to grow wildly. Unlike the black claws of other zombies, her nails showed a metallic luster, filled with cold sharpness, and could easily tear open the enemy's chest. Obviously, the girl's appearance and physical features were gradually moving away from humans, and were getting closer and closer to zombies. This was exactly what Jing Lianshan wanted. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the zombie virus. On the contrary, the zombie virus modified genes, strengthened the human body, and brought powerful strength to the already fragile humans. If this power can be transformed, it will become a new species. A species stronger than humans and zombies. If the transformation fails, it will be like those low-level trash outside, and become a failed creature like zombies. Obviously, Yu perfectly transformed this power for her own use. She is neither a zombie nor a human, but a higher-level existence. Jing Lianshan said in a persuasive way, "Good child. You have become the most perfect experimental subject, the greatest pride of my life, and you will become the strongest humanoid weapon. You should not have any weaknesses. Now, get rid of those humans and kill them." Jing Lianshan's expression became slightly distorted due to excessive excitement. His ambitions grew bigger and bigger. At first, he just wanted to create new humans and improve human genes. But now, he is no longer satisfied with this. Since he has Yu, a perfect experimental subject, in his hands, he wants to use her power to become the master of the whole world. Whether it is humans or zombies, they will crawl at his feet. The reason why humans have become the king at the top of the food chain is because of wisdom. Jing Lianshan feels that he has done it. Yu's existence is the crystallization of his wisdom. Go kill the people you love, or the people you hate. The girl repeated his words softly, sounding like she was mumbling to herself. Kill all the people you hate? Jing Lianshan, yes. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. He didn't need Yu to have any emotions. He wanted a cold, mechanical, programmed, humanoid weapon that would only obey orders. Although he implanted a chip in Yu's brain, adding a strange memory and a self-destruction program. He used this to control her. Yu will obey him unconditionally. Once she loses control, Jing Lianshan will activate the chip's self-destruction program and completely destroy her. Any creature has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. If she doesn't want to be completely destroyed, she will obey his orders unconditionally. But soon, Jing Lianshan's smile suddenly stopped on his face. His eyes bulged, and his eyes were full of disbelief. His throat made a difficult ho-ho sound, like an old bellows. He slowly lowered his head, seeing the sharp nails piercing his chest like a steel knife. Under his gaze, he slowly took out a still beating heart. The bright red blood splashed on Yu's face, dripping slowly, leaving winding blood stains on her porcelain white face. Those gorgeous red eyes no longer had any emotion, leaving only instinctive killing and bloodthirstiness. Jing Lianshan fell straight back, his eyes wide open. And he died with his eyes wide open. His eyes were full of spreading red blood and unwillingness. He didn't know until his death why the development of things went wrong. He had clearly formatted Yu's memory and completely implanted a false memory. The girl should have considered him as her father, used him, and become a sharp sword in his hand. But he never thought that on the day when the sword was successfully polished, his blood would be the first to stain it. Kill all the people you hate. Yu repeated this sentence. Her beautiful almond eyes glowed red, and she slowly turned her head to look at the remaining researchers. The remaining researchers never thought that Dr. Jing would die just like that, killed by the seemingly soft girl in front of them. And now, when the girl's gorgeous red eyes looked at them, they felt a fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was like the natural fear of a weak prey facing a powerful predator. Help, help! Quick, notify the guards. The next second, red vines attacked from all directions, covering the entire laboratory. A loud and piercing alarm soon sounded in the institute. Chapter 211 Hand over Yu. She is a zombie. The Jing City base is in chaos. Jing Rushua and Yuan Xiaochen joined forces, and they wanted to bring down Old Man Yuan and expel Yun Mo from the base. And the explosion of the research institute was the best reason. Yun Mo, you blew up the research institute and killed Professor Jing, not only ruined the future of the base, but also ruined the hope of the entire human race. Yuan Xiaochen's words successfully provoked the anger of countless superpowers, and they responded one after another. He killed Professor Jing, and should pay with his life. Drive them out of the base. No! Kill them! Avenge Professor Jing. The voices came one after another, and the killing intent was not concealed. The superpowers and the Church of Light already represent most of the forces in the base. Even if Mr. Yun still controls the army, he cannot defeat their large numbers. What's more, the Jingshi base has long been renamed, and now it is not the army that is in charge, but the superpowers who have the final say. In this end times where the strong prey on the weak and strength is respected, the status of superpowers is the highest. The reason why these superpowers followed Yun Xiuqian wholeheartedly was, of course, because they had received a lot of favors from the Institute, and had gained a lot of benefits. Benefits move people. The destruction of the Institute naturally affected their interests. That's why they united as one and wanted to kill Yun Mo and his group. Yun Mo, you go first. Old Man Yun frowned. And behind him were soldiers pointing their guns at the superpowers. The Jingshi base was originally established to take in fellow human beings in the end times, and provide a safe haven for fellow human beings. The duty of soldiers is to protect the masses. Even in the end of the world, they still stick to their original intentions, fighting for the masses, protecting the country, and building the base. But Mr. Yun never thought that this day would come. They pointed their guns at their own people. Not only the superpowers and the Church of Light, even some ordinary people in the base turned against them. Most of those who turned against them were young and strong men with fighting ability. Because Yun Xiuqian promised them that as long as they were willing to submit to him, he would not expel them and their families from the base. Yun Xiuqian not only represents force and power. He also has the support of Jing Rixue, the Holy Maiden of Light. The Church of Light is a group of radical believers. They firmly believe that Jing Rixue is a messenger sent by God to the world, and is the hope and dawn of the end of the world. Although ordinary people are not so superstitious, they don't believe in this set of rhetoric. But they can't resist the temptation brought by Jing Rixue. She is the only healing superpower in the entire base. In the end of the world, apart from water and food, the most scarce thing is medical supplies. Having such a powerful healing psychic is like having an extra life-saving talisman. Driven by various interests, few people can resist the temptation. In the face of human ambition, what Mr. Yun is paid before becomes insignificant. Mr. Yun understands this. He will not blame them. Human nature is like this. But it is inevitable to feel disappointed. Yang Guoyang felt it was not worth it for him, and angrily scolded those ordinary people who stood behind Yun Xiuqian and turned against him at the last minute. You traitors! Don't forget that it was the old leader who took you in. Otherwise you would have died in the mouth of zombies. In the past, Yun Xiuqian wanted to drive you out of the base. And it was the old leader who had been fighting for you to stay. Now you have betrayed the leader. Some people with thin skin heard this, and immediately lowered their heads in guilt. But some people didn't buy it at all, and said confidently, Old leader, of course we will not forget your kindness. But your grandson did destroy the Institute and killed Professor Jing. You can't be so confused about right and wrong. Right? And Yun Xiuqian, the leader of the Yun family, is not your grandson too? Qi Yun sneered. You call the leader of the Yun family so quickly. You lackeys. Your tails are wagging more happily than dogs. You. The man was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to scold back. But he was no match for Qi Yan. And he was scolded by Qi Yan. Yun Xiuqian raised his hand, stopping their meaningless verbal attacks. Alright, stop talking nonsense with them, drive them out of the base, leaving no one alive. If they dare to resist, kill them without mercy. After seeing the murderous intent in Yun Xiuqian's eyes, Old Master Yun understood that Yun Xiuqian was here for Yun Mo's life today. Yun Mo, as long as you hand over Lin Yu, I can consider sparing the lives of your teammates. Jing Rixue said. You should first think about how to leave a complete body for yourself. Yun Mo looked at her coldly. You are a traitor to humanity for protecting a zombie. Jing Rixue sneered. What? Zombies? Many people originally remained neutral, watching the war caused by the power change as bystanders. But after hearing Jing Rixue's words, they could no longer remain calm. Yes, you may not know yet. Yun Mo brought zombies into the base, and let her accompany humans all day long. Do you still want to continue to help such a person who disregards the lives of his compatriots? Aren't you afraid that one day, he will feed you all to the zombie he raises? Maybe he helps ordinary people just to treat you as food for that zombie. You are just cattle and sheep he raises. The woman who has been following him all the time is a zombie. My sister Jing Rixue died at the hands of that zombie. Jing Rixue's eyes were full of hatred. She wants Yunimo and Lin Yu to die. Pay for her sister's life. If you don't believe me, you can let Lin Yu come out. I have a way to make her show her true form. Jing Rushua said loudly. Yunimo, do you dare to hand her over? Or are you guilty? You traitor to humanity. Jing Rushua's words successfully incited everyone. Even those psychics who remained neutral at the beginning now leaned towards Jing Rushua. If it was just an internal fight in the base caused by the change of power, they could still watch the fire from the other side and not be involved. After all, no matter who sits in the position of base leader, it will not affect their team of superpowers. But if they raise zombies and bring zombies into the base, the nature of the matter will be different. Just imagine, a zombie that is eyeing human flesh and blood is right under your nose. Who can sleep peacefully at night? Yunimo, why don't you say anything? Where is that woman? Let her come out. Or, Jing Rushua is right. That woman is a zombie. And you treat the base as a granary for that zombie. As soon as these words came out, everyone drew their swords against Yunimo and his group. If he doesn't hand over Yu, then he will have to face the entire base. They are weak and alone. No matter how strong Yunimo is, he can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Even if there are many ants, they can still kill an elephant. Yunimo spoke slowly, with a mocking look on his face. You shouldn't ask me where Yu is, but ask Yun Xiuchen. Why? Didn't he tell you? He kicked the ball lightly. Jing Rushua's eyes darkened, and she turned to look at Yun Xiuchen. As expected, the latter looked away and didn't look at her. Yunimo, stop stirring up trouble here. You human traitor. If you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. Yun Xiuchen's tone was full of murderous intent. He tried to cover it up just now, but now he is too lazy to cover it up. He clearly wants Yunmo's life. Grandpa, if you regret it now, it's not too late. If you are still so stubborn and protect Yunimo, the traitor, then don't blame me for not caring about family affection. Human traitor? This title belongs to you. I can't bear it. How many crazy things have you done to help the Institute? Do you need me to list them one by one? Yunimo sneered. That's right. At this time, a superpower person in the crowd stood up to respond. The Research Institute, under the banner of benefiting mankind, privately captured many superpower people for human experiments. Brothers, don't be deceived by this pair of dogs and bitches. Think about those companions who disappeared inexplicably after leaving the base. Do you think they really died at the hands of zombies and mutant animals? No, they died at the hands of the Research Institute. He's right, we can all testify. All the survivors rescued by Yu from the Research Institute stood up to testify. Even though the other side had won an overwhelming victory in terms of numbers, and knew that the current situation was very weak for Yunimo, they still stood up firmly. Otherwise, their consciences would always be condemned. Unfortunately, under the temptation of huge interests, not many people cared about the truth. These survivors tried to convince those psychics, who remained neutral at the beginning, to believe their words. The other side's eyes flickered, and they dared not look directly at them. How could they not know anything at all? They vaguely guessed some inside stories. But what does it matter? The forces of the entire base are firmly controlled by Yun Xiuchen. Yunimo cannot fight, and is almost certain to lose. Yun Xiuchen does not care whether they know the truth, even if the dark side of the Institute is exposed. So what? Who cares if someone dies? He raised his hand and said coldly, kill them all, don't spare a single one. And he directly attacked Yunimo. The civil strife in the Jing City base began. Chapter 212. Tide of Corpses, come to welcome their king. Puff. Qi Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly retreated to Yunmo's side. Captain, you run quickly. Don't worry about us, you can definitely escape by yourself. Qi Yan's face was as pale as if he had been dead for almost 3 days, although he was not far from death now. But even if he was seriously injured, even if he only had 1 breath left, he couldn't stop cursing. Damn, this couple is so insidious. One is hiding behind and shooting arrows, and the other is using big breaths to hurt teammates. Qi Yin was a little overwhelmed as he spoke. It's fine to fight 1 against 10, but the other side has a nurse who constantly replenishes blood. How can we fight? How can we fight? Let's go together. Yunimo held the crystal core tightly in his hand, and constantly absorbed energy to replenish his own dried-up superpowers. His black jacket had been stained with blood and turned a darker color, but he still couldn't resist the murderous intent, like a god of war covered in blood. Even if he only had his last breath left, He would not abandon his teammates and run away alone. Yun Xiuchen was very smart. After a brief fight with Yun Mo, knowing that he couldn't beat him in a one-on-one fight, he hid behind and attacked. This old man, Qi Yan, couldn't help but curse. "Captain, if you don't leave, we will all die here." Qi Yan's superpowers have been exhausted. He raised his hand and only released a small spark, which was almost like lighting a cigarette for the enemy. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, he basically gave up fighting with superpowers and relied on his own fighting ability in close combat. "You guys hold on first. I'll go kill Yun Xiuchen." Yun Mo raised his head. His black eyes were as sharp as arrows, and he accurately locked onto Yun Xiuchen through the crowd. "No!" Qin Mo was the first to object. "There are too many superpowers around Yun Xiuchen. Even if you kill him, you can't escape unscathed, unless Yun Mo chooses to self-destruct and drag them down with him. Otherwise, these people will attack him in droves, and they will tear him apart. With Yun Xiuchen dead, they will lose their leader, and they will be thrown into disarray." Yun Mo said coldly. "If they continue like this, they will be too passive, and the result waiting for them is to be exhausted to death. He can kill countless zombies, but he is unwilling to kill so many of his kind because of Yun Xiuchen. A scumbag." After Yun Mo finished his explanation, he used the power of space directly. His figure suddenly disappeared. Yun Xiuchen had been paying attention to him. After he found that Yun Mo's figure disappeared out of thin air, his face suddenly changed. The next second, the air was slightly volatile, and Yun Mo's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. This was the most terrifying moment of Yun Mo's ability. He could tear the space apart, jump through space, and instantly come to the enemy. Even if Yun Xiuchen's reaction was fast enough, he was still too late. The space where he was volatile. The air became thinner, and the invisible pressure squeezed his body. His internal organs seemed to be about to be squeezed and exploded. Yun Xiuchen wanted to release his supernatural power to fight back, but he could only be crushed in the face of absolute strength. Yun Xiuchen felt as if he was grabbed by an invisible big hand, tightly gripping, squeezing his body. He didn't even have the ability to open his mouth to call for help. Blood gradually seeped out of his mouth, nose and eyes. When Jing Rushua wanted to rush over to support him, it was too late. Puff! Yun Xiuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, widened his eyes, and died completely. His body twisted slightly, as if he had been entangled by a python. His internal organs had been crushed, and he was deader than dead. "Yun Mo!" Jing Rushua screamed, and it was hard to tell whether she was more sad or angry. "I will kill you!" However, as soon as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook slightly. It was like an earthquake, and it seemed like large animals were migrating. But after surviving in the apocalypse for so long, everyone understood that it was not that simple. They knew the situation very well. This was clearly a zombie tide. It was a zombie tide of considerable size. Not good. The guards on the city wall panicked as soon as they discovered the abnormality, and crawled over to report. "Zombie tide. It's a zombie tide." The superpowers who were fighting each other all stopped fighting at the same time. "Zombie tide is coming. What's the point of fighting? Fight. If you fight again, you'll lose your life. All of them will be eaten by zombies." "How many zombies are there?" Yun Mo helped the guard up from the ground and asked in a deep voice. Yes. The guard recalled the scene he saw from afar, and his heart was shrouded in lingering fear. Many. Too many to count. Since the establishment of the Jing City base, it has experienced countless zombie tides, big and small, but there has never been one that can make the battle-hardened city gate guard so scared. This means it is a zombie tide that can destroy the entire base. Chapter 213. This is the end of mankind. The only way is to save yourself. Impossible. I don't know who said this. Such a large-scale zombie tide will not arrive in a short time. Why do we only know the news now? The personnel stationed outside the base have not sent back any news. The man stopped talking halfway, but everyone understood what he meant. The people stationed outside the base did not send back any news. There is only one possibility, that is, they have been swallowed by the zombie tide. There was no time to react, and the people were gone. How big a zombie tide must it be to make the other party unable to react, and not a single message could be sent back? We sent out a drone when we found something was wrong. Based on the footage taken by the drone, the initial estimate of the scale of the zombie tide is. The guard's face was extremely ugly, and he spit out a number with difficulty. Several million. What? Hearing this terrible number, everyone's face changed. Since the establishment of the Jingshi base, the largest zombie tide that the base has experienced was 1 million. And the entire base suffered heavy casualties and huge losses, and was almost captured. Now the number has increased several times. Not only that, there is even worse news. All the zombies in the entire Jingshi are rushing here, and they are constantly joining the zombie tide. But in a short while, the scale of the zombie tide has grown to an astonishing number. Everyone stood on the city wall, looking far away with binoculars. Even the experienced soldiers felt terrified when they saw the countless zombies not far away. This is a battle that has no chance of winning. Someone murmured in despair. Before the apocalypse, the population of Jing City totaled tens of millions. After the apocalypse, 98% of the people became zombies. Now all these zombies are heading towards the Jing City base. Even if they do nothing, the scale of this zombie tide is enough to flatten the entire Jing City base. The population of the base is less than 200,000, excluding the elderly, women and children who have no combat ability. There are only 100,000 people. How can 100,000 people fight against tens of millions of zombies? Chief, what should we do? Everyone looked at Mr. Yun at the same time. This chief, who had experienced many storms and countless battles, even though he was old, was still the backbone of the base. Arrange the evacuation of the people in the base. Let the women and children go first. Other young and strong people with combat capabilities follow me. Protect the base. Hold this line of defense. Mr. Yun knew that this battle could not be won. But they could not be afraid before the battle. What's more, there were ordinary people behind them. Where should they retreat to? Yes. At this moment, everyone temporarily put aside their conflicts of interest, focused on defending the base, and jointly resisting the zombie tide. Not good. To make matters worse, one piece of bad news after another came. Not good. Chief, there are a large number of mutant animals coming from the east, and also from the south. The underground passage has been breached by mutant rats. The air escape passage has also been occupied by mutant birds. They have nowhere to retreat. At this moment, everyone has a heavy mountain in their hearts, and they feel very clearly that it is the end of the world. This is not only the end of the Jingshi base. It is also the end of mankind. There is no savior in this era. They can only save themselves. At this moment, the Jingshi base is like a piece of fat meat, attracting predators from all sides. Humans never thought that they used to occupy the top of the food chain. Now they have become prey. Saint, we will cover your retreat. The remaining people of the Church of Light gathered around Jing Rushua. The result was obvious before the war started. Under the attack from all sides, there is no chance of survival in the Jing City base. You are the only hope to end this doomsday catastrophe. You must not sacrifice here. Don't worry. Saint, we will escort you out even if we risk our lives today. No! Jing Rushua's face was pale. Her eyes were filled with deep fear, but there was no sign of retreat. I can't leave. My father is still in the base. I have to save him. Jing Rushua turned around and ran into the base. Yun Mo had been paying attention to her movements, and when he saw her running away, he winked at Luo Tang. Luo Tang understood, and immediately chased after him. Yun Mo's intuition told him that this zombie wave came for Yu. As early as when Yun Xiuchen appeared, there was no sign of Yu. Yun Mo guessed that something must have happened to Yu. But now the zombie wave is coming. He has to stay and guard the first line of defense. And he can't leave it all. He can only let Luo Tang follow Jing Rushua to see if he can find Yu. Boom! A flash of fire suddenly appeared in the southeast of the base. And the explosion was deafening. Jing Rushua looked in that direction. Her eyes were bloodshot. Father! The girl walked out of the sea of fire and followed the sound to the direction with the most people. The base was in chaos. Mutated rats crawled out of the sewers, biting the flesh of humans crazily. These were all mutant rats infected with the zombie virus. Even if the bitten people did not die in the mouths of the mutant rats, in order not to become zombies and hurt their loved ones, they ended their lives with red eyes. The originally peaceful and harmonious Jingshi base instantly became a purgatory on Earth. There was blood and corpses everywhere, and the wailing of humans and mutant rats. There were also mutant animals in the sky, watching with eager eyes. The retreating planes had no time to fly out of the base, and the mutant birds swarmed over them, destroying the planes and killing people. And the flame shot up into the sky. This was indeed the end of the world for humans. The mutant bats found the right time, swooped down from the sky, and grabbed a little girl. No. The girl's mother cried out in despair. But she had no ability to save her daughter. Mom! The little girl struggled in panic, crying in fear and reaching out to her mother. Suddenly, the mutant bat holding the girl was entangled by a red vine and strangled fiercely. The mutant bat made a sharp cry and turned into blood foam. The little girl fell from the air and screamed uncontrollably. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a white figure flashed by and caught her accurately. The big white tiger came to Yu with the little girl in its mouth. Even though the master had changed into a different form, the big white tiger would not mistake the master. It bowed its head respectfully. Yu's eyes fell on the little girl. The child was already scared silly, staring at her blankly with her eyes wide open. The girl's mother had just breathed a sigh of relief, but after seeing the girl's red eyes that were not human, she breathed a sigh of relief instantly. It's a zombie. After staring at the little girl quietly for 2 seconds, Yu finally moved. The girl's mother stretched out her hand with all her might. No! Chapter 214, she is not only the queen who commands the zombies, but also the only hope left for mankind. The blood vines wrapped around the little girl's waist, rolled her up, and slowly sent her back to her mother. The girl's mother was stunned, and she hugged her daughter tightly in her arms. When she looked up again, the zombie girl had turned around and left without any regrets. Mom, is that beautiful sister a zombie? The little girl hid in her mother's arms and asked in a crisp childish voice. In the little girl's cognition, zombies are ugly and scary monsters that eat living people. Her father died in this way. But the beautiful sister didn't eat her and saved her. It should be. The girl's mother was also a little uncertain. The girl's sharp nails and red eyes showed that she was a zombie. But are there really zombies who are not interested in people? And will they save people? The mother and daughter looked at the girls dancing back and expressed the same doubts. Yu had no interest in these humans and walked straight towards the city gate. She had a vague feeling that there was delicious food there. It was attracting her to move forward. She saved the humans in distress on the way. She saved them along the way, and finally arrived at the city gate. At the same time, a large group of zombies arrived at the city wall. Humans built high walls, and zombies followed one after another, climbing up on the bodies of their own kind. Machine guns had been set up on the walls for a long time. Sparks flew. The sound of machine guns continued, and shells fell all over the ground. But the bullets were consumed too quickly, and the ammunition could not be replenished in time. The zombies in front died, but they could not stop the zombie army behind them. They stepped on the bodies of their own kind and tried to climb up the wall. Chief, our ammunition can't hold out for much longer. Yang Guoyang wiped his face. Even when the end of the world just came, his mood had never been as heavy as it was at this moment. Old chief, you retreat first. I will lead the people to hold on. Mr. Yun refused without hesitation. No, I will not leave. Today I will live and die with the base. He built this base with his own hands and has deep feelings for it. Even if the difference in numbers between the two sides is too great, this is likely to be a battle with no chance of winning. But even if it is a desperate struggle, it is better than being a deserter. But, as long as you are alive, you can build another base. There is still hope for humanity and other survivors. Yang Guoyang persuaded anxiously. Unfortunately, Mr. Yun has made up his mind. And even his grandson Yunimo can't persuade him. Mr. Yun picked up the gun and joined the soldiers in this battle to defend the country. Yunimo guarded the city gate by himself and asked the rest of the team to go to various places in the base for support. The base is now in trouble both internally and externally, and has been completely surrounded. In the internal fight with the psychics just now, everyone has lost a lot of psychic powers. Now they can only hold the crystal core in their hands, replenishing energy while continuously transmitting psychic powers. The first line of defense was quickly breached. The Earth and Gold psychics joined forces to quickly establish the second line of defense. Unfortunately, it only lasted 5 minutes before it was breached again. The zombies quickly entered the base. The ammunition was exhausted, and the psychic powers were about to run out. And the zombies kept coming, just like leaks. One crop after another. It's over. Some people put down their weapons, having completely lost the will to fight. There are too many zombies. We can't kill them all. We can't kill them all. We can't beat them, and we can't escape. What else can we do? We can only lie down and wait for death. Yunimo unfolded his supernatural power, and in the space where he was, as long as the zombies stepped into it, they would be crushed into blood foam by the power of space. He squeezed his hand hard, and directly crushed the heads of dozens of zombies out of thin air. But no matter how strong his superpowers are, they will eventually run out. And he cannot defeat the zombies. Unimo closed his eyes deeply. He did not expect that the zombies would attack the city faster in this life than in the previous life. The final outcome of the Jingxia base would be the same as in the previous life. And it would eventually go to destruction. Even if he was reborn, he could not save the future of mankind with his own strength. Unimo had never felt so powerless as he did at this moment. Could it be that the future really could not be changed? Then what was the meaning of his rebirth? Was it just for revenge? Unimo never thought of himself as a savior. He did not have such a great ideal. But he couldn't just sit there and watch humanity go to extinction. The man opened his eyes again. His black eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his sharp edge was exposed. Even if he couldn't change history, he could make a choice in this life. At least he could choose to fight to the last moment, and live and die with humanity. Damn it, these damn monsters, brothers, fight them. Even if we are destined to die, we have to drag them to death with us. Killing one more is a profit. That's right, even if I blow myself up and take these beasts to death with me, I won't become a monster like them. Although the self-explosion of the superpower cannot completely annihilate the zombie tide, it can buy a chance for others to escape. If you don't commit suicide in despair, you will explode in despair. Humans are very contradictory creatures. They are so fragile. But they seem so strong. Like tenacious weeds. And they seem to be able to survive any storm. You thought? This might be the reason why she doesn't hate humans. When the last line of defense of the base was breached, the tide of zombies and beasts completely conquered the base. The entire base was plunged into war and despair. An old man who was not in good condition and could not run faster than the zombies knelt on the ground in despair, praying to God with tears in his eyes, to bless his children to escape safely. When the zombies attacked, a mother used her own flesh and blood to give her children a chance to escape. The superpowers made up their minds at the same time, and chose to self-destruct in times of crisis, dragging the zombies to death. However, just when they sacrificed themselves, the zombies seemed to have been paused, and stopped moving. Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't know what was going on, they had to fight back now. Those who still had fighting ability picked up their weapons. The zombies that were so ferocious just now were like the human-computer interface that suddenly froze due to a bad network. They did not move or dodge. No one could figure out what was going on. Unimo wiped the blood off his face, and suddenly understood what was going on. He looked in the direction of the zombie army's gaze. In the chaotic crowd, a girl in a white dress walked slowly, strolling leisurely, as if she was taking a walk in the garden. The girl had a delicate and beautiful face, and a pair of gorgeous red eyes that were as bright as rubies, making her look like a kind of seductive beauty that was not human. She was like a flower blooming in this cruel and rotten land, pure and flawless, holy and beautiful. She was also the last ray of light in the vast darkness, bringing light and hope to mankind. Everyone stared at her in a daze, speechless for a moment, shocked by the scene before them, and completely losing their ability to react. Their brains went blank. Only 2 words remained: WTF. Chapter 215: The Birth of the Zombie Queen. The girl seemed to be inspecting her own territory. Everywhere her eyes passed, she was her people, who offered their loyalty to her and expressed their submission. The chaotic zombie tide became orderly at this moment, like a well-trained army, without anyone's command, and they all spontaneously retreated to the sides, making a wide path for her. The zombie army seemed to be waiting for an inspection, with pairs of cold and emotionless red eyes falling on the girl, lowering their heads slightly, offering their absolute loyalty to their king. Even the mutant animals that were wreaking havoc in the base became quiet at this moment. Yu spread her spiritual power, like a pair of invisible hands gently caressing them. Those mutant animals that were agitated or even rampaging gradually calmed down under her comfort, and slightly bowed their bodies to show their submission. They didn't look ferocious and brutal in front of humans at all. And beside the girl, there was also a mutant white tiger, like a docile big cat, following the girl wherever she went. The big white tiger raised its head slightly, looking at its fellows, who had lost their minds. There seemed to be a hint of pride in its eyes. It was a domesticated mutant, and these were stray animals. Some mutant animals gradually recovered from their madness and rampage. The girl had a peaceful and tranquil aura, which made them feel very comfortable, and they liked her very much, and they couldn't help but want to get close to her. They also wanted to follow her like the mutant white tiger. If the girl was willing to touch them, it would be even better. However, before these mutant animals could get close, the big white tiger turned its head and roared at them, its eyes full of threats. And it swung its tail irritably. Snorting, it seemed to be warning them. Get away. Don't try to provoke its owner. The little white tiger stood beside its mother, and followed her mother's example, and roared at the mutant animals in a childish voice. Awoo! Awoo! The other mutant animals seemed unconvinced, roaring one after another, protesting. A mutant rabbit that was 2 meters tall and full of muscles came out hopping, fearlessly pushing away the mutant animals, and jumped directly in front of the young ones. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. The mutant rabbits lowered their heads slightly, and their ears trembled slightly. The girl's eyes fell on it, and she suddenly reached out her hand and gently stroked its head. The mutant rabbit made a happy squeak sound. Like a docile kitten, it tried to rub its head against her palm, as if urging her to touch it again. The mutant who was almost smashed into a pulp by the mutant muscle rabbit. You try to pretend to be dead again, shameless muscle rabbit. Why pretend to be a docile and cute little rabbit? There was also a mutant python that broke through the siege and twisted into a twist at Yu's feet. Anyone with eyes could see that it was begging for a touch. The mutant python whipped him with its tail, and 3 ribs were broken, and the mutant lay on the ground unable to move. He silently spat out a mouthful of blood. There were also mutant plants that came to join in the fun and besiege the base. They swayed their bodies wildly, trying to attract the girl's attention. A green vine rubbed against her finger silently. Yu raised her finger and touched it lightly. The vine trembled shyly, and a small white flower trembled at the top, and she carefully handed it to the girl. Seeing their counterparts being so scheming, other mutant plants followed their example and began to produce flowers, and the colorful flowers rushed to be presented to Yu. Everyone fell silent when they saw the scene. They almost thought that they were not in the end of the world, but in a fairy tale world. This scene really overturned their cognition. In this cruel end of the world, not only zombies, but also mutant plants and animals are the natural enemies of humans, gradually compressing their living space. If there is such a person, who can not only control zombies, but also turn violent mutant animals into docile kittens, and bloodthirsty mutant plants into gentle and harmless ones. What does that mean? At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. It turned out that she was the dawn of the dawn, the hope to end the end of the world. She was also the savior of mankind. Yu ignored the discussions around her. Her eyes fell on the crowd, staring straight at Unimo. There was no trace of human emotion in those beautiful eyes, only a strong appetite. Unimo naturally noticed the changes in the girl, and his heart sank. Yu. He didn't know what Yu had experienced after leaving Yinxiochan. But Yu's current state was obviously wrong. She had turned into a zombie. Yu seeing this scene, the most heartbroken person was Lin Ziyuan. How could his precious daughter become like this? Lin Ziyuan was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He ignored the temptation brought by the zombies around him, and walked straight over. Yu, I'm your father. Do you still remember me? Lin Ziyuan stretched out his hand tremblingly, wanting to touch his daughter's cheek. Although after becoming a zombie, she no longer had human emotions, and even forgot her family, and would attack her relatives. But Lin Ziyuan was not afraid. No matter what Yu became, she was still his daughter. Even if she might die at the hands of her daughter, he would not regret it. He only hated himself for not protecting Yu. Let his daughter become like this. Fortunately, Yu is not as ugly as those zombies. Otherwise, the little girl loves beauty so much, she would be so sad. Dad? The girl's eyes moved. Her sight fell on him. Lin Ziyuan was delighted. You still remember your dad, right? Yu ignored him. She only said one word, hungry. After that, she walked past Lin Ziyuan, and walked towards Unimo step by step. Unimo sighed in his heart. He opened his arms. His black eyes were full of gentle love. Yu. Come here. Come to me. How could he not see that Yu no longer remembered him? She had even forgotten her feelings for him, leaving only the most primitive instincts. She only had an appetite for him, not love. The girl walked straight towards Unimo. As soon as she came up to him, she was pulled into his arms. Yu opened her mouth slightly, and her sharp fangs pierced his neck. Unimo lowered his head slightly, and put one hand on the back of the girl's head. To outsiders, the two of them were hugging each other affectionately. Little did she know, Yu was greedily sucking his blood. This man was a rare delicacy for her. Except for him, Yu had no interest in other humans. She should tear his flesh and blood with all her strength, and transform his flesh and blood into her own power. But for some reason, as soon as she drank a mouthful of Yunmo's blood, Yu Yu's mind was flooded with strange memories. She suddenly couldn't eat anymore. She couldn't help but push Yunmo away. Oh no, this human's blood is poisonous. What's wrong? Yunmo looked at her nervously. Yu Yu covered her head and shook her head. It seemed that two memories collided in her mind, causing her brain to become very confused. Yunmo's blood was delicious, but Yu Yu couldn't eat it. Inexplicably, she didn't want to hurt this human. Roar. The roar of the zombies brought her back to her senses. It also attracted the attention of all humans. It's a high-level zombie. The high-level zombie who planned this zombie tide. Yu Yu turned her head as if she had sensed something, and saw a high-level zombie with black hair, red eyes, and a handsome face. Yu Yu, come here. Su Yin stood in the middle of the zombie tide and smiled at her. Come to your brother. Brother is here to take you home. Chapter 216. Yu Yu returns to the zombie group. Brother? The girl's red eyes blinked gently. She seemed to be trying to understand the meaning of this title. Soon, she made a decision and walked over. Seeing Yu Yu walking towards him step by step, Su Yan's pale face showed a smile. Yu Yu, you are finally back to your brother. He knew that his Yu Yu would not abandon him. Even if he turned into a zombie, Yu Yu would not abandon him. Yu Yu. Yunmo's face changed, and he reached out to grab the girl's wrist. Don't go. Although the girl looked different now, and didn't remember him, Yunmo could feel that Yu Yu still cared about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been reluctant to hurt him just now. Yu Yu, don't go, okay? Yunmo had a premonition that if Yu Yu left this time, she might not come back. Let me go! Yu Yu finally spoke, and the three words fluttered and fluttered. But Yunmo was stunned on the spot. Yu Yu didn't know why humans wanted to stop her. But she was a zombie, so she had to be with zombies, and return to her own kind, instead of staying with humans. To her, humans were just food. No matter what the relationship between these humans and her was before. Now she didn't remember them. Yunmo let Yu Yu go. Strangely, this time Lin Ziyuan didn't stop Yu Yu from walking towards Su Yin. Lin Ziyuan's eyes were complicated. Yu Yu is no longer a human being. Perhaps letting Yu Yu return to the zombie group is the best choice. Human nature is too complicated. As long as there are people, there will be conflicts of interest. Now Yu Yu's identity has been completely exposed. How can she survive in the human base? Humans may be afraid of Yu Yu's ability because of the current critical situation. But when the zombie tide recedes and the crisis is resolved, they will only want to use Yu Yu in return. Especially today, when he clearly saw that the girl could not only command millions of zombies, but also control mutant plants and animals. Lin Ziyuan didn't believe that they would have no ideas in their minds. This is Yu Yu's choice. Even though his daughter no longer remembers him, she would rather choose to return to the zombies. But Lin Ziyuan still respects Yu Yu's choice. Yunmo's dark eyes dimmed, and his raised hand slowly dropped. If Yu Yu was forced to leave him like last time by Su Yin and return to the zombies, no matter what Yunmo said, even if he had to risk his life today, he would keep Yu Yu and fight against the tide of millions of zombies on his own. But this was Yu Yu's own choice. It was she who wanted to return to the zombies. Yunmo had no reason to keep her. He also didn't want to kidnap her in the name of love. If he did that, there would be no difference between him and Su Yin. Yu Yu, will you come back? Yunmo's eyes followed the figure of the girl. Yu Yu didn't answer this question. Whether you come back or not, I will always wait for you, Yunmo said in a hoarse voice. He respected any choice of Yu Yu, whether she returned to the zombies or stayed in the human base. As long as Yu Yu needs him, Yunmo can give up everything and live with zombies for Yu Yu. Even if humans and zombies cannot coexist at all. Yu Yu, you are finally back to your brother. Su Yin smiled as he watched the girl finally walk up to him. But Yu Yu is not as dependent on him as before. The girl's red eyes sank slightly, and the aura of a superior leaked out. The surrounding zombies were oppressed so much that they all lowered their heads and bent their backs. Yu Yu made a zombie sound in her throat. Only Su Yin understood what she meant. Yu Yu was asking him, are you willing to submit to her? Submit to her? Or choose to die? Humans have power struggles. And zombies also have status struggles. Low-level zombies obey high-level zombies. And there are many fights between high-level zombies. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Either one side chooses to submit, or the winner is decided. Yu Yu, who has human memory, may care about family affection and value relatives. But Yu, who has become a zombie, will not talk about any feelings. Only the instincts and thinking of zombies are left. Those who are unwilling to obey her will die. Chapter 217 A million zombies pay homage. If any other zombie dared to say such words in front of the Zombie King, he would twist off the other's head without hesitation. But the person who said this was Yu, his most caring sister, whom he loved deeply even after becoming a zombie. There is no one in this world who can make Su Yin bow his head, except Yu. Witnessed by the millions of zombies, and all the survivors of the Jing City base, the Zombie King who was so powerful that he could not be matched, who could command millions of zombies, and who stood at the top of the strong. He slowly bent his knees, knelt on one knee, took the girl's wrist, which was as white as jade, put it close to his lips, and slowly kissed her. I am willing to serve you, my queen. No matter whether Su Yin is a human or a zombie. As long as Yu said a word, he would give up everything for her, even if it meant killing all humans and bringing the whole world to her. He was willing to give everything for Yu. Su Yin did not ask Yu to love him as much as he loved her. As long as Yu was willing to leave that human and stay with him forever, even if Yu did not love him, he would be willing. The girl's red lips curled up slightly, and she was very satisfied with his surrender. Yu could feel that the Zombie King was not inferior to her. If they really fought, he would be a big threat. Yu, go home with your brother. Su Yan's red eyes fell on her, as if he could only see her. Su Yan didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise waiting for him today. He always thought that Yu abandoned him, and fell in love with that human. He might have to kill Yunimo. Kill all the humans around Yu, including Lin Ziyuan, who was once his father, to make his sister change her mind and come back to him again. So he summoned a million zombies today, just to flatten the entire Jingshi base and bring Yu back. Unexpectedly, before arriving at the Jingshi base, he sensed the breath of a high-level zombie. High-level zombies can sense each other's existence. It was not until he saw Yu that Su Yin realized that the high-level zombie in the Jingshi base was Yu. Although he didn't know what those humans had done to turn Yu into a zombie, Su Yin was very satisfied with the current result. He and Yu are the same kind, they should be together. The high-level zombies behind Su Yin were still watching, somewhat wavering. They planned to wait for the two high-level zombies to decide the winner, and then decide who to follow. Zombies also follow the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. Only the strongest zombie can be called the Zombie King, worthy of being followed by all zombies. Unexpectedly, the Zombie King didn't even fight. He surrendered directly, willing to submit to Yu. Sure enough, the love brain can't be killed. Even if she becomes a zombie, she is still a love brain person. The high-level zombies imitated the Zombie King, knelt on one knee, expressing their willingness to submit. The low-level zombies followed. The worship of millions of zombies. This scene deeply shocked every human being present. In this tide of millions of zombies, a zombie suddenly pushed aside the high-level zombie in front, trying hard to squeeze in front of Yu. This zombie is none other than Zhuang. Zhuang didn't expect that. He just went out, and when he came home, he found that his baby had become the queen of zombies. Zhuang beat his chest excitedly, and howled excitedly. Ho ho! His baby has made it. He knew that his baby would definitely be able to do it. Chapter 218 Yu finally chose him. The zombie that was pushed aside turned around, and saw that it was a zombie of the same level as it. It roared angrily. What a courageous dog! Zhuang was not willing to be outdone, and soon roared back. Who do you think you are? I am the zombie that Zai Zai likes the most. When it followed Zai Zai, these zombies didn't know where to pick up garbage to eat. It also has a name that Zai Zai gave it. Do these zombies have it? Zhuang. Yu's red eyes flickered, and her sight stayed on Zhuang, and she actually recognized him. Yunimo and Lin Ziyuan were really sad now. Yu didn't remember them, but she still remembered Zhuang. Come here. Yu called Zhuang to her side. In fact, she didn't remember much about Zhuang, but at least she knew that he was the zombie she raised. Zhuang was very proud, and looked provocatively at the high-level zombie that just roared at him. What? He said. It was the zombie that Zai Zai liked the most. As long as he didn't die, these Zhuang's wouldn't be able to take the top position, but it was probably because he was too proud that he caused public anger. Zhuang soon sensed a strong killing intent. He looked over with vigilance, and bumped into Su Yan's dark red eyes, which were filled with an undisguised sinister look. He would never allow any creature to steal Yu's attention. Huh? The pressure from the high-level zombies came, which made Zhuang feel terrified, and he had no intention of resisting. He honestly stepped back behind Yu. And Yu also protected him as always. The girl raised her eyes slightly, and just glanced at him lightly. Su Yin restrained his killing intent, standing beside the girl, looking at her intently. Like the most loyal knight, he never leaves his queen's side. After losing Yu, Su Yin was like a lone wolf who lost his partner, savage and cruel, and wanted to kill all the humans he saw. But when Yu came back to him, he put on the false disguise of a gentle brother, willing to bow down and surrender for her, restraining his killing intent. Among them, the superpowers who had seen this zombie king were horrified. He had used up all his luck in his life. And only then did he save his life from the zombie king. Although he and the zombie king did not fight each other formally, he could feel the oppression and suffocating fear brought by this high-level zombie even at a distance. The team that went out to perform the mission was a strong team. They had already safely evacuated the zombie-dense area, but they did not expect to encounter the zombie king on the way. The whole team died at his hands, and the whole army was wiped out. Only he escaped under the cover of his teammates. From that moment on, the terrifying image of the zombie king was deeply engraved in his heart. Unexpectedly, today, he saw him willing to bow down to another person. Let alone him, how big a threat the zombie king Su Yin was. The top leaders of the base knew it best. In fact, there was a little warning of this zombie tide long before. In several cities not far from the Jingshi base, survivor bases of varying sizes were destroyed one after another. At that time, a base sent a distress signal. However, this matter did not reach the ears of Grandpa Yun, and was kept secret by Yun Xiuqian. His original words were, the base was gone anyway, and the zombie tide was not coming to the Jing City base, and it had nothing to do with them. But it was not until today that they realized how wrong they were. The zombie king led the zombie tide to destroy so many human bases. Isn't it just to kill all humans? For their own temporary interests. They are unwilling to lend a hand in the future. Who can help them today? No. There is still one person. In an instant, thousands of eyes gathered on Yu, full of hope. These humans have forgotten that they were the ones who had just shouted at Yun Mo to hand over Yu and killed Yu. But now they are also the ones who hope that the girl can be saved from suffering. Please, save us. I don't know who spoke first, but knelt down in front of Yu. Although the girl is obviously a zombie, she has not hurt them for so long in the base. She didn't kill Yun Mo and the others just now, so she is obviously still sane. If she could order all these zombies to retreat, then they don't have to die. The first person started it, and the others followed suit. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big, and the difference in strength was even greater. In order to prevent the base from being destroyed, they could only try their best. Yu, are all these people killed? Su Yan's red eyes fell on him, without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at some livestock that could be killed at will. His gaze stayed on Yun Mo for a particularly long time. Obviously, the person Su Yan wanted to kill the most was Yun Mo. As for the hundreds of thousands of survivors in the base, it was just a matter of convenience. After all, he was the man that Yu had loved. Just consider him as his burial companion. Su Yan thought arrogantly. If there was no Yu, he might appreciate Yun Mo, a rare opponent. Unfortunately, he took Yu away. Then Yun Mo could only die. Su Yan knew that now was the best opportunity to kill Yun Mo, because these stupid infightings of humans consumed a lot of his superpowers. If you want to kill me, you can try. Yun Mo raised his head suddenly, his black eyes cold and murderous. He and the zombie king have long been mortal enemies. He let the other go many times for Yu's sake. But this does not mean that he is afraid of the other. Even if he cannot kill the other, he can still die together. At worst, we can die together. The man who has always been calm and operated like a cold machine, but now his black eyes are faintly crazy. Su Yan knows this look very well. Wasn't he so crazy when he lost Yu? A smile suddenly appeared on Su Yan's cold and handsome face. He obviously couldn't feel human emotions, but he still felt happy. You lost? Loser, the handsome zombie said happily. Even if Yun Mo took advantage of Yu's amnesia and forgot about him to trick Yu away. What? Yu chose him in the end. After many twists and turns, she returned to him. No one can separate Yu and me, whether it's Lin Ziyuan or Yun Mo. He and Yu should be together forever. Yun Mo clenched the knife in his hand. Blood dripped into his eyes without knowing when. His black eyes were blood red. The energy around him had a tendency to riot. Su Yan raised the corner of his lips, admiring his pain and unwillingness. Unwilling? That's right. Chapter 219, What if Yu wants his life? Unmo, calm down. He is deliberately provoking you. Don't fall for his trick. Lin Ziyuan put one hand on Yunmo's shoulder, said in a deep voice. Yu will definitely come back. Even if she doesn't want you, she can't bear to leave me as her father. Lin Ziyuan is very confident. He knows his daughter best. Even if she becomes a zombie, she is still his daughter. Even if he loves his daughter deeply, Yu will definitely not be able to leave him as her father. Unimo. He didn't know for a moment whether Lin Ziyuan was comforting him or mocking him. But after Lin Ziyuan's reminder, Unimo gradually regained his sanity. He admitted that he was indeed irritated by Su Yin just now, and for a moment he wanted to drag this zombie to death together. Not only did Su Yin hate him for taking Yu away, Unimo also hated Su Yin. In his previous life, Su Yin slaughtered humans and destroyed the Jingshi base. In this life, he led 1,000,000 zombies again, not only taking Yu away, but also wanted to kill all the survivors in the base. Although Jing Ryue has committed many evil deeds and done many wrong things, she is right in one thing. Su Yin is indeed a disaster for mankind. If Su Yin is not eliminated, mankind will sooner or later be destroyed again. The two of them belong to different camps and pursue different paths. Even if there is no relationship with Yu, Unimo and Su Yin are destined to be natural enemies to the death. At this moment, all the surviving humans in the Jing City base look at Yu at the same time. The survival of the entire base, as well as the life and death of all of them, are pinned on the girl. Millions of zombies were also waiting for their queen to give orders. The girl lowered her eyelids slightly and said two words lightly, "Let's go." Yu had no interest in these humans. She had more important things to do than wasting time killing all these humans. Hee. Zhuang was the first to jump out and respond, and followed Yu away happily. The zombies obeyed her orders unconditionally, and followed her away the moment Yu ordered to retreat. Su Yan's dark red eyes looked at Unimo and the others, and a look of pity seemed to flash in his eyes. It was a pity that he could not take this opportunity to kill Unimo. But this was Yu's order. Su Yin would not challenge the girl's authority in front of so many zombies. Since Yu doesn't want to kill, I will spare your lives for now. Su Yin laughed with an ambiguous meaning. Like a winner, he followed Yu and left. What Yu didn't know was that her two words saved the lives of more than 100,000 people, and saved a base that was on the verge of destruction. If the girl nodded, the ending of the Jingshi base would be the same as those bases that were previously conquered by the zombie tide. Those people who were originally in despair finally raised their heads after hearing this, and their eyes were filled with surprise. It was like a person in the dark, and suddenly a beam of light shone in. They were surprised and happy, until the zombie tide began to withdraw, still a little bit unbelievable, like living in a dream, and it felt unreal. We survived? Seeing the zombie tide retreating one after another, following the girl to leave, they came with a bang, and left with a bang, but they did not attack the base. It seems that they came here just to welcome back their king, the only queen of the zombie group. The humans were surprised and happy that she survived. Retreat? The zombies retreated. The beasts also retreated. Great. We survived. The base was defended. At the same time as the zombies retreated, the beasts also gradually retreated. Everyone hugged each other, crying and laughing, celebrating their survival. When the top leaders of the Jingshi base breathed a sigh of relief, they were not completely relieved. They knew that this was just the beginning. Jing City had been completely occupied by zombies, and had become a forbidden area that no one dared to set foot on. The surrounding mountains and forests were divided up by mutant plants and animals. Humans could only occupy a small area to survive. As the base with the largest surviving population, Jing City base was surrounded by wolves, and had a hard time surviving. This zombie tide came to welcome the return of Yu. But the beast tide was by no means accidental. Mutated animals also needed food, and most of the population had become zombies. They don't eat zombies, so they can only attack humans. What we have to be on guard against next is not only the zombie tide, but also the countless beast tides of all sizes. Someone said this with a heavy heart. The Jingshi base seemed to have solved the crisis of annihilation. But in fact, the hidden dangers have always been there. Until this time, some people realized how wrong they were before. It turned out that the girl was not a daughter that depended on others to live. Nor was she a zombie who used the base as a granary. On the contrary, she is the savior of the base, the only hope of mankind. The goddess. The goddess has come to the world. It is God's gift to us. The surviving fanatics of the Church of Light knelt on the ground with a plop. They worshipped in the direction where the zombies left. It's the goddess. The goddess took away the zombies and came to save us. But you drove the goddess away. There will be retribution. Humanity will be punished sooner or later. The man looked crazy, crying and laughing at times. Everyone had different expressions. Obviously, they also knew how great a loss the loss of Yu was to Jing City, and even to humanity. Originally, the girl was on the side of the humans. It was them who destroyed Hope and forced her away. And now, the girl led millions of zombies to leave in a mighty manner, and had already stood on the opposite side of humanity. If Yu had stood on the opposite side of humanity from the beginning, they might have felt fear or distress because of having such a powerful enemy. But I won't regret it as much as I do now. I only know how to cherish after I lose it, but it's too late. They have created a powerful enemy for themselves. Everyone couldn't help but imagine that, if Yu stayed, the safety of the Jingshire base would at least be guaranteed. After all, even the mutant plants and animals obeyed the girl's orders. Perhaps it is possible for humans and these mutant species to coexist peacefully. It's a pity. Now it's too late. The sky is going to change. Old Man Yun raised his head, looking at the thick and dark clouds in the sky, muttering to himself. The birth of the new zombie queen, I am afraid it will open a new chapter. Perhaps this will be a new era that does not belong to humans. Yun Mo's eyes were heavy, looking at the back of the girl, who left without any reluctance. Yu finally left him and returned to the zombie group. Yun Mo did not blame Yu, he only blamed himself. The girl trusted him, and was willing to follow him to the human group. But he did not protect her well. Now Yu chose to leave him. She even forgot him. In fact, Yun Mo had expected this day. Yu doesn't belong here. Just like the leader wolf will return to the pack sooner or later. Yu will return to the zombie pack sooner or later. Even if she doesn't go back, the zombie pack will always follow her footsteps. Yun Mo doesn't know what the scene will be like when he and Yu meet next time. Humans and zombies cannot coexist. There can only be one species that dominates the world. Maybe when they meet next time, Yu will fight him. Yun Mo thought, he can't point the tip of the knife at Yu. Captain, will Yu come back? Shi Yan was a little confused. Why did Yu suddenly leave them and go away? Yun Mo was silent. Will she come back? Shi Yan was a little sad. What if Yu comes back next time? Is it to take our lives? What should the captain do then? What should they do? Zombies are not human, and do not talk about feelings, but humans can't do that. Especially for someone as sentimental as the captain. If she wants it, then take it, Yun Mo whispered. If Yu wants his life, then he is willing to sacrifice himself. After all, his life originally belonged to Yu. Chapter 220. Let every zombie on this land submit to me. A zombie who doesn't want to lead a group of zombies is not a good zombie. Not every zombie is willing to submit to Yu. Many high-level zombies have recovered their human intelligence, and have developed ambitions, wanting to be the unique zombie king. After the end of the world order collapsed. In the last days, even humans want to be kings, not to mention zombies that are stronger than humans. After these high-level zombies recovered their memories, they completely lost their human emotions, and they thought they were successful evolvers. Humans are just their former kind, and are also weaklings eliminated by the times. These high-level zombies gathered zombie armies of varying sizes, and began to slaughter human bases. A survivor base in City C. This base is a small base, and the survivors accommodated are mostly old, weak, sick, and disabled, and are powerless. There are less than 1,000 combat forces in the base. This base was built in the suburbs of the wilderness. After the end of the world, they encountered some wandering scattered zombies, which they solved easily. But since last month, the situation has changed. All zombies became organized and purposeful overnight. They began to attack human settlements in a premeditated manner. Countless bases, large and small, were destroyed one after another. When the base commander discovered something was wrong, the zombie tide had already approached the base gate. Base commander, there are too many zombies, and we don't have enough manpower. Someone said this in despair. The base commander closed his eyes in despair, watching his compatriots die tragically in the mouths of zombies one by one. But he soon discovered something strange. These zombies did not eat humans. They only took a bite and then let go. Rather than treating humans as food, it seemed more like they were premeditated to transform them into zombies. The base commander even saw a few familiar faces in the zombie tide. They were all high-level leaders of some small bases that he had seen before. Now they were also transformed into zombies. He wondered in astonishment, what exactly did these zombies want to do? But even if he found something unusual, it was useless. Although the scale of the corpse tide of several thousand people was not too large, it was already a disaster for their small base with less than 1,000 combat power. However, it would be completely destroyed in just 1 hour. At this moment, the base commander and several psychics hid behind the bunker, and the outside had already become a hell on earth with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Base commander, what should we do? The psychics looked at him one after another, waiting for his final order. The base commander closed his eyes in despair, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were firm, with the determination to die. Everyone, follow me in self-destruct, die together with these zombies. I would rather die in battle than become a walking corpse like them. Yes. In the middle of the zombie group, a male zombie in school uniform pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a very stiff and fake smile. It has recovered its memory, so it knows what it wants, and has found its target. It wants to transform all these humans into zombies, and make them its subordinates. In this way, it can defeat the girl. But this small base is far from enough. It needed a large base with more people to expand its zombie army. But soon, the zombie could no longer fake smile, and its eyes suddenly changed. A thick blue-purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck the center of the zombie group. It had worked hard for more than a month, and the zombie army it had finally expanded was chopped into slag in the blink of an eye. It suddenly raised its head and saw a black figure standing on the roof not far away. The man wore a black hood, covering the upper half of his face, revealing only the pale and bloodless lower half of his face. It's not a human at first glance, it's a zombie, and a high-level zombie. The school uniform zombie felt a powerful and terrifying pressure, which made it unable to resist, and turned around and wanted to escape. But another figure appeared behind it silently at some point. The handsome man raised his head, and his dark red eyes revealed his inhuman identity. The school uniform zombie only had time to see a flash of cold metal light, and the next moment its head moved from its neck. The moment the head fell to the ground, it finally remembered who was this extremely handsome zombie in front of it. Zombie King. No. It should be said that he is the former Zombie King. He is now the most loyal knight under the Zombie Queen. Su Yen raised his foot and stepped on it expressionlessly. The head was crushed like a rotten watermelon. He dug out a crystal core from it and slowly washed it with water power. Is it solved? The girl's gentle voice was like a breeze blowing from the wasteland. Hearing her voice, the handsome zombie seemed to reveal a humane tenderness in his eyes. Yes. He walked over and presented the crystal core that had been washed and shone brightly in the sun. Her slender fingers, like green onions, picked up the crystal core and tightened it slightly. The crystal core soon lost its luster, became dim, and turned into powder. You don't have to come in person to deal with this kind of ant. I will dig out its crystal core and send it to you. These ignorant things may not pose much threat, but if you kill one, 2 more will appear. It's even more annoying than humans. In the past, Su Yin would never take these low-level zombies seriously. He could easily crush them to death. But they should not want to replace Yu. Maybe they would not die if they were unwilling to follow him. But those who dared to challenge Yu's authority and attempted to replace her position must die. The black figure on the roof also fell down and stood beside Yu. Under the hood was an overly familiar face, Shin Yunting. The Zombie King did not kill Shin Yunting, and Shin Yunting did not expect that he would see Yu again. Moreover, the girl has turned into a zombie, and seems to have forgotten him. However, one thing has not changed. This is why Shin Yunting is willing to stay and serve her. There are still humans alive, he said. After the girl got the crystal core, she turned away without interest, with light steps, like a fairy in the forest. Let them go. As for those, her eyes moved, and her sight fell on the scattered zombies. Kill them all. Shin Yunting, okay. He turned around to deal with the zombies. Su Yen did not stop, and left with Yu. Why didn't you kill those humans? No matter how many places they passed, Yu never slaughtered humans wantonly. Su Yen didn't care whether those people were dead or alive. He cared about Yu's attitude towards humans. Why didn't you kill them? Did you think of Yunemo when you saw them? I don't want to kill. There was no special reason. Yu simply didn't want to kill. Those humans were too weak, and they were not even worthy of being taken seriously by her. What if I want to kill them? Su Yan's dark red eyes reflected the figure of the girl. Then go ahead and kill them, Yu said indifferently. But, if you are stained with human blood, don't get close to me. She doesn't like it. Other zombies like to eat human flesh and blood, but Yu is very disgusted. She doesn't like the smell of human blood. Maybe it's because these people used to be her kind. She won't stop the zombies under her command from eating people. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of survival in the end times. But she doesn't like it. Since you want to eat people, stay away from her. It is also because of this that the zombies under Yu's command gradually gave up their instinct and nature of eating people. Especially with Shuangzhuang as a role model. Those zombies also want to be the most favored zombies around Yu, to be kept by her all the time, and given names. So they will not do things that Yu doesn't like, and that disgust her. If they do that, they will fall out of favor. For the zombies, this is more terrible than death. Su Yan understood this. And of course he would not do that. He was just testing Yu. The result of the test made him quite satisfied. As long as Yu did not go back to find those damned humans, he could let these weak ants go. My enemy is not humans, but zombies. Yu's beautiful red eyes reflected the dark sky not far away. I want every zombie on this land to submit to me. Humans will not threaten her now, but zombies will. Those zombies who are unwilling to submit to her, try to kill her and replace her. It may not be worth mentioning now, but if they are allowed to develop, sooner or later they will threaten her. Yu will naturally not ignore the potential threat. Since she is the master, she must be the only master. The master that others cannot shake. Of course. Su Yan raised the girl's hand and reverently kissed her fingertips. I will kill all these rebels. No one will be left. This is the Doomsday world he built for Yu, and he will never allow any creature to try to replace her. Chapter 221 The Zombie Kingdom That Respects Her. The third year of the apocalypse. The city has basically become the territory of the living dead. The mountains and forests are occupied by mutant animals, mutant plants. Zombies occupy the city, support the zombie queen, establish the zombie kingdom, and a new civilization. The human population is less than 3% left, forced to abandon their former homes, and move to the plateau and islands. A large number of survivors, led by Unimo, moved to the plateau, and established a new base on the snowy mountain plateau, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and is one of the largest bases of mankind. While humans were busy building a new home, Yu was also busy conquering the zombies scattered everywhere. After chopping off the head of the last rebel, Yu finally established her zombie kingdom. A kingdom that respected her. The girl was supported by millions of zombies, and sat on her throne. All the zombies stood below, fanatically supporting their only king. They submitted to her unconditionally, and gave her everything. As long as Yu gave an order, they would charge forward, flatten the human base, and slaughter all humans. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, and they must be killed. Not only humans think so, but zombies also think so. At that time, Shen Yunting and Su Yan had become two capable assistants beside Yu. Many rebels were killed by them. Su Yan looked at Yu with dark red eyes. He was waiting for her to give orders. Humans. Yu tapped the seat with her slender fingertips. Originally, she and humans had nothing to do with each other. But this short peace was broken 2 days ago. A woman named Jing Rushua led many superpowers to come to her door, claiming to kill her and end the disaster. Just because Yu didn't cause trouble for humans, it didn't mean she would let them bully her. The final result, of course, was that all those humans were killed. Yu didn't even have to do anything. Those humans died at the hands of millions of zombies. And humans took the lead in starting the war, which completely ignited the anger of the high-level zombies. In their eyes, weak humans were losers eliminated by the times. And they were also their food. Because of Yu, they didn't chase humans. But these humans were so bold that they dared to come to their door and wanted to kill Yu. How could the zombies tolerate this? The high-level zombies, who already possessed wisdom, all shouted slogans for war, wanting Yu to order the destruction of the human base and kill all humans. Even though they were once humans, who dared humans to challenge the authority of the king. Their king cannot be violated. Since Yu returned to the zombie group, the zombies and humans have maintained a delicate relationship. Both sides do not interfere with each other, and it seems peaceful on the surface, but undercurrents are surging. This false appearance of peace is very fragile. And Jing Rushua used her death to completely tear apart the illusion of peace. She certainly knew that as she went after Yu, there would only be one outcome for her. and that was death. But she did not regret it. Even if she died, she would avenge her sister. This was Jing Rushua's final revenge goal. The gap between her and Yunimo was too great. Although she managed to escape with the help of her subordinates, Jing Rushua never forgot her hatred. She could not kill Yunimo, but she could use Yu to kill Yunimo with her help. Yunimo killed her only relative. She also wanted Yunimo to experience this kind of pain. Being killed by the person she loved the most, Yunimo should be 100 times more painful than her. Unfortunately, Jing Rushua calculated everything with her own life, but she didn't expect that Yu had recovered her memory. There are many villains among the zombies. In the past year, Yu absorbed a lot of crystal cores. She could feel that a mysterious force was wandering in her body, slowly transforming her body. Originally, after being injected with the zombie virus, Yu had completely turned into a zombie. But after absorbing a large amount of crystal cores, she not only felt a significant increase in strength, but also the signs of zombies gradually faded away. Her appearance gradually recovered, getting closer and closer to humans. But she was very different from humans, such as those gorgeous and strange red eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, not to mention flaws. Not even a pore could be seen, and she would not bleed after being injured, but the wounds healed quickly, leaving no scars. Except for the damage caused by superpowers, ordinary attacks could no longer hurt her. More importantly, Yu can clearly sense the location and thoughts of every zombie. She can tell nothing about them. She truly controls all zombies. Yu calls this evolution. She actually remembered Yunimo, Lin Ziyuan, and everyone in the team. But she didn't go back to find them. One reason is that she still has unfinished business. The other reason is that they are in different camps and have different positions. Yu knew that if she wanted to go back to Yunma and her father, she had to resolve the conflict between the two races, as well as the irreconcilable and hostile relationship. Only when humans and zombies could truly coexist peacefully could she return to her father and Yunma. Originally, as long as all the rebels were eliminated, Yu would not be threatened. Not all zombies hated humans. After some zombies recovered their memories, although they no longer had the emotions they had when they were humans, they still could not kill their former kind, still holding the idea of being able to coexist peacefully with humans. For example, the zombies led by Shen Yunting. Originally, everything was developing in the direction that Yu expected. Unexpectedly, Jing Rushua destroyed everything. She used her own life to provoke a fight between humans and zombies. Yu sighed in distress. It seems that she has one more thing to worry about recently. In addition, there is another thing that makes Yu very concerned. She stroked her lower abdomen gently and felt that there was a life being nurtured inside. She also didn't know when this life form was born in her body. Since it appeared, Yu's demand for energy has increased. It madly absorbs energy from her body to grow. In human terms, this seems to be called pregnancy. It's just that her child seems a little different. But it's normal to think about it. The child of her and Yunimo shouldn't be very normal. If it's normal, it's not normal. Yu can feel that. Since this child appeared, she can accurately control every zombie and know all their thoughts. Moreover, this child obviously absorbed a lot of energy, but grew very slowly. Fortunately, since Yu completed her evolution, she no longer needed to absorb the energy in the crystal core. She could directly absorb the energy in the air and convert it into her own power. The energy in the crystal core still contained impurities, but the energy factor in the air was very pure. If Yu did not absorb enough energy, the child in her belly would start to make trouble. It would not hurt Yu, but once it made trouble, her mental power would be out of control, and the zombies would suffer. Several times, the zombies felt that a powerful force was controlling them to do some inexplicable things. For example, they were asked to jump into the water one after another, to provoke mutant animals, and to pull out the leaves of mutant plants. They were also asked to perform striptease, etc. Although the zombies had no sense of shame, they could not stand being tortured like this every day. Chapter 222, he really missed her. Su Yan turned his head slightly, and his dark red eyes looked at the girl's calm profile. His eyes seemed to contain thousands of emotions, and they were as still as a pool of stagnant water. Of course, he could not hide the fact that Yu was pregnant. In fact, Su Yan was the first to find out. Logically, he should be very angry, and want to get rid of this child, and kill Yunimo, the bitch. But he only had one last thought. He had no intention of killing this child at all. He could even vaguely feel that there seemed to be some kind of connection between him and the child. He could clearly sense what it was thinking every day. It could also see through all its thoughts. Not only did it not have the slightest thought of killing it, but it was looking forward to its birth. This was very wrong. Su Yan certainly knew. From an emotional level, he would never like this child. Moreover, how could zombies have feelings? Even if they did, he gave all the remaining feelings to Yu. This child is not even born yet, but his ability is already so strong. And he can even influence the entire zombie tribe. This should be his ability. He is a natural king. Su Yan walked towards him calmly. In this case, he can only kill the father and keep the son. He is waiting for Yu to give the order. But now it seems that Yu has no intention of going to war with humans. Su Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since he chose to support Yu, Su Yan has never violated her wishes. Now it seems that he can only violate her wishes once. Yu doesn't want to go to war with humans. Probably because of her father and Unmo. Yu thinks there are still some lovely people in the human world. She wants to build a world where zombies and humans can coexist. She is not the only one who has this idea. After some zombies regain their memories, although they no longer have the feelings they had before, they are still unwilling to attack their former compatriots. However, this kind of zombies is a minority after all. Most zombies want Yu to lead them forward bravely and annihilate all humans. Let the world only have zombies. Let the zombies occupy the top of the food chain like humans once did. But Yu didn't expect that the first to come would be humans. When those human superpowers would rather blow themselves up than take the zombies with them. Yu knew that the battle between humans and zombies was inevitable. In this case, they had to fight. She didn't want to start a war. But humans insisted on seeking death. Yu had no choice. Defeat them first. Since then, humans and zombies have started a long and continuous war. The 8th year of the apocalypse. The war between humans and zombies lasted for 5 years, and finally came to an end. The number of humans has been decreasing again and again. One of the largest human bases, the Nando base, has been completely destroyed. In order to protect themselves, countless scattered small bases had to choose to join the Zhongzhou base. The one established by Unmo is currently the largest human base. After countless companions died and were injured, the number of humans has been reduced to a terrible level. In the conference room, we can't fight anymore. There are too many zombies. Even if all of us humans die, it's impossible to kill every zombie. A senior officer said with a serious face. Are you just going to watch zombies become the masters of this world? Don't forget that zombies feed on humans. Didn't your relatives and friends die in the mouths of zombies? Of course. There were also voices of opposition and doubt. Are you afraid? The officer couldn't help laughing. I'm afraid? Yes, I am afraid. I'm afraid that if we continue to fight, the zombies won't be killed, and humans will be extinct first. Hearing this, the opponent's face changed, and he wanted to refute but had nothing to say, so he could only sit down in dismay. Isn't the lesson from the South Continent base enough? Don't forget, our human enemies are not only zombies, there are also mutant animals eyeing us covetously. It will be no good for us to continue fighting. We can only stop the loss in time. But? Some people began to waver because of his words. This war has lasted for so long. Even if we want to stop the war now, those zombies may not let us go. The officer shook his head. No, so far in this war, the zombie queen has never taken the initiative to provoke a war, nor has she invaded any small base. The scale of the zombie army is so large. If Yu really wants to exterminate humans, humans would not have survived until now. Governor. The officer remembered the rumors from many years ago, and couldn't help but look up at the man at the top. Everyone looked over, waiting for his final decision. But in fact, everyone had already thought about stopping the war. One thing is right, the difference in numbers between the two sides is too big. This is a battle with no chance of winning. If it is for the sake of future generations, even if they all die, they will fight to the death, just to create a peaceful era for future generations. But maybe God wants them to die. Since the end of the world, there has been no new life for many years. So in all these years of the end of the world, the population has only decreased and not increased. Unmo suddenly opened his eyes, and his black eyes swept across the faces of the people below, and he had a rough idea in his mind. I agreed to a ceasefire. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But soon a new problem arose. Who will be the envoy to mediate? I'll go, Unmo said. The discussion below suddenly quieted down. And then, there was a more intense opposition. No! You can't go. If we unfortunately lose you, it will be a great loss to mankind. Yunimo shut them up completely with just one sentence. If even I can't go, who do you think can be sent? Finally, the matter was settled. When he learned the news, Lin Ziyuan took the initiative to find Yunimo. I want to go with you. Yunimo, I haven't seen my daughter for 6 or 7 years. I want to know how Yu is doing now. Yunimo pondered for a moment, quickly nodded. Okay. He always felt that Yu still had feelings for them. Otherwise, she had so many chances to exterminate mankind. But she didn't do it. Yunimo has been waiting for her. Since Yu didn't come, then he could only go find her. Over the years, even though he built the base, making Zhongzhou the last piece of pure land for mankind, the largest shelter. Even though Yunimo is already the highest decision maker for mankind. But his heart is still empty, as if a piece of it has been dug out. Someone has been persuading him to let it go. Tell him that Yu will not come back. They are from 2 different worlds, destined not to be together. But Yunimo does not believe in fate. Even if fate is really like this, he will defy fate. He has made up his mind, whether this negotiation is successful or not. He will never leave Yu again. He is willing to go into the tiger's den alone, and take himself as a hostage. He really misses her very much. I really want to see her again. Even if it is the last time. Yunimo does not regret it. Chapter 223 Hate all creatures that appear around Mom equally. Yunimo imagined countless times the scene of him and Yu meeting again. But he never expected it to be the scene. The girl was still pure white in her white dress, her almond eyes and peach cheeks, her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were exquisite and beautiful, like a snow lotus blooming in the snow, so beautiful that it was ethereal and otherworldly. Yunimo long time no see. Yu was just like she was a few years ago, her voice was as soft as the breeze, but it shook Yunimo's heart. You finally came to see me. Yunimo stared at her, and the little boy beside her. His black eyes were as dark as the deep sea, but a storm was brewing in his eyes. Yu, is this your child? Yunimo's eyes fell on the little boy beside Yu, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, with a look of surprise, confusion, and disbelief. The child looked about 70% similar to Yu, with a tender face and chubby baby fat, but looked calm and mature at a young age, as reserved as a little adult. This is... Yunimo's throat seemed to be a little dry, and his fingers hanging by his side were trembling slightly. It was enough to see that he had been in a state of great turmoil for a long time, and was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. He is our child. Right? Although it was a question. His tone was very firm. The child looked more like a young child. But his shadow could still be vaguely recognized between his eyebrows and eyes. What made Yunimo more certain of his identity was his pair of heterochromatic eyes. One red and one black. Since the end of the world, many high-level zombies have evolved, and their appearance has become more and more human-like, almost the same as living people. The only difference between zombies and humans is the color of their eyes. Without exception, the eyes of zombies have all turned red or grayish-white due to the virus. And the red and black eyes of this little boy are more like a combination of his and Yu's characteristics. Yunimo didn't know whether this child was a zombie or a human. But no matter what he was his son. Yunimo was determined. And he would never make a mistake. And Yu quickly confirmed his guess. Yes. The girl smiled innocently and sweetly, like an innocent girl who knew nothing about the world. He is our child. Yu stretched out her white little hand, gently stroked her son's head, and coaxed him softly. Baby, he is. Yu suddenly got stuck. How should she tell her son that Yunimo is his father? For so many years, her son had not asked her, and Yu had forgotten to mention it. Now Yunimo suddenly appeared. It seemed quite sudden. Will the son be unable to accept that his father is the human being in front of him? However, Lin Xingyu's ability to accept is obviously better than what you think. I know you. He looked up at Yunimo. The eyes were emotionless, showing a cold indifference, as if he was not looking at his biological father, but an ordinary object. Like a stone on the roadside, an inconspicuous weed, it was difficult to attract his attention and emotional fluctuations. Lin Xingyu, my nominal father, the man abandoned by my mother. Yunimo. Very good, he was now extremely certain this was his son. Yunmo's biological son, a sure thing, he couldn't run away, just based on the arrogant attitude of this brat. It was exactly the same as when he was a child. Ahem. Lin Ziyuan finally came back to his senses from the fact that his daughter and Yunimo had a son. He almost couldn't help laughing. Yu had left him for so many years. Yunimo had already felt bad enough. But he didn't expect that he would be laughed at by his own son now. Dad. Yu saw Lin Ziyuan. Her eyes lit up. His daughter really still remembered him. Lin Ziyuan's eyes turned red, and he almost burst into tears. He knew that his precious daughter would never forget him. Xingxing, be good. Learn from mommy. And call daddy. Yu pointed at Yunimo and said to her son, Mom, I've told you many times that I'm not a child anymore. Don't coax me with that tone. Lin Xingyu frowned and said helplessly. But under her mother's gentle gaze, she still nodded to Lin Ziyuan and called out without any emotion, Grandpa. Hey! Lin Ziyuan responded excitedly. I didn't expect to see my daughter give birth to a child in my lifetime. He also became a grandfather. Lin Ziyuan was so happy that he didn't know what to do. He felt that he had died without regrets at this moment, but it was obvious. Lin Xingyu did not seem to recognize Yunimo as a father. Yunimo could feel the hostility coming from his son. He felt a headache for a while. Why did he feel that? Giving birth to his son was to steal his wife. This was not an illusion. In fact, Lin Xingyu did not have a problem with Yunimo. He just hated all creatures that appeared around Yu equally, whether it was a human or a zombie. And Yunimo easily became the one he hated the most. Because Lin Xingyu could feel that his mother seemed to like the human in front of him very much. How could he tolerate this? His mother could only like him the most. He was his mother's favorite baby. Even Su Yan couldn't take his mother away from him. Yunimo couldn't do it anymore. So, Yunimo soon witnessed the brat's unique skill of changing his face. Lin Xingyu, who had a cold face when facing him, turned his head and showed a wrong look to Yu. Mom, tell him to get out of here quickly. He didn't even bother to cause trouble to this human. But he dared to come to steal his mother. Little Xingxing was precocious since childhood. Never cried or made a fuss. Like a cold little humanoid. Not as cute as human cubs. It was the first time that Yu saw her son act like a spoiled child. She was immediately touched by his cuteness, and couldn't help but hold his face. Why? Baby, this is your father, don't you like him? Lin Xingyu was cold and ruthless, without hesitation. No! I only like my mother. Under Yu's teaching, Lin Xingyu would not rely on his ability to kill innocent people, and treat human life as worthless. But he hoped that anyone who tried to take his mother away would disappear completely. Now he hoped that Yunimo would go back to where he came from. He doesn't need a father or anything like that. He only needs his mother. Yunmo's guess was correct. Little Xingxing has shown a strong desire to monopolize his mother since he was a child, and does not allow any creature to approach his mother. Almost all the zombies in the zombie group have been warned by him. Originally, these zombies were all trying their best to compete for favor, and wanted to make their faces familiar in front of Yu, and become the most popular person around Yu. Oh no, the big red zombie. But since Lin Xingyu was born, these zombies are all timid, and don't dare to get close to Yu anymore. This child can lead the zombies as soon as he is born. He has a natural suppression and coercion over all zombies. No zombie dares to disobey him. Hearing his son's words, Yu was very happy. Mom also liked Xingxing the most. Lin Xingyu's straight lips slightly raised. He glanced at Yunimo with a subtle and proud look, showing off invisibly. It was as if he was saying, see, Mom likes me the most. Why don't you leave quickly? Yunimo pinched his eyebrows helplessly, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Good news, he has a son. Bad news, his son doesn't recognize him. Chapter 224. We are a family, we should be together. End of the text. As the strongest man, Yunimo has never encountered a problem that gave him a headache. Even when the zombies surrounded the city, and the beasts attacked, he had never been so helpless as he is now. He had no experience in coaxing children. And Lin Xingyu was not an ordinary child. If it was a human child, Yunimo might still have confidence. But he was really helpless with Lin Xingyu. This child was too precocious both physically and mentally, and he would not be persuaded by soft or hard words, and only recognized Yu. He is hostile to everyone who appears around Yu. He always feels that everyone wants to steal his mother from him. He only has Yu in his eyes. Naturally, he hopes that his mother will only like him. Even zombies cannot get close to his mother. For so many years, Zhuangzhuang is the only one who is not hostile to him. But Zhuangzhuang doesn't like Yunmo either. You want to steal Zizi away and break us up. When high-level zombies evolve to a certain level, they not only look more and more like humans, but can also speak human language. When they met again, Zhuangzhuang was no longer the tall, stupid zombie who could only yell ho-ho. Sure enough, after hearing Zhuangzhuang's words, Lin Xingyu looked at Yunimo with a colder look. Unmo, I'm not here to break you up. I'm here to join this family. In fact, he didn't expect to take you away this time. Yunmo's purpose was very clear, and he had always been firm in one thought. That is, wherever Yu was, he would be there. If Yu wanted to return to the human world, Yunmo would welcome her return. If Yu chooses to stay in the zombie city, Yunmo will choose to stay with him. There were always sons-in-law before the end of the world. Why can't he be the first son-in-law after the end of the world? What's more, being a son-in-law to the zombie queen is not shameful at all. It is also conducive to the peace between zombies and humans. Yunmo used this argument to convince the senior officials of the Zhongzhou base. The senior officials were shocked and moved. They didn't expect Yunmo to sacrifice himself to such an extent for the sake of humanity and the righteousness of his country. He is indeed the strongest man in the world. He is also a great pioneer, a great hero who created a peaceful era. Only teammates who are familiar with Yunmo know this. These are just excuses for a bullshit justice. Their captain is just a love-brained person. The base was unstable before, and the future of mankind was uncertain, so he could only stay, be a beacon in the darkness, and protect the base. And now, everything has been arranged. The base is also on the right track, and all threats have been almost eliminated. Only the conflict and blood feud between humans and zombies remained. This gave Yunmo a legitimate excuse. He could finally leave everything behind without any worries, and go to find Yu. Yunmo had made up his mind before he set out. Whether alive or dead, he would stay. No matter what method or form. He just wanted to stay with Yu. He had to let go once. And watch Yu leave. This time he would not let go again, even if he died. He would die by Yu's side. So that Yu would remember him forever. Yunmo is not without selfishness. Nor is he without possessiveness. He just hides it very well. And is better at controlling himself than Su Yin. Lin Xingyu is still too immature. Although he was born as the ruler of the zombie group, the future zombie king, and an innate evolver. But he has never experienced the beatings of human society. He has never experienced the cunning and treacherousness of humans, and their shamelessness. So at this moment, he was shocked by Yunmo's shameless and righteous words, and was speechless for a while. Join us? He looked at Yunmo suspiciously. Why would a human like you join the zombies? Yunmo thought, of course it's for Yu, or else it could be for you. A stinky boy? But Yunmo couldn't say that. Especially when he saw Lin Xingyu's face that was very similar to Yu. The coldness in Yunmo's eyes melted away, and a bit of warmth was revealed. Because we are a family, we should be together. Zombies and humans should not be mortal enemies. After all, zombies are transformed from humans. We are compatriots. In the past, zombies were dominated by viruses. Only the instinct to eat flesh and blood remained, treating humans as food. This is an unchangeable nature. But now, most zombies have recovered their memories of being human. You can control yourself. Since you have the choice, do you still want to continue killing? I think, you zombies are not all hostile to humans. Right? Yunmo's dark eyes fell on the man, with a black hood beside the little boy. Don't you think so, Captain Shin? Yunmo had long recognized that the familiar figure was Shin Yunting. He was surprised that Shin Yunting was not killed by Su Yin. But Yunmo knew that Shin Yunting would be his helper. Just because Shin Yunting had never participated in the operation of clearing the human base. And because he had let him and Yu go from Su Yin, he could conclude that even if he became a zombie, Shin Yunting would not be an enemy of humans. Shin Yunting paused. He did not respond, but turned his head slightly and looked at Yu. He did not care about other people's thoughts. And it was not important what he thought. What was important was Yu's attitude. The system between zombies was strict, and the class was clear. Since all the villains were eliminated, the zombie group had only 100% obedience to Yu. Anyone who has a different intention will be discovered by Lin Xingyu and Su Yin first, and completely annihilated, without Yu taking action. Her words can decide the future of the zombie group. Nowadays, the zombie group is divided into two factions. One faction is the anti-human zombie group led by Su Yin. The other faction is the zombie group led by Shin Yunting, who yearns for peace. But no matter how fiercely the two forces fight, they all have to obey Yu. As long as the girl gives an order, no zombie dares to disobey. Even the zombies who hate humans will be afraid of the majesty of the zombie king, obey unconditionally, and have to coexist peacefully with humans. Therefore, the most important thing is Yu's attitude. Yunmo looked up at Yu, his obsidian eyes full of affection. Yu, are you willing to end this war? Yu did not agree just because he asked. She frowned slightly, as if she was thinking. But it was you humans who started the war first. It was humans who shouted the slogan of killing all zombies every day. Yu admitted that she was not a good person. At first, humans were clamoring to kill all the zombies, and the fight would not end until they died. So she could have let the zombie army retreat, give up resistance, and submit to humans. But Yu didn't do that. She didn't want to kill all the humans, but humans didn't think so. This war was inevitable, and only when the winner was decided, and one side surrendered, could we achieve true peaceful coexistence. So Yu acquiesced to the 5-year war between humans and zombies. Those humans who wanted to kill all the zombies were either wiped out by the zombies, or completely assimilated into zombies. But Yu also has principles. The humans that the zombie army destroyed were all those who took the initiative to provoke war, and came to attack. Yu would not let the zombie army invade their homes and bases, like Zhongzhou, that did not participate in the war. Now, after experiencing the destruction of the Nanzhou base, the few remaining humans finally realized that they are no longer the masters of this world. If they want to continue to survive, they must accept zombies. Humans who have suffered from the destruction of the end of the world still yearn for peace in their hearts. They have experienced the beauty of peace, so they know peace is rare and precious. Today, the enemy of mankind is not only zombies, but also various mutant animals and plants, as well as the increasingly harsh environment. It is a big test for their survival, for the future and long-term considerations of the race. They finally chose peace. Lin Ziyuan looked anxious, and was about to say something to persuade his daughter. But he saw Yunimo shaking his head at him almost imperceptibly. Lin Ziyuan sighed softly, and stepped aside. Yes. So humans have paid a heavy price for this, Yunimo said in a gentle voice. His black eyes focused on Yu, hiding a love that did not fade, but grew stronger. Unfortunately, Yu didn't seem to buy it. You have to show some sincerity. Yunimo smiled helplessly. I am the sincerity of humans. Is that enough? I am willing to stay. Stay here forever. Bet my life. In exchange for the peaceful coexistence of the two sides. Yunimo is the spiritual leader of mankind, and the founder of Zhongzhou. He has a very high prestige among humans, although he does not have the lofty status that Yu has among the zombies. He is also a leader that humans cannot lose. Yu rested her chin, her eyelashes drooping slightly, as if she was thinking. Yunimo did not urge her, but looked at her gently and patiently. Lin Xingyu twitched his lips, and was about to mock Yunimo, asking him if he took himself too seriously. But he heard his mother's soft voice. Okay. Yu never thought of killing all humans. After all, she was once a human. Even if the feelings were gone, the memories were still there. That beautiful past cannot be erased. Although humans are weak and cunning, some are treacherous and insidious. But there are also many lovely and enthusiastic humans. For example, the former team. Yu has not forgotten everyone she met. Luo Tang, Mu Zhe, Qi Yan, Qin Mo Lei Bai Yu, and her father, and Yun Mo. For them, Yu is willing to coexist peacefully with humans. Perhaps, from the moment Yu picked up Yun Mo, the gears of fate have been turning, destined to the ending of today. At the moment she agreed, Xin Yunting turned his head and looked at her. He obviously had no emotions anymore. But for some reason, at this moment, in his chest, the heart that had stopped beating a long time ago seemed to start beating again. Again and again. Slowly and powerfully. With indescribable excitement. Just like that, humans and zombies signed a peace agreement. The two sides reached a strange balance and did not interfere with each other. As long as Yu and Yunmo were still alive, this agreement would be effective forever. Humans and zombies could coexist peacefully. Chapter 225. A little fatherly love, but not much. Yunmo and Yu extra. Yunmo had imagined what it would be like if he and Yu had a child. He didn't know how to be a good father, but he would definitely be a father who loved his child, just because that was the child Yu gave birth to for him. But when Yunmo really became a father, he found that it was different from what he imagined. He had no place to pour out his fatherly love. For Lin Xingyu, father was an unnecessary role. He didn't need it at all. He just wanted Yunmo to disappear from his mother's sight. Yunmo had encountered many problems in his life, but this was the only time he felt helpless. Lin Xingyu had no interest in anything that human children liked. He liked Yu the most, so Yunmo's existence was redundant to him. At first, Yunmo was going to go the fatherly route, trying to impress him with emotion. What do you like? As long as Dad can do it, he will definitely satisfy you. Lin Xingyu raised his head and looked at him without emotion. I want you to leave your mother. Very good. This is an unsolvable problem. After hitting a wall repeatedly, Lin Xingyu lost her patience and told him directly. No matter what you do, I will not like you. And it is impossible for me to get along with you like a human father and son. So don't bother me. I let you stay, just because Mom likes you. After saying that, Lin Xingyu looked at him with a rather depressed look. He really has a strong desire to monopolize Yu, which is the same as many children, who all hope to be their mother's favorite baby. But Lin Xingyu will not do things that his mother does not like. Nor will he stop Yu from getting close to others for his own preferences. Although, when he sees his mother getting close to others, he will be jealous, angry, and envious. But, as long as his mother still loves him the most, Lin Xingyu can convince himself to accept it. It doesn't matter, he can comfort himself when he is angry, as long as his mother is happy. However, little Lin Xingyu also has conditions. That is, he must be the first in his mother's heart. He is not allowed to like Yunimo more than him. The plan to cultivate the relationship between father and son failed again. Yunimo gave up and figured it out. Forget it. It's enough that Yu likes him. The person he loves the most is Yu. As for this son, just love him for Yu's sake. There is fatherly love, but not much. Humans are of course not accepted in the zombie city. These zombies, because of Yu, will not take the initiative to hurt Yunimo, but they often make trouble and always compete for Yunmo's favor. For example, Yunimo finally found a chance to be alone with Yu. He held the girl's soft little hand, looking at her tenderly. His deep and magnetic voice expressed his longing for Yu over the years. When the love reached its peak, the atmosphere was just right. Yunmo's eyes fell on the girl's rose-like lips, and he couldn't help but move closer. Just when he was about to kiss her, a high-level zombie rushed in. Hee. It's bad. Wang, the zombies in Dongcheng district are fighting again. This time it's a large-scale fight. Hee. Wang, go and have a look. If you don't go, there will be a death. These high-level zombies can speak human language, but they like to communicate with Yu in front of Yunimo in the way that zombies communicate with each other. Of course, this is intentional. Then I'll go and have a look. Yu said this to Yunimo. Yunimo smiled reluctantly, looking at the high-level zombie, who was secretly provoking him. His black eyes faintly revealed murderous intent. He finally regretted it at this moment. He shouldn't have signed that useless peace agreement between zombies and humans. He should have killed all these zombies first, of course. He was not the only one who thought so. Facing his fierce killing intent, the high-level zombie was not afraid, but was even a little eager to move. It seems that they really want to irritate Yunimo. And it would be best if Yunimo killed him and completely tear up that shitty peace agreement. They clearly defeated the humans, but the zombies felt that they had lost. And lost their king, who knew that these cunning humans, who could not defeat them zombies, would send Yunimo to seduce their king. The damn humans are so cunning. They actually dared to use the despicable beauty trap. Therefore, these zombies who were unhappy with Yunimo, of course, tried their best to make trouble for him. Today, the zombies are fighting in groups, and the situation is getting out of control. Tomorrow, the zombies are captured by humans, and they ask you to go out and rescue the zombies. Yunimo doesn't believe that it's not intentional. Finally, these zombies stopped making trouble, and Lin Xingyu came to steal his mother. Originally, Lin Xingyu was very attached to his mother. It became even worse since Yunimo appeared. He wanted to stay with Yu all the time. Yunimo almost laughed out of anger. He knew that his and Yu's identities were different now, and it might not be possible for them to stay together all the time as before. But Yunimo never thought that his status would be so low. He now felt like a concubine in ancient times who stayed alone in an empty room, waiting for the emperor to favor him. He was afraid that one day Yu would forget him by accident, and then he would fall out of favor. This feeling of worrying about gains and losses was really terrible. So, when Yu finally finished her work and thought of Yunmo, she saw the man looking at her with a resentful look. Just like a resentful husband. Yu thought about it and realized that she had indeed neglected Yunimo recently. Yunimo. The girl took his hand and scratched his palm with her fingertips. The voice was soft and charming. Are you angry? Yunimo was indeed a little depressed. But how could he be angry with Yu, even if he was very angry, as long as Yu looked at him? his anger would immediately dissipate. No. But Yu could still see that Yunimo was a little unhappy. Thinking about it carefully, Yunimo married her, left his hometown and came here, and only had her by his side, and was always ignored, which was indeed a bit pitiful. It's okay. I know your current status is different from before. It's not easy to manage a zombie group. You need to deal with all matters, big and small. Blame me. I can't help you. But how can I make things difficult for you? Yunimo looked very sensible. He didn't mention any grievances, but every word was full of grievances. Yu, don't worry, I will wait for you to come back. No matter when you think of me, I will always be here waiting for you. These words. What a fresh and refined tea flavor. But there is no way Yu just likes this. She only felt that her conscience, which did not exist at all, seemed to be slightly painful. Yunimo, don't be unhappy, I will accompany you back to the Zhongzhou base, to see Qiyin and the others. Okay? Or whatever you want, you can tell me, as long as you can be happier. She pets the human she raises. The man's black eyes flashed. Can I have whatever I want? Yu nodded, not realizing that something was wrong. Then, I want to have a wedding for the two of us. Yunimo lowered his eyelids slightly, and his handsome face revealed a hint of grievance. Yu, in human society, you have to take responsibility for your child. You have to give me a name. You can't let me follow you without a name. Yu knew this. When human couples get married, they need a wedding. But she always felt that there was something wrong with this statement. Yunimo, every boy fantasizes about having a dreamy and beautiful wedding when he was a child. Yu finally realized what was wrong. Shouldn't a girl say this? She hesitated to speak, and it had a different meaning in the eyes of a man. Don't you want to? Yunimo lowered his head slightly, looking like a lost and sad big dog. I do. Yu was led into the pit in a daze. Having achieved his goal, the man finally showed a triumphant smile. Things like status, of course you have to fight for it yourself. But not everyone can get it. For example, Su Yin. Since he chose to stay, Yunimo could not avoid a head-on confrontation with Su Yin. He thought Su Yin would want to kill him. In the past, when the two met, they would fight to the point of both being hurt. You took out my heart, and I took out your liver. As long as we couldn't kill each other, we would fight to the death. We had to decide whether one of us lived or died. But this time, when Su Yin saw him, although he still had the killing intent in his eyes, he controlled himself and didn't attack Yunimo. I really regret not killing you directly at the beginning. Su Yan's cold voice sounded without any emotion. Chapter 226 At least once. She really loved him, brother extra? Yunimo paused, and said without looking back, You can kill me now. Su Yin said coldly, Do you think I don't want to? Of course he wanted to kill Yunimo, because his appearance took Yu away from him completely. When Su Yin was a human, he could not accept the existence of other people besides him around Yu. He just wanted Yu to have only him in her eyes forever. He only has Yu, and Yu should only have him. He couldn't even tolerate the existence of Lin Ziyuan, his adoptive father, and once thought of killing him. How could he tolerate the existence of Yunimo? Su Yan's red eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. The moment Yunimo appeared, he wanted to kill this man. He thought Yu would be angry and stop him. But she didn't. The girl held her cheek. Her almond eyes were as clear as water, and she looked at him with a smile. Her voice was sweet and soft. Okay. Then brother will go and kill him now. Su Yin turned his head slightly. His red eyes looked at her steadily, as if he was trying to distinguish the truth from the falsehood in the girl's words. Don't you like him? His red eyes darkened. Yes, I like him very much. Even if brother kills one Yunimo, there is still a second Yunimo, a third Yunimo. But it won't be you. The girl said the cruelest words innocently. There are so many people I like. Can brother kill them all? Even if you can do it, so what? I love this world, I love all the creatures in the world, but I don't love you. Brother can kill Yunimo, just like he killed my puppy before, but they will stay in my heart forever. You can't kill them. Su Yin raised his head suddenly. There was a sign that his supernatural power was out of control. He stared at Yu tightly, and couldn't tell what was in his heart. Heartbroken? Maybe in the past. But now, he can no longer feel this emotion. Without a heart, how can it hurt? Rather than anger, it seems more like reluctance and confusion. Why? Su Yin asked. Why can't it be me? Obviously. He is the one who loves Yu the most in the world. No matter before or now. For Yu, he is willing to turn himself into a zombie and be deserted by everyone. If Yu wants his crystal core, he will dig it out with his own hands, even if the price is his complete demise. For Yu, he can give everything. But why can't the person she loves be him? Even a little bit. Is it not okay? Su-yen doesn't understand. Where did I lose? Because you don't love me at all. Yu looked at him soberly and rationally. You always say you love me. But is it really like this to love someone? Even if she doesn't understand what love is. But she knows that Su-yen is not like this. Because you love me, can you take away everything from me? Whether it's a puppy or a dad. Yunimo. No matter what she likes. Su-yen will destroy it completely. Brother has never asked me what I want, whether I will be sad or suffer. Because you don't care about my feelings at all, you won't consider these things. Even though you can't feel this emotion now, she doesn't like the feeling of being completely controlled by others. Actually, I loved you before, brother. It's just not the kind of emotion Su-yen thought. But no matter what kind of emotion it is, love or family affection. At least once. Yu really loved Su-yen. Even though she lost her memory, she still remembered that Su-yen was the most important person in her life. And she had been looking for him. But my brother made me very sad. So I decided to take back my feelings for you. The girl pouted slightly. And her tone was as casual as if she was talking about today's weather. But Su-yen couldn't stay calm. He felt that Yu was very cruel. Compared to Yu not loving him. What was more cruel was that she had loved him. What is love? Is it the reluctance to not get it? Is it the regret that the siblings can't be together? Is it the paranoid possessiveness? Or the obsession that can't be forgotten even if you become a zombie? Su-yen didn't know. He only knew that, what he had always wanted, was to keep Yu by his side forever. Brother. Go and kill Yunmo. I won't stop you, and I won't kill you for him. It would be a blessing for Su-yen to die at the hands of Yu. Yu wouldn't let him have his wish. Su-yen slowly closed his eyes. He knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. He would never be able to enter Yu's heart, completely replace Yunmo. What would be the use of killing him? Even if Yunmo died, he would always live in Yu's heart. The rift between him and Yu started with the death of the puppy. He couldn't bear the consequences of killing Yunmo. He would lose Yu completely. Is it worth it? Not worth it. I won't kill you, but I will watch you die with my own eyes. Human lifespan is limited. When Yunmo becomes an old man, will Yu still like him? Su-yen is looking forward to that day. Chapter 227. This road finally reached the end. Yunmo and Young weddings were held back to Jongjo base. This wedding is unprecedented. Almost all of the top 100 strongs in the ability of the power came to congratulations. In addition to humans, of course, there are zombies. Many survivors were opposed to this decision. Although zombies and humans have already reached a settlement, sign a peace agreement. But zombies and humans are natural enemies after all. In case those zombies can't restrain their nature, what should I do if I suddenly kill the killing ring in the base? The Zhongzhou base is the only oasis of human beings. They couldn't take the risk. But when Yunmo brought Yu to them, seeing the familiar figure of the girl, many people remembered the disaster that almost wiped them out a few years ago. Many of the senior officials of Zhongzhou base participated in the war to defend Jingshi base. Although they haven't seen Yu for a long time. But the girl savior-like figure has been deeply engraved in their minds, and it is hard to forget. At that time, millions of zombies surrounded the city, and it was the girl who was like an angel descending, dispelling the zombies, and saving the entire Jingshi base. If it weren't for Yu, they would have died long ago. And there would be no today. The voices of opposition gradually weakened. Back then, the girl could drive away all the zombies, and save the entire base by herself. Not to mention now, they don't believe in zombies. Because the people around them died one after another. They paid too many heavy lessons. Even if reason tells them that if zombies want to get rid of humans, they would have done it long ago. And there is no need to wait until today. But it is still difficult to accept psychologically, and difficult to get over this hurdle. But Yu is different. The image of the young savior has long been deeply engraved in their hearts. They don't trust zombies, but they believe in Yu. They are also willing to put their lives in her hands. Just because she is the savior of the entire Zhongzhou. If there is no Yu, there will be no Zhongzhou today. Yu didn't expect that, after so long, her image in the minds of these humans would become so great. She couldn't help but look at Yunmo. She always felt that this matter had something to do with him. Yunmo looked back at her tenderly, smiling without saying anything. Yes, he did contribute to this. Although Yu left, she did not disappear completely. It doesn't matter if others can't remember, Yunimo will remind them. Since he took control of the base, he has been asking people to publicize Yuyu's deeds, reminding everyone at all times not to forget her kindness. Even the children born later in Zhongzhou know it. It was a girl named Yuyu who saved the base. And they have a future. The fire of mankind was not completely extinguished. In fact, Yuyu's influence in Zhongzhou was almost greater than Yunmo's at one point. In addition to these people, the most excited to see Yuyu return were her former teammates. Yuyu. When her former teammates heard the news, they all ran to see her. Yuyu. You are finally back. Qi Yan's eyes turned red, and he quickly turned his back to cover it up. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing for a grown man like him to be so moved that he cried on the spot. Qi Yan is now a high-level superpower who can dominate a region. Many teams of superpowers in Zhongzhou would respectfully call him Captain Qi when they saw him. But when facing Yunimo and Yuyu, he was still the same as before, willing to follow behind and chose to lie down. Welcome back. Luo Tang gave Yuyu a hug, revealing a smile from the heart, like a frost flower blooming, stunning and moving. Qi Nemo also smiled gently. Welcome home. For them, this is Yuyu's home. Even though they all hold important positions in Zhongzhou now, in everyone's heart, their team has never been disbanded. Everyone is still the comrades who went through life and death together, and are as close as brothers. The one who has changed the most is Mu Zhe. When Yuyu left before, he was still a half-grown child. But now, he has grown into an independent teenager. Mu Zhe had a lot to say. But in the end, there was only one sentence left. Sister, next time you leave, remember to take me with you. Don't abandon me again. You promised me. Yuyu, okay. Yuyu, come to Grandpa quickly. Let Grandpa see you. When Grandpa Yun got the news, he walked over tremblingly with a cane. Grandpa Yun is just an ordinary person without any special powers. Time has left many marks on his face. He looks much older, but his eyes are still as sharp as a hawk. He only becomes gentle and kind when he looks at Yuyu. Grandpa. Yuyu still holds Grandpa Yun's hand affectionately as usual. It seems that they have never been separated. Grandpa Yun can't stop smiling, and tears are faintly in his eyes. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. After so many years, it seems that everyone has not changed at all. The girl's eyebrows curved, and she couldn't help but smile. That's great. On the wedding day, all the high-level zombies were present, giving face to their king. As the only son of Yuyu and Yunimo, Lin Xingyu naturally couldn't be absent. He didn't like Yunimo, and had no feelings for these people. But surprisingly, the little guy was very good to Grandpa Yun. Grandpa Yun didn't care what his identity was. In his eyes, this was his great-grandson. He held Lin Xingyu on his lap, calling him a good boy, while feeding him candy. Lin Xingyu was stiff all over. He felt uncomfortable in Mr. Yun's arms. He felt uncomfortable, as if he had thorns on his body. But he didn't dare to struggle, because the human in front of him was too fragile. He was afraid that he would hurt Mr. Yun accidentally. Lin Xingyu couldn't say he liked humans, nor did he hate them. But he didn't seem to hate the old and fragile human in front of him. So, the future king of the zombie group was held in Mr. Yun's arms obediently, just like a child from an ordinary family. If you ignore his heterochromia, he really looks like an ordinary child. People who are familiar with Mr. Yun came to say hello, and teased Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu looked very well behaved, and he looked very quiet. He was a good kid. Qi Yan looked at him, and felt a little itchy. Hey, little star. He had a nonchalant smile on his face, and he couldn't help teasing the little guy. Don't always have a stern face at such a young age. You'll be cute if you smile. Qi Yan didn't expect that he would be able to see the captain and the little child in his lifetime. For a moment, he was very fond of this child. His hands were itching, and he couldn't help it. So he pinched Lin Xingyu's face. You and the captain are really nothing alike. This child is more like Yuyu. But soon, Qi Yan took back his statement. He sensed the energy fluctuations in the air, and an invisible wind blade came in an instant. Fortunately, Qi Yan was alert and subconsciously took a step back. The wind blade fell on the tree trunk behind him, cutting it in half. Qi Yan froze, and if he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been his finger that was cut off. Next time you do that, I'll chop off your head. Lin Xingyu raised his head. His black and red eyes were filled with coldness. Qi Yan. This look made his scalp tingle. For a moment, he thought he saw Yunimo very good. He took back what he said. This kid looks a lot like the captain. The senior leaders of Zhongzhou were worried that the superpowers in the base and those high-level zombies would fight over a disagreement. Unexpectedly, the scene was so damn harmonious. Of course, the zombies couldn't mess up Yu Yu's wedding. The superpowers were not the kind of people who would look for trouble. And the guests were guests. Since the two sides had reached a peace agreement, they could not confront each other as before and fight each other over a disagreement. So the senior executive soon saw an unprecedented scene. The superpowers and the zombies sat together and talked about everything, and drank and talked happily. Although they did not drink and talk happily, the scene could be called a happy one. This was something I had never seen before. In addition to the zombies, there were also some guests invited by Yu Yu. Powerful mutant beasts came with crystal cores, fur and meat. Mutated plants scrambled to bloom the most colorful and beautiful flowers. Grasses and flowers that were rarely seen in the end of the world bloomed on this day. The entire base became a sea of flowers, with fragrant flowers, magnificent and like a fairyland. The red carpet made of colorful flowers stretched to the end. Unmo stood in front and saw Yu Yu appear in his sight, holding Lin Ziyuan's arm. The girl was wearing a wedding dress as white as snow, and the layers of her skirt bloomed like a night blooming cereus, making her look like a fairy without any dust. The diamonds on the wedding dress were like stars in the Milky Way, shining brightly in the sun. But they were not as beautiful as Yu Yu. Unmo had traveled to several cities and looked for dozens of wedding dress shops. He finally found a wedding dress that was most suitable for Yu Yu in an undamaged wedding dress shop. At this moment, he saw Yu Yu wearing the wedding dress he chose, stepping on the road paved with flowers, and walking towards him step by step. Unmo's heart seemed to be erupting like a volcano, with strong and hot emotions surging, which eventually turned into deep love. Countless flowers paved this road, which seemed short, but was actually very long. They had walked this road for several years. Finally, today, they reached the end. Lin Ziyuan, with tears in his eyes, handed Yu Yu's hand to Unmo. Yu Yu's eyebrows were curved, like the bright moon, and her smile was pure and beautiful, just as beautiful as when they first met. Unmo took her hand and tightened it slowly. This time, he finally grabbed Yu Yu's hand and would never let it go again, no matter how long his life was, no matter what would happen in the future. He and Yu Yu would be together forever. Chapter 228 Su Yan Extra 1. Since Su Yan could remember, he had been living with a woman, calling her mother. He had no father, but the woman would bring different men home every day. She would point at them and ask him to call them dad. But he knew that none of them were his father. But he didn't care who his biological father was. Since he was a child, he had only one goal, which was to survive. The woman didn't love him, and even hated him faintly. She often looked at him with hatred and cursed him to die. As long as Su Yan could remember, she had never smiled at him, and she either beat him or scolded him. Once, she even threw him down from the second-floor balcony. But unfortunately, he was lucky and did not die. He even limped back home. When the woman saw him walking back alive, she was not surprised at all, but looked at him coldly and said, "You are lucky." Su Yan didn't know if other mothers were like this, or if he was the only one. Maybe it was because he was not likable. The children in the neighborhood didn't like him either, and always scolded him as an unwanted bastard. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't need anyone to like him, nor does he care about anyone. He was born emotionally indifferent. Nothing can cause him too much emotional fluctuations. I thought that such days would last for a long time. Unexpectedly, not long after, the woman brought him to a new family and asked him to call a strange man dad. This man seemed a little different from the previous men, but the essence was still the same. They were all low-level and disgusting creatures, disgusting. The only difference is that the man lived with them and became his nominal stepfather. Since having a stepfather, the woman changed a lot. She no longer beat and scolded him all the time. Sometimes when she was in a good mood, she would smile at him. Unfortunately, such a peaceful life did not last long. The mother and stepfather often quarreled, and every time they quarreled, they would take it out on him. There was almost no intact part on his body. At first, it was only the woman who abused him, but later the stepfather also joined in. If it was just a simple beating, he could tolerate it. After all, he just wanted to live. But the woman wanted to kill him to make her stepfather happy. This happened more than once or twice. No matter what unpleasant things they suffered in life, they would eventually become fists falling on him. It seemed that only in this way could they vent their anger. From the beating at the beginning to the murder later. After living with them for 2 years, Su-yin couldn't count how many times he was almost killed in his dreams. The first time, he was sleeping soundly, and his drunken stepfather rushed in with a kitchen knife and chopped his pillow. The second time, the woman tied a rope around his neck and tightened it in order to keep his stepfather. They laughed twistedly and crazily, appreciating his struggle and pain. He tolerated them again and again, allowing their malice to grow, and completely becoming a devil. Finally, the last time, the man broke into his room late at night, pressed him, and showed a disgusting smile. Su-yin decided that he didn't want to tolerate it anymore. He took out a knife from under his pillow and slashed his stepfather, who was on top of him, with more than a dozen knives. Warm blood splashed on his face, and his eyes looked particularly calm in the darkness. When his stepfather fell in a pool of blood, dying, and the woman screamed, Su-yin lit the fire expressionlessly. Let all the sins disappear in this fire. Chapter 229 Su-yin Extra 2. But his luck should be considered good. He survived the fire. No one would doubt a half-grown child. After being sent to the hospital to recover from his injuries, Su-yin was sent to an orphanage. Life in the orphanage was not satisfactory, but compared to before, it was already a very good life for Su-yin. Although here, violence and struggle are inevitable. But if you want to survive, you have to fight for it. He knew from a young age that he could only fight for what he wanted. Only by defeating all competitors could he get what he wanted. Only by killing his enemies could no one take away what belonged to him. Su-yin thought he would always live this kind of life. It was gloomy, depressing, and there was no sunshine. Until this day, a man came and completely changed his life. The man brought him to a new family, and he also asked Su-yin to call him dad. But he was different from his stepfather. He would not beat him, nor would he scold him. The man also had a daughter. He brought Su-yin home, hoping that his daughter would have a companion. Su-yin also met the girl in that house. She was a girl younger than him, wearing a white dress, holding a teddy bear in her arms, hiding behind her father, revealing a pair of watery almond eyes, looking at him curiously. She was different from those children. She would not throw stones at him, nor call him a bastard, but would show him a sweet smile, calling him brother in a soft tone. In fact, Su-yin did not like her. It seems that he was born without the ability to love. He had no feelings for his own mother, not to mention this child who looked very fragile. Moreover, she could decide whether he stayed or left. He didn't like this life being controlled by others again. But Yu seemed not to notice, always following him like a little tail, calling him brother. No matter how cold Su-yin acted, her enthusiasm did not diminish at all. She was so weak, she would gasp for breath after running a few steps, but she seemed to have endless energy. Brother, do you like Yu a little more today? Su-yin said coldly. No? Okay then. The little girl puffed up her cheeks, looking a little unhappy, but soon she comforted herself softly. Then Yu, come ask brother tomorrow. In fact, Su-yin wanted to tell her that, no matter how many times she asked, his answer would be the same. He was originally an emotionless monster. The only thing that could arouse his emotional fluctuations was probably blood. Especially when he heard the screams of his stepfather and that woman. That was the first time Su-yin felt so excited. Don't come near me anymore. I'm not a good person, he warned her. Yu opened her beautiful big eyes, looking at him innocently. But you are Yu's brother. Even if the brother is not a good person, Yu likes him. Yu really likes to stick to him. Even Lin Ziyuan was a little jealous, asking her, who do you like best, dad or brother? Su-yin didn't know what was so good about asking such a boring question. But he still pricked up his ears, waiting for her answer. Even he himself didn't know. What was that inexplicable expectation? Dad. Yu answered without hesitation, and her voice echoed in his ears. At that moment, Su-yin couldn't tell what he felt. He couldn't say he was disappointed, but he just felt that it was as expected. He couldn't help but sneered. He didn't know what he was expecting. But soon, he heard Yu say crisply, and brother. The little girl was greedy and naughty, and she didn't want to offend either of them. She wants both brother and father. Dad and brother are the people that Yu loves the most. We are a family. Family. This is the first time Su-yin has heard this unfamiliar word, which touched his heart unconsciously. He couldn't tell what emotion surged in his heart at that moment, but he only knew that. He didn't reject it. Chapter 230 Su-yin's Extra, End. It seemed that since that day, Yu had become a different person to him. He no longer rejected the girl's approach, and even felt happy when she approached him actively. Sometimes he didn't even notice that his mouth had already curled up. Su-yen didn't know when his feelings for Yu changed. Until he realized it, Yu had become an indelible part of his life. Yu's health had always been poor, and Su-yen knew it from the beginning. But the little girl was very sensible, and liked to show off. Sometimes, even when she was in great pain, she would always pretend that nothing had happened. She not only deceived Lin Ziyuan, but also deceived him. It was not until Yu fell ill, and could no longer hold on, lying on the bed with her last breath, that Su-yen realized how serious the problem was. The little girl's usually bright eyes became dim, and her face was pale to the point of being transparent. She was in great pain, and she couldn't speak. She couldn't call him brother anymore. Su-yen stood by the bed and saw Yu's breathing gradually become weaker, and the light in her eyes became dimmer and dimmer. At that moment, Su-yen seemed to have fallen into the frozen lake in winter, and the coldness penetrated his bones, and his hands and feet were cold. He had never been as panicked and frightened as he was at this moment. Su-yen had always thought that he would not be afraid of anything, but the moment he saw Yu lying on the bed like a silent rag doll, Su-yen finally knew what he was afraid of. He was afraid that Yu would leave, afraid that he would not be able to keep her. Fortunately, God finally favored him, and did not take Yu away. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy. Su-yen almost lost his treasure. From that moment on, his feelings towards Yu changed. He began to become paranoid, and his possessiveness gradually became stronger. His feelings towards Yu also began to become distorted and more morbid. He was afraid of losing Yu. Su-yen finally understood that it was not that he was born without the ability to love, but that he could only love Yu. In his dark and barren world, Yu was the only light. He would never allow this light to disappear in his world. He had to hold on to it tightly. No one could take it away. Su-yen began to be unable to tolerate the presence of other people around Yu. Not only Lin Ziyuan, he couldn't stand even a dog, so he killed the dog. This also tore apart his illusion of being a gentle brother in front of Yu. But he didn't regret it. If it happened again, Su-yen would still do it. He couldn't tolerate Yu's eyes falling on anything other than him. Yu's disease couldn't be cured with current medical technology. The doctor said she wouldn't live past the age of 20. Sure enough, when Yu was 19 years old, her condition became more and more serious. Su-yen watched her vitality gradually weaken, but he could do nothing. This helpless pain almost drove him crazy. Just when Su-yen fell into despair again, his biological father found him. Su-yen didn't want to recognize his father at all, but the temptation brought by Jing Lianshan made him unable to refuse. He was conducting research on changing human genes to achieve immortality. This was too tempting for Su-yen. As long as he could save Yu, he was willing to pay any price. He agreed to be his experimental subject. But he had a request. He wanted to participate in this experiment. Su-yen was a genius. He was more suitable for this path than Jing Lianshan. He experimented on himself, and finally developed the most perfect experimental results, allowing Yu to survive in another form. Although he became a zombie, he did not regret it. He only regretted that he did not find Yu earlier, and let Yunimo take the opportunity to enter. Yu said he did not love her, but no one had ever taught him how to love. If he could have a chance to start over, he would definitely learn well how to love Yu. He would never let anyone take Yu away from him again.